a modern veterinarian, Lu Tian, has crossed over to a high martial arts world called Tianjin Continent, where there are supreme warriors and mages with the power to burn the heavens and boil the seas. As the protagonist, he embarks on a legendary journey as a beast master. Chapter 1. Starting with surgery on a wolf demon. The cold raindrops fell like fine steel needles, ruthlessly stabbing Lu Tian's face. The thick, unresolvable stench of blood mixed with the foul odor of rotting entrails brutally invaded his nostrils, choking him with waves of nausea. Each breath felt like swallowing murky ice water, cutting through his throat all the way to his lungs. Pain, a heart-wrenching agony, erupted from his left shoulder, as if a red-hot branding iron was fiercely searing into his bones, accompanied by the sickening sound of wet chewing. A heavy pressure bore down on his chest, his ribs groaning under the unbearable weight, making each faint breath incredibly difficult. Lu Tian struggled to lift his eyelids, which felt glued shut. His vision was blurry, obscured by rainwater and blood. A distorted shadow of trees swayed wildly above him, like clawing ghosts. He painfully turned his eyes downward and met a pair of eyes that so close. Murky yellow vertical pupils burned with pure, raw hunger and cruelty. Veins of bloodshot red rimmed the pupils, locking onto him as if he were the last piece of meat on a cutting board. A massive head, covered in damp, grayish-black fur, hung low, with sharp, yellow fangs deeply embedded in his left shoulder, each tug sending warm blood splattering onto Lu Tian's cold cheeks. Iron Claw Wolf. The familiar smell of disinfectant from the cattle market in Rome City, the cold touch of the scalpel, the pained cries of sick animals, and the respectful smiles of colleagues. Calling him Lu Yidithat was him, Lu Tian, a veterinarian who made a living with his superb skills. I will die. I will be torn apart like a rag. The almost cold-hearted calmness he had developed when facing critically ill animals in his past life instinctively overwhelmed the physical pain and confusion brought by the merging of his new soul. At this moment, the soul of veterinarian Lu Tian gained absolute dominance. The desire to survive ignited like explosive powder, booming. Don't panic. Observe. Lu Tian's gaze shifted away from those terrifying eyes and dripping fangs, becoming like the most precise scanner, sweeping over the entire body of the Iron Claw Wolf. Beneath the soaked fur, he noted the twisted muscle lines, thick as tree trunks in its forelimbs. Suddenly, his focus locked onto the Iron Claw Wolf's left front limb, which was sinking heavily into the muddy, decayed leaves. That movement is wrong. Old injury. Absolutely an old injury on the bone. The point of force is abnormal. The muscles are compensatorily tense, and there's a common weight-bearing dysfunction after a crushing fracture heals. And it healed very poorly. This judgment was like a flash of lightning in the dark, illuminating Lu Tian's despairing heart. Lu Tian used up the last bit of strength in his body, forcing out a hoarse, broken sound from his throat like the gasp of a worn-out bellows. He stared intensely into the Iron Claw Wolf's brutally yellow vertical pupils, his gaze devoid of pleading or fear, leaving only a nearly mad, desperate calm. Leg, your left front leg. Each word accompanied by the tearing pain in his shoulder and the blood flowing out, but he forced himself to articulate clearly with a strange, penetrating power that pierced the Iron Claw Wolf's consciousness. Crushed, bone, broken, not healed. The Iron Claw Wolf's tearing motion suddenly halted. In those murky yellow vertical pupils, a flicker of human-like astonishment and disbelief passed through for the first time. Its threatening growl in the throat stopped, its massive head slightly lifted, the fangs temporarily leaving Lu Tian's bloodied shoulder, hanging in midair, drooling mixed with saliva and blood dripping onto Lu Tian's face. Those beastly eyes locked onto Lu Tian's pale, blood-stained face, as if trying to decipher the unusual sound emitted by this dying prey, which it had never heard before. It worked. It understood. Or rather, it sensed something that shook its instincts. Hope surged like a faint flame, suddenly igniting deep within Lu Tian's cold heart. An opportunity. Only once. His stiff fingers, using the last bit of remaining control, spasmed slowly toward his waist, where hung a similarly worn but treasured hard leather pouch. This was the only luggage Lu Tian had brought with him when he crossed over his portable veterinary toolkit. After waking up in this world, he found that its contents also existed, although the original owner treated it as some strange tool bag. As his fingertips touched the cold leather pouch, a familiar feeling of holding instruments from his past life surged in his heart. Lu Tian's fingers miraculously steadied, with a professional precision, suddenly yanking open the pouch's drawstring. The motion tugged at his shoulder wound, causing excruciating pain that nearly made him black out. But he gritted his teeth and held on. What he pulled out was neither a knife nor a weapon, but a small metal cylindrical syringe with a long needle. Veterinary composite anesthetic. Powerful, fast-acting. It was a staple for emergency treatment of large beasts. Don't move. I can treat. Lu Tian's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, but carried an undeniable resolve and strange allure. He met the Iron Claw Wolf's renewed, suspicious, and fierce gaze, firmly pointing the syringe's needle at the site of its old injury on the left front limb. "Let me help you," he nearly shouted, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing deep into the wolf demon's consciousness. "Heal it. Otherwise, you'll always be a cripple." Roar! The Iron Claw Wolf erupted with an even more frenzied roar. Spitting saliva, it clearly sensed the threat of the tiny metal needle, its murderous intent surging, the massive head suddenly pressing down again, fangs glinting with deadly cold light, just inches from Lu Tian's throat. The stench of hot breath sprayed onto his face. Lu Tian's heart sank to the bottom. Did he bet wrong? This beast was not threatened at all. The icy grip of despair seized him once more. Time seemed to freeze. Only the sound of cold raindrops hitting leaves, soil, and the bodies of the two-in-one beast, along with Lu Tian's own heartbeat and laborious breathing, echoed. 1 second, 2 seconds. The violent, murderous intent in the Iron Claw Wolf's eyes receded like a tide, replaced by an extreme struggle and a hint of an instinctive desire it itself didn't notice. A desire for health, a desire to escape this lame constraint, overwhelmed the pure appetite for slaughter. Its strong, beastly intuition seemed to sense a hint of something unusual and not deceitful from this tiny human. The enormous wolf head slowly lifted a little with a regal pride and hesitation. The dripping fangs moved away from Lu Tian's throat, leaving a deadly distance. It didn't attack, but its massive body still pressed down on Lu Tian like a mountain, the cold, beastly eyes unblinkingly gazing down at him. The warning unmistakable to try. Anything funny. That was enough. Lu Tian's heart roared. The instinct for survival and the professionalism of a veterinarian erupted with astonishing force at that moment. He ignored the nearly crushing weight and the piercing pain in his left shoulder, extending his right hand like the most precise mechanical arm. Shooting forward. Puff! The subtle sound of flesh piercing was drowned out by the rain owl. The Iron Claw Wolf was caught off guard, the sudden pain causing it to emit a short, furious howl, its muscles tensing instantly, the terrifying force about to crush this audacious human beneath it. Lu Tian's heart was about to leap out of his chest, but at the moment of insertion, his thumb exerted all his remaining strength, forcefully pressing down on the syringe's plunger. Hiss! The pale yellow anesthetic was forcibly injected deep into the muscles of the Iron Claw Wolf within a fraction of a second. Ugh! The Iron Claw Wolf's frenzied struggle suddenly froze. A powerful and unfamiliar feeling of paralysis spread instantly from the injection site, violently impacting its resilient nerves like an invisible tide of ice. The rage in its eyes was instantly replaced by immense shock and dizziness. Its massive body swayed, and the strength in its limbs quickly drained away like a receding tide. The heavy body that had pinned Lu Tian began to uncontrollably relax and slide down. Lu Tian seized this fleeting opportunity. He didn't know where he found the last bit of strength, and his body suddenly rolled desperately to the side. Thud! The Iron Claw Wolf's mountain-like body crashed heavily into the muddy, decaying leaves where he had just been lying, splashing a large amount of murky water. Its head hung limply, its limbs twitched slightly, and it let out a low, chaotic whimper like a trapped beast, its yellow vertical pupils struggling to focus but filled with confusion and rage, glaring fiercely at Lu Tian, who had rolled aside. The anesthetic took effect on its powerful beastly physique, but it did not completely strip it of consciousness. It merely plunged it into a state of paralysis and weakness. Ha ha ha. He was alive. For now. Chapter 2. The Holy Hand of the Demon Leg. The black stone emerges. Cold raindrops fell heavily on his face, mingling with the warm blood flowing from the wound on his shoulder, bringing a strange sensation of numbness and sharp pain. Lu Tian lay in the cold, muddy pile of decaying leaves, and every breath tugged at the horrific pain in his left shoulder, which felt like a mangled mass of flesh. His lungs struggled like a worn-out bellows, gasping for air thick with the stench of blood and earth. He slightly turned his head, his gaze falling a few steps away. The enormous Iron Claw Wolf lay sprawled in the mud like a soaked black mountain of flesh. Its strong limbs still twitched involuntarily, clearly not fully recovering from the paralysis. Its murky yellow slit pupils struggled to turn, ultimately locking onto Lu Tian, burning with rage, humiliation, and a trace of incomprehensible bewilderment. A low, intermittent whimper emerged from deep in its throat, filled with threat, yet weak and powerless. Lu Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, a silent, bloody smile. He had won the first step, but the crisis was far from over. This beast was merely temporarily paralyzed, once the drug wore off or it regained some strength. His severely injured and near-death body would be torn to shreds in an instant. He had to do something. He had to act before it recovered. The instinct of a veterinarian once again overwhelmed everything. He struggled to move his only somewhat controllable right hand, groping for the hard leather pouch at his waist. His fingers trembled, stained with mud and blood, as they delved into the bag. The familiar cold sensation came, along with hemostatic forceps, suture needles, and thread. A small bottle of strong disinfectant alcohol, which in this world was treated by the original owner as some kind of strange spicy liquid, and several packs of emergency strong hemostatic powder and anti-inflammatory powder, also regarded as some strange powder by the original owner. Lu Tian gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain with every movement, and awkwardly tore open the package containing the strong hemostatic powder with his teeth and right hand. He turned to the side, painstakingly sprinkling the powder as evenly as possible onto the horrific wound on his left shoulder, deep enough to see bone. The moment the powder touched the flesh, it felt like a scorching iron was pressed against it, sending a sharp burning sensation that blackened his vision, causing his body to spasm violently. And his teeth sank deep into his lower lip, tasting the heavy flavor of rust. But he suppressed a cry of pain, merely letting out a muffled groan from his throat. The powder was quickly soaked by the pouring blood, but the powerful effects began to manifest, visibly slowing the torrential flow of blood. Lu Tian dared not delay. He shakily pulled out the bottle of strong alcohol. Taking a deep breath, he hardened his gaze, twisted off the cap, and poured it directly onto the wound on his shoulder. This time, he could no longer suppress it. A beast-like howl of pain finally erupted from his throat, as if countless red-hot needles stabbed into the wound and then twisted wildly inside. The intense pain surged through his body like a tsunami, nearly swallowing his remaining consciousness. He curled up in the cold mud, his body uncontrollably shaking. Cold sweat mixed with rainwater pouring out, instantly soaking his thin clothes. After what felt like an eternity, the excruciating pain finally began to ebb like a receding tide, leaving behind a numb, dull ache that felt foreign to him. Lu Tian gasped for breath like a fish out of water. He trembled as he took out the suture needles and thread, the needle tip reflecting a faint cold light in the dim daylight. Without anesthesia, he could only endure one stitch after another. Each time he threaded the needle, it was accompanied by violent tremors in his body and suppressed groans. The cold rain washed over the wound, cleansing his pale, paper-like cheeks. Sweat, rainwater, and blood mixed together, pooling into a small, light red puddle beneath him. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second a hellish torment. He didn't know how long it had been, but when the last stitch was painfully tied by his trembling fingers, Lu Tian felt as if all his bones had been pulled out, leaving him completely limp in the mud. On his left shoulder, the horrific tear was forcibly pulled together by rough but resilient sutures. Though it remained ghastly, at least it no longer bled uncontrollably. The strong hemostatic powder and anti-inflammatory powder were also hastily pressed onto the stitched wound. After doing all this, he barely had the strength to breathe, his eyelids heavy as if weighted down by lead. But he knew he could not sleep. There was still a fierce beast nearby that could recover at any moment. He struggled to turn his neck and looked again at the iron claw wolf. The giant wolf seemed to be in slightly better condition than him. The paralysis seemed to be fading. Its head could lift slightly now, and its gaze toward Lu Tian was more fierce and irritable, with its whimpering becoming clearer and more powerful, filled with naked killing intent. It seemed to be gathering strength, each heavy breath carrying a strong threat. Lu Tian's heart sank. No, the effects of the anesthetic were wearing off faster than he had anticipated. This beast's constitution was too strong. What to do? Another shot of anesthesia? He feared he wouldn't even have enough strength left to get close to it. Moreover, there was only a small amount of anesthetic left, his last trump card for survival. His gaze swept over the iron claw wolf's obviously limping left foreleg. Old injury, crush fracture, healed abnormally. This diagnosis instantly became clear in Lu Tian's mind. At the same time, an extremely bold, almost insane plan flashed in the depths of despair like a lightning strike. Lu Tian took a sharp breath, the cold air stimulating his burning lungs, bringing a touch of morbid clarity. He fixed his gaze on the iron claw wolf's brutal slit pupils, exerting all his strength to hoarsely speak, each word seeming to be squeezed out from his bloodied lungs. "Beast, listen." His voice was not loud, but carried a resolute determination that pierced through the rain curtain. I can heal your leg. Completely heal it, so you will no longer be lame. Lu Tian gave it no time to think and continued to shout, his voice carrying an undeniable allure. But, now heal. Right now? While you still don't have the strength to tear me apart. He strained to raise his still mobile right hand, pointing at the wolf's injured leg. Miss this chance, and you'll forever be a useless cripple. In the end, the desire to break free from the shackles of lameness faintly outweighed the instinct to attack. That was enough. Lu Tian's heart raced. He no longer hesitated, struggling and nearly crawling to the side of the iron claw wolf's thick left foreleg. The heavy scent of beast mixed with blood and mud rushed toward him. No assistance. No surgical lights. No standard disinfected environment. Only the cold torrential rain, the muddy ground, a fierce beast that could erupt into violence at any moment, and a severely injured, near-death veterinarian supported solely by willpower. Lu Tian bit open the last small bottle of medical alcohol and poured it vigorously onto the fur and skin around the injured area of the iron claw wolf's left foreleg. Howl! The intense stimulation made the iron claw wolf tremble violently, letting out a painful roar, its massive head suddenly lifting. The cold fangs barely half a foot from Lu Tian's neck. The fierce aura enveloped him like tangible ice. Lu Tian's heart stopped, but he forced himself to remain calm, his gaze showing no sign of retreat, instead filled with an almost sacred focus, staring intently at the skin exposed by the alcohol wash. He roared hoarsely, disinfection. It's necessary. If you want to heal, don't move. The iron claw wolf's fangs trembled before Lu Tian's throat, the hot, bloody scent spraying onto his face. Its eyes flickered with fierce light, and finally, it seemed that the desire to heal outweighed its ferocity once again. It let out an extremely reluctant heavy breath, and its head slowly lowered again, carrying an immense sense of humiliation, crashing into the mud and splattering a large amount of sludge. But the taut muscles and slightly trembling claws showed that its endurance had reached its limit. Lu Tian dared not delay for a moment. His right hand darted into the pouch, pulling out a gleaming, slightly curved surgical knife. Endure. Roar. A deafening howl tore through the rain. The massive body of the iron claw wolf sprang up as if struck by high-voltage electricity. The terrifying pain completely shattered its remaining sanity. Its yellow slit pupils were instantly filled with a frenzied bloodlust. The enormous wolf claw, accompanied by a howling wind that ripped through the air, instinctively and violently struck down towards the tiny human beneath it who dared to harm it. Its bared fangs dripped with foul saliva like a waterfall, targeting Lu Tian's head. It's over. Lu Tian's pupils dilated, the scalpel still embedded in the wolf's leg muscle. The shadow of death had never been so clear and heavy. He could even see the mud and sharp claws stained on the wolf's paw. Just at this critical moment, when there was no way to escape, a small, shabby leather pouch at Lu Tian's waist, which looked unremarkable, suddenly trembled slightly, without warning. Buzz. A weak but indescribably ancient, cold wave, as if it could devour everything, instantly spread out. This wave was formless and intangible, yet it precisely swept past the giant claw striking down and the wolf's head filled with murderous intent. Time seemed to be pressed on a very brief pause button. The massive claw of the iron claw wolf, just inches away from Lu Tian's temple, bizarrely froze in midair. Deep within its crazed blood-red slit pupils, a flash of indescribable, primal fear surged like a stone thrown into water. That fear was so pure and intense that it instantly overwhelmed the excruciating pain and violent killing intent. It felt as if a cold, indifferent eye, like the abyss itself, suddenly opened deep within its soul. Just a glance from that invisible gaze was enough to freeze all its courage and ferocity. This paralysis lasted only a brief moment, even less than a tenth of a second. But for Lu Tian, it was enough. The instinct for survival triggered an explosive reaction speed beyond his limits. He had no idea what was happening, only that the deadly wolf claw had stopped. He didn't even have time to think. His body's instincts had already driven him to roll violently to the side. Whoosh! The enormous wolf claw, accompanied by a fierce wind, almost grazed his scalp as it struck down. Boom! Mud and decaying leaves soared into the sky, and the ground was smashed into a deep pit. Lu Tian narrowly avoided this deadly blow, his heart racing as if it would explode. But he had no time to feel fear. Although the iron claw wolf was momentarily stunned by that flash of fear, the pain in its body and its ferocity had not disappeared. After the brief paralysis, a more furious roar was about to erupt. It had to be done. It had to feel the effects of healing immediately. A flash of madness crossed Lu Tian's eyes. As he rolled away, his right hand did not release the scalpel. Using the momentum from his roll, he fiercely pulled his arm. Slish! The blade sliced through the muscle of the iron claw wolf's injured leg, accompanied by a painful cutting sound. a small piece of deformed, healing, and twisted gray-white bone spicule was forcibly gouged out by the sharp scalpel. A woo. The iron claw wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl again, its massive body convulsing violently. However, in that instant when the pain reached its peak, a strange, unprecedented sensation traveled through the severed leg, reaching its chaotic consciousness. It was a peculiar sense of relief, as if the bindings had been released. Although the excruciating pain surged like a tide, beneath that pain, the left front leg that had tormented it for who knows how long, when it landed to bear weight, suddenly felt a familiar, deep-seated sense of sluggishness and obstruction vanish. Although accompanied by intense pain, that awkward and limping sensation had indeed lessened. Even when it instinctively wanted to step forward, that leg seemed to be able to exert force more naturally. This sudden, never-before-experienced sense of normalcy extinguished its recently ignited, nearly rage-inducing fury like cold spring water. The crazed red in its slit pupils quickly faded, replaced by immense, incredible astonishment and a hint of confusion. It even forgot to continue attacking, its massive head lowering abruptly, staring intently at its left front leg, which was still bleeding but seemed to have changed. A puzzled, short whimper escaped its throat. Now's the time. Lution, drenched as if pulled from water, was covered in mud and blood. He slumped in the muck, gasping for breath, his lungs burning. The stitched wound on his left shoulder bursting open again from the violent rolling, blood seeping out and staining the crude stitches red. But he had no time to care about that. His eyes were fixed on the wound of the iron claw wolf's left front leg, which had been cut open and had the deformed bone spicule removed. Blood gushed from the wound, mixing with rainwater and mud. "Stop the bleeding," Lution shouted hoarsely, his voice trembling from exhaustion and pain, yet carrying an undeniable commanding tone. He struggled to throw the last remaining powerful hemostatic powder towards the wound on the wolf's leg with all his might. The powder spreading in the air and falling into the muddy water. The iron claw wolf suddenly raised its massive head, its yellow slit pupils first glaring fiercely at Lution, but then its gaze was drawn to the bleeding wound on its leg. The instincts of the beast told it that excessive bleeding would lead to death. Lution's hoarse shout to stop the bleeding, along with the thrown powder, although most was washed away by the mud, seemed to touch its simple mind. It hesitated for a moment, and its massive, barbed tongue instinctively extended, reeking of blood, and began to clumsily and forcefully lick its leg wound. The saliva mixed with rainwater, although it couldn't completely stop the bleeding. It did slow the blood flow. Lution breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling the overwhelming pain throughout his body. Trembling, he reached for the leather pouch at his waist, pulling out the last bit of anti-inflammatory powder and suturing thread. This time, his movements were even slower, filled with a kind of exhausted fatigue. "Come here," he gasped, his voice weak yet still clear. "Stitch it up. Otherwise, if the wound opens, it will still be lame." The iron claw wolf stopped licking its wound. It raised its head, its slit pupils complexly staring at Lution, then at its leg, which seemed to be feeling much better. The word lame pierced it again. In the simple logic of the beast, this tiny human before it seemed to have truly accomplished something it could not do. Although the process was painful enough to make it want to tear the other apart immediately, the result, the massive wolf body restlessly scratched at the ground, splattering mud and water. Ultimately, the desire to not be lame painfully outweighed its fury. It let out a low, yielding whimper from its throat, dragging its injured front leg, slowly and deliberately inching closer to Lution. Then, its massive body collapsed again into the muddy water, extending its injured leg towards Lution in a reluctant gesture of submission, those beastly eyes still warily fixed on the needle and thread in Lution's hand. But the killing intent had already faded by more than half, replaced by a kind of scrutiny and a barely perceptible expectation. A massive stone fell from Lution's heart. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate again. Without anesthesia, it was torment for both the iron claw wolf and himself. He held the needle in his right hand, his left hand almost unable to exert force, relying solely on his body for support. The needle tip pierced through the tough wolf's skin and muscle. The iron claw wolf's body trembled violently, letting out a suppressed groan of pain, its muscles tightening instantly, its claws digging deep into the mud. Yet, it truly endured, not immediately erupting in violence. Its slit pupils were fixed on Lution's hand. Each time the needle and thread passed through the flesh, accompanied by its body's violent tremors and heavy breaths. Time passed in the cold downpour and oppressive pain. Lution was fully focused, sweat mixing with rainwater continuously rolling down his forehead. One stitch, then another. His sewing technique was extremely rough, far less exquisite than in his past life on the operating table, but he made up for it with speed and strong stitches, enough to cope with the beast's powerful healing ability. When the last knot was tied, Lution felt as if all his strength had been drained. his whole body leaning back and collapsing into the muddy water, his chest heaving violently, with not even the strength to move a finger. The iron claw wolf also stopped trembling. It lowered its head, carefully, with a sense of almost novel exploration, looking at the wound on its leg that had been pulled together by the rough stitches. It tried to move its left front leg ever so slightly. There was no deep, bone-aching pain or obstruction as expected, only the bearable pain of the wound itself. It even tentatively pressed a bit of strength onto it. Although it still hurt, the maddening awkwardness of the bones grinding and squeezing while limping had truly disappeared. A low, deep whine, filled with disbelief and a strange sense of satisfaction, emerged from the depths of the iron claw wolf's throat. It raised its head, looking again at Tian, who lay in the muddy water, his face as gray as that of a corpse. The ferocity and rage in its beastly eyes receded like a tide, replaced by an extremely complex emotion, a memory of pain, a wariness of this small human before it, but more than that. A brand new feeling it had never experienced before, submission? Or rather, a primitive acknowledgement based on results? Its massive head tilted slightly, as if in thought. In the end, it did not attack again, nor did it leave immediately. It simply slowly dragged its injured leg and moved its huge body to lie down beside a giant tree a few meters away from Tian. It began to seriously lick the wound on its leg, as well as the bloodstains flowing from the similarly washed-out stitching wound on Tian's shoulder. The movements were no longer violent, but rather carried a clumsy sense of cleaning. Tian lay in the cold, muddy water, watching this scene, his heart filled with mixed feelings. The sense of exhaustion after surviving a disaster swept over him like a massive wave, nearly drowning him. The intense pain in his left shoulder and throughout his body felt like countless small blades cutting into him. The cold rain continued to take away his body temperature, and the dizziness from blood loss grew heavier. He had to deal with his injuries immediately. He had to find food to replenish his strength. Otherwise, before the iron claw wolf could change its mind, hypothermia, infection, or hunger could take his life. Struggling, he used his only movable right hand to grope around in the cold mud and soaked rotten leaves beside him. His fingertips touched something cold, hard, about the size of a fist and irregular in shape. Instinctively, he pulled it out of the muddy water. It was the black stone, covered in natural cracks. It was the one that had inexplicably vibrated in the pouch at his waist during the iron claw wolf's violent attack. At this moment, it lay quietly in Tian's palm, stained with mud and blood, cold, rough, and unremarkable, like the most ordinary piece of low-quality coal from the mountains. The terrifying wave that had instantly stiffened the iron claw wolf, like the gaze of an abyss, seemed to have never occurred. Tian frowned at it. Fragments of the original owner's memories emerged. This was something Tian had picked up on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, finding the black stone's color peculiar. So he casually stuffed it into his pouch, always considering it a useless item. Was it an illusion just now? A hallucination caused by being too tense? Just as his fingertips touched the deeply cracked natural patterns on the surface of the black stone, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. A weak yet clear sucking force came from within the black stone without warning. It was as if an invisible vortex. The target was unmistakably directed at the iron claw wolf nearby. Almost simultaneously, the iron claw wolf, licking its wounds, suddenly raised its head and let out an uncertain low growl. Its hard fur bristled instantly, as if encountering a natural enemy. An invisible, thin, almost imperceptible grayish-white aura, mixed with its lingering ferocity, pain, and a hint of newly born strange submission, was forcibly drawn out from its massive body, transforming into a trace of faint smoke, darting into the black stone in Tian's palm like lightning. The moment that grayish-white aura entered, Tian's whole body shook violently. A cold, wild, fragmented consciousness filled with bloodthirsty killing desire pierced into his mind like a cold steel needle. That was the residual violent emotion of the iron claw wolf. But beneath this violence, there seemed to be a faint, yet real, sense of dependence, trust. This feeling came quickly and left even faster. It was as if it was merely an illusion. Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide, horrified, looking at the black stone in his palm. He saw that the rough, pitch-black stone surface had a deep, centipede-like crack that briefly flickered, as if something within had been lit up for a moment, and then it fell completely silent, returning to its lifeless appearance. The iron claw wolf also stopped bristling, confusedly shaking its massive head, seemingly unsure of where the momentary tremor had come from. It looked at Tian suspiciously, then lowered its head to continue licking its wounds, as if nothing had happened. Tian tightened his grip on the black stone, the cold touch transmitting from his palm. This thing was definitely problematic. What just happened was absolutely not an illusion. Chapter 3. Mysterious Black Stone. The young ferret was in critical condition. Tian struggled, using his right hand to support himself, and sat up with great difficulty in the cold mud. His gaze swept over the dim rainforest around him, searching for anything that could fill his stomach. Wild fruits, mushrooms, grass roots. The rain seemed to have lessened, changing from a downpour to a continuous drizzle, but the chill in the forest had not dissipated. Rather, it became even more biting due to the increased humidity. The dizziness caused by blood loss and fatigue gnawed at his will like maggots. The iron claw wolf lay not far away, its massive body resembling a wet black wall, occasionally licking its wounds, the sound of water accompanying its movements. It seemed to have fully accepted the situation, or rather, temporarily accepted Lu Tian as its doctor. Its yellow vertical pupils, though still vigilant, no longer showed any obvious intent to attack. Suddenly, Lu Tian's attention was drawn to something not far away. Buried under the decayed leaves that the iron claw wolf had flipped over during its earlier violent struggle. A few weak purple grasses with serrated leaves and a circle of strange silver threads at the edges stood stubbornly in the muddy water. Their roots were exposed, caked with mud, but the faintly visible silver threads on the leaves still appeared quite conspicuous in the dim light. Silver-threaded purple mint grass? Lu Tian's tired eyes brightened suddenly. This name jumped out from the sparse medicinal memory of the original owner. A low-level yet effective healing herb that could quickly replenish vitality and accelerate wound healing. Although its effects were far inferior to medicinal pills, for him, who was on the brink of despair, it was like a heavenly blessing. He practically crawled over, not caring about the dirt, carefully uprooting the few purple grasses, rinsing them in the muddy water, and eagerly stuffing them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. A strong, earthy, and strangely bitter herbal juice spread in his mouth, tasting extremely terrible. But soon, a weak yet clear warmth slid down his throat, slowly spreading to his cold limbs. The intense pain in his left shoulder and throughout his body seemed to ease a little. The dizziness and weakness that had nearly consumed him were finally slightly restrained. Lu Tian greedily chewed, as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. Although he was still far from restoring his strength after swallowing a few grasses, at least he felt his body was no longer as heavy as if filled with lead, and his cold limbs regained some sensation. Leaning against the cold trunk behind him, he breathed heavily, feeling that faint warmth within, carefully avoiding the wound on his left shoulder. Just then, squeak, squeak. A faint, dying cry came from a dense thicket nearby, soaked in rain. The sound was as delicate as a thread, intermittent, filled with helpless and desperate pain. Lu Tian followed the sound and pushed aside the wet branches. In a small shallow pit at the base of the thicket, he saw a small, curled up, trembling gray fur ball. It was a cub, not much larger than an adult's palm, soaked through, its gray fur clinging to its tiny body, appearing exceptionally weak. It looked like some kind of marten, but with long, pointed ears, a more elongated snout, and an exceptionally fluffy tail that, even covered in mud, still hinted at its original splendor. At this moment, its small body was covered in intersecting claw marks that exposed bone, with blood nearly staining a small patch of mud beneath it. The most fatal wound was on its lower back, a massive tear that almost penetrated its tiny body, with writhing intestines barely visible. Its breath was weak to the extreme, like a candle flickering in the wind, with each tiny convulsion accompanied by an almost inaudible painful squeak. Those big eyes, which should have been lively, were now half open, the pupils somewhat scattered, filled with fear and confusion about death. Clearly, it had been severely injured by a more powerful predator and had struggled to escape here, now completely exhausted. Lu Tian's heart felt as though it had been gently pricked by something. His instinct as a veterinarian in his previous life made him feel an almost reflexive compassion for this helpless young life. At this moment, seeing this gasping little creature, he seemed to see himself struggling on the brink of death not long ago. He instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to touch the trembling fur. But before his fingertips could make contact, the iron-clawed wolf beside him suddenly raised its head, letting out a low growl that carried a warning. The massive wolf's eyes coldly scanned the dying cub, filled with the disdain and indifference of a top predator towards a lower creature, even showing a hint of instinctive greed at the sight of easily obtainable food. It slightly bared its teeth, exposing its white fangs, and a threatening growl rumbled in its throat, as if to say, "This is my territory, this is my prey." Lu Tian's hand froze in midair. To save? Or not to save? He looked down at his own battered body, feeling the weakness that had just been barely suppressed by a few herbs. Inside his body, the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory powder was almost depleted, and there were hardly any stitches left. If he himself was barely hanging on, how could he save a cub that seemed doomed? This would undoubtedly consume the remaining resources he had to keep himself alive. Moreover, there was a recently tamed but still wild iron-clawed wolf nearby. Would treating a weak prey that should have been food provoke this fierce beast, making it feel that he was challenging its authority? Would the fragile balance he had just established collapse in an instant? The little marten seemed to sense Lu Tian's approach and hesitation. Its scattered pupils weakly turned, struggling to focus on Lu Tian's mud and blood-stained face. In its gaze, there was no ferocity of a beast, only a pure plea and desperate attachment, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. It used its last bit of strength to nuzzle its tiny head ever so slightly in Lu Tian's direction. With a soft squeak, it emitted another weak cry. And its small body twitched violently, the wound on its lower back bleeding again, its life force visibly waning. Lu Tian's fingers trembled slightly in the cold air. An inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. He couldn't think about it any longer. He suddenly looked up, unwaveringly meeting the iron-clawed wolf's threatening and puzzled yellow vertical pupils. His voice hoarse but exceptionally firm. "It cannot eat. I want to save it." The iron-clawed wolf clearly understood the meaning of eat and save. Its growl became louder. Its massive head slightly raised, its gaze turning more unfriendly, its front paws restlessly scraping at the mud, as if questioning this tiny human's decision while weighing whether to uphold its dignity as a predator. The atmosphere became tense. The cold rain fell silently, washing away the mud, blood, and solidified killing intent. Chapter 4. The Young Marten in Peril. The iron-clawed wolf's low growl in its throat rolled like the beat of a death drum. It scraped the ground with its front paws, splattering mud and water, its massive body leaning slightly forward, its cold vertical pupils locking onto Lu Tian and the prey that belonged to it in his arms. The pressure of the predator felt almost tangible, nearly overwhelming Lu Tian's already exhausted body. "It cannot eat. I want to save it." Lu Tian's hoarse voice sounded weak in the rain, but was exceptionally firm. He tightly gripped the warm black stone, as if holding onto the only lifeline. The iron-clawed wolf seemed angered by this tiny creature's provocation, letting out a sudden short roar. Baring its fangs, ready to pounce. Life and death hung in the balance. Lu Tian's heart raced, adrenaline surged. He suddenly pressed the hand gripping the black stone against the cub's cold, trembling body, not to attack, but out of a nearly desperate instinct to save it. Just as the black stone made contact with the cub's fur, a sudden change occurred. At the same time, an indescribable aura spread quietly from the black stone. This aura bore no aggression but was filled with tranquility, soothing, and an irresistible sense of affinity. The iron-clawed wolf, poised to strike, suddenly froze. A rare flicker of confusion and bewilderment passed through its violent, murderous gaze. The aura radiating from this tiny human calmed its raging bloodlust like a flame doused by the gentle rain, quickly subsiding, replaced by a primal sense of comfort and relaxation. It even instinctively sniffed, as if catching a whiff of something that brought it peace. Lu Tian had no time to contemplate the iron-clawed wolf's change. All his attention was captured by the warm current flowing from the black stone into the cub's body. The veterinarian's perspective kicked in. He clearly sensed that warm current moving through the cub's collapsing body like the most skillful fingers, tear-wound, where the warm current passed. The torn muscle fibers seemed to be gently soothed and pulled together, the bleeding points gently sealed. Internal shock, the impacted internal organs, nourished by the warm current, quietly realigned their slight displacements, and the blood clots gradually dissolved. Chilling and deadly poison. This was the most lethal. The strange energy that resided deep within the cub's bone marrow, exuding a chilling and lifeless aura, was like a maggot burrowing into the bone. The warm current carefully enveloped it, not forcibly dispelling it, but like the warm sun melting snow, gradually dissolving and neutralizing it. This process was extremely slow and exhausting. And Lu Tian could feel the warm current from the black stone rapidly diminishing, while his own spirit was also sending waves of dizziness. Effective. Lu Tian felt an overwhelming joy but dared not relax for a moment. The instinct of a veterinarian prompted him to take immediate action, using this precious opportunity to catch his breath. He disregarded the iron-clawed wolf's threat. At this moment, the iron-clawed wolf was merely pacing restlessly, its low growls turning into confused whines, quickly pulling out a few scarcely usable hemostatic herbs and calming flowers he had gathered earlier. He quickly chewed them with his teeth and crushed them with a stone, mixing them with rainwater, and carefully applying them to the cub's most severe wounds. Without needles and thread, he used tough tree bark fibers, relying on countless suturing experiences from his previous life, clumsily yet accurately stitching together several deep wounds that exposed bone. Throughout the process, Lu Tian's hands were terrifyingly steady, his gaze focused to the point of forgetting everything else. The rain fell heavier, washing away the blood and mud from his body, as well as cleansing the cub's weak breathing. Under Lu Tian's rudimentary first aid and the continued effect of the warm current from the black stone, miraculously stabilized a bit. Although still as weak as a flickering candle in the wind, the dead energy had indeed been significantly dispelled. The iron-clawed wolf seemed to have completely lost its desire to attack. It circled around Lu Tian and the young ferret a couple of times, its yellow vertical pupils lingering on Lu Tian and the black stone in his palm. It seemed unable to see the faint glow emitted by the black stone, but could sense its aura for a moment. Finally, it let out an unintelligible low growl, and its massive body slowly retreated into the dark depths of the jungle, disappearing from sight. The crisis had temporarily been averted. Lu Tian let out a long, trembling breath, collapsing into the mud and water as if completely drained. The enormous consumption of mental energy and his previous injuries made his vision blur. He looked down at the young ferret in his arms. The little creature seemed to sense the departure of the threat and the ongoing warmth. Its tightly closed eyelids trembled slightly, and it managed to open a tiny slit. Its eyes were like the purest amethyst, now filled with extreme weakness, confusion, and a trace of indescribable reliance and curiosity. Its gaze happened to fall on Lu Tian's mud-streaked face, which exuded an aura that brought it immense reassurance. Its small head moved ever so slightly, extending its pink tongue and using its last bit of strength to gently lick the finger Lu Tian had pressed against it. The cool, moist touch, carrying a weak sense of life, felt like a faint electric current that instantly pierced through Lu Tian's weary defenses. An indescribable connection seemed to be silently established between them through that lick, via the mysterious black stone. It was not a master-servant relationship, but more like the initial bond formed after enduring hardships together. We survived. We both survived, Lu Tian murmured to himself, his voice hoarse to the point of being almost inaudible. He looked at this fragile yet resilient little life in his arms, and a strong sense of responsibility welled up within him. However, the joy was short-lived. Gadja was still hanging by a thread, urgently needing more effective medicine and nutrition. He himself was battered and cold, and he had to find a shelter that could shield them from the wind and rain immediately. The Beast Mountains in the torrential rain were fraught with danger. He carefully wrapped Gadja in a tattered piece of clothing, holding her close to his chest in the warmest position, feeling that weak yet tenacious pulse of life. He struggled to stand up, surveying the gloomy rainforest with weary but determined eyes. "Let's go, little one. I'll call you Gadja from now on," he whispered to the creature in his arms. More like speaking to himself, "We need to find a home, and then survive and grow stronger." Man and beast nestled against each other, stumbling away into the torrential rain of the primeval jungle. Their journey of survival began on the edge of death, with unknown dangers ahead, but also a future full of possibilities. The black stone pressed against Lu Tian's chest emitted a faint and continuous warmth, as if silently guiding their direction. Chapter 5. Surviving in desperation. The shadows began to emerge. The torrential rain poured down, the mist enveloping the mountains, and visibility was extremely low. Lu Tian, holding Gadja, trudged through the mud, each step pulling at his wounds, causing sharp pain. Hunger gnawed at his stomach like a wild beast. Gadja's body temperature was still low, her weak breaths intermittent, making Lu Tian's heart tighten constantly. He needed to find medicine and food quickly. He licked his cracked lips. Rainwater mixed with the earthy smell flowed into his mouth. Relying on his vague memories of veterinary plant medicines, which needed constant adjustment based on the plant characteristics of this world, and Gadja occasionally twitching her little nose in her unconscious state, Lu Tian searched painstakingly. Finally, in a rock crevice sheltered from the wind, he discovered a few stalks of starlight grass, which he remembered had a gentle effect on replenishing energy and promoting wound healing. He harvested it carefully, feeling like he had struck gold. Then, not far from there, beside a decaying ancient tree, he found a small patch of earthroot mushrooms. Although bitter, they could fill his stomach. The rock crevice barely shielded them from the rain, becoming a temporary refuge. Lu Tian built a small, weak campfire to dry his clothes and warm his body. He chewed the starlight grass and carefully fed it to Gadja, washing her wounds with clean rainwater and reapplying the herbal paste. The taste of the earthroot mushrooms was nauseating, but Lu Tian forced himself to swallow them to replenish his precious strength. He took out the mysterious black stone again, examining it closely. The warm touch remained, but the life-saving warmth he had felt before seemed to have exhausted its power, falling silent. Lu Tian tried to concentrate and communicate with it, but only felt waves of mental fatigue and dizziness. At first, there was no response. Just when he was about to give up, a faint, almost imperceptible warm sheen seemed to sweep across the surface of the black stone. At the same time, Lu Tian felt Gadja in his arms unconsciously snuggling deeper into him, her breathing seeming to stabilize slightly. In the distance, a needle-tailed mouse, which had been watching cautiously from nearby bushes, seemed to calm down as its bristled fur relaxed, glancing at Lu Tian before quickly scurrying away. It worked. Although weak, the direction was right. Lu Tian felt a surge of energy. This black stone could indeed amplify his affinity intentions. Although actively triggering it was still quite difficult and the effectiveness was limited, this was undoubtedly a significant discovery. Days later, under Lu Tian's careful care, mainly the herbal medicine and the passive nurturing emitted by the black stone. Gaja finally emerged from the brink of life and death, opening her vibrant purple eyes. Although still weak, there was a sparkle in her gaze, filled with attachment to Lu Tian. One day, while Lu Tian was gathering berries, he had carefully placed Gaja on a rock covered with dry grass to rest. Suddenly, a green-scaled venomous snake lurking in the shadows of the tree roots shot towards Lu Tian's calf like lightning. Lu Tian was startled, realizing the snake's fangs were almost upon him. Be careful. Lu Tian's heart raced, but he had no time to react. At that moment, a small figure, almost blending into the shadows, suddenly sprang from the rock. The speed was so fast that it left a faint afterimage in the air. Swoosh! A slight tearing sound echoed. The green-scaled venomous snake's head was struck hard by a small paw covered in fine black-purple fur, causing it to veer off course, its fangs brushing past Lu Tian's pant leg. At the same time, that small figure stumbled and fell into the mud due to the excessive force and weakness. It was Gaja. Gaja! Lu Tian was both shocked and angry, kicking the dazed snake far away and rushing over to pick up Gaja. Gaja was panting heavily, her amethyst-like eyes looking at Lu Tian with a hint of pride, but then her body suddenly shuddered, and she began to cough violently. A strange dark purple blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her breath instantly weakened again. Bloodline conflict. Lu Tian's heart jolted, instantly recalling the chilling energy he had sensed earlier. Gaja forcibly summoned her power, triggering hidden problems within her body. He immediately pressed the black stone tightly against Gaja, pouring all his strong feelings of urgency, worry, and protection into it. He looked at the weak little creature in his arms, then glanced at the traces left by the venomous snake on the ground, his expression complex. Gaja displayed astonishing speed and spirit, even understanding his words. But within her body lay a significant hidden danger. Speed like shadows, purple blood, the mysterious black stone can soothe. A thought flashed through Lu Tian's mind. Does Gaja possess a thin bloodline related to space or shadows? And this bloodline seems unstable, even in conflict? This discovery excited and worried him. Gaja had immense potential, but her very existence was a race against the hidden dangers within her. He needed to find more knowledge about beast bloodlines and treasures that could harmonize and stabilize bloodlines. Lu Tian tightened his grip on the black stone, his gaze turning deeper into the mountains. Gaja's potential was his hope, but Gaja's hidden danger was a problem he had to solve. At the same time, the scene where Gagaga sacrificed herself to save him made him completely regard this fragile, yet powerful little life as an indispensable companion in this other world. Chapter 6. The Holy Hand of the Demon Leg. Initial Rewards. Lu Tian began to consciously utilize Gagaga's intelligence and keen perception. He carried Gagaga, or let the recovering Gagaga rest on his shoulder, in a relatively safe area, teaching her to identify the scents of several key herbs, such as the hemostatic star-dew grass, the detoxifying silver-leaf flower, and the stamina-replenishing red juiceberry, in the presence of dangerous demon beasts. Gagaga, pay attention to this smell, star-dew grass. Lu Tian brought a herb close to Gagaga's nose. Gagaga sniffed, nodded her little head, and understanding sparkled in her purple eyes. Very good. Now look around. Are there any dangerous scents? Lu Tian asked softly. Gagaga immediately perked up her little ears, alertly turning her head and twitching her nose. After a moment, she pointed northeast with her little paw, emitting a faint warning squeak, her eyes showing a hint of fear. Lu Tian immediately restrained his breath and quietly retreated with Gagaga. Soon after, a low beast roar and the sound of breaking trees came from that direction. Lu Tian felt a sense of relief. Gagaga had become his most reliable eyes and radar in the Demon Beast Mountains. That day, guided by Gagaga, Lu Tian found a small patch of precious dewy flowers, which are more effective than star-dew grass for healing wounds. Just as he carefully picked one, he heard a painful wail and the sound of frantic running not far away. Through the dense bushes, Lu Tian saw a beautifully shaped demon beast struggling. It resembled a deer, covered in soft light blue fur, but with a single spiraled, softly glowing horn on its head. One of its hind legs was bent at an odd angle, clearly broken, with blood staining its blue fur. It desperately tried to stand but fell repeatedly, emitting helpless cries. Windhorn deer, a name mentioned by mercenaries, flashed through Lu Tian's mind. This is a gentle low-tier demon beast, very fast. And the horn on its head is a valuable material for making lightweight talismans. Its fur is also quite luxurious. The windhorn deer noticed Lu Tian. Its eyes filled with terror, struggling to escape, but to no avail. Lu Tian did not approach recklessly. He looked at Gagaga, who was also curiously peering out, and sensed the surroundings to confirm there were no other powerful demon beasts nearby. He took a deep breath and slowly released his pure, harmless intention to help through the black stone. A miraculous scene occurred. The originally terrified windhorn deer, upon sensing that peculiar friendly aura, visibly calmed its struggling movements. And its wary gaze was filled with a hint of confusion and hope. It no longer tried to flee, simply looking helplessly at Lu Tian with its big, wet eyes. Lu Tian knew the opportunity had come. He slowly approached, moving gently, and softly reassured, "Don't be afraid, little one. I'm here to help you. Your leg is broken, and if it's not treated, it will be over." He pointed at the windhorn deer's twisted hind leg. The windhorn deer seemed to understand the words help and leg, letting out a low wail. Lu Tian set Gagaga down to keep watch nearby, while he carefully examined the injury. It was indeed a severe open fracture, with bone fragments exposed, but fortunately, no major arteries were damaged. He swiftly took action. 1. Debridement. Using clean rainwater and some mildly antiseptic mugwort leaves he found to clean the wound. 2. Reduction. Drawing upon his excellent veterinary experience and deep understanding of skeletal structures, both human and beast, he endured the windhorn deer's painful cries. His hands steady and precise as he forcefully repositioned the broken bones. This process demanded extreme skill and strength. 3. Stabilization. Lacking splints, he found several straight, tough branches and carefully bound the broken leg with flexible vines. 4. Medication. He crushed the precious dewy flowers, mixed them with some anti-inflammatory herbs, and thickly applied them to the wound. 5. Bandaging. He wrapped it up with relatively clean tree bark fibers. Throughout the entire process, Lu Tian was fully focused, his movements flowing with grace, showcasing the professionalism of a top veterinarian. Although the windhorn deer was in pain, under the calming influence of the friendly aura continuously emanating from the black stone, it miraculously did not struggle excessively. Once finished, Lu Tian breathed a sigh of relief, stroking the windhorn deer's neck. "All right, little one. The bones are set, but it needs at least half a month of rest before it can bear weight. It's too dangerous to stay here." After thinking for a moment, he pointed toward the outer edge of the mountains. "Let's go that way, to the edge of the forest. If we're lucky, we might encounter humans who can help you." The windhorn deer seemed to understand Lu Tian's intention, gratefully nudging Lu Tian's hand with its head, then struggling to move with 3 legs, limping but determinately heading slowly in the direction Lu Tian indicated. "Gagaga, we need to find a place to wait and see." Lu Tian led Gagaga to hide in a nearby thicket on a high slope with good visibility. The waiting time was long and tedious. Lu Tian remained vigilant while trying to absorb the thin spiritual energy in the air with the black stone to recover his mental strength. The effect was minimal, while also contemplating Gagaga's bloodline issue. About half a day passed. Just as Lu Tian was about to give up, voices and footsteps came from the distance. A small mercenary team of 3 appeared by the creek. They were poorly equipped, with looks of fatigue and caution, clearly having just completed a not-so-smooth hunt or gathering. "Hey, big brother, look. What is that?" a sharp-eyed young mercenary exclaimed, pointing at the windhorn deer lying by the creek. "Windhorn deer? Is it injured?" The leading burly mercenary's eyes lit up as he quickly approached to inspect. "Huh, what luck. This leg can be fixed, quite professionally. Who did it?" "Who cares who did it? The horn and skin of this windhorn deer are worth a lot. Enough for the 3 of us to rest for half a month." Another tall, thin mercenary rubbed his hands excitedly. The burly mercenary carefully examined the windhorn deer's injuries and stabilization, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This technique is not that of an ordinary person. He shrugged. "Well, free goods that come to the door should not be wasted." He signaled his companions to carefully lift the defenseless windhorn deer. Lu Tian silently watched from the thicket, feeling little turmoil in his heart. Survival of the fittest, that is the law of this world. He saved the deer out of his instinct as a veterinarian and to practice with the black stone. Now the deer could be taken away for treatment or sold by humans, which was better than being eaten by other demon beasts. What he needed was a reward. Just as the mercenaries lifted the windhorn deer and prepared to leave, Lu Tian picked up a small stone and threw it forcefully onto the ground not far in front of them. "Who?" The mercenaries immediately drew their weapons, alertly looking in the direction the stone had flown from. Lu Tian, holding Gagaga, slowly walked out from behind the thicket. He was ragged, still bearing unhealed scars, mud on his face, but his gaze was calm. "Did you save this deer?" The burly mercenary sized Lu Tian up. When he saw the young ferret in Lu Tian's arms, a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. Young demon beast cubs are also valuable. But upon seeing Lu Tian's calm eyes and the faint residual aura that made low-tier demon beasts instinctively reluctant to approach, the residual affinity of the black stone, he suppressed certain thoughts. "It was me." Lu Tian's voice was hoarse. "I set its leg and applied medicine. Don't let it bear weight on that leg for half a month, and it will heal." The young mercenary muttered. "So it's a kid who knows a bit about veterinary medicine." The burly mercenary pondered for a moment, took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, weighed it, and tossed it to Lu Tian. "Kid, your skills are good. We're taking this deer, and this money is your reward. Enough for you to have a few hearty meals." Additionally, he added, this area is not safe. There have been signs of bloodfawn wolf packs recently. You'd better leave this area quickly. It was a warning, but also a way to draw a line. Lu Tian caught the cloth bag, feeling its slight heaviness. Inside were about a dozen rough silver coins and several copper coins. It wasn't much, but for him, who was broke, it was truly his first bucket of gold. He nodded, said nothing more, and quickly disappeared into the forest, holding Gagaga. The mercenaries watched the direction in which Lu Tian disappeared. The tall and thin one whispered, "Big brother, that kid is holding a little weasel." The burly man shook his head, "Don't cause trouble. That kid's eyes are not right. And he has an indescribable aura about him. Anyone who can survive in the Beast Mountain range and knows how to treat beast injuries is not simple. Let's go. We need to get the goods out quickly." Lu Tian found a safe corner, opened his money pouch, and the rough silver coins glimmered faintly in the dim light. He took out 2 silver coins and a few copper coins, carefully hiding the rest. He patted the little head of Gaja and said, "Look, Gaja, we have money now. Let's first get some decent tools, and then I'll get you some delicious meat to supplement you." Gaja seemed to understand the word meat, her purple eyes shining brightly as she affectionately rubbed against Lu Tian's hand. A genuine smile, filled with hope, appeared on Lu Tian's face for the first time since his arrival in this world. Although still weak, he had taken the first step towards establishing himself in this high martial world. The reputation of the beast leg saint might quietly spread in another way at the edge of this mountain range. Meanwhile, the blood-toothed wolf pack mentioned by the mercenaries became a new alarm in his heart. The need to grow stronger had never been so urgent. Chapter 7. Steel Dagger. Bloodtooth emerges with the 10 or so silver coins and dozens of copper coins exchanged for the windhorn deer. Lu Tian was finally no longer in a state of complete poverty. Holding Gaja, he carefully avoided areas where there might be human activity, heading towards a small and chaotic temporary supply point located at the very edge of the Beast Mountain range, formed spontaneously by some desperate outlaws and mountain dwellers. What was called a supply point was actually just a few crooked wooden shacks and several tattered tents clustered in a slightly open valley. The air was filled with the smell of cheap tobacco, sweat, blood, and the pungent scent of beast fur. The people coming and going were of all sorts: fierce-looking mercenaries, ragged herb gatherers, shifty-eyed peddlers, and even a few burly figures who looked like they might be fugitives. Lu Tian's ragged and battered appearance was not out of place here, but the extraordinary purple-eyed young weasel in his arms attracted many greedy or curious gazes. Lu Tian quickly concealed the black stone close to him while fully activating his mental energy, trying to actively stimulate the dual aura of affinity and intimidation from the black stone. The affinity was directed at Gaja to reassure her, while the intimidation was aimed at those ill-intentioned gazes. An indescribable aura, mixed with both soothing and warning, quietly spread from Lu Tian as the center. The effect was surprisingly good. Those greedy gazes, upon meeting Lu Tian's calm yet sharp eyes, and feeling the aura that instinctively unsettled low-level beasts, mostly averted their eyes subconsciously. Only a few notably strong individuals looked a bit longer, but seemed too lazy to cause trouble for a poor kid with a pet. With a clear goal in mind, Lu Tian headed straight for a stall selling second-hand weapons and miscellaneous items. The stall owner was a one-eyed man with murky eyes, puffing on a pipe. "Boss, let me see the daggers," Lu Tian said in a hoarse voice. The one-eyed man glanced at him, casually rummaging through a pile of rusty and damaged daggers and tossing a few onto the ground, 5 copper coins each. Lu Tian frowned. These things would be difficult to cut meat with, let alone deal with beasts. His gaze fell on a dagger partially wrapped in oilcloth in the corner of the stall. The blade was slightly longer than a regular dagger, with smooth lines. Although it showed signs of use, the edge had clearly been carefully sharpened, gleaming with a cold hardness. And the handle was wrapped with non-slip beast tendons. "What about that one?" Lu Tian pointed. The one-eyed man exhaled a puff of smoke. "Kid, you have a good eye? It's made of steel, has taken down a few blind beasts, and carries some bad luck, but it's definitely powerful. 1 silver coin, no bargaining." He raised the price intentionally. Sensing Lu Tian's interest, Lu Tian didn't waste time and directly pulled out a silver coin to toss it over. He urgently needed a reliable weapon for self-defense. Although parting with a silver coin was painful, it was worth it. He also spent a few copper coins on a sturdy leather sheath and a small roll of tough beast tendon rope. Next, he found a stall selling leather goods and bought a somewhat worn but still fairly thick hard leather armor for 3 silver coins. The armor had some claw marks, but key areas were well protected. He spent another silver coin to replenish some basic healing medicine, better quality than what he had gathered himself, a small bag of salt, several pieces of durable coarse grain cakes, and a large piece of smoked low-level beast jerky for Gaja to supplement her nutrition. Finally, he exchanged the remaining copper coins at an old lady's herb stall for a few blood ginseng roots and solidifying grass, which had slight effects on stabilizing chi and blood and reinforcing the body. He planned to combine them with beast meat to attempt preliminary body refining. With the money pouch nearly empty, Lu Tian felt an unprecedented sense of stability. The steel dagger was sheathed at his waist, heavy and providing a sense of security. The hard leather armor, though rough and uncomfortable, could withstand ordinary bites and scratches. The food and healing medicine were guarantees for survival. Gaja, look, we have equipment now. Lu Tian patted Gaja's little head on his shoulder. Gaja curiously pawed at the new leather armor's shoulder strap, her purple eyes sparkling. Just as Lu Tian was about to leave this chaotic place, a commotion erupted from the entrance. Several bloodied, panic-stricken mercenaries stumbled in, supporting each other. One of them was missing an arm, and blood was gushing from the wound. Wolves. It's the blood-toothed wolf pack. Damn it, there are too many. Lao Lu and the others are all done for. The one-armed mercenary cried out in terror. What? Blood-toothed wolf pack? Aren't they only active on the other side of the Blackwind Gorge? How did they make it to the outskirts? Gasps of shock arose from the crowd. And panic spread instantly. Quick, pack up. We can't stay in this cursed place. Someone shouted. Without hesitation, Lu Tian immediately hugged Gaja and turned to dash in the opposite direction of the crowd's commotion, plunging into the dense forest. He needed to get away from this place that was about to become the center of a storm. However, he underestimated the speed at which the blood-toothed wolf pack spread and the allure of the lingering scent of fresh beast jerky on him to the hungry wolves. Less than half an hour into the forest, chilling wolf howls echoed from all directions, drawing nearer rapidly like a tide of death. Oh, oh, the sounds were piercing, dense, filled with a cruel, killing intent. Lu Tian's heart sank to the bottom. He was targeted, and from the sound, there were definitely not a few of them. Gaja, hold on tight. Lu Tian growled, stuffing Gaja into the lining of his leather armor, leaving only her little head exposed. He drew the steel dagger from his waist. His eyes sharp as an eagle, muscles taut, his mental energy highly concentrated, trying to push the intimidation aura of the black stone to its peak while scanning the surroundings frantically. This area was a relatively sparse pine forest, with a thick layer of pine needles and exposed rocks on the ground. Not far away was a rushing mountain stream, the sound of water roaring. Running wouldn't outrun the wolf pack. He had to use the terrain. He spotted a small high ground backed by a massive rock, with several sturdy, crooked pine trees in front, and dashed over, bracing against the rock, ready to face the threat. Almost as soon as he steadied himself, dozens of pairs of eyes glowing with a crimson light, like ghostly flames, flickered from the shadows of the forest. Low growls and the sound of teeth grinding sent chills down his spine. Then, 7 or 8 massive wolves, as big as calves, with exposed fangs and dark red fur, slowly emerged from the trees, surrounding Lu Tian in the middle. Their teeth tips indeed bore traces of dried blood. These were the blood-toothed wolves. Roar! The 3 blood-toothed wolves at the front, like 3 red flashes of lightning, pounced on Lu Tian from 3 directions, bringing a foul wind as they lunged for his throat, chest, and legs. Chapter 8, Battle at the Abyss, Gaja Awakens. The attack of the 3 blood-toothed wolves was as fast as a gale, sealing off most of Lu Tian's escape routes. Come on! Lu Tian's heart roared with anger, adrenaline surging. He was not the least bit flustered. His past experience dealing with aggressive large animals had transformed into instinctive combat skills at this moment. He chose not to confront the wolves head-on. Instead, he suddenly pushed off with his feet, sliding sideways like a fish against the giant rock behind him, narrowly avoiding the wolf's jaws and claws that were reaching for his throat. At the same time, the steel dagger in his hand drew a cold arc, accurately stabbing the relatively soft abdomen of one blood-toothed wolf that had exposed itself while pouncing. With a thud, the dagger sank into flesh, accompanied by a painful wolf howl. Lu Tian struck successfully, not lingering in battle. He twisted his wrist, smoothly withdrawing the dagger, bringing forth a spray of warm wolf blood, and using the recoil to pull back toward the rock, dodging the 3rd wolf's lunge. The blood-toothed wolf, struck in the abdomen, howled in agony, rolling on the ground. Though not dead, it had temporarily lost its combat ability. The lead wolf let out an angry roar. Lu Tian's agility and ruthlessness infuriated it. More blood-toothed wolves joined the attack, no longer charging blindly, but instead using their numerical advantage to continuously test and probe from various angles, trying to wear Lu Tian down and find flaws. Lu Tian leaned against the rock, struggling on both sides. The steel dagger in his hand became a silver flash, striving to inflict maximum damage with minimal cost, based on his profound understanding of body mechanics and precise judgment. He severed one wolf's claw and cut a deep gash into another's nose. But his situation was rapidly deteriorating. His tough leather armor had been raked with deep claw marks, and a wolf's fang had grazed his left arm, causing a fiery pain. In the most dangerous moment, a cunning blood-toothed wolf almost bit his ankle. He barely managed to cut the wolf's jaws with his dagger in time, avoiding being dragged down and torn apart. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and his mental strength was wavering due to the continuous exertion of the black stone's deterrent effect, which had limited effectiveness on the wolf pack, only causing them slight hesitation. In his arms, Jaja sensed the violent jolting and the bloody struggle, emitting anxious squeaks, her small body twisting restlessly. "Jaja, don't be afraid. Hide well," Lu Tian growled. He knew that Jaja rushing out would only make her a target for the wolves. Just as Lu Tian was pushed back by a blood-toothed wolf's attack, and his back slammed heavily against the rock, another wolf opened its bloody jaws to bite his thigh at a critical moment. A sharp, piercing scream filled with endless anxiety and rage erupted from Lu Tian's chest. It was Jaja. Her small body suddenly darted out from the collar of his armor. Her amethyst-like eyes burned with furious flames at that moment. She didn't charge at the vicious wolf. Instead, at the instant she burst out, the space around her seemed to undergo an extremely subtle distortion. In the next moment, Jaja's figure vanished like a ghost. It wasn't speed. She truly disappeared. Almost simultaneously, she appeared directly above the head of the blood-toothed wolf that was about to bite Lu Tian's thigh. The position was incredibly tricky. With a thud, Jaja's small paw, covered in dense black-purple fur, bore down with an almost invisible glimmer that seemed capable of tearing through shadows, fiercely clawing at the blood-toothed wolf's unguarded, vulnerable right eye. A howl, shrill and pitch-altered, resounded through the forest. The blood-toothed wolf's left eye instantly exploded in a spray of blood, its eyeball crushed by Jaja's small paw imbued with strange power. In immense pain, it thrashed its head madly, sending Jaja flying away. "Jaja!" Lu Tian's heart shattered. He wildly swung his dagger to fend off another wolf in front of him, disregarding everything as he lunged towards the direction Jaja had been thrown. Jaja's small body crashed against a pine tree and fell to the ground. She panted heavily, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, a familiar dark purple hue. Forcing her bizarre spatial ability took an enormous toll on her, triggering a terrifying bloodline conflict once again. The lead wolf was also stunned by this sudden change, but its eyes soon erupted with an even more ferocious light. This little creature posed a greater threat. It roared, personally leading the remaining blood-toothed wolves, abandoning Lu Tian, and charging straight at the fallen Jaja. Lu Tian's eyes nearly bulged out. He was just a few steps away from Jaja, with no time to save her. No. A desperate scream erupted from his throat. In that fleeting moment, Lu Tian's mind went blank, leaving only one thought: save Jaja. With all his strength, instinctively, he poured all his mental energy, all his will, and all his emotions, that intense protective instinct, wildly into the black stone tightly clutched in his left hand. He didn't even realize he had aimed the black stone at the wolf pack charging towards Jaja. Buzz. The long silent black stone suddenly erupted with an unprecedented radiance. It was not a dazzling light, but a deep, dark glow that seemed to devour light. An invisible, heavy mental pressure, as solid as a mountain, erupted like a tsunami centered around Lu Tian. Mental deterrents. This was not affinity but the black stone, triggered by Lu Tian's intensely strong mental intent, releasing a deterrent at the soul level. The several blood-toothed wolves charging at Jaja, including the fierce lead wolf, were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer on their heads. Their sprinting motions instantly froze, their crimson eyes filled with indescribable fear and confusion, as if they had seen something incomprehensibly terrifying. Their movements became extremely slow and stiff, with a few weaker ones collapsing to the ground, whimpering and releasing bodily fluids. An opportunity. Lu Tian did not hesitate. Seizing this precious moment, bought with Jaja's life and created by the black stone's pressure, he unleashed the last of his strength, darting to Jaja's side and pulling her tightly into his embrace. Then, without looking at the chaotic and terrified wolf pack, he turned and leaped toward the nearby ravine. Splash! The icy, rushing river instantly engulfed him. Lu Tian held Jaja tightly, using the force of the current to desperately swim downstream. Behind him, the wolves' furious and fearful roars were gradually covered by the sound of the water. Chapter 9. Survival in the rapids. The cold river water pierced Lu Tian's thin clothing and leather armor like countless steel needles, making him shiver violently. The rushing water engulfed him and Jaja, like wild horses running amok, crashing through the rocky riverbed. Lu Tian held his breath, tightly clutching the already unconscious Jaja, whose temperature was alarmingly low. He struggled desperately to keep his head above water to breathe, but a wave hit him hard, forcing him back under, choking on the murky, icy river water. He couldn't let go. Absolutely not. Lu Tian's consciousness fought valiantly against the cold and suffocation. He kicked fiercely, trying to adjust his posture to bear the impact of the water flow and the scraping of rocks, holding Jaja tightly against his chest. The leather armor made dull sounds against the rocks, absorbing much of the lethal damage. Time passed unmeasured. Just as Lu Tian felt his lungs about to burst and his strength nearly exhausted, the river ahead suddenly widened, and the current eased slightly. He saw a relatively flat gravel bank washed out by the river at the shore. That's it. Lu Tian gritted his teeth and unleashed his final strength, swimming fiercely toward the gravel bank. The water was still swift, and he was knocked off course several times, his body painfully colliding with the rocks below. Finally, his feet found solid riverbed beneath him. He staggered, almost crawling, bringing Jaja up onto the gravel bank. Cough, cough, ugh. Lu Tian collapsed onto the cold stones, coughing violently. Expelling the river water he had swallowed, his body soaked and shivering from the cold, covered in bloodstains and bruises from the rocks, in a state of utter disarray. But he couldn't care for himself. He immediately struggled to sit up and check on Jaja in his arms. The little one's condition was extremely dire, soaked to the skin. Her purple fur clung together, her tiny body was cold and stiff, and she could barely be felt breathing. The dark purple bloodstain at the corner of her mouth was diluted by the river water, yet it remained shocking. The forced activation of her spatial abilities and the backlash from her bloodline, combined with the cold river water, nearly took away her last breath of life. Gaga, hold on. Lu Tian's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He immediately placed Gaga carefully on a relatively dry stone, tore off a corner of his still dry undershirt, and quickly wiped the water off her body. Then, without hesitation, he took out the mysterious black stone again and pressed it tightly against Gaga's cold heart. Wake up, Gaga. Absorb. Life. Lu Tian silently shouted in his heart, concentrating all his thoughts on guiding the life, energy, healing, and protection, frantically pouring into the black stone. Buzz. Lu Tian could clearly sense this energy. It prioritized protecting Gaga's weak heart vein, like a warm spring, providing the most basic vitality. It slowly seeped into Gaga's cold and stiff limbs and bones, dispelling the cold and awakening the dormant life. It carefully wrapped around the chaotic shadows within Gaga, which had become disordered and conflicted due to the forced activation of her powers, like the gentlest comfort, gradually calming the restless energy and restoring it to order. This process was extremely slow and consumed an enormous amount of Lu Tian's mental strength. His face turned pale at a visible speed. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly from exhaustion. But his gaze remained firm, unmoving like a rock, continuously outputting mental strength. Time passed slowly. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the riverbank, bringing a hint of warmth. Finally, when Lu Tian felt he was about to collapse and his mental strength was on the verge of exhaustion, a faint sound emerged from Gaga's mouth. Almost like the mewling of a kitten. It worked. Lu Tian let out a long, tired breath, collapsing beside Gaga like a deflated balloon, lacking even the strength to move a finger. The headache from mental exhaustion felt like being pricked by needles. But as he looked at Gaga's recovering vital signs, a smile of relief appeared on his face. After resting for half an hour, Lu Tian barely regained a bit of strength. He struggled to get up and found a shallow rock cave nearby that was sheltered from the wind. The cave was dry and relatively safe. He started a small campfire to dry his clothes and warm Gaga. He tore the remaining bit of beast meat jerky into thin strips, soaked them in clean rainwater, and fed them little by little to Gaga, who was still unconscious but could swallow instinctively. He himself chewed on the coarse grain cakes that were hard to swallow to replenish his strength. In the early stage of body refining, it was mainly about replenishing qi and blood, toughening bones and tendons. Beast meat contained qi and blood energy, while blood ginseng and solidifying grass could help replenish energy and solidify the foundation. Perhaps he could try to cook a pot of medicinal meat soup? Lu Tian had a plan in mind. He used a broken jar he found, filled it with rainwater, and added the chopped beast meat, blood ginseng, and solidifying grass, placing it over the fire to simmer slowly. Soon, a peculiar aroma mixing meat and herbal bitterness wafted through the air. The soup simmered into a thick brown liquid. Lu Tian let it cool and carefully took a sip. A hot current instantly slid down his throat into his stomach, then rapidly spread to his limbs. It felt like drinking a gentle flame. Although it was far from the legendary elixirs, this warmth was indeed much more effective than eating beast meat and herbs raw. Effective. Lu Tian's eyes lit up. He endured the heat and divided the remaining medicinal meat soup into 2 portions, slowly drinking one himself and saving the other for Gaga when she woke up. Chapter 10. The initial formation of Beast Pulse. The return journey was in sight. After resting in the cave for 3 days, Lu Tian took care of Gaga without leaving her side. He fed her the medicinal meat soup, used the black stone to continuously guide the weak life energy to nourish her, and cleaned her wounds, mainly the subtle internal injuries left from the forced outburst. Gaga's recovery speed exceeded Lu Tian's expectations. On the morning of the 3rd day, she finally fully opened her lively purple eyes, although still a bit weak. Her spirit was clearly much better, affectionately rubbing against Lu Tian's fingers and making faint whimpering sounds. More importantly, he became more adept at using the black stone. Actively guiding life energy to heal Gaga consumed a lot, but it no longer made him faint directly. Maintaining that weak but continuous affinity aura became much easier. He set out again with Gaga, who had recovered most of her strength. This time, he was more cautious, allowing Gaga to fully utilize her scouting abilities to avoid powerful beast auras. At the same time, an idea took root in his mind: to use his veterinary skills and affinity for the black stone to actively befriend some low-level beasts and establish a preliminary beast pulse network. Opportunities soon arose. By a small stream, Lu Tian discovered a long-eared rabbit trapped in a pit, its paw pierced by sharp thorns. This beast was very timid and fast, making it an excellent scout. Lu Tian emitted strong feelings of harmlessness and help, cautiously approaching. Under Gaga's curious gaze and the black stone's soothing aura, the frightened rabbit slowly calmed down. Lu Tian used his dagger to cut the thorns, carefully removing the prick, and treated its wound with clean water and herbs. Throughout the process, although the rabbit trembled, it did not resist violently. After finishing, Lu Tian placed it on the ground and pointed in the direction away from the trap. "Go on, little one, be careful next time." A few days later, when Lu Tian passed through a dense berry thicket, the rescued long-eared rabbit suddenly darted out from the bushes, squeaking urgently at Lu Tian. Pointing with its little paw towards the depths of the berry thicket, then quickly ran away. Lu Tian felt a stir in his heart, signaled Gaga to be alert, and cautiously walked over. Parting the dense branches and leaves, he was astonished to discover several hidden moonlight herbs emitting a faint glow deep within. This was a precious herb far more valuable than dew flowers, with a slight nourishing effect on mental strength. Is this a reward? Lu Tian was both surprised and delighted. He carefully harvested the moonlight herbs, his resolve to establish the beast pulse even stronger. Similar incidents happened again. He treated an iron-backed porcupine that had been stung by a poisonous bee and swollen like a ball. A few days later, this irritable yet grateful porcupine brought a piece of red iron ore, covered in dirt but containing weak fire attribute energy, to the vicinity of Lu Tian's temporary resting camp. Although they were all low-level beasts and not top-tier resources, this was undoubtedly an excellent start. Lu Tian realized that in this beast-infested mountain range, having an information and resource network composed of various low-level beasts was worth as much as directly possessing a powerful contracted beast. Lu Tian seized every moment to practice. He practiced stabbing, cutting, and blocking with his dagger using trees, practiced throwing accuracy and strength with stones, and combined it with the breathing method of mighty bull strength. Running with weights, climbing, and toughening his strength. Gaga became his best training partner. Her speed and shadow flicker ability greatly honed Lu Tian's reaction speed and predictive skills. In the continuous process of survival, exploration, training, and establishing connections with beasts, the synergy between man and beast grew increasingly harmonious, and their strength steadily improved. Lu Tian looked in the direction ahead. Beyond the layers of mountains, on the distant horizon, a massive city built against the mountains. With the outline of tall city walls faintly visible, revealed a blurry silhouette in the afterglow of the setting sun. Although it was far away, Lu Tian's heart suddenly raced. That was Haiyang City. Chapter 11. The Holy Hand of Beast Legs Fame on the Edge. He chose to roam in the buffer zone at the outskirts of the Beast Mountains, where human activity intersected. Here, the beasts were relatively weak, mainly first order, and occasionally there were herb gatherers, low-level mercenaries, or hunter teams passing through. Relying on Gaga's keen perception, Lu Tian was always able to avoid powerful beasts and potentially malicious human teams in advance. He continued the previous strategy, using his veterinary skills and affinity for beasts. He actively sought out and treated injured magical beasts, not seeking contracts, but only to establish a preliminary good relationship in exchange for resources. However, an accidental large order truly began to spread the name of Master of Beast Legs in a small circle. That day, Lu Tian was collecting a herb called blood in a valley with Jejia. Suddenly, Jejia perked up, her purple eyes gazing deep into the valley, emitting a low warning growl. Her little paw pointing inside. Lu Tian immediately restrained his breath and stealthily approached. Parting a dense thicket of vines, the scene before him made him gasp. The depths of the valley were in disarray, trees were broken, the ground was full of pits and claw marks, and a heavy smell of blood filled the air. 3 human corpses, dressed in matching leather armor, lay on the ground, their deaths tragic, clearly torn apart by a powerful magical beast. Not far away, a massive magical beast was emitting a low roar of pain and anger. It was a rift bear, standing over 2 meters tall, covered in rock-like yellowish-brown hard skin. Its massive paw could crush rocks, but its current condition was very poor. One eye was a bloody mess and blind. One forearm was unnaturally twisted, clearly broken. And the most lethal wound was on its side, a nearly foot-long gash made by some sharp weapon, with intestines faintly visible and blood gushing out. It tried to cover the wound with its paw, but it was in vain. The Rift Bear was a peak first-tier magical beast, immensely strong, with incredible defense, and a violent temperament. It had clearly been severely injured by that mercenary team, but had also successfully counterattacked. Roar! The one-eyed Rift Bear sensed Lution's presence and suddenly turned, its remaining eye filled with violent killing intent and pain, its massive paw raised as if to pounce. But it was too injured, its movements noticeably slow, causing the wound in its abdomen to pull and eliciting another howl of agony. Lution's heart raced. There was no escaping from a Rift Bear in this state. If he angered it, both he and Jujia would undoubtedly die. He forced himself to calm down and quickly assessed the situation. Calm down, big guy. I'm not here to kill you. Lution immediately activated his black stone with all his might, radiating a strong sense of harmlessness, help, and comfort, while slowly raising both hands to indicate he was unarmed, with a dagger tucked at his waist. The effect of the black stone manifested once again. The enraged Rift Bear, sensing that peculiar affinity, had its murderous intent noticeably diminished, replaced by immense pain and a hint of confusion. Its raised paw slowly lowered. But it still warily watched Lution, growling threateningly in its throat. Lution knew the opportunity was fleeting. He pointed to the Rift Bear's massive wound on its abdomen, then pointed to himself, speaking in as calm a tone as possible. The wound is very serious. You are bleeding, you will die. I can help you. He repeated the keywords for help and stopping the bleeding several times. The Rift Bear seemed to understand death and help. It lowered its head to look at its bleeding abdomen, then looked at Lution, its massive body swaying slightly from blood loss and pain. Ultimately, the instinct to survive overpowered its violent nature. It let out a low, pain-filled whimper, and its large body slowly sat down on the ground, no longer taking an aggressive stance. Lution breathed a sigh of relief, but did not dare to be careless. He signaled Jujia to keep watch from above while he cautiously approached. The Rift Bear's one eye fixed intently on him, each breath carrying the scent of blood. Handling such a wound was extremely difficult. Lution first used the clean water he carried, mixed with a herbal juice that had a slight numbing effect, to wash the wound. The Rift Bear trembled in pain, but endured without attacking. Next, Lution took out a steel dagger. This action made the Rift Bear tense up instantly. And Lution quickly explained, tool, stitching, stopping the bleeding. He mimed the action of stitching with the dagger, perhaps due to the continuous effect of the Blackstone's affinity. The Rift Bear ultimately did not resist. Lution held his breath and began the most difficult surgery since his crossing. The entire process lasted nearly an hour. Lution was highly focused, sweat soaking his clothes, and his mental energy was greatly drained. When he finished the last stitch and bandaged the wound, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. The Rift Bear's condition visibly improved. Although still weak, the bleeding from its abdomen had basically stopped, and its pain had lessened significantly. It looked down at its treated wound, then glanced at the exhausted Lution sitting on the ground, its single eye filled with complex emotions, pain, gratitude, and a hint of lingering vigilance. Lution walked over and picked up an object. It felt heavy in his hand, and brushing off the dirt revealed a fist-sized stone. Entirely dark yellow, radiating a rich wave of earth attribute energy, earth essence. This was a precious mineral used for refining earth attribute defensive artifacts or assisting earth-type warriors in their training, worth far more than everything he had obtained before. This reward was truly generous. Lution weighed the earth essence in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. This adventure was worth it. What Lution did not know was that shortly after he left the valley, another mercenary team, following the smell of blood and traces of battle, came across the scene of the three torn-apart comrades and the massive wound left by the Rift Bear, which had been professionally treated. My God, who did this? How could anyone perform surgery on a raging Rift Bear in that condition and succeed? The mercenary captain examined the stitching and bandaging, which could be described as a work of art, with a face full of disbelief. The master of beast legs, could the rumors be true? Is there really a mysterious figure at the edge of the mountains who specializes in treating magical beasts? A young mercenary murmured. Chapter 12, Flame Griffin. Entangled Grievances. The reputation of the master of beast legs brought Lution some unexpected conveniences and troubles. The convenience lay in the fact that occasionally, low-tier mercenaries or herbalists who were injured on the outskirts of the mountains and had heard of his name would leave agreed-upon marks, such as specific piles of stones or carvings, at certain fixed water sources or rocks, along with a portion of a deposit, usually magical beast materials or low-tier herbs, requesting treatment for their magical beast companions, mainly low-tier tamed beasts used for carrying or guarding, or themselves, injured by magical beasts. One day, Lu Tian followed a mark left by a regular client, a reputable herbalist leader, and a generous deposit, 3 spirit-nourishing flowers that had a nourishing effect on mental energy, to a hidden valley nestled between 2 steep peaks. According to the marking information, the one needing treatment was an important, bloodline remarkable young beast, gravely injured. The environment in the valley was peculiar, with a noticeably higher temperature than outside, and a faint smell of sulfur filled the air. At the bottom of the valley was a small hot spring pool. When Lu Tian arrived at the agreed location, beside a massive crimson rock by the hot spring, the sight before him made his pupils constrict sharply. Under the rock lay a young beast curled up, barely alive. It resembled an enlarged version of a chick, but instead of feathers, it was covered in dense, soft, reddish-golden scales. It had a sharp head and curved beak like a falcon, but on its head were 2 small, underdeveloped bumps, horn buds. Most striking was the pair of small fleshy wings on its back, now drooping weakly, covered in deep, visible bone tears, with the edges of the wounds exhibiting a bizarre charred black color, emanating a faint dark energy aura. One of its legs was also twisted and deformed, its breath so weak it was like a flickering candle in the wind. This is the cub of a flame griffin? Lu Tian's heart stirred with shock. The flame griffin, after all, was a mid-tier magical beast with a rare holy beast bloodline. In adulthood, it would at least be second-tier, equivalent to a martial artist, and even had the chance to break through to third-tier, great martial artist. Its value was immeasurable. Who is it? How could they have gotten its cub? And how could it be so severely injured? The cub seemed to sense Lu Tian's approach and struggled to open its eyelids, revealing a pair of eyes burning with faint golden flames. Its eyes were filled with pain, fear, and a trace of arrogance belonging to a higher beast bloodline. Lu Tian immediately scanned the surroundings with vigilance. The air was thick with remnants of powerful energy collisions and a chilling dark aura that made one's heart race. He quickly understood that the parents of this cub had likely met with misfortune. They probably had been attacked by a powerful enemy, possibly a human master or another terrifying beast. This cub had escaped with its life. A chill rose from Lu Tian's feet. Treating this cub meant that he could be drawn into a huge trouble, even potentially attracting the terrifying presence that killed its parents. Just as Lu Tian hesitated, the young griffin let out an extremely weak, endlessly painful whimper, its golden eyes looking at Lu Tian, filled with a desire for life. At the same time, the black stone in Lu Tian's arms suddenly surged with a strong tremor. A fiery and spiritual thought seemed to be calling him, pointing towards the critically injured cub. Did the black stone sense it? Lu Tian's heart trembled. The black stone seemed to have a special reaction to this cub with the sacred beast bloodline, conveying a strong desire to heal. The responsibilities of a veterinarian, the black stone's tremor, and the cub's yearning for life intertwined. He no longer hesitated and immediately approached to examine it. The injuries were more complicated than he had seen. The torn flesh of its wings was not only deep, but also retained corrosive dark energy, continuously destroying its vitality. The broken leg was a comminuted fracture, and the internal organs had suffered severe shock and erosion from dark energy. The most troublesome part was that the once blazing fire attribute bloodline power within the cub had become extremely chaotic and weak under the dark energy's corrosion and severe injuries, and it could extinguish at any moment. The dark energy must be cleared first, and the bloodline stabilized. Lu Tian immediately made a judgment. Conventional herbs had little effect against this level of dark energy erosion. He once again placed his hopes on the black stone. He sat cross-legged, carefully cradling the young griffin in his arms, though the little guy was weak. It instinctively struggled for a moment, but soon calmed down under the strong affinity emitted by the black stone. He pressed the black stone tightly against the cub's heart, and then focused all his mental power, concentrating his thoughts to the utmost. Purify the darkness. Guide the vitality. Stabilize the bloodline. Buzz. The black stone erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. It was no longer the gentle white light or dim black glow, but a dazzling, vibrant green light, as if it contained boundless life. A pure and powerful life force surged into the young griffin's body. Lu Tian could clearly see. The emerald life energy washed over the dark energy at the wounds like a tide, melting it away like sunlight on snow, producing hissing sounds as the dark energy quickly retreated and dissipated. The life energy surged into the young griffin's nearly exhausted meridians, nourishing its weak essence, forcibly stabilizing the chaotic and flickering crimson golden bloodline flame, slowly reigniting it. The bones, wrapped in life energy, began to slowly self-repair, and the torn muscle fibers of the wings started to writhe and connect under the stimulation of life energy. However, this process was terrifyingly draining for Lu Tian. His face turned pale as paper at a visible speed, and his body trembled violently, his mental power pouring out like a flood. In just a moment, he felt dizzy, his vision darkening, and he was almost about to faint. The level and injuries of this young griffin were far beyond any previous cases he had treated. Hold on. Don't stop. Lu Tian bit his tongue, the sharp pain barely keeping him awake. He desperately squeezed out every ounce of his mental power, resonating with the black stone and guiding the surging life energy. Just as Lu Tian felt his mental power was about to be completely exhausted, a piercing scream, filled with endless majesty, anger, and urgency, suddenly erupted from the high heavens. The terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, instantly enveloping the entire valley. Lu Tian looked up sharply, only to see a massive figure, engulfed in blazing golden flames, diving down at an unimaginable speed. The figure resembled a giant eagle, its wings spanning across the sky. Covered in magnificent crimson golden feathers, adorned with a noble golden crown and a pair of sharp horns, it was an adult fire griffin. The terrifying aura it emitted reached the pinnacle of the third stage, equivalent to the peak of a grand martial master, even hinting at the threshold of the fourth stage. It was the cub's mother or father. It had come following the bloodline signal. The adult griffin's golden eyes, burning with furious flames, instantly locked onto Lu Tian, who was holding its cub, his aura weak, appearing suspicious. This is bad. Lu Tian's heart sank to the depths of despair. This misunderstanding was huge. Chapter 13. The wrath of the sacred beast. The black stone undergoes a mutation. The fury of the adult fire griffin ignited the entire valley like molten lava. The air twisted under the high temperature, and the hot spring water boiled violently, releasing large clouds of white mist. The horrifying pressure crashed down on Lu Tian like millions of tons of boulders. Already drained of mental power, Lu Tian, at the end of his strength, coughed out a mouthful of blood under this terrifying pressure, his body flying uncontrollably backward as if struck by a giant hammer, slamming heavily against the red rock wall. His bones groaning painfully. The young griffin also slipped from his grasp. Gaja. Lu Tian's eyes widened in fear, worried that Gaja couldn't withstand this pressure. Gaja had exploded in fear the moment the griffin appeared, her purple eyes filled with extreme terror. But seeing Lu Tian being hit away, an astonishing courage erupted from her small body. She let out a scream, and the space around her twisted violently as she activated Shadow Flash, appearing beneath the falling young griffin, trying to catch it with her tiny body. At the same time, she emitted a sharp screech filled with warning and urgency at the diving adult griffin. Squeak! Gaja's actions and screech momentarily stalled the enraged adult griffin. Its sharp gaze swept over Gaja, then instantly focused on the cub protected beneath her, whose breath was weak but clearly improving, with pure life energy lingering at its wounds. It sensed the emerald energy within the cub that was dispelling darkness and igniting vitality. It also saw the simple yet extremely professional bandaging that was rapidly taking effect on the cub. A flash of extreme astonishment and disbelief crossed its fiery eyes. This tiny human was actually healing its child. At that moment, the young griffin, continuously infused with life energy by Lu Tian and the black stone, seemed to sense the arrival of its kin and let out an extremely weak, yet filled with longing and grievance whimper. This sound completely shattered the adult griffin's fury. Its massive body suddenly halted its dive, wings spread wide, hovering in midair, stirring up a violent gust of wind. Its golden eyes fixed on Lu Tian, who was struggling to rise, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained locked onto the cub, then glanced at Gaja, who was trembling yet unyielding in front of the cub. The air seemed to freeze. Lu Tian endured the excruciating pain throughout his body and the piercing sensation in his mind, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and, facing the griffin's soul-piercing gaze, shouted hoarsely with all his strength, "I am saving it." The dark energy is almost cleared. It slowly descended to the ground, retracting its overwhelming flames and pressure, yet the aura of a top predator still remained. It walked over to the cub, gently nudging its large head against its child, letting out a low, soft call. The cub felt its mother's presence and emitted a reassuring whimper, struggling to move closer to her. Only then did the griffin mother lift her head and look at Lu Tian again. This time, her gaze was no longer filled with killing intent, but was filled with inquiry, gratitude, and a hint of uncertainty. It evidently recognized the extraordinary nature of that pure life energy, and also saw the serious depletion of Lu Tian's mental strength. It let out a low hum, opened its massive beak, and spat out something that landed in front of Lu Tian. It was a palm-sized, fiery red, translucent crystal that seemed to have magma flowing within it, the heart of flames. Containing extremely pure and vast fire attribute energy, it was a treasure born with the flame griffin, an invaluable asset for fire attribute cultivators. Its value far exceeded that of the previous earth essence by 100 times. This was its most precious gift of thanks. At the same time, the griffin mother let out a long call filled with goodwill and some ancient rhythm towards Lu Tian, or rather, towards the position on Lu Tian's chest, where the black stone was. It seemed to sense the existence of the black stone and expressed its respect. After doing all this, the griffin mother carefully picked up her cub with her beak, spread her enormous wings that could shade the sky, and took a deep look at Lu Tian and Jia Jia before letting out a piercing cry that split the clouds and rocks. With her cub, she soared into the sky, transforming into a golden streak of light and disappearing on the horizon. Lu Tian looked at the heart of flames on the ground, radiating astonishing heat, and then touched the black stone in his arms, which had fallen silent again, breathing a long sigh of relief, completely collapsing to the ground. Just now, he had truly walked through the gates of hell. That was close, but it was worth it. Lu Tian looked at the heart of flames, excitement sparkling in his eyes. This crystal would have unimaginable effects on his body refinement, especially in stimulating his own vitality. Jia Jia also tiredly jumped to Lu Tian's side, affectionately rubbing her face against his, having been frightened just now. The black stone seems to have a peculiar connection with these high-level demon beasts. The griffin mother seemed to recognize it. Lu Tian stroked the black stone, deep in thought. The origins of this stone were likely even more astonishing than he had imagined. Chapter 14. Body Refinement Breakthrough. The Aspiration to Return Home. The appearance of the Heart of Flames completely changed Lu Tian's cultivation process. Although the battle in the valley was perilous, the rewards were enormous. Besides the Heart of Flames, this treasure, Lu Tian's mental limit was depleted under the terrifying pressure of the griffin, and after walking on the edge of life and death, his mental strength instead gained some refinement and growth. He also felt a smoother guidance of the life energy from the black stone. After resting for several days, Lu Tian's injuries were basically healed. He took Jia Jia and left the valley that had left a deep impression on him, finding an extremely hidden natural stone cave near a water source as a temporary stronghold. He intended to use the Heart of Flames to push for a higher realm in body refinement. Jia Jia, I need to go into seclusion for a few days. You help me keep watch, Lu Tian said seriously to Jia Jia. Jia Jia nodded her small head earnestly and jumped onto a high rock, vigilantly watching the outside of the cave. Lu Tian sat cross-legged, cradling the fiery red Heart of Flames in his palms. The crystal was warm to the touch but contained an overwhelming energy reminiscent of a volcano. He took a deep breath, activated the Wild Bull Strength technique, and tried to guide a trace of fire attribute energy. Boom. Just a trace of energy entering his body made Lu Tian feel as if he had swallowed a mouthful of magma. The wildly scorching energy instantly surged through his meridians, causing severe burning pain wherever it passed. Hiss. Lu Tian gasped in pain, quickly stopping the absorption, and fully operated the Wild Bull Strength to digest and guide this energy. The Wild Bull Strength was merely the most superficial body refinement method, inefficient and inadequate against such high-level energy as the Heart of Flames. Lu Tian had only guided it for a moment when he felt his meridians swelling painfully, his skin turning red like a cooked shrimp, and sweat just starting to seep out was evaporated into white mist. No way. At this rate, I'll be roasted before I can even refine it. Lu Tian immediately realized the problem. He thought of the medicinal meat soup method. The prepared medicinal soup exhibited a blue-green color, radiating a peculiar blend of coolness and meaty aroma. Lu Tian first took a large sip. A cool stream flowed into his body, effectively alleviating the burning pain in his meridians, nourishing the organs scorched by the fire energy. Effective. Lu Tian's spirit lifted. He carefully placed the Heart of Flames next to the medicinal soup, letting the soup's coldness slightly neutralize its scorching heat. He didn't dare to put it directly in, fearing an explosion. Then, he sat cross-legged again, one hand pressing on the Heart of Flames, slowly absorbing a trace of fire attribute energy, while immediately drinking another mouthful of the cold medicinal soup. The energies of ice and fire intertwined and clashed within his body, ultimately merging under the clumsy guidance of Wild Bull Strength. The process was still excruciating, like being in an ice and fire purgatory. But Lu Tian, relying on his strong willpower and the calmness he had developed as a veterinarian handling extreme cases in his past life, gritted his teeth and persevered. He clearly felt that under this crucible of ice and fire, his meridians were torn apart repeatedly by the violent energy. Yet under the nourishment of the medicinal soup and the life energy, he was also using the black stone to nourish himself. They became more resilient and wider. His muscles and bones were washed by the violent energy, impurities expelled, black, greasy dirt oozed from his skin, the structure became tighter, and a sense of power surged like a tide. The vitality in his blood, under the burning of the flames, roared like a furnace ignited, vigorous and abundant. Days passed. Lu Tian sat cross-legged like a stone statue, his body sometimes fiery red, sometimes covered with a thin layer of frost. However, the aura around him was rising at an astonishing speed. The barrier of the bottleneck was on the verge of collapse under the impact of the violent energy. Finally, on the 7th day, when Lu Tian drank the last sip of the water arrow frog medicinal soup and guided the last trace of pure fire energy from the heart of flames into his body, boom, it felt as if something inside him had burst open. The surging vitality flowed like a flood that had broken its dam, instantly connecting several previously blocked acupoints. A sense of power far stronger than before filled his entire body. His muscles bulged, bones crackled, and beneath his skin, a coppery glow flashed by. He casually punched the nearby rock wall. Bang! Jia Jia also excitedly jumped onto his shoulder, rubbing her little head against his cheek, rejoicing for him. Lu Tian looked at the sunlight streaming into the cave, his eyes sharp and resolute. He weighed the now smaller, slightly duller heart of flames in his hand. Most of its energy had been absorbed and carefully stored it away. This crystal could still be used for a long time. An important resource for his continued body refinement. After 2 months of life and death tempering, he had already been reborn. This time, he would make those who had once bullied him pay the price. He also intended to uncover the truth behind his mother's death. Chapter 15, Undercurrents surging. The grand competition was approaching. He chose not to enter the city directly, but first stopped at a nearby town. It was a mixed place, full of people and information. He needed to understand the latest developments in the Lu family, especially regarding the upcoming family grand competition. In a noisy tavern primarily catering to mercenaries and traveling merchants, Lu Tian ordered the cheapest wheat beer and sat in a corner. Jia Jia curled up in his arms, only her little head peeking out, her purple eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The tavern was filled with chatter, discussing various strange news, mercenary missions, and gossip from the city. Have you heard? The Lu family's grand competition this year is on the 3rd of next month. I heard the rewards are particularly generous, with even the main family offering a bone refinement pill as the first prize. Lu Tian, that waste. If he is dead, then good riddance. Saves him being an eyesore in the Lu family. I heard he broke his leg for stealing meat from the kitchen before he went missing. Really embarrassing. The demon leg saint? Are you talking about that recently somewhat famous freak? No way. That waste Lu Tian could have that ability? Who knows? Maybe it's a coincidence of the same name? But if it's really him, heh, it would be quite a show to watch at the Lu family's grand competition. Come on. Even if it is him, what can knowing a bit about veterinary medicine do? The martial realm is what truly matters. Can he turn things around? Lu Tian listened silently, a cold smile forming in his heart. The reputation of the demon-leg saint had indeed spread to the city. But no one believed it could be this useless person. That's fine. It's just right to catch some people off guard. He dropped a few coins and got up to leave the tavern. He had learned what he needed to know. The date of the grand competition was set. The rewards were generous, and Lu Yang was the biggest favorite to win, while he, in everyone's eyes, was still the wasteful, illegitimate son who could be bullied at will. Very good. Changing into clean clothes, hiding the steel dagger and short arm guard well, Lu Tian took one last look at the vast beast mountain behind him. 2 months of life and death struggles, countless brushes with death, had granted him rebirth, strength, companions, and most importantly, a fearless heart. Gaga seemed to sense Lu Tian's fighting spirit, her purple eyes sparkling with excitement, her little paw waving gently as if saying, "Go beat them." Lu Tian smiled slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, and took firm steps towards that tall and cold city, Haiyang City. The city gate was in sight, and the familiar scent of the streets wafted over. Lu Tian seemed to see the red door of the Lu family and the storm that was about to rise behind it. Chapter 16, Returning Home with Beasts, a Show of Authority. Haiyang City, with its towering walls and bustling crowds. Shops lined both sides of the street. The sounds of merchants calling out incessantly, and the air mixed with the sense of spices, food, and sweat. All of this felt both familiar and strange to Lu Tian. 2 months ago, he was the most humble shadow in this city, and now, returning, his mindset was completely different. He held Gaga, dressed in clean coarse cloth, and walked steadily through the noisy streets towards the Lu residence in the west of the city. Gaga curiously poked her little head out, her amethyst-like eyes surveying the human city, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Such a mystical young beast was rare to see. The Lu residence, with its vermilion doors and stone lions guarding it, still exuded extraordinary grandeur. The guards stationed at the entrance were still the same familiar faces, their eyes filled with habitual arrogance. When Lu Tian approached the main gate, 2 guards clearly froze for a moment. One of them, tall and thin with prominent cheekbones, Lu Tian remembered him as Lu San, one of Lu Yang's lackeys, was the first to react. His face instantly filled with unabashed mockery and disdain. The other guard also scoffed. Lu San, look what he is holding, furry and all. Could it be a wild rat he picked up in the mountains? Ha! Gaga seemed to understand the insult of being called a wild rat. A trace of anger flashed in her purple eyes, and she bared her still-developing baby teeth at Lu San, letting out a dissatisfied squeak. Lu Tian stopped, calmly looking at Lu San, with neither anger nor fear, only a coldness like a deep pool. Step aside. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable penetrating power. Step aside. Young Master Lu Tian, you sure have a big tone. Lu San stepped forward, deliberately bumping his shoulder against Lu Tian. Have you forgotten the rules of the Lu residence? Illegitimate sons must use the side door to enter. And what is that unknown thing you're holding? What if it brings disease into the house? Hand it over for inspection. He reached out to grab Gaga, just as Lu San's hand was about to touch Gaga. A low, warning growl suddenly came from behind Lu Tian. A burly young guard, holding a half-man-high ironback wolf with exposed fangs, was patrolling right at that moment. The ironback wolf was a low-tier contracted beast standard for the Lu family S-guard team, fierce in nature, responsible for alerting. It seemed to sense something and suddenly became restless, letting out a threatening low growl towards Lu Tian, especially towards Gaga in his arms, digging its claws into the ground. Fangs bared, clearly wary. Lu San's hand froze in midair, startled by this sudden change. Lu Tian didn't even glance at the ironback wolf, just coldly fixed his gaze on Lu San's outstretched hand. Do you not want your claws anymore? The Lu residence? A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Lu Tian's mouth. I certainly know. I am Lu Tian, the young master of the Lu family. Now step aside. He no longer wasted words, holding Gaga and striding forward. Lu San and the other guard, intimidated by Lu Tian's aura, and coupled with the inexplicable fear displayed by the ironback wolf, instinctively took a step back, opening the main gate. Lu Tian, holding Gaga, calmly stepped through the door of the Lu residence that symbolized status and identity, amidst the guards' uncertain gazes. This step declared that the bullied, wasteful, illegitimate son had officially become the past. Chapter 17. The purple marten plays with the wolf, shocking the whole place. Entering the Lu residence, familiar pavilions and familiar servant figures greeted him. However, this time, the gazes directed at Lu Tian were no longer filled with pure disdain, but instead were filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Is that young Master Lu Tian? How did he come in through the main gate? What is he holding? Such a beautiful little marten. Oh my, he seems to have changed a lot. His eyes are so intimidating. Why didn't Lu San and the others stop him? Whispers arose as Lu Tian walked by, but quickly fell silent when his gaze swept over them. Lu Tian maintained a blank expression, holding Gaga, and walked straight towards his dilapidated little courtyard located in the most remote corner of the Lu residence. However, the trees wished for calm, but the wind would not cease. Just as he passed through a training ground, a malicious and arrogant voice blocked his way. Stop, Lu Tian. Who allowed you to come in through the main gate? And what is the thing you're holding? Bring it over for me to take a look. Behind Lu Yang, a girl dressed in a light yellow dress, beautiful but with a harsh gaze, followed him. She was Lu Yang's biological sister, Lu Mei. She looked at Lu Tian with disgust in her eyes. Lu Tian, where have you been for the past 2 months? I thought you were feeding beasts. So you picked up a pretty rat as a treasure? Lu Yang stepped in front of Lu Tian, looking down at him mockingly, reaching out to grab Gaga. Hand it over. This thing is worthy of being with this young master. The ironback wolf beside him growled in coordination, fangs bared, its fierce aura locking onto Lu Tian and Gaga. Surrounding servants and subordinates stopped in their tracks, watching from a distance, their faces displaying expressions of anticipation. No one believed Lu Tian could resist. Lu Tian's eyes turned cold, his arm holding Gaga tightening as he sidestepped Lu Yang's hand. Lu Yang, keep your dog paws to yourself. You dare to dodge? Lu Yang was furious, feeling humiliated in front of everyone. You've turned against me. Get him, pin him down. Get that little beast from him. He ordered the ironback wolf and his lackeys. Roar. The ironback wolf, receiving the command, flashed a fierce light in its eyes, its hind legs pushing off the ground like a gray lightning bolt, opening its bloody maw. Lunging straight for Gaga in Lu Tian's arms. The speed was astonishing. Lu Yang's lackeys also grinned as they surrounded Lu Tian, preparing to pin him down. In a critical moment, Lu Tian's gaze was as sharp as a knife, yet he did not move immediately. Just as the ironback wolf's fangs were about to touch Gaga's fur. Squeak. A sharp cry filled with disdain and mockery rang out. Gaga moved, not to attack, but to play. Lu Tian's little figure suddenly twisted in his arms, like a blurred purple stream of light, easily slipping past the ironback wolf's sharp teeth. The speed was so fast it left an afterimage. The ironback wolf, determined to catch its prey, actually missed. Its massive body lunged forward due to inertia, appearing somewhat awkward. The ironback wolf landed, shaking its head in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend how its prey suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Gaga's small figure appeared abruptly above the ironback wolf's head. She stretched out her pink little paw and, with a hint of mischief, lightly tapped the ironback wolf's wet nose. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared in astonishment at this scene. Liu Yang's triumphant smile froze on his face, as if he had swallowed a fly. Liu Mei covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Liu San and the others were completely dumbfounded. What speed was that? What kind of spirit was that? The iron-backed wolf's pounce was unexpectedly dodged by a palm-sized little marten, as if it were playing with a foolish dog, and even slapped its nose with a paw. This completely shattered their understanding. Useless. Can't even catch a small beast. Bite it to death. Liu Yang reacted, furious and ashamed, and roared at the iron-backed wolf. The iron-backed wolf also felt immense humiliation, its ferocity fully ignited. Its crimson eyes locked onto Gaja, emitting a deep growl from its throat, muscles tensed, ready to launch a more ferocious attack. Just then, Gaja, perched on Liu Tian's shoulder, had the teasing light in her purple eyes fade, replaced by a coldness akin to the depths of an abyss. An indescribable, sharp, invisible pressure, originating from a high-level bloodline, suddenly spread out from her. Although still faint, it had a significant effect on the soul level of the demon beast. The iron-backed wolf, which was about to pounce, suddenly froze. In its fierce eyes, a profound fear, instinctual and indescribable, filled it. It felt as if it were facing not a small marten, but an ancient colossal beast. Its massive body trembled violently, its tail tucked tightly between its hind legs, and its growl turned into a fearful whimper, involuntarily retreating, and finally simply crawling on the ground, burying its head in its forepaws, shivering. It didn't even dare to look at Gaja again. The entire scene fell silent once more. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. This time, even Liu Yang was completely dumbfounded. His proud, ferocious iron-backed wolf contract beast had actually been scared down by a little marten, just by a glance. How could this be possible? Liu Tian coldly looked at Liu Yang, whose face had turned pale, his voice as cold as ice. Manage your beast. If they're essay next time, I want to mind helping you discipline it. After saying that, he ignored the stunned Liu Yang and his sister and the petrified servants, holding Gaja, who had returned to her lazy demeanor, and turned to continue walking towards his small courtyard. As he passed, the crowd parted like a tide, and all eyes turned towards Liu Tian and the little purple marten on his shoulder, filled with shock, awe, and deep disbelief. A useless illegitimate child? Returning with a mystical purple marten that could play with and scare down an iron-backed wolf? The Liu family was bound to change. Chapter 18. The Broken Courtyards, Old Memories. Hidden Secrets. Liu Tian's small courtyard was located in the northwestern corner of the Liu residence, right next to a back storage area piled with debris. The courtyard walls were low and dilapidated, covered in moss, and the wooden door was rotten, creaking loudly when pushed open. The courtyard was even more desolate. Several tile-roofed houses were in disrepair, with broken tiles on the roof and tattered window paper. Weeds grew rampant in the yard, with only a barely passable path leading to the main house. The air was filled with a damp, moldy smell. This was the place where Liu Tian had lived for 18 years. After his mother's early death, it had become a forgotten corner, with only the old servant Liu Zhong occasionally bringing the lowest quality meals, and no one else stepped foot there. Liu Tian stood in the courtyard holding Gaja, looking around this dilapidated place that bore the endless humiliation and despair of the original owner, feeling little stirring in his heart. To him, this was just a temporary resting place. Creak. The door to the main house was pushed open, and a stronger smell of mold rushed out. Inside, the light was dim, and the furnishings were pitifully simple: a broken wooden bed, a table propped up with stones because of a missing leg, a crooked wardrobe, and a corner piled with some old junk. The only luxury was a somewhat clean rough pottery jar on the table, holding a few dried wildflowers, which were the only flowers his mother liked, according to the original owner's memories. Gaja curiously jumped down from Liu Tian's embrace, sniffing around on the dust-covered floor, seemingly dissatisfied with the environment, and sneezed. He began to clean up, moving the old bedding outside to air out, though it wouldn't help much. Sweeping away thick dust and cobwebs, and repairing the drafty windows, using found old wooden boards and beast tendons. Gaja also helped, using her little paws to push out small stones and other debris from the corners. While clearing a pile of junk in the corner, Liu Tian discovered a small wooden box covered in dust, buried at the bottom. The box was not locked, just tied with hemp rope, looking quite unremarkable. Liu Tian's heart stirred. The original owner's memories seemed to have a vague impression of this box. It seemed to be a relic left by his mother. But the original owner had always been afraid to open it, fearing it would evoke memories and also be discovered and taken by Liu Yang and others. He untied the hemp rope and opened the wooden box. Inside were not many items. A few baby clothes that had turned white from washing but were neatly folded. A small animal toy, like a deer, carved from rough wood and already heavily worn, and a thin, yellowed notebook. Lu Tian picked up the notebook. The cover had no title, and the handwriting was elegant and beautiful, exactly like his mother's handwriting in his memories. He carefully flipped it open. The first few pages contained scattered records filled with the joy of being a new mother and dreams for the future. Tianer smiled today, so beautiful. Husband, referring to Lu Jinshan, came to see us today. Although he only stayed for a quarter of an hour, Tianer was very happy. Tianer seems to have a weak constitution. I need to find some gentle herbs to strengthen him. The words were filled with tender love. Lu Tian felt a warmth in his heart and continued flipping through. The latter content gradually became heavy. The household expenses have been cut again. Zhao's, the main wife, hand has reached too far. Tianer was bullied by other children again today. He came back crying. So sad. Mother is useless. Jinshan, why are you so indifferent? Tianer is also your blood. Flipping to the last page, the handwriting became somewhat disordered and weak. My health is getting worse. The doctor says it's due to insufficient qi and blood, but the medicine. I always feel like someone is watching us. Is it an illusion? That bowl of ginseng soup tasted a bit strange. It was sent by Zhao's. It can't be drunk. But if I pour it out, what will Tiana eat? My head is so dizzy. Tianer, mother may not be able to hold on much longer. Protect the box, the bottom. The writing stops abruptly here. The last sentence was even left unfinished. Lu Tian's heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by a cold hand. Ginseng soup? Strange taste? Sent by Zhao? Insufficient qi and blood? Can't hold on. And that last unfinished sentence about protecting the box, the bottom? A cold killing intent instantly spread from Lu Tian. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Gaja also sensed Lu Tian's anger and sadness, anxiously jumping onto his knee, rubbing her little head against his hand. Mother, it turns out she did not die from illness. A cold light burst in Lu Tian's eyes. Zhao, ginseng soup, poisoning. He suppressed the boiling killing intent and immediately picked up the wooden box, carefully inspecting the bottom of the box. The bottom was made of ordinary wooden boards, looking unremarkable. He knocked on it. The sound was dull. But when he pressed down hard on an inconspicuous corner of the bottom, click, a faint mechanism sound rang out. A corner of a wooden board at the bottom of the box actually popped up. Lu Tian carefully pried open the moving wooden board. Below was a shallow compartment. There were no gold or silver jewels in the compartment, only 2 items. Looking at the token and the map in the compartment, Lu Tian's heart raced. His mother's identity was indeed not simple. The character Yu on this token instantly reminded him of Beastmasters. This pattern and aura were certainly not something the Lu family, or even Haiyang City, could possess. And this map, what is the Goetiu? The last words left by his mother were to protect it well, clearly indicating that these 2 items were crucial. They might even be the true reason for his mother's demise. Was Zhao after them? Lu Tian carefully tucked the token and map close to him, restoring the wooden box to its original state. The clues in his heart became clearer, and the flames of revenge burned even more fiercely. Zhao Luyang, just wait. At this moment, an old and respectful voice came from outside the courtyard gate. Young Master Tian, are you there? The head of the family requests your presence. Lu Tian's eyes flickered. Lu Jinshan, is he finally going to see him? Chapter 19. Father and son face to face, concealing schemes. The messenger was Lu Zhong, the old servant who had always been responsible for bringing meals to Lu Tian, a taciturn man. He hunched over, his murky eyes carrying a trace of barely perceptible concern. Uncle Zhong, thank you for your trouble. Lu Tian nodded to this only elder who had shown some kindness to the original owner, his tone calm. Lu Zhong looked at the Lu Tian before him, composed and sharp-eyed, a stark contrast to the Lu Tian of 2 months ago, as well as at the extraordinary purple marten on his shoulder. A flicker of surprise and relief passed through his cloudy eyes as he whispered, Young Master, be careful. Over at the matriarch's side, there's also young Master Yang. I know. Thank you, Uncle Zhong. Lu Tian felt a warmth in his heart. He straightened his coarse cloth attire, cradled Jiaga. He was not at ease leaving Jiago alone in the dilapidated courtyard, and followed Lu Zhong through layers of courtyards towards the core area of the Lu residence, the study of the head of the family, Lu Jinshan. Along the way, the servants they encountered all avoided him, their expressions complex. The incident with Lu Yang and the Ironback Wolf had evidently spread throughout the Lu residence. The study was located in a refined, independent courtyard, guarded by a composed sentinel at the entrance. After Lu Zhong announced their arrival, the sentinel opened the door, gesturing for Lu Tian to enter. Inside, the study was furnished in a simple yet grand manner, with the scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. Lu Jinshan stood with his back to the door, in front of a huge map of the Tianjin continent, hands clasped behind his back. He was tall, dressed in a deep purple family robe, his aura profound like a deep abyss. Although he did not deliberately exude pressure, the imposing presence of someone who had long held power was still palpable. He was a genuine martial artist, great martial master. Father. Lu Tian walked to the center of the study, stopped, slightly bowed, and respectfully saluted without being obsequious. Jiaga lay on his shoulder, curiously observing this formidable stranger. Lu Zhinshan slowly turned around. His face was rugged, with sharply defined features, and his gaze was deep like an ancient well, revealing no emotions. His gaze fell on Lu Tian like a tangible weight, scrutinizing him from head to toe, especially lingering on the Jiaga on Lu Tian's shoulder for a moment. When he saw Jiaga's lively purple eyes, Lu Zhinshan's pupils imperceptibly constricted. Where have you been these past 2 months? Lu Zhinshan sat down behind the desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the tabletop. The monster beast mountain range. Lu Tian did not conceal anything, nor did he need to. By luck. Lu Tian's tone was flat. Jiaga is my companion, not a contracted beast. Companion? A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Zhinshan's eyes. There are very few truly equal partnerships between beast tamers and monster beasts. Most are bound by contracts. This son seems somewhat unusual. Facing Lu Zhinshan's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Tian calmly replied, Lu Xin acted against his superiors, obstructed my entrance through the main gate, and even attempted to snatch Jiaga. I was merely acting in self-defense. As for Lu Yang's ironback wolf, it was merely outmatched and scared off by Jiaga. He deftly shifted the blame while pointing out that the provocation came from the other side first. Outmatched. Lu Zhinshan fixed Lu Tian with a deep look. It seems you have indeed made considerable progress in these past 2 months. Not only have you grown bolder, but your abilities have also improved. To survive, one must learn something. Lu Tian's tone remained calm. The dialogue between father and son was laced with subtle schemes, exuding a sense of distance. This exchange, while seemingly a warning, was more about drawing a line and issuing a warning. It was a message for Lu Tian to stay in line, not to challenge the Zhao family and Lu Yang's status, and not to investigate matters that should not be probed, such as the death of his mother. Lu Tian's heart turned completely cold. He understood Lu Zhinshan's stance. In the face of family interests and the pressure from the Zhao family, he, as a bastard son, remained a being that could be sacrificed and ignored. The so-called father-son affection was pitifully thin. He slightly lowered his eyelids to conceal the coldness in his eyes. His voice devoid of emotion. Yes, father, your son understands. The last flicker of weak expectation for familial affection in his heart was also completely extinguished. You may go. Lu Zhinshan waved his hand, his gaze returning to the map on the wall, no longer looking at Lu Tian. Your son takes leave. Lu Tian bowed respectfully, cradling Jiaga, turned, and left the study without hesitation. His back was straight, exuding a sense of resolute pride. As the door to the study closed, Lu Zhinshan continued to stare at the map, his fingers unconsciously pressing hard on the location of Haiyang City, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Chapter 20. Quenching the bones as bait, storms approaching. Stepping out of Lu Zhinshan's study, Lu Tian's mood showed no signs of fluctuation. His father's indifference and warning only solidified his resolve to forge his own path. Relying on others is unreliable. Only by becoming powerful oneself is the root of the matter. The steward of the affairs hall was a middle-aged man with a goatee and sharp eyes, surnamed Qian. He had evidently heard about Lu Tian's return upon seeing him enter. A professional smile spread across his face, but a trace of subtle disdain lurked deep in his eyes. Oh, it's young Master Tian? A rare guest. Are you here to collect this month's allowance? Steward Qian asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. As a bastard son, and a waste at that. Lu Tian's monthly allowance was a pitiful 2 silver coins and a few of the lowest-grade blood chi pills. Not entirely. Lu Tian walked up to the counter and said calmly, I want to exchange for cultivation resources. I heard the first prize for the family competition is a bone-quenching pill. Steward Qian paused for a moment, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Yet his smile remained unchanged. Haha, young Master Tian is well informed. Indeed, the family has put forth a precious bone-quenching pill as the first prize for this competition. However, he elongated his tone, sizing up Lu Tian. This bone-quenching pill, naturally, is meant for the capable. If young Master Tian is interested in other resources, such as better blood chi pills or strengthening powder, I could help you see how many contribution points you would need to exchange. The implication in his words was clear. The bone-quenching pill was not something someone of Lu Tian's level could covet. Lu Tian seemed unfazed by his mockery and directly pulled out a small cloth bag from his pocket, placing it on the counter with a dull thud. I'll use this to exchange for contribution points. Steward Qian looked puzzled as he opened the cloth bag, and when he saw the piece of fiery red, albeit slightly smaller, heart of flames inside, radiating pure fire attribute energy, his eyes instantly widened, and his goatee perked up. This is the heart of flames. Steward Qian's voice changed pitch. As a steward, he certainly recognized this treasure, which only existed in the nests of powerful fire-type monster beasts and was worth its weight in gold, even though this piece had lost some energy. Its value far exceeded all the monthly allowances Lu Tian had received in the past 18 years combined. Young Master Tian, where did you get this? Steward Qian's voice trembled with disbelief. The Monster Beast mountain range, I picked it up by chance. Lu Tian's tone was flat. How many contribution points can I exchange for this? I want to trade for some herbs that can solidify the foundation and cultivate the muscles and bones. The higher the quality, the better. Also, please provide me with a detailed set of rules for the family competition and information on past winners. Steward Qian looked at Lu Tian's calm face, then at the valuable Heart of Flames, and recalled the events that had transpired at the entrance in the martial arts arena. The momentary disdain vanished, replaced by deep apprehension and a hint of flattery. Yes, you can exchange. Absolutely. Steward Qian's face was plastered with a flattering smile. His attitude doing a complete 180, young Master Tian, please wait. I'll calculate it for you right away. This Heart of Flames is a good thing. At least it can be exchanged for, 1,500 contribution points. The herbs and documentation you requested are on me. I guarantee I'll pick the best for you. Soon, Lu Tian used the Heart of Flames to exchange for a large sum of contribution points, acquiring a big bag of precious herbs, including century-old blood ginseng, bone-quenching grass, tiger bone glue, and jade sap liquid, as well as a detailed set of competition information. Steward Qian personally escorted him out of the affairs hall, his attitude exceedingly respectful. This scene caught the eyes of many passing Lu family disciples and servants, causing another stir. Lu Tian actually took out the Heart of Flames. Why is Qian Bapi so respectful to him? Is the sun rising from the west? Why is he exchanging so many precious medicinal materials? Does he really want to compete in the big match? The news that Lu Tian exchanged the Heart of Flame for resources, intending to compete in the big match, spread throughout the Lu residence like it had grown wings. It was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves. Inside Lu Yang's courtyard, bang! A delicate porcelain cup was smashed to the ground, shattering. The Heart of Flame. Bone-cleansing grass. What does he want? Does he want to compete with me for the bone-cleansing pill? Lu Yang's handsome face twisted with anger, his eyes filled with jealousy and killing intent. Useless. Does he think he can turn things around just by relying on some medicinal materials? Dream on. Brother, calm down, Lu Mei advised from the side, her eyes flashing with cold light. The bone-cleansing pill must be yours. What is Lu Tian? Just a lucky fool who picked up some scraps. In the big match, I will make him pay. In the Master S room, Zhao Shi sat in the main seat, her well-maintained face showing no expression, but a hint of coldness passed through her eyes. She was playing with a string of green jade beads. The monster beast mountain, the Heart of Flame. And that strange purple marten, she muttered to herself. This little bastard seems to have really gotten some opportunity. However, a wild card is still a wild card. The bone-cleansing pill can only belong to Yanger. As for you, life and death are fated in the big match. In Lu Zhenshan's study, he listened to the steward's report, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, his gaze deep. The Heart of Flame. It seems he has gone through a lot in the mountains. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand, indicating he understood. The matter of the big match will be handled according to the rules. The entire Lu residence was filled with undercurrents. All eyes were focused on that once-forgotten dilapidated courtyard, on the illegitimate son who returned with a mysterious purple marten. The bone-cleansing pill was just the beginning. He stroked the soft fur of the purple marten, Lu Yang. Zhao Shi, on the day of the big match, we will settle the score. He sat cross-legged, picked up a piece of bone-cleansing grass, and without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew. The bitter and hot medicinal power dissolved in his mouth, bringing a surge of scorching energy that rushed towards his limbs, refining bones, enhancing strength, making the final sprint for the upcoming family competition. A storm had gathered above the Lu residence. The family competition would be Lu Tian's first battlefield. Chapter 21, Bone Refinement and Body Training. The competition began. In the dilapidated courtyard, Lu Tian sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts facing the sky. He had just swallowed a potent bone-cleansing grass, and the bitter and fiery energy surged into his bones like countless tiny steel needles, drilling deep. A wave of intense pain engulfed him instantly, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge and cold sweat to pour down. But he maintained his focus, operating the mighty bull technique to guide this violent medicinal power to impact every inch of his bones. At the same time, he mobilized the gentle and pure life energy from the black stone, like the most skillful craftsman, following closely behind, repairing the minute fractures torn by the medicinal power and nourishing the newly formed, tougher, denser bone structure. The pain from the bone-cleansing grass, the burning of the residual fire attribute energy from the Heart of Flame, and the nourishment from the black stone's life energy intertwined, collided, and fused within Lu Tian's body in a domineering yet subtle manner. His bones emitted a slight, yet dense cracking sound, like frying beans. Black, Viscous sweat oozed from his skin, exuding a foul odor. That was the deeper impurities and toxins accumulated from his old injuries being refined. The purple marten lay quietly beside him, its purple eyes vigilantly watching the surroundings, guarding Lu Tian. This process lasted the entire night. When the first ray of morning sunlight broke through the broken window and illuminated the room, Lu Tian suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of brilliance flickered and vanished. He stood up, and a series of crisp and pleasant cracking sounds echoed from his bones. A far more refined and solid aura radiated from him. His muscle lines were more defined, and beneath his skin, a layer of resilient jade-like luster could be seen, filled with explosive power in every movement. Bone refining and muscle training. The effects were remarkable. Lu Tian felt the surging power within him, his eyes shining brightly. He looked at the remaining medicinal materials on the table, especially that precious jade liquid. Before the big match, he could still make another leap. At that moment, 3 long and loud bell tolls resonated from deep within the Lu residence. Dong, dong, dong. The bell rang throughout the entire Lu residence, carrying a solemn and serious aura. The family competition had officially begun. In the central martial arts arena of the Lu residence, it was already bustling with voices. On the high observation platform, Lu Zhinshan sat in the main seat, his expression imposing. The matriarch Zhao Shi sat beside him, her makeup exquisite, wearing an appropriate smile, but her eyes were icy. Lu Yang, Lu Mei, and other direct descendants, as well as elders and stewards of the clan, were seated on both sides. The surroundings of the martial arts arena were packed with collateral descendants of the Lu family, servants, and subordinates, all eagerly stretching their necks in excitement, waiting for this event that would determine the status and resources of the younger generation. Lu Tian changed into a clean coarse cloth outfit, holding the purple marten, and walked leisurely through the crowd towards the contestant waiting area at the edge of the arena. His appearance instantly attracted countless gazes. Look, it's Lu Tian. He really came. That purple marten in his arms is the one that scared the iron-backed wolf yesterday? I heard he exchanged a piece of the heart of flame for many precious medicinal materials. It seems he is determined to participate in the big match. Look at his aura. It seems much stronger than before. Did he really break through? The discussions were mixed with curiosity, disdain, and suspicion. Lu Tian seemed unfazed, walking straight to an inconspicuous corner to stand. The purple marten lay on his shoulder, its purple eyes curiously observing the lively scene. Lu Mei also stood among the contestants, her gaze filled with resentment as she stared at Lu Tian. An elder responsible for hosting walked to the center of the martial arts arena and announced loudly, "Silence. The Lu family's annual family competition is now starting. The rules are the same as in previous years, with opponents decided by drawing lots, single elimination. Points will be stopped, and intentionally harming lives is prohibited. The final top 10 will receive generous rewards. The first place will receive a bone-cleansing pill personally bestowed by the family head. Now, let us begin drawing lots." Lu Tian calmly stepped forward, drew a bamboo stick from the lot container, and saw that it was marked with the number 7. Soon, the first round of battle lists was announced. Lu Tian's gaze fell on the battle sign, his eyes slightly narrowing. 7th match, Lu Tian, illegitimate, versus Lu Hu, collateral. Heh, what a coincidence. A cold smile curved Lu Tian's lips. It seems the draw wasn't necessarily fair. Someone was eager to give him a warning. Lu Yang also saw the battle list, a cruel smile appearing on his face as he signaled to a muscular man with a face full of flesh not far away. That man was Lu Hu, and he grinned at Lu Tian, making a neck-slitting gesture, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Lu Mei also easily defeated an opponent. Soon, it was time for the 7th match. 7th match, Lu Tian versus Lu Hu. Both sides, enter. The elder host announced loudly. All eyes in the arena instantly focused. Lu Tian, holding the purple marten, walked slowly into the center of the martial arts arena. Lu Hu charged in like a violent bear, grinning, his heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble with every step. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, his bronze upper body bare, muscles bulging, exuding a sense of explosive power. On the observation platform, Zhao Shi had a cold smile on her lips. Lu Yang crossed his arms, wearing a look of anticipation. Lu Mei showed a satisfied smile. Most of the audience below shook their heads, believing Lu Tian was in for a tough time. Lu Tian gently placed the purple marten on the edge of the arena, signaling it to wait comfortably. Then he turned around, calmly looking at the arrogant Lu Hu, extending a finger and beckoning Lu Hu. "Let's talk, come." This contemptuous gesture completely enraged Lu Hu. Looking for death, Lu Hu roared, charging at him like a human beast. He did not use any flashy moves, just a simple, brutal punch. The wind from his punch howled, carrying a fierce gust, aimed straight at Lu Tian's face. This punch is enough to shatter stone and break bones. Everyone held their breath, as if they could see Lu Tian's head being smashed to pieces by a single punch. Lu Yang's smile grew increasingly cruel. However, just as Lu Hu's fist was less than half a foot away from Lu Tian's nose, Lu Tian moved. Not to retreat, not to block, but to sidestep, step forward, twist his waist, punch out. His movements were as swift as a ghost, simplified to the extreme. Yet precisely seizing the fleeting moment when Lu Hu's full-force punch reached its end, and new strength had not yet risen. Like a charging bull, Lu Tian shouted lowly, and the surging power of blood and energy within him exploded instantly. The muscles and bones tempered by the bone-refining herb and the heart of flame erupted with a force far beyond Lu Hu's imagination. His fist arrived first, carrying a weighty presence like a mountain, yet was as swift as thunder, solidly smashing into Lu Hu's unguarded chest at the center of his sternum. Bang! A dull, heart-stopping sound erupted in the training ground. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lu Hu's massive body suddenly stiffened. The fierce expression on his face was instantly replaced by extreme pain and disbelief. His eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Ugh, poof. Blood mixed with bits of internal organs gushed out of Lu Hu's mouth like a fountain. His iron tower-like body was hit head-on by a battering ram. His feet left the ground, bending at the waist, and he flew backward like a broken sack. Boom. Lu Hu's body crashed heavily onto the stone slab at the edge of the training ground, producing a loud noise. Dust filled the air. He struggled to get up, but after twitching twice, his eyes rolled back, and he completely fainted. A clear fist imprint was left sunken in his chest, and the sound of broken bones was clearly audible. One punch. Just one punch. The entire venue fell silent. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. All the expressions of mockery, disdain, and anticipation froze on their faces. Lu Yang's smile completely solidified into extreme shock and gloom. The jade bead bracelet in Zhao's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Mei covered her small mouth, her eyes filled with horror. The elders on the observation platform all wore astonished expressions. The audience below was as if they had their throats squeezed, unable to make any sound. Only Lu Tian slowly withdrew his fist, his breath steady, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He calmly looked at the presiding elder. "Can you announce the result?" The presiding elder seemed to awaken from a dream, looking at the fainted Lu Hu, then at the steady breathing and scathed Lu Tian, gulped, his voice dry and incredulous. The seventh match. Lu Tian victory. Chapter 22. The Black Stone shows its might. Poisonous schemes brew. The shocking scene of Lu Tian blasting Lu Hu away swept through the entire training ground like a hurricane, and it swept through the entire Lu residence. After a brief silence, there was a deafening uproar. I didn't see wrong, did I? Lu Hu was knocked out by a single punch. Lu Tian. Is that the waste Lu Tian? When did he become so strong? That purple marten. Could it be that he really obtained a great opportunity in the Monster Beast Mountain range? Shock, disbelief, awe, jealousy, and various complex gazes fell on Lu Tian like a tangible weight. The once trampled upon waste sun announced his powerful rise in the most domineering and direct way. Lu Yang's face was so gloomy it could almost drip water. He stared at Lu Tian, his fists clenched so tightly they made cracking sounds. Lu Hu was his #1 enforcer, a pawn he arranged to cripple Lu Tian, yet he was killed with a single punch. This not only cost him a fierce general, but also dealt him a hard slap in front of everyone. Lu Tian. Lu Yang squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth, his eyes boiling with killing intent. Brother, don't be impulsive. The tournament has rules. Lu Mei hurriedly grabbed Lu Yang, whispering, her eyes filled with resentment, but also with a hint of caution. This little bastard is strange. His strength is extraordinarily great. It's unwise to confront him head-on. Don't forget our plan. Her cold gaze swept over Lu Tian, then subtly glanced at Zhao on the observation platform. Zhao had already picked up the jade bead. Her face regained calmness, but the coldness in her eyes was deep and unyielding. She slightly shook her head at Lu Yang, signaling him to calm down. The result was without suspense. Lu Tian didn't even use his full strength. Relying solely on his formidable physical power and exquisite combat skills, a fusion of his past life's fighting experience and the original owner's rudimentary martial arts, within 10 moves, he cleanly sent his opponent out of the ring, achieving victory again. This time, he won even more easily, showcasing combat qualities far beyond his realm. 2 battles, 2 victories. Forcefully advancing to the next round, Lu Tian proved with strength that defeating Lu Hu was not a fluke. Lu Yang's face became even uglier. He easily won in the second round as well, but the spotlight was completely overshadowed by Lu Tian. After a day of matches, Lu Tian, Lu Yang, Lu Mei, and several other strong direct and collateral descendants successfully advanced to the top 16. The tournament will continue tomorrow. As night fell, deep within the Lu residence, in the courtyard of the matriarch Zhao, what if? Zhao sat in a recliner, leisurely sipping tea, her gaze icy. What if he really can threaten your bone-refining pill? Or what if he can truly uncover the cause of his mother's death? Lu Yang was choked up, his face turning red. I mean, he is so arrogant today. If we don't suppress him severely, what face will the Lu family's direct line have? Face. Zhao sneered. Face is earned through strength. If you have absolute strength to crush him, why care about face? His glory today is merely from defeating a few collateral wastes. The real test is tomorrow. She clapped her hands. An old man with a sinister face, dressed in an apothecary robe, quietly walked in. He was Zhao's confidant, the Lu residence's honorary apothecary, Apothecary Chun. Madam. Apothecary Chun bowed respectfully. Zhao took out a delicate small jade bottle from her sleeve and handed it to Apothecary Chun. Old Chun. Infuse the medicinal power of this blood-boiling pill into Yang-Er's essence, solidifying soup for tomorrow. It must be seamless. Blood-boiling pill. Lu Yang and Lu Mei exclaimed simultaneously. This is a forbidden drug. After taking it, it can forcibly stimulate blood and energy within a short time, enhancing one's strength and speed by a small realm, but after the effect wears off, it can severely harm the essence and may even damage the foundation. Mother, this. Lu Yang hesitated a bit. Zhao's last sentence pierced into Lu Yang's heart like a venomous snake. He recalled Lu Tian's cold gaze, the potential danger of his mother being exposed, and the bone-refining pill, and the hesitation in his eyes was instantly replaced by ruthless determination. Good. I will listen to mother. Lu Yang gritted his teeth, his face revealing a sinister expression. Lu Tian. Tomorrow, I want you to wish you were dead. Apothecary Chun respectfully accepted the jade bottle. Madam, rest assured, I will handle it properly. Lu Mei watched the jade bottle from the side, a glint of delight and cruelty flashing in her eyes. The venomous scheme brewed quietly in the night. Chapter 23. The edge begins to show. The green snake unfolds its tongue. The next day, the atmosphere in the training ground was even more fervent. The top 16 battles meant more intense collisions and stronger opponents. Lu Tian still held on to Jia Jia, arriving early at the waiting area. After a night of recuperation and taking the jade essence liquid, his condition reached its peak, and his aura was even more condensed and restrained. After establishing his reputation in 2 battles yesterday, the gazes cast upon him today were mostly filled with awe, with disdain greatly reduced. The drawing of lots began. Lu Tian drew the number 3. His opponent was soon revealed, Lu Qing, collateral. Upon seeing this name, a low murmur arose in the crowd. Lu Qing? Is that the venomous snake Lu Qing? Lu Tian is in trouble now. Lu Qing is not a brute like Lu Hu. Indeed, no matter how strong the power, if you can't hit, it's useless. Lu Qing's movement technique is famously slippery. Lu Qing was a tall, thin young man with a pale complexion, his gaze as cold as a venomous snake. He had a slender soft sword hanging at his waist, the blade emitting a faint blue glow, clearly poisoned. He looked at Lu Tian with cold and murderous eyes, a hint of cruel curvature at the corner of his mouth. He was one of Lu Yang's trusted subordinates, and the tragic defeat of Lu Hu yesterday filled him with hostility towards Lu Tian. The third match. Lu Tian versus Lu Qing. Both sides enter. The host elder announced loudly. Lu Tian placed Jia by the side of the arena and instructed, Jia, just watch. Don't worry. Jia's purple eyes were fixed on Lu Qing, especially on the soft sword at his waist, emitting a low warning sound. Lu Tian stepped into the arena. Lu Qing slithered into the arena like a real venomous snake, standing opposite Lu Tian. Lu Tian, you were lucky yesterday, getting rid of 2 useless ones. But unfortunately, your luck ends here. When you face me, I will let you know what it means to wish for death. With a flick of his wrist, the soft sword at his waist sprang up like a spirit snake, emitting a buzzing sound, the dark blue sword tip pointing directly at Lu Tian, exuding a deadly poison. Lu Tian's gaze remained calm as he slowly drew out a steel dagger from his waist. The dagger glimmered coldly, reflecting his composed face. Too much talk. Seeking death. The killing intent in Lu Qing's eyes surged. He hated being underestimated. Before he finished speaking, Lu Qing's figure suddenly became blurry, like a ground-hugging venomous snake. His speed was astonishing. The soft sword in his hand transformed into a myriad of dark blue venomous snake illusions, producing a piercing sound as it approached Lu Tian's throat, heart, wrist, and other vital points from extremely tricky angles. The sword's shadows were heavy, and the poison spread. So fast, so deadly. Lu Qing's spirit snake sword technique had improved again. Lu Tian was in danger. There was no way to dodge. Gasps erupted from the audience. Lu Yang wore a pleasing smile. Zhao's expression was cold. Lu Mei clenched her fists in excitement. Faced with this overwhelming, venomous, and tricky sword net, Lu Tian stood still, motionless. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, and his mental energy was highly concentrated, under the subtle nourishment of the black stone. His perception far exceeded that of others at the same level. The sword shadows, which seemed to flash like lightning to others, appeared to him to be slowed down just slightly. He could clearly capture the trajectory of each sword shadow, the strength behind them, and even smell the nauseatingly sweet poisonous gas emanating from the dark blue sword tip. The feints to the left. The true killing move aimed at 3 inches below the right rib. Lu Tian judged in an instant, just as Lu Qing's true lethal sword, hidden beneath the main attacking sword shadows, was about to pierce Lu Tian's right rib. Lu Tian moved. His movements were stripped down to the extreme. No flashy evasions. No hard blocks. Just a slight and exquisite half-step slide to the left and back. At the same time, the steel dagger in his hand shot out like a poisoned dragon emerging from its lair, arriving first with utter precision at the 7-inch point of Lu Qing's soft sword, where the power was weakest and the changes least flexible. Clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Lu Qing felt an extremely tricky, needle-like force transmitted from the sword body, causing his wrist to instantly go numb. His sword's venomous and agile momentum was abruptly interrupted and shattered by this seemingly simple point. The myriad of venomous snake illusions instantly dissipated. What? Lu Qing's face changed dramatically. His signature spirit snake strike was so easily seen through and countered by the opponent. How could this be possible? However, Lu Tian gave him no chance to catch his breath. The moment he broke through Lu Qing's sword move, Lu Tian's feet seemed to have springs installed, advancing rather than retreating. His body approached Lu Qing like a ghost, closing the distance to less than a foot. So fast. Warning bells rang loudly in Lu Qing's heart. He excelled in mid-range skirmishes and surprise poison strikes. Being closed in on was his greatest taboo. He instinctively tried to withdraw while his wrist flicked, the soft sword coiling toward Lu Tian's wrist holding the dagger, attempting to force him back. But Lu Tian seemed to have anticipated his reaction. At the moment Lu Qing's wrist twitched, Lu Tian's right hand holding the dagger shrank and then thrust forward like an illusion, tracing a strange arc that not only failed to block the incoming soft sword, but instead snaked around the sword body, directly stabbing at the pulse point of Lu Qing's sword-holding wrist. This stab was fast, accurate, ruthless. The angle was incredibly tricky. It struck at the moment when Lu Qing's old strength had just waned and new strength had not yet emerged, when his wrist was at its most vulnerable, and his defense was at its weakest. Thud. The cold blade of the dagger pierced Lu Qing's right wrist's pulse without obstruction. Blood spurted out instantly. Ah! Lu Qing let out a piercing scream. His wrist's pulse was pierced, and excruciating pain shot through him, causing his entire right arm to lose all strength. The soft sword clattered to the ground. The outcome was already decided. However, there was no despair of admitting defeat in Lu Qing's eyes, but rather a flash of extreme malice and madness. He brushed his left hand against his waist, and 3 thin, hair-like poison needles, glimmering with a dark blue sheen, shot silently towards Lu Tian's face. The angles were incredibly tricky, sealing all of Lu Tian's evasion space. Watch out for the poison needles, someone shouted. Lu Tian's eyes turned cold. Though he suspected Lu Qing might have a backup plan, the close-range poison needle sneak attack was too fast and the angle too tricky. He had just used all his strength to incapacitate Lu Qing's right hand, and his center of gravity was unstable. Avoiding it completely was almost impossible. At that critical moment, screech, a sharp, furious, and anxious cry erupted. Jujia, who had been quietly resting on Lu Tian's shoulder, exploded with astonishing light in her purple eyes. The space around her small body instantly warped. Shadow flash. Jujia's figure vanished like a ghost from Lu Tian's shoulder, and in the next moment, she appeared directly in midair before Lu Tian's face, just in time to block the 3 incoming poison needles. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 tiny poison needles struck Jujia's small body. The tips of the needle's dark blue poison instantly seeped into her purple fur. Jujia. Lu Tian's eyes nearly split. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. He never expected Jujia would use her body to block the needles for him. Jujia's small body trembled in the air and let out a painful groan, falling like a broken kite. Lu Tian caught Jujia in his arms, where he held her. Her body felt slightly warm, and the areas where the poison needles struck quickly turned an abnormal dark blue under her purple fur. Her purple eyes were tightly closed. Her small body twitched slightly, and her breath became weak in an instant. Fury, an unprecedented, volcanic-like rage surged through Lu Tian's entire being. The cold, killing intent spread out from him like a tangible chill, causing the temperature of the entire arena to drop by several degrees. You should die. Lu Tian suddenly raised his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto Lu Qing's face, which was filled with shock and resentment. That gaze was like looking at a dead person. Lu Qing felt a chill run through him as he was met with Lu Tian's eyes filled with brutal killing intent, as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He yelled in a cowardly tone, "In the arena, life and death are up to fate. Who told your beast to seek death?" But before he could finish his words, Lu Tian's figure had already appeared before him, as if he had teleported. The speed was far beyond before. Lu Qing was horrified, and his remaining left hand instinctively raised to block. But Lu Tian, filled with rage, unleashed his attack, reaching the ultimate level of speed, strength, and angle. He completely ignored Lu Qing's block, his left hand like a steel claw, lightning fast, clamped down on Lu Qing's left wrist, and twisted violently. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out clearly. Lu Qing let out an even more piercing scream as his left wrist was brutally twisted off. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Tian's right leg swept out like a steel whip, producing a sound as it struck heavily against the outer side of Lu Qing's right knee. Crack! Another crisp sound. Lu Qing's right leg twisted in a bizarre manner, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. "My leg! My hand!" Lu Qing rolled on the ground in pain, weeping and wailing. No trace of the venomous snake's cunning left in him. Lu Tian didn't even glance at the mud like Lu Qing on the ground. He held the faintly breathing Jia, and with a cold gaze, swept it toward the presiding elder. "He lost," announced the result. The presiding elder was shocked by Lu Tian's cold killing intent and the brutal scene of Jia being pierced by needles, causing his heart to race. He quickly announced loudly, "The third match. Lu Tian wins." Lu Tian no longer lingered, carrying Jia, and under the countless shocked, horrified, and awed gazes, he strode down the martial arts arena. He quickly found a corner and immediately pressed the black stone tightly against Jia's heart, while crazily injecting his spiritual energy. "Jia, hold on. Absorb it. Force out the toxins." Lu Tian was extremely anxious. He could feel the toxins in Jia's body spreading rapidly, eroding her vitality. Worse still, forcibly using the shadow flash needle seemed to have triggered the extremely unstable bloodline conflict within her again. Two forces rampaged within her small body. The black stone erupted with a warm white light. Pure life energy surged into Jia's body, fiercely combating the vicious toxins while cautiously soothing the agitated bloodline energy. Lu Tian's heart was in his throat. He could clearly perceive the chaos within Jia's body, akin to a battlefield. Life energy and toxins clashed violently with the chaotic bloodline power. Jia's small body trembled in pain, her purple eyes tightly shut, and a familiar dark purple blood trickled from the corner of her mouth again. "Hold on, Jia, you must hold on." Lu Tian gritted his teeth, disregarding the immense consumption of his own spiritual energy, and fully maintained the output of life energy. His heart was filled with self-reproach and immense rage. "Zhao family, Lu Yang, Lu Qing, I will remember this debt." Chapter 24, Boiling Blood, Mad Sunday. The rivalry culminated. Lu Qing's crushing defeat was like a scoop of cold water thrown into a boiling pot of oil, completely shattering the atmosphere of the martial arts arena. Lu Tian not only possessed overwhelming strength, but his speed, reaction, combat awareness, and even danger prediction reached an astonishing level. That purple marten was truly extraordinary. A monster. He is definitely a monster. I can't even see the speed of that purple marten. What on earth did Lu Tian experience in the mountains? Can young Master Lu Yang really stop him? Young Master Lu Yang's face could no longer be described as gloomy. It was a sickly pale blue tinged with a hint of crimson. He stared fiercely at Lu Tian, his teeth grinding audibly, his nails digging deep into his palm. Drawing blood. Lu Qing was one of his carefully cultivated trump cards meant to deal with Lu Tian, yet the defeat was so swift and clean, failing to force out many of Lu Tian's hidden cards. This made him feel an unprecedented humiliation and a subtle, barely noticeable panic. "Shut up," Lu Yang growled, his eyes bloodshot. He suddenly turned and walked to a corner of the waiting area, where a trusted servant immediately handed him a warm jade bowl filled with a thick medicinal soup that emitted a strong herbal fragrance. Without any hesitation, Lu Yang threw his head back and drank it all in one gulp. A scorching, violent airflow instantly exploded in his abdomen, as if a volcano had been ignited. The dormant energy within him boiled like cold water thrown into hot oil, roaring to life. His skin turned bright red at a visible speed, veins bulging like earthworms on his forehead and neck, and his muscles swelled uncontrollably, his breath skyrocketing like a rocket. A violent, chaotic, and destructive aura far beyond his own realm erupted. Several nearby collateral descendants were struck by this aura, their faces turning pale as they stumbled back. Roar! Lu Yang let out a low growl that was more beast than man, his eyes blood red, fixating fiercely on Lu Tian, filled with bloodthirsty madness and brutality. The effects of the boiling blood pill had taken hold. Younger, in the viewing platform, seeing her son's state, Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of heartache. but it was quickly replaced by deeper ruthlessness. As long as he could cripple Lu Tian, this little cost was worth it. The presiding elder felt Lu Yang's violent aura and frowned, but still announced, next match, Lu Yang versus Lu Hao. Boom. Lu Hao didn't even have time to scream before he was blasted away like a broken sack, crashing into the wall at the edge of the martial arts arena. Blood spraying, unconscious. The arena fell silent. Everyone was horrified by Lu Yang's brutal and bloody strike. Lu Yang wins. The presiding elder's voice was dry as he hurriedly signaled the guards to carry the seriously injured Lu Hao away for treatment. Lu Yang stood in the arena, emanating a terrifying heat wave and the scent of blood, his crimson eyes scanning the crowd like a beast ready to pounce, finally locking onto Lu Tian, extending his scarlet tongue to lick his lips, and sneered, "Waste. It's your turn. I will crush your bones one by one. Let you beg for mercy like a dog at my feet." The naked killing intent was unabashed. The presiding elder looked at Lu Jinshan. Lu Jinshan was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Next match. Semifinals. Lu Yang versus Lu Tian. Both sides enter. The presiding elder's voice carried a hint of gravity. Everyone knew that this match would be a true battle of dragons and tigers, and even more likely to be a bloody revenge. Lu Tian gently set down Jia Jia, rubbed her little head, and whispered, "Jia Jia, take care of yourself." "Don't worry." Jia Jia's purple eyes were filled with concern, tightly clutching the corner of Lu Tian's clothes with her little paws, then letting go, letting out a low whimper. Lu Tian took a deep breath, his gaze instantly becoming as sharp as ice, cold, and filled with a chilling, killing intent. He stepped forward, walking step by step toward the center of the martial arts arena. With each step he took, his momentum solidified, steady as a mountain, yet containing the thunder about to erupt. In the arena, Lu Yang was like burning lava, violent, chaotic, and filled with a destructive aura. Lu Tian, on the other hand, was like the dark ice of the deep sea, cold, solid, and with hidden killing intent. The two rivals finally stood opposite each other. "Lu Tian, kneel down before me." Lu Yang was the first to strike. The effects of the boiling blood pill had greatly increased his strength, but it also eroded his reason, leaving only the desire for destruction. He roared, and the stone slabs beneath his feet shattered. He charged forward like a cannonball, filled with an unstoppable ferocity, directly pouncing at Lu Tian. He didn't use a sword. His huge hand, like a fan, tore through the air with a sharp whistle, fingers clawed, aiming straight for Lu Tian's head. He wanted to crush Lu Tian's skull, just like he did with Lu Hao. That claw was as fast as lightning, with a force exceeding 1,000 pounds. The violent momentum locked onto Lu Tian, as if it wanted to tear him apart. "Come at me." Lu Tian's eyes sharpened, advancing instead of retreating. He knew that in a clash of strength, Lu Yang, under the enhancement of the boiling blood pill, had the absolute advantage. But he had his own advantages, the resilience of his body tempered by the black stone's life energy, perception that transcended realms, and the precise grasp of combat timing honed from his past life. He lowered his body like a nimble monkey, narrowly avoiding the claw that could tear through gold and stone. The fierce wind of the claw brushed past his scalp, stirring a few strands of hair. At the same time, Lu Tian's long-prepared right fist struck like a venomous snake, accurately smashing into the open underarm of Lu Yang, who was fully committed to the attack. Full charge. Bang. Roar. "You're seeking death." The excruciating pain only fueled Lu Yang's ferocity. His left hand swept across like an iron whip, accompanied by a whistling wind, ruthlessly striking at Lu Tian's waist. Simultaneously, his right knee slammed forward like a battering ram, delivering terrifying force to Lu Tian's lower abdomen. An upper and lower assault. Incredibly fierce. Lu Tian's pupils constricted. Lu Yang's strength and speed were terrifying under the enhancement of the boiling blood pill. He dared not take it head on, his feet moving swiftly as he dodged like a willow in the wind, narrowly slipping out from between Lu Yang's violent knee strike and sweeping hand. A steel dagger was drawn in an instant, slicing toward Lu Yang's ribs. Swish. The dagger left a long white mark on Lu Yang's bright red skin, sparks flying. It only grazed the surface, failing to penetrate deep. "Ha! Waste. Is that just a tickle?" Lu Yang laughed maniacally, appearing almost mad, his assault becoming even more frenzied. His fists rained down like a storm, and his legs danced like steel whips. Each strike contained the immense power capable of shattering stones, and the entire training ground was filled with flying debris and swirling dust from his frenzied attacks. Lu Tian was like a small boat amidst raging waves, relying on his ghostly agility, precise predictions down to the millimeter, and the powerful perception granted by the black stone, twisting and turning amidst Lu Yang's violent assaults. The steel dagger transformed into streaks of cold light, constantly seeking gaps in Lu Yang's defenses, leaving white marks and shallow cuts on his body. However, The potency of the boiling blood pill was too domineering. Lu Yang seemed like an unyielding monster, unaffected by fatigue or pain. As the wounds were instantly sealed by the boiling energy, and his strength increased rather than diminished. Lu Tian's attacks were like scratching an itch through a boot, unable to inflict any substantial damage. Instead, he himself was hit several times by the wind generated from Lu Yang's punches, causing his blood to surge and a trace of blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for his bones being tempered far beyond ordinary people, he would have likely sustained severe injuries long ago. Haha, keep dodging. Just keep dodging. Useless. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Lu Yang grew more frenzied, his crimson eyes fixed on Lu Tian, like a cat playing with a mouse. Lu Tian was about to give in. The boiling blood pill. Lu Yang must have used the boiling blood pill. He's gone mad. Lu Tian had already held on for an unusually long time. But the gap in realms was too vast. The crowd below was abuzz with discussions, all sweating for Lu Tian. Lu Mei's face revealed a cruel smile. A glint of pleasure flashed in Zhao's eyes. Lu Tian's gaze was as cold as iron. He was indeed at a disadvantage. Lu Yang's strength and defense under the effect of the boiling blood pill were too abnormal. But he did not panic. He was waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for the moment when the potency of the boiling blood pill was at its most frenzied, and Lu Yang's defenses and mental state were at their most relaxed. Opportunities are fleeting. Chapter 25. Shadow Flash breaks the game. Blood stained the battle platform. Lu Yang's offensive was like an unending storm, and the central training ground was already a mess, filled with pits. Lu Tian's clothing was torn in several places. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his breathing was slightly hurried, but his eyes grew ever brighter, like a cheetah lying in wait in the night. Die, 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 Lu Yang roared repeatedly. As the potency of the boiling blood pill seemed to reach its peak, his entire body glowing red like heated iron, steam rising, and his strength surging to its utmost. He clenched his fists tightly, raising them high like two giant hammers, descending violently towards Lu Tian, whose figure appeared slightly unsteady. This strike condensed all his frenzied power, aiming to completely crush Lu Tian into dust. The speed was extreme, almost sealing off all of Lu Tian's evasion routes. Lu Tian did not choose to dodge. He knew this strike had too wide a range and was too fast. Forcing a dodge would only result in being severely injured by the aftermath. He made a move that surprised everyone. He suddenly hurled the steel dagger in his hand like a javelin, using all his strength to aim for the unprotected throat of Lu Yang, which was wide open from his full-force punch. This throw was as fast as lightning. The angle was tricky. The timing was precise. It aimed directly at the vital point. Just a small trick. Lu Yang laughed wildly, filled with disdain in his eyes. He didn't care about the incoming dagger at all. He was confident that his throat, under the enhancement of the boiling blood pill, was tougher than steel. He only needed to slightly tilt his head to avoid it, and his fists were enough to smash Lu Tian into meat paste before the dagger could reach him. However, just as Lu Yang slightly tilted his head, preparing to dodge the flying dagger, squeak! A sharp, ear-piercing screech rang out. Saga, who had been tense and focused on the battle, suddenly burst forth with a decisive light in her purple eyes. The space around her small body twisted violently. She instantly activated the shadow flash. The target was not Lu Yang, but rather the massive fists of Lu Yang, about to smash down onto Lu Tian's head. Gaga's figure appeared like a ghost directly beneath the point where Lu Yang's fists would land. Her small body seemed so fragile and tiny under Lu Yang's terrifying punch winds. But her purple eyes showed no fear. Instead, they contained a madness that was willing to perish with the jade. She concentrated all the power she had just regained, infused with a hint of spatial cutting force at the tip of her tiny claws, and fiercely stabbed at the extremely concealed acupoint on the inner side of Lu Yang's wrist, where the boiling blood was the most turbulent, and the defense was relatively weak, the pericardium acupoint. Puff! A barely noticeable soft sound. It was this fatal pause. Lu Yang's earth-shattering fists lost control of their power in an instant, disintegrating. The speed of their descent suddenly slowed, and the steel dagger that Lu Tian had thrown, in this split second, brushed past the trajectory of Lu Yang's evasion, precisely hitting the slightly open mouth caused by intense pain. Puff! The cold dagger, infused with all of Lu Tian's strength and gathered killing intent, fiercely pierced into Lu Yang's mouth. The sharp blade instantly severed his tongue, penetrated the soft palate, and, accompanied by a spray of blood mist mixed with shattered teeth, protruded from the back of Lu Yang's neck, with a small portion of the blood-stained dagger tip visible. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Lu Yang's eyes bulged, filled with extreme pain, disbelief, and the fear of death. His raised fists dropped helplessly, and his massive body trembled violently, as if his spine had been pulled out, shaking heavily. Blood gushed from his mouth and the back of his head like a fountain. Ugh! Ugh! He made a sound like a broken bellows from his throat, and his massive body crashed forward. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Lu Yang fell like a dead dog in front of Lu Tian, his body convulsing violently, bubbles of blood rising from his mouth, and the dagger tip protruding from the back of his neck glinting with a piercing cold light in the sunlight. Life and death uncertain. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone was as if they had been subjected to a freezing spell, staring dumbfounded at this bloody and shocking scene in the center of the training ground. Lu Mei's smile completely froze, transforming into ultimate terror and daze. Zhao suddenly stood up from her seat, her face as pale as paper, and the jade cup in her hand fell to the ground with a loud crash. She stared fixedly at her son collapsed in a pool of blood, her body trembling violently as she let out a piercing scream that sounded inhuman. Yang? Lu Zhinshan also stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with shock. He never expected Lu Tian could pull off such a thrilling and lethal counterattack in a moment of desperation. Gaga. Lu Tian felt heartbroken, immediately pressing the black stone against Gaga's heart, frantically guiding life energy into her body. At that moment, a monstrous killing intent, like a tangible ice spike, instantly locked onto Lu Tian. You little bastard. I want you to pay with your life. Zhao's eyes turned red, resembling a madwoman, no longer caring about any identity or rules. A terrifying pressure belonging to a great martial master erupted from her. Her figure vanished from the observation platform like a ghost. And in the next moment, a claw, surrounded by a chilling aura capable of freezing souls, descended towards Lu Tian's head, who was holding onto Gaga. With a tearing scream that split the air, she intended to tear Lu Tian and that damned purple marten into pieces. The furious strike of a great martial master was as fast as lightning, and there was no way to evade it. Lu Tian felt the arrival of death in an instant. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with defiance and madness, holding Gaga tightly in his arms. All his strength concentrated in his back, ready to withstand this fatal blow. However, just as that icy claw was about to touch the top of Lu Tian's head in a critical moment, enough! A deep voice, containing unmatched authority, rang out. Lu Zhinshan's figure appeared in front of Lu Tian as if he had teleported. His expression was severe, and he casually waved his wide sleeves. Boom! A mighty and vast force, as steady as a mountain, erupted explosively. Zhinshan, you dare to stop me? Zhao, with disheveled hair and blood at the corner of her mouth, looked in disbelief at her husband blocking Lu Tian, her eyes filled with resentment and madness. He ruined Yang. He wants to kill Yang. There are rules in the grand competition. Life and death are determined by fate. Lu Yang took the forbidden drug first, and was outmatched in skill later. You cannot blame others. Lu Zhinshan's voice was cold, carrying an undeniable authority, as his gaze swept across the entire arena. Guards, immediately take Lu Yang away for treatment. Call for the best pharmacist. Where's Pharmacist Chun? The name Chun Yaoshe trembled all over, his face pale as he ran out. Master, do everything you can to save Lu Yang. If anything goes wrong, it will be on you. Lu Zhinshan said coldly, his gaze lingering on Chun Yaoshe for a moment, filled with deep meaning. Yes. Chun Yaoshe broke out in cold sweat, and hurriedly directed the guards to carefully carry Lu Yang away from the pool of blood. Only then did Lu Zhinshan turn around, looking at Lu Tian, who was holding Jia, blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained stubborn and unyielding. He saw the weak ferret in Lu Tian's arms, blood oozing from its mouth, and noticed the cold killing intent in Lu Tian's eyes mixed with deep concern for the ferret. The third semifinal, Lu Tian wins. Lu Zhinshan's voice echoed throughout the arena, marking the end of this bloody confrontation. He paused, looking at Lu Tian, and said solemnly, "You should go and heal. The finals will be postponed by one day." After saying that, Lu Zhinshan no longer looked at anyone, turned around, and strode away from the martial arts arena, his back carrying an indescribable heaviness. Lu Tian held Jia in his arms, walking slowly down the martial arts arena under countless gazes filled with fear, awe, or resentment. His back was straight, each step steady and powerful. He had won this battle. Through wisdom and the sacrifice of his companions, he had completely incapacitated Lu Yang, who had taken banned drugs. But the price was Jia's serious injury. The Lu family was thoroughly torn apart because of this battle. Zhao's crazy revenge was bound to follow. The storm had just begun. Chapter 26. The Dark Knight's killing intent. A father's heart is hard to fathom. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the Lu residence, which had just experienced a bloody storm. The chaos and killing intent of the day settled down, transforming into a suffocating silence. The air seemed to still carry a faint smell of blood and lingering gunpowder. Lu Tian's small courtyard became the most isolated fortress in this silence. He sat cross-legged on a simple bed, tightly holding Jia. The black stone pressed against Jia's heart, emitting a warm and continuous green glow. Lu Tian's face was pale, beads of sweat covering his forehead, and his mental strength surged like a flood into the black stone, guiding pure life energy to engage in a hard-fought tug-of-war against the rampant poison and violent bloodline power within Jia. Jia, hold on. Lu Tian silently urged in his heart. He could clearly perceive the hellish battlefield within Jia. The venomous snake poison was like maggots gnawing at bones, crazily eroding vitality. While the bloodline conflict triggered by forcibly using the shadow flash needle erupted with destructive energy, impacting Jia's fragile body. Life energy acted as both the most resilient dam and the gentlest comfort, striving to dissolve the toxin while cautiously guiding and soothing the turbulent bloodline flood. With every bit of toxin dissolved and every strand of violent bloodline energy calmed, Lu Tian consumed immense mental strength. His sea of consciousness felt like it was being pricked by needles, and his body trembled slightly from overexertion. But his gaze remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Jia had blocked the fatal poison needle for him. This bond was heavier than a mountain. Time passed slowly. The moon rose high in the sky, its cold light spilling through the broken window. Finally, just as Lu Tian's mental strength was about to be completely exhausted, and he was on the verge of collapse, the stubborn snake poison within Jia was completely purified and dispersed by the life energy. The turbulent and violent bloodline power also calmed down under the continuous soothing. Like a weary beast temporarily retreating, returning to tranquility. Although still weak, the sense of destructive conflict vanished. A faint, tired groan escaped Jia's lips. Lu Tian's spirit suddenly lifted. He looked down and saw Jia's tightly closed purple eyes struggling to open a small crack. Although her gaze was dim and filled with extreme weakness, there was no longer any sign of pain. Her little head moved slightly, rubbing against Lu Tian's palm as if to say, "I'm okay." "That's great." Jia, Lu Tian sighed long and tiredly, leaning back against the cold wall as if completely drained of energy, unable to move a finger, but looking at the little creature in his arms, whose breath was weak yet steady. A smile of survival after disaster appeared on his face. However, this moment of peace did not last long. Lu Tian's sharp senses, growing stronger under the nourishment of the black stone, suddenly caught the faint sound of footsteps outside the courtyard, almost blending with the night wind. Not just one. The footsteps were light and swift, carrying a chilling killing intent, silently closing in on his dilapidated courtyard. "They're here." Lu Tian's eyes instantly sharpened like a blade. His tired body forced itself to tense up. He had no doubt that this was Zhao's revenge. The failure of the day and Lu Yang's severe injury had driven that crazy woman completely insane. He gently placed the sleeping Jia on the innermost part of the bed, carefully covering her with a worn blanket. Then, he silently moved to the shadow behind the door, holding his breath, the steel dagger slipping into his palm, the cold touch sharpening his focus. The short stabbing guard was already quietly secured on his left arm. Creak. The decayed wooden door was cautiously pushed open a crack from the outside, making very little noise. A masked figure in black clothes slipped in like a weasel, the short blade in his hand reflecting a ghostly blue poison light under the moonlight. Just as he stepped into the room, and his eyes adapted to the darkness, a shadow darker than the night, like a poised venomous snake, sprang out from the shadows behind the door. The steel dagger whistled through the air, accurately slicing towards the black-clothed man's throat. Fast, accurate, ruthless. Without a moment's hesitation, the black-clothed man's pupils constricted, and in a panic, he could only hastily cross the short blade in front of his throat to block. Clang. The dagger collided with the short blade, sparks flying. The black-clothed man was shaken by the immense force, his arm going numb, stumbling backward. But Lu Tian gave him no chance to catch his breath. One strike missed, and his figure flowed like a shadow. The short stabbing guard in his left arm struck out, like a scorpion's tail, with a vicious arc, fiercely stabbing towards the exposed gap under the black-clothed man's ribs from the block. Uffed. The short dagger pierced flesh. The black-clothed man let out a muffled groan, the intense pain causing him to pause. A cold light flickered in Lu Tian's eyes, and his right leg swept out like a steel whip. Bang! The black-clothed man was kicked away, crashing through the already decaying window, screaming as he fell into the courtyard. There are ambushes. The points are sharp. All together. A low shout echoed in the courtyard. Instantly, 3 shadows leaped over the courtyard wall like ghosts, their knives and swords glinting coldly, forming a triangular shape to block the entrance of the dilapidated house. A strong killing intent locked onto Lu Tian in the room like a tangible force. Kill. The leading assassin growled, and the 3 of them shot forward like arrows, their knives and swords out, bringing a fierce gust of wind, charging straight at Lu Tian. The moves were vicious, aimed at vital points. Clearly, they wanted to end it quickly. Lu Tian's back pressed against the wall, with no retreat left. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He could only fight with all his might. He took a deep breath, preparing to face the storm-like attack. Just at that critical moment, a steady, heavy figure, like a mountain, appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard without warning. A powerful, overwhelming pressure belonging to the realm of great martial artists crashed down like an invisible boulder. Get lost. A low, cold roar exploded like thunder. The three fierce assassins charging at Lu Tian felt as if they had crashed into an invisible copper wall. Their forward momentum abruptly froze, their faces turning pale. Filled with extreme fear, they felt like a small boat in a raging sea. At any moment, they could be crushed by this terrifying pressure. The weapons in their hands were almost impossible to hold steady. Lu Tian also felt a sudden constriction in his breath, but that pressure seemed to intentionally avoid him. Under the moonlight, Lu Jinshan's tall figure slowly stepped into the small courtyard, his expression grim. His gaze like cold ice sweeping over the three frozen assassins and the black-clothed man struggling to rise in the courtyard. Master, master. The leading assassin's voice trembled, filled with disbelief and fear. They never expected the master would personally appear in this remote, dilapidated courtyard. Get lost. Lu Jinshan's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Uttering only a single word, the invisible pressure suddenly intensified. The four death warriors felt as if they had been pardoned, like stray dogs. Rolling and crawling over the wall to escape, vanishing into the night, not even caring about their companion's corpse. The small courtyard returned to its deathly silence. Lu Jinshan walked to the door of the dilapidated house, his gaze falling on Lu Tian inside. Lu Tian still maintained a fighting posture, gripping the dagger tightly. His eyes vigilant and cold, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his face as pale as paper. The eyes of the father and son met in the dim light. Lu Jinshan looked at Lu Tian's stubborn, cold, and guarded gaze. At his pale face, strained to protect the violet marten in his arms, at the dust and blood on his tattered clothes. And a flicker of extremely complex emotions flashed in his eyes. There was scrutiny, inquiry, and a hint of unnoticeable regret. But more than that, there was a profound, indescribable weariness and helplessness. Are you all right? Lu Jinshan's deep voice broke the silence. Not dead. Lu Tian's voice was hoarse and cold, carrying an air of detachment. He slowly lowered his dagger, but his body remained tense. He did not believe Lu Jinshan was there to protect him. More likely, he was there to clean up or to warn him. Lu Jinshan fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the chaos inside the house, the broken window, the signs of a struggle, and then landing on a small mound under the blanket on the bed, the violet marten. That violet marten, is it very important? He suddenly asked. Lu Tian's body stiffened slightly, covering the marten more securely, coldly replying, "She is my life." Lu Jinshan looked deeply at Lu Tian, as if trying to read more from his eyes. In the end, he said nothing, only took out a warm white jade small bottle from his bosom and placed it on the broken threshold at the door. This is the concentration jade dew, effective for internal injuries and mental exhaustion. Use it for her. Lu Jinshan's voice remained flat, but carried an undeniable tone. The finals will proceed as scheduled tomorrow. Win it, and the bone-quenching pill will be yours. After saying this, Lu Jinshan stopped lingering, turned, and his tall figure merged into the thick night. Disappearing as if he had never appeared, Lu Tian stood in place, looking at the bottle on the threshold that emitted a soft glow in the moonlight, then glanced in the direction Lu Jinshan had vanished, his expression complex and hard to decipher. The concentration jade dew? For the marten? What does he mean? Is it a belated paternal love? Or does he have ulterior motives? The night wind blew through the broken window, bringing a biting chill. Lu Tian clenched his fists, the fog in his heart deepening like the night itself. Chapter 27. Bone-quenching as evidence choices ahead. The next day, the atmosphere at the martial arts arena was even more solemn and strange than the day before. An invisible tension filled the air, and everyone's gaze focused on Lu Tian as he slowly walked into the arena. He had changed into a clean coarse cloth outfit. His face was still somewhat pale, but his eyes were like tempered cold iron, sharper, colder, and unfathomable. The violet marten was carefully cradled in his arms, still weak, its purple eyes half open and half closed. But its breathing had stabilized significantly, clearly indicating the remarkable effects of the concentration jade dew provided by Lu Jinshan. With his appearance, the originally noisy martial arts arena fell silent instantly. Awe, fear, inquiry, resentment, various gazes intertwined on him. His fierce image from the day before, having crippled Lu Yang and clashed with the Zhao family's death warriors, though he had been forced back by Lu Jinshan, the news had spread like wildfire, was deeply etched in everyone's hearts. On the observation platform, the Zhao family did not appear. Lu Yang was heavily injured and unconscious, his life uncertain. Lu Mei sat in the Zhao family's position, her face pale, her eyes casting a look of deep resentment and a hint of hidden fear towards Lu Tian. Lu Zhinshan sat at the main seat, his expression calm, revealing no joy or anger. The finals. Lu Tian versus Lu Yin. Both sides enter the arena. The elder presiding over the event spoke with a barely noticeable tension. Lu Yin took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and forced himself to walk to the center of the arena. He cupped his fists towards Lu Tian, his voice dry. "Young Master Tian, please give me guidance." He lowered his posture significantly. Lu Tian, holding the marten, looked at him calmly and nodded. "Make your move." Lu Yin gritted his teeth, pushing all his strength to the limit, unleashing his strongest martial skill with a punch aimed at Lu Tian. The wind from the punch howled, carrying considerable momentum. He knew he had no chance of winning. He just hoped to lose gracefully. However, facing this full-force punch, Lu Tian didn't even set the marten down. He simply cradled the marten, shifting his body slightly like a ghost, letting that fierce punch graze past him. At the same time, his empty left hand shot out like lightning, the index and middle fingers aligned perfectly, precisely striking Lu Yan's exposed shoulder point from exerting all his strength. Poof! Lu Yan felt a sharp energy surge into his body, and his entire right arm instantly became numb and weak. His forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, staggering back a few steps, staring at Lu Tian in shock. One move. Just one move. He didn't even use a weapon. Nor did he set down the violet marten in his arms. The arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this seemingly casual, yet overwhelmingly powerful display of strength. This was no longer a match. It was a complete annihilation. An absolute crushing. Lu Yan's face alternated between red and white, ultimately lowering his head in defeat. I concede. He lost willingly and without complaint. The presiding elder let out a long breath and quickly announced loudly, "Finals. Lu Tian wins." The champion of this family competition is Lu Tian. There were no cheers, no applause, only a stifled silence. This outcome surprised everyone, yet it was also within reason. However, this championship brought not glory, but an even more tumultuous undercurrent. Lu Zhinshan slowly stood up and walked to the center of the arena. He held a brocade box in his hand. The lid opened, revealing a pill the size of a longan, pure white like jade. Emitting a faint fragrance and a powerful wave of vitality, bone-quenching pill. Lu Tian. Lu Zhinshan's voice resonated throughout the arena, his gaze falling on Lu Tian. "Complex and hard to decipher, you won. According to the rules, this bone-quenching pill is yours." He extended the brocade box towards Lu Tian. Lu Tian calmly accepted the brocade box, feeling its slight weight. He did not look at the pill that could drive countless martial artists mad. Instead, he stared directly into Lu Zhinshan's eyes. "Thank you, head of the family." He deliberately used head of the family instead of father. After Lu Zhinshan finished speaking, he no longer looked at Lu Tian, turning to face the crowd, declaring loudly, "The competition is over. Disperse." After saying this, he took the lead and left the martial arts arena, his back carrying an indescribable desolation and heaviness. Lu Tian held the brocade box containing the bone-quenching pill, standing in place, watching Lu Zhinshan leave, then glancing at the weak marten in his arms, and finally sweeping his gaze across Lu Mei's resentful eyes on the observation platform, as well as the various gazes around him, some filled with awe and others with fear. Leave. With the bone-quenching pill, with the marten. Leave this cage filled with humiliation, hatred, and danger? To seek a broader world? To pursue the secrets left by his mother? To become stronger? A thought crazily grew in his heart, becoming clearer and clearer. Yes, leave. The Lu family held no attachment. Haiyang City had become a place of strife. The Zhao families and Lu Mei's revenge would never cease. Staying here would only plunge him into endless conspiracies and assassinations. Lu Tian took a deep breath, his eyes becoming incredibly resolute. He no longer looked at anyone, cradling the marten, gripping the brocade box containing the bone-quenching pill, turning around, and under countless gazes. He stepped forward, steadily walking out of the martial arts arena, heading towards outside the Lu residence. His back was lonely yet determined, carrying an unstoppable momentum. A new journey begins with leaving. Chapter 28. The lone shadow leaves the city. The wind rises over the black marsh. The process of leaving the Lu residence was unexpectedly calm. There was no obstruction, no harassment, and even those who had once humiliated him now kept their distance, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Lu Zhinshan's order to leave had clearly spread throughout the Lu residence. Lu Tian took nothing with him except for the sleeping Gaga in his arms, the black stone he kept close, his mother's relics, the token, and the map. A steel dagger at his waist, a short arm guard, and the precious bone-quenching pill. He did not leave Haiyang City immediately. Gaga's injuries needed to be stabilized. He needed to gather some essential supplies, and more importantly, he needed to plan his escape route. He found a relatively remote inn with a decent reputation to stay in. Using the remaining gold coins on him, from his previous mercenary payments and what was left from the Bureau of Affairs, he paid for the room and had the attendant bring hot water and food. After carefully placing Gaga on the soft bed, Lu Tian immediately took out the black stone and the essence-condensing jade to continue treating her injuries. Although the bone-quenching pill was precious, it did not provide direct help for Gaga's current injuries and might even cause unknown reactions due to its strong medicinal properties. Under the dual nourishment of the essence-condensing jade and the life energy from the black stone, Gaga's condition improved visibly. By the next morning, she could open her purple eyes. Although still weak, she could swallow small bites of the meat paste Lu Tian fed her. This eased Lu Tian's worried heart significantly. While Gaga rested, Lu Tian took out the animal skin map left by his mother and the note that Lu Jinshan had handed him, which wrapped the bone-quenching pill. The animal skin map was ancient and crude, depicting a region with peculiar mountain and river orientations, with the words "Return to Ruins" marked in cinnabar at its center, still exuding mystery. The note from Lu Jinshan, however, contained a relatively simple yet clearer map, with several place names marked nearby: Haiyang City, Black Wind Gorge, Misty Marsh, Red Water River, and Qingzhou Prefecture. Next to the Misty Marsh, in very small writing, it was noted: proceed with caution. Avoid it. Lu Jinshan's meaning was clear. He wanted him to follow this route to reach the more prosperous and expansive Qingzhou Prefecture. The Misty Marsh was a perilous area along this route, and it was advised to detour. Lu Tian compared the two maps. The location of the Return to Ruins on his mother's map seemed to be deep within the Misty Marsh. This discovery shocked Lu Tian. His mother's last words urged him to protect the map and the token. Lu Jinshan hinted at his departure, and the clue to the Return to Ruins pointed towards the dangerous Misty Marsh. Was there a hidden connection in all this? Was it a coincidence? Or was it inevitable? Lu Tian's mind was filled with doubts. He carefully stored the map and token, his gaze becoming deep. No matter how dangerous the Misty Marsh was, he had to explore the place marked by his mother, the Return to Ruins. This could be the key to uncovering his mother's identity and cause of death. He no longer hesitated and immediately went out to procure supplies: sturdy leather water bags, a large amount of jerky and non-perishable food, higher quality healing medicine and detoxifiers, a set of durable coarse cloth cloaks, a simple bow and arrows for long-range alertness and hunting, and a relatively detailed rough map that marked the areas around Haiyang City, including the general locations of Black Wind Gorge and Misty Marsh. When he walked out of the inn with a bulging backpack and still weak Gaga in his arms, he sharply sensed several malicious gazes lurking in the shadows. Were they from the Zhao family? Or were they petty thieves coveting his bone-quenching pill? Lu Tian sneered and ignored them. He walked straight towards the west gate of Haiyang City. The guards seemed to have received some orders, and upon seeing Lu Tian, they complicatedly stepped aside to let him pass. Gaga, we're leaving. Lu Tian tightened his hold on the little one in his arms, adjusted his backpack, and took firm steps onto the official road leading to Black Wind Gorge. According to the map, crossing Black Wind Gorge would lead him to the edge of the Misty Marsh, and Black Wind Gorge was precisely the area where the Bloodfawn wolf pack, mentioned by the mercenaries, was active. After walking for most of the day, the terrain began to become rugged, with dense primordial forests replacing the plains. A faint scent of blood and the smell of decaying vegetation filled the air. The official road had turned into a narrow path through the woods. Here, he was already close to the range of Black Wind Gorge. Lu Tian grew increasingly vigilant, spreading his mental energy to sense the movements of the surroundings. Gaga also seemed to sense something, opening her purple eyes and alertly raising her little ears. Suddenly, "Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa." The piercing and dense howls of wolves rang out from the dense forest ahead and on both sides, like the horn of death, suddenly echoing. The sound approached rapidly. Following that, dark red figures dashed out from the woods like ghosts, their fangs bared, and their blood-red eyes filled with hunger and cruelty. It was the Bloodfawn wolves. There were more than 20 of them. The leading wolf king was particularly robust, nearly reaching Lu Tian's chest in height, and its aura unmistakably reached the early stage of the second tier, equivalent to a martial artist. They had clearly regarded Lu Tian as prey intruding into their territory. The wolf pack spread out in a fan shape, lowering their bodies and letting out threatening growls as they slowly closed in, cutting off all of Lu Tian's escape routes. The smell of blood surged. The killing intent was pervasive. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair, Lu Tian's heart sank instantly. Faced with such a large wolf pack, especially that second-tier wolf king, it would be tantamount to suicide to fight head-on in his current state. "Gaga, hold tight," Lu Tian shouted, his eyes sharp as a knife, and the steel dagger was instantly unsheathed. He scanned the surroundings, looking for a chance to break through. The wind blew from Black Wind Gorge, carrying a bone-chilling cold and a strong smell of blood. Lu Tian's escape route had been a test of life and death from the very beginning. Chapter 29. The wolf pack's hunt. Gaga shows off her power. The encirclement formed by more than 20 bloodfawn wolves tightened like a slowly closing noose of death. The stench mixed with deep growls created a suffocating sense of oppression. The leading wolf king, with dark red fur soaked in blood, coldly locked onto Lu Tian with its crimson vertical pupils, drooling thick saliva from its sharp fangs. The pressure of this second-tier demon beast felt like a heavy stone pressing down on Lu Tian's heart. Running was absolutely futile against the wolf pack, especially with a second-tier wolf king. He could only use the terrain to create chaos and look for an opportunity to break out. Lu Tian made a quick decision. His gaze flickered like lightning, scanning the surroundings. To the left front, the terrain was steep and rocky, with several massive ancient trees entangled together, forming a natural barrier. To the right rear, there was a relatively open depression, but it connected to denser forest. To the rocky area, Lu Tian did not hesitate. The open space would only become a slaughterhouse for the wolf pack's charge. The rocks and giant trees could limit the wolves' mobility and numerical advantage. He suddenly tossed the still weak Gaga onto his shoulder, shouting, "Gaga, hold on tight." At the same time, he exerted force with his legs, launching himself like an arrow towards the steep rocky slope ahead. He pushed his speed to the limit. Roar! The wolf king let out an angry roar. The prey it had almost caught was trying to escape. Its blood-red eyes flashed with ferocity, and its massive body lunged forward. Faster than Lu Tian, like a red lightning bolt, it charged straight towards Lu Tian's back. Other bloodfawn wolves surged in like a red tide, howling as they rushed forward. Lu Tian's body made an extremely strange maneuver, dodging in a way that was almost uncanny, like a fish slipping through the water. He narrowly avoided the wolf king's claws. At the same time, he threw the steel dagger forcefully backward. The target was not the wolf king but the eye of a bloodfawn wolf that had lunged closest. Thud! Oh whoa! A cry of agony rang out. That bloodfawn wolf was pierced in the eye by the dagger, rolling on the ground with a howl. Roar! The wolf king missed its strike and became even more enraged. It crashed into a large boulder blocking the way, bringing with it a few of the strongest bloodfawn wolves, hot on Lu Tian's heels. The other wolves scattered, trying to encircle him from the sides and above. Lu Tian darted between the rocks and giant trees, agile as a monkey. He continuously picked up stones from the ground, infused them with power, and hurled them like cannonballs at the approaching wolves. Each stone accurately struck the wolves' noses, eyes, and other vulnerable spots, though not fatal. They effectively blocked and angered them. Yow! Oh whoa! The wolf pack howled in pain, their offensive momentarily slowing down. But the speed and strength of the wolf king are terrifying. It charges recklessly, its massive claws smashing the stones in its path, its bloody mouth exuding a foul wind as it continuously bites towards Lu Tian's vital points. Lu Tian is in a desperate situation, narrowly escaping several life-threatening moments. The hard leather armor is deeply clawed, his arm is cut by the wolf's teeth, blood is flowing. His stamina is rapidly depleting. This can't go on. Lu Tian is anxious. The wolf king is too strong. Ordinary stones cannot inflict substantial damage on it. The encirclement is closing in. Just as a blood-toothed wolf leaps down from above, its sharp fangs about to bite into Lu Tian's shoulder, a screech pierces the air. Gaga, who has been perched on Lu Tian's shoulder, unleashes an astonishing light from her purple eyes. Despite her weakness, her will to protect Lu Tian overwhelms everything. The space around her tiny body warps violently. Shadow flash. Gaga's figure instantly disappears. The next moment, she appears directly above the blood-toothed wolf. The position is incredibly tricky. Instead of attacking with her claws, she opens her small mouth and emits a shrill cry directed at the wolf's ear, a sound so piercing it seems capable of penetrating the soul. This screech contains a hint of spatial shock power that Gaga has just regained, along with the soul pressure derived from her high bloodline. Although still weak, the effect of this sound at such close range against the vulnerable eardrum is terrifying. The blood-toothed wolf is struck as if hit by lightning. Blood spurts from its ears. The intense pain and strong dizziness cause it to lose all balance, howling miserably as it falls from midair, crashing hard onto the rocks, convulsing. Now's the time. Lu Tian's eyes shine brightly. He has been waiting for Gaga to create chaos, distracting the wolf king. No longer running, he suddenly turns to face the pursuing wolf king, charging forward instead of retreating. He has somehow acquired a crude stone spear, hastily bound with sharp stone pieces using resilient beast tendons. He pours all his strength and will into this crude weapon. With the subtle enhancement of the black stone life energy, his arm muscles bulge, veins popping. Kill! Lu Tian lets out a beast-like roar. His body releases like a taut bowstring. The crude stone spear, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, flies towards the Wolf King's only relatively vulnerable spot, the gaping maw. Now slightly dazed from Gaga's screech. Timing, angle, power, all perfectly aligned. The spear pierces deep into the Wolf King's mouth without obstruction. The sharp stone piece instantly tears through its soft mouth and throat. The immense impact causes the Wolf King's massive head to snap back violently. A howl, filled with heart-wrenching pain and tinged with disbelief and fear of death, erupts from the Wolf King's throat. Blood gushes from its mouth like a fountain. Its massive body convulses violently due to the excruciating pain and the throat being pierced, rolling and crashing through countless loose stones, toppling a small patch of trees. The Wolf King is wounded, near death. The remaining blood-toothed wolves, witnessing their leader's dire state, instantly lose their morale. Their fierce spirit dissipates, replaced by immense fear and confusion. They look terrified at the figure standing amidst the rubble, with the peculiar purple marten perched on his shoulder, drenched in blood yet exuding a god of death's aura. Then glance at their leader, who is writhing in agony on the ground, finally letting out a whimper of fear. Tucking their tails between their legs and retreating into the dense forest like a tide, disappearing from sight. The crisis is temporarily averted. Lu Tian breathes heavily, looking at the dying Wolf King on the ground, then at the equally exhausted Gaga, whose purple eyes contain a glimmer of victory. A smile of relief appearing on his face. Well done, Gaga. He pats Gaga's little head. If it weren't for Gaga's crucial soul screech that distracted the Wolf King, he would have never been able to land this fatal blow. He walks over to the still convulsing Wolf King, pulls out a steel dagger, and gives it a merciful end. The demon core of a second-tier demon beast, and all its materials are valuable gains. He extracts the demon core, cuts off the toughest wolf skin and sharp claws, and quickly leaves this bloody place. He needs to find a safe spot to rest. And Gaga also needs time to recover. Passing through the Black Wind Gorge, ahead lies a vast swamp shrouded in a faint gray mist, like a silent giant beast, unfolding before his eyes. The Misty Swamp, here we are. Chapter 30. The swamp's strange shadows at the edge of the misty swamp. The air becomes humid and viscous, mingled with the stench of humus and algae. The grayish-white mist flows slowly like a veil among the trees and puddles, with visibility less than 10 yards. The ground is soft, covered with thick moss, making a squelching sound underfoot, and one misstep could lead to hidden mud pits. Lu Tian dons thick-soled leather boots, tying his pant legs tightly with cloth strips to prevent leeches and poisonous insects. He cradles Gaga. The little one has perked up significantly after resting and replenishing energy from the Wolf King's demon core in one arm and holds a sturdy walking stick in the other. Stepping cautiously, in the mist, visibility is obstructed, making hearing and smell more critical. Lu Tian spreads his mental energy, sensing the subtle movements around him. Gaga, with her little ears perked up, scans the gray surroundings with her vigilant purple eyes. The swamp is not quiet. Strange calls from unknown water birds echo in the distance. While nearby, there are rustling sounds of creatures crawling, and bubbles occasionally surface from underwater, breaking the eerie silence. Everything exudes an air of strangeness and danger. After walking for about an hour, Lu Tian faintly hears human voices and the sounds of weapons clashing ahead in the mist, along with the roars of demon beasts. Lu Tian immediately becomes alert, signaling Gaga to be silent, and stealthily approaches. Passing through a patch of low reeds, Lu Tian's pupils constrict at the sight before him. On a relatively dry mound, 7 or 8 mercenaries, dressed in uniform black leather armor and covered in mud and blood, are nervously and tiredly forming a defensive circle back to back. In the center lies a comrade, barely alive with a torn abdomen. Surrounding them are a dozen demon beasts resembling gigantic lizards, covered in slick dark green scales, with webbed claws and sharp teeth, toxic marsh lizards. These lizards are all at the late first tier, moving swiftly, their corrosive venom dripping from their mouths as they continually launch surprise attacks from the surrounding puddles and mist. The mercenaries have evidently been fighting for a long time, most of them injured, and their movements are starting to slow down. Leading them is a burly man with a scarred face, wielding a heavy machete, roaring as he cleaves a toxic marsh lizard that lunges at him. But his arm is splashed with venom, and his skin sizzles with corrosive sounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Boss, we can't hold on. There are too many toxic marsh lizards. The third one is about to go down. A young mercenary cries out, his voice tinged with desperation. At that moment, an exceptionally large toxic marsh lizard king, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen, silently swims from the murky puddle to the side of the mercenary defensive circle. Seizing the moment when the scarred man is distracted by a frontal attack, it suddenly leaps out of the water. Its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, opens wide, rushing towards the unguarded neck of the scarred man. Boss, watch out. The nearby mercenary's eyes widen in horror, but it's too late for rescue. The scarred man senses the foul wind behind him, and his heart chills. It's over. Just at this critical moment. Whoosh. A sharp sound slices through the mist. A crude yet exceptionally accurate wooden arrow, like lightning, shoots in. With a thud, it pierces deeply into the toxic marsh lizard king's relatively soft upper jaw, which had opened wide to pounce. The toxic marsh lizard king lets out a screech of pain, its attack veering off course as its massive head crashes into the muddy ground beside the scarred man, splattering mud everywhere. Who? The scarred man, having narrowly escaped death, is both surprised and delighted, quickly looking towards the direction from which the arrow came. In the mist, a tall youth dressed in a coarse cloak, with a face slightly smeared with mud, slowly walked out. He held a simple wooden bow in his hand, his eyes sharp as an eagle, and a mysterious purple weasel perched on his shoulder. It was Lu Tian. Lu Tian did not want to meddle, but seeing this group of mercenaries in a desperate situation, especially the treacherous ambush of the toxic marsh lizard king, reminded him of the time he was surrounded by demon beasts, prompting him to act uncharacteristically. Concentrate if you don't want to die? Lu Tian shouted coldly, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable penetrating power. He quickly drew 3 wooden arrows from the quiver on his back, knocked them to his bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew in a rapid succession. Each arrow accurately struck the eyes or open mouths of ordinary toxic marsh lizards trying to pounce. Every shot hit its mark. Thud, 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 hiss, howl. The 3 toxic marsh lizards instantly shrieked in agony as they were struck, their assault halted. Great shooting. Brothers. Attack. The scar-faced strongman was invigorated, roaring as he led his subordinates to counterattack. They were mercenaries who thrived on bloodshed. With strong support, they unleashed fierce combat power. Lu Tian did not join the melee. He cradled the weasel, moving around the periphery of the battlefield like the calmest hunter. The wooden bow continuously opened and closed, each simple wooden arrow seeming to have a mind of its own, and every time the bowstring twanged, a toxic marsh lizard would lose its combat ability due to a critical hit. He specifically targeted those attempting to sneak attack or pose the greatest threat to the mercenaries. Under Lu Tian's precise ranged support and the mercenaries' desperate counterattacks, the remaining toxic marsh lizards were quickly slaughtered. The toxic marsh lizard king, shot through the jaw, was also seized by the scar-faced strongman, who took the opportunity to behead it. As the battle ended, the hill was thick with the smell of blood. The mercenaries collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, tending to their wounds, their gazes towards Lu Tian filled with gratitude and awe. Little brother, thank you for saving our lives. The scar-faced strongman, enduring the pain in his arm, approached Lu Tian, solemnly cupping his fists in salute. I am Zhao Tai, captain of the Black Wind Mercenary Group. May I ask for your name? I will repay you handsomely in the future. Lu Tian replied, putting away his wooden bow. It was just a small effort. There's no need to mention it. You are too humble, Lu brother. If it weren't for your divine archery assistance, we would all be done for today. Zhao Tai sincerely said. He glanced at the weasel on Lu Tian's shoulder, then looked at Lu Tian's young but steady face, cautiously asking, Lu brother, your skills are extraordinary, and your archery is remarkable. May I ask, are you passing through this misty marsh? Where to? To Qingzhou Prefecture. Lu Tian did not hide. Lu Tian's heart stirred. He knew nothing about the misty marsh, and having a mercenary familiar with the area as a guide would indeed save him a lot of trouble. Moreover, he also wanted to inquire about any news regarding the returned ruins from these seasoned mercenaries. All right, Lu Tian nodded, but I need to go to a place first. Oh, where does Lu brother want to go? We are quite familiar with the outskirts of this marsh, Zhao Tai asked enthusiastically. Lu Tian took out the beast skin map left by his mother, pointing to a vermilion mark in the center. Have you heard of a place called the Return Ruins deep within this marsh? Return Ruins. Zhao Tai and several mercenaries nearby perked up, their faces instantly changing color, filled with extreme shock and fear. Lu brother. Why are you inquiring about that place? Zhao Tai's voice changed pitch, trembling slightly. That is the deepest part of the misty marsh. It is a forbidden place for the living, a resting place for the dead. Chapter 31. The Secret of the Forbidden Land Traveling Together. A forbidden place for the living? A resting place for the dead? Lu Tian looked at Zhao Tai and the others' instantly pale faces and the fear in their eyes, feeling a weight in his heart. It seemed the reputation of the Return Ruins was far from benign in this area. Captain Zhao, could you elaborate? What exactly is so terrifying about the Return Ruins? Lu Tian asked in a deep voice, his eyes sharp. Zhao Tai looked around at the surrounding gray mist with lingering fear, lowering his voice as if afraid of disturbing something. Lu brother, you don't know. The Return Ruins is simply not a place for humans to go. It lies in the deepest part of the marsh, shrouded year-round by a strange, corrosive mist that can even erode fighting spirit, vital energy. Ordinary warriors who enter will quickly have their fighting spirit dissipate and ultimately die from exhaustion. And that's not even the most terrifying part. An old mercenary with a scarred face chimed in, his voice trembling. It said that countless mutated, highly poisonous demon beasts dwell inside. Three-headed corrupted marsh crocodiles, hundred-legged venomous centipedes, soul-eating water leeches. These are things we've never even seen. Moreover, the terrain is treacherous, filled with man-eating quicksand and poisonous gas traps. Even more bizarre. He swallowed hard. His eyes filled with deeper fear. It said the space there is chaotic. Those who enter might just inexplicably disappear while walking. Even their bodies cannot be found. Some say they were swallowed by spatial rifts. In our mercenary circles, it said that the Return Ruins is a shattered land left from an ancient war, connected to the underworld. Those who enter have no chance of survival. Lu brother, heed my advice and do not entertain thoughts of that place. Lu Tian furrowed his brow. Corrosive mist? Mutated poisonous beasts? Chaotic space? This indeed sounded extremely perilous, far exceeding his previous estimates. However, the map left by his mother specifically marked this place. And the black stone was also subtly stirring. The Return Ruins must hide significant secrets, likely related to his mother's origins. He could not afford to give up. Thank you, Captain Zhao, and all the brothers for informing me. Lu Tian cupped his fists. Regarding the Return Ruins, I will exercise my own judgment. For now, it is best to leave the marsh's edge. I will travel with you to Qingzhou Prefecture. Please guide me along the way. Seeing Lu Tian was not fixated on immediately going to the Return Ruins, Zhao Tai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Of course, Lu brother is powerful. With divine archery, having you with us makes our journey much safer. Fourth, where have you gone? Did you find the pest-repelling powder? He shouted into the mist. Soon, a small, thin mercenary crawled out of the mist, tightly clutching a pouch, his face showing relief after a narrow escape. Boss, I found it. Almost got blocked by a group of poisonous dart frogs. With the pest-repelling powder, a yellow powder emitting a pungent, spicy smell, the group set off again. Zhao Tai and the others were indeed familiar with the pathways around the marsh's outskirts, avoiding some known danger zones and insect nests. Lu Tian cradled the weasel. While on the road, he subtly inquired with Zhao Tai and the others about the situation in Qingzhou Prefecture, rumors about the Misty Marsh, especially any clues regarding the Return Ruins. From the fragmented information from the mercenaries, Lu Tian learned, Qingzhou Prefecture is the most prosperous city within 1,000 miles. Jointly controlled by the governor's office and several major martial arts families, rich in resources and full of strong warriors. The Misty Marsh is a famous danger zone, but it also produces some rare poisonous herbs, ores, and materials from demon beasts. Mercenaries and fugitives often operate on the outskirts, but no one dares to venture deep inside. The legends of the Return Ruins have existed for a long time, regarded as an absolute death zone. In recent decades, only a handful of self-assured powerful individuals or madmen have attempted to delve deeper, and without exception, they all went missing without a trace. Some have reported seeing the edge of the Return Ruins from a distance in the depths of the marsh, a desolate area shrouded in gray-black fog, seemingly capable of swallowing light, with the gigantic, unknown skeletal remains of creatures floating in the water. This information weighed heavily on Lu Tian's heart, but also strengthened his resolve. He must go to the Return Ruins. But not now. The urgent task is to head to Qingzhou Prefecture, to increase his strength, seek ways to resist the corrosive mist, and learn more about the Return Ruins and the clues regarding his mother's token. Days later, the group finally passed through the most dangerous outer area of the Misty Marsh without incident and stepped onto the official road leading to Qingzhou Prefecture. The view opened up, and the air became much fresher. In the distance, a massive city, built against a mountain and beside water, with towering city walls far exceeding Haiyang City, appeared on the horizon. Qingzhou Prefecture, we have arrived. Chapter 32. The atmosphere of the capital city upon first hearing about the imperial court. Qingzhou Prefecture, with its towering city walls made of massive blue stones, exudes a heavy and ancient aura. The city gate is wide, bustling with traffic, and people from all walks of life, warriors, merchants, farmers, and even beast masters accompanied by extraordinary beasts, can be seen. At the city gate, city guards in standard leather armor, exuding a fierce aura, are checking the incoming individuals. The orderliness reflects the majesty of a large city. Lu Tian gazes at the prosperous capital city, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. This will be his new starting point. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Zhao. However, I would like to explore the city first and familiarize myself with the surroundings. Lu Tian politely declined. He did not wish to rely too much on the mercenary group, and he harbored secrets, the black stone, the map, and the token, that required him to act discreetly. That's fine. Zhao Tai readily agreed, pulling out a black iron token engraved with the words Whirlwind and Black Wind and handing it to Lu Tian. This is the token of our Black Wind mercenary group. If you encounter any trouble in Qingzhou or need assistance, just take this token to the Black Rock town in the West City to find us. We will never forget the debt of gratitude. Lu Tian took the token, feeling its slight weight, and nodded. All right, if I need help, I will definitely reach out. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Take care, Brother Lu. Zhao Tai and the others clasped their fists in farewell, taking the injured and their gains, and headed toward the West City. Lu Tian, carrying Jiaya, paid the city entrance tax, 10 copper coins, and stepped into Qingzhou Prefecture. Lu Tian felt as though he had entered an entirely new world. Compared to Haiyang City, its layout seemed like a rural town. He found a relatively clean but pricey inn, Yueli, and requested a secluded upper room. After settling Jiaya, who still needed rest, he immediately went out. His primary goal was to sell the beast materials he had on him for gold coins and to purchase a detailed map and guidebook of Qingzhou Prefecture. The local chronicles provided detailed information about the power structure, important locations, and customs of Qingzhou Prefecture. Official forces. The governor's office is the highest administrative body, controlling the military and taxes. The city guards are responsible for public safety. Martial arts families. The Li, Wang, and Zhou families are the three major families with deep heritage, controlling significant resources and industries, each having martial sovereign, martial king, level experts stationed within. Religious sects and gangs. There are martial arts sects like Iron Sword Sect and Fierce Sun Sect, as well as large gang organizations like the Chaobang and Baijiao Hall. Special locations. What attracted Lu Tian's attention the most was the Qingzhou Auction House, which holds large auctions every month, gathering rare treasures. The Wanwan Tower, a library where one can pay to access books, and the Beast Fighting Arena, a place to settle grudges and hone combat skills. Qingzhou Beast Master Academy. This is the highlight of the local chronicles. It is the highest institution for training beast masters in Qingzhou Prefecture and the surrounding areas. Founded jointly by the governor's office and several major families, it has a strong faculty, abundant resources, and specialized beast cultivation bases, trial secret realms, and libraries. Admission is strict, requiring multiple assessments of talent, mental strength, and the potential of contracted beasts. Once admitted, one can not only gain a systematic inheritance of beastmaster skills, but also enjoy preferential resources and protection from the academy. The Beastmaster Academy. Lu Tian's eyes lit up. This is exactly what he needs right now. Although he has the affinity granted by the Black Stone, he knows nothing about the Beastmaster system, beast cultivation, or combat coordination. He is entirely self-taught. Jiaya's bloodline conflict also requires more professional knowledge and resources to resolve. If he can enter the Beastmaster Academy, it would undoubtedly be a shortcut. He immediately checked the enrollment information. The next public admission assessment is in 1 month. With a clear goal, Lu Tian clenched his fists. Within a month, he needs to help Jiaya recover to her best state and improve his own strength as much as possible to face that rigorous assessment. Chapter 33. Initial display of talent, the threshold of the academy. In the following days, Lu Tian entered a state of intense preparation. He used the gold coins he acquired to buy high-quality soul-nourishing pills and bone refinement ointment from Baijiao Hall. The former nourishes mental strength, while the latter is used alongside bone refinement pills to accelerate the body refinement process. At the same time, he also purchased a type of honey called jade honey, which helps stabilize qi and nourish meridians, and a special herb known as peaceful mind grass for Jiaya. Under the nourishing effects of the jade dew, jade honey, and Lu Tian's continuous supply of black stone life energy, Jiaya recovered quickly. After a week, she had fully regained her vitality, her purple eyes sparkling, and her speed seemed even faster than before. Occasionally using Shadow Flash, the signs of bloodline conflict had also weakened significantly, which delighted Lu Tian. During the day, Lu Tian trained diligently in his in-room. He first applied the bone refinement ointment to bring his body to its optimal state, then solemnly took out the translucent bone refinement pill. The pill melted in his mouth, transforming into a vast and gentle warm current that surged through his limbs. Unlike the violent energy of the fiery heart, the energy from the bone refinement pill was purer and gentler, like the finest sandpaper, repeatedly polishing and refining his bones. Lu Tian activated the bison strength, guiding this immense medicinal power. His bones emitted a dense and crisp cracking sound, like gold and jade colliding. Impurities seeped from the surface of his skin again, but this time they were much less. He could clearly feel that his bones were becoming denser and tougher, as if they had been forged from fine steel. His strength, defense, and capacity for qi and blood were rapidly increasing. At night, Lu Tian quietly left the inn with Jiaya and headed to the beast fighting arena in the West City. The arena was not only a place for bloody life and death battles, but also had ordinary arenas for people to hone their combat skills. Lu Tian, under the alias Shadow Blade, paid the fee and registered for the low-tier warrior competition. His only purpose, to hone his combat skills, especially in coordination with Jaya. Lu Tian learned how to predict Jaya's landing point through subtle mental fluctuations and movements, while Jaya learned to launch deadly ambushes the moment Lu Tian created an opening. One person and one beast moved as a whole, perfectly executing speed, deception, and precision, often before their opponents could react. Jaya would disrupt their line of sight or unbalance them, followed by Lu Tian striking like a ghost with his dagger to the throat or vital points. Shadowblade and his enigmatic purple ferret quickly gained a considerable reputation in the low-tier arena. 10 battles, 10 victories. All wins were clean and decisive. As the battle began, a muscular man roared while swinging a giant axe, creating a whistling wind, powerful and forceful. Lu Tian did not engage directly. Instead, he utilized agile footwork to dodge. His dagger like a venomous snake, constantly seeking gaps in the opponent's defense. Jaya, like a purple ghost, sometimes appeared above the muscular man's head to disrupt his vision and at other times at his feet, attempting to trip him. The muscular man, irritated by the harassment, roared in frustration but could never hit the slippery Lu Tian or the elusive Jaya. He suddenly executed a whirlwind slash, forcing Lu Tian back, and the giant axe swung fiercely towards Jaya, who reappeared beside him. Now's the time. A spark of brilliance flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. In that moment, Lu Tian and Jaya seemed to be completely synchronized in spirit. Jaya's figure vanished the instant the giant axe was about to strike. Shadow flash. At the same time Jaya disappeared, Lu Tian had already predicted her landing point, right where the muscular man's back was exposed due to his full-strength strike. Lu Tian's body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed reaching its peak. The steel dagger, gathering all his strength and fighting spirit, transformed into a cold gleam, silently stabbing towards the muscular man's unguarded back. Puff! The dagger accurately pierced through the leather armor and into the muscle. Although it was blocked by the muscular man's strong muscles and fighting spirit and did not penetrate deep into the heart, it still caused significant injury. The muscular man let out a painful roar, his movements momentarily halted. Jaya's figure almost simultaneously appeared above the muscular man's head, her small paw imbued with a hint of spatial cutting power, fiercely clawing at his vulnerable eyes. The muscular man, terrified, stumbled back, covering his face in panic. Lu Tian seized the opportunity to close in, his dagger raining down like a storm towards the muscular man's vital points. Ultimately, the muscular man was sent crashing down from the arena by Lu Tian's heavy punch amidst his desperate defense. Shadowblade. Shadowblade. That purple ferret is incredible. This coordination is simply seamless. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Lu Tian walked down the arena holding Jia, feeling the boost from the battle and the increasingly close bond with Jia, filled with confidence. They were ready for the Beastmaster Academy's assessment. Chapter 34, The Assessment Storm, 3 Trials. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The day for the Beastmaster Academy's enrollment assessment finally arrived. The academy is located in the eastern part of Qingzhou City, covering a vast area, towering walls, and a grand entrance, with 2 lifelike stone sculptures of beast spirits. A dragon-headed eagle, standing at the entrance. Above the gate, the 6 gilded characters of Qingzhou Beastmaster Academy shone brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding solemnity and majesty. On the day of the assessment, the area outside the academy was crowded. Young martial artists from Qingzhou and nearby towns gathered here, mostly aged between 15 and 20, each face showing signs of nervousness, anticipation, and excitement. Many had various contract beasts or partners by their side, imposing iron-backed wolves, magnificent swift horses, and even a green-scaled snake coiled around an arm, or a fire sparrow perched on a shoulder. Lu Tian, in clean coarse clothes, holding Jia, stood inconspicuously in the crowd. Jia curiously surveyed the surrounding beasts, her purple eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity and innate superiority, seemingly looking down on those lower-tier beasts. Silence. A loud voice rang out, containing powerful spiritual energy that instantly silenced the noisy crowd. A middle-aged man in a blue academy mentor's robe, with a serious expression, stepped out from the academy's gate. His aura was heavy. He was a peak Grand Martial Master. I am Han Li, a mentor from the Beastmaster Academy's outer court. I am responsible for presiding over this assessment. Han Li's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, and his pressure made the noisy crowd instantly quiet down. The path of a Beast Master prioritizes talent, followed by temperament. This assessment consists of 3 trials. The second trial is the illusory heart path. It tests willpower and temperament. Those who cannot exit the illusion within an instant time will be eliminated. The third trial is Beastmaster combat. In a designated area, participants will battle assessment puppets or specified beasts, showcasing their coordination and combat abilities. Comprehensive evaluation will be conducted for selective admission. Now, the assessment begins. Step forward in order to test. With Han Li's command, the line began to move slowly. A huge spirit testing stone was placed in the center of the square. It was a completely black stone covered in mysterious patterns. Testers needed to place their hands on the stone and channel their spiritual energy and fighting spirit to the fullest. The testing process was quick, but the results were harsh. Many had weak spiritual energy, leading to no response from the spirit testing stone, while others had weak physiques, causing the stone to only emit a faint light, all ruthlessly eliminated. Sighs and cries occasionally sounded. Buzz. Passed. Name? The mentor asked. Wow. 3-star spiritual energy. Impressive. He looks ordinary, but his talent is so good. That little ferret is so cute. I wonder what breed it is? Lu Tian's test results caused a small stir. In the crowd, a young noble dressed in luxurious brocade robes, accompanied by a majestic silver wolf, Wang Lin from the Wang family, and a girl with a cold expression, accompanied by a swirling ice crystal sparrow, Li Mu Shui from the Li family. Both cast scrutinizing glances at Lu Tian. Lu Tian paid no attention and walked toward the entrance of the second trial, a stone path shrouded in mist leading up the mountain, the illusory heart path. The moment he stepped into the mist, Lu Tian felt the scene before him change dramatically. Fragments of the most painful, fearful, and angry memories surged like a tide, assaulting his mind. The illusion attempted to evoke his inner weaknesses, anger, and despair. Humph. A mere illusion thinks it can disturb my mind. Lu Tian's gaze instantly regained clarity. Nourished by the black stone for a long time, his spiritual energy was far more refined than his peers, and his will had been tempered by life and death. As tough as iron, these illusions were like a gentle breeze brushing over the hills, unable to shake his true heart. Ignoring the chaotic illusions, he stepped steadily, one step at a time, up the stone path. His pace was not fast, but exceptionally steady. In less than half an incense stick's time, Lu Tian's figure emerged from the mist of the illusory heart path, appearing on the mountaintop platform. He was one of the first to exit the illusion. On the platform, Mentor Han Li and several supervising mentors looked at Lu Tian's calm face and steady steps, revealing a hint of approval in their eyes. Soon, a few elite individuals like Wang Lin and Li Mu Shui also emerged from the illusion, but most had pale faces, clearly exhausted. The third trial, Beast Master Combat, took place in the trial valley behind the academy. The assessment began. With the mentor's command, the battle puppet's eyes flashed red, moving with heavy steps, swinging its metallic fists and charging at Lu Tian with a whistling wind. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed, not immediately allowing Jia Jia to attack. He changed his footwork, drawing his steel dagger, and actively confronted it. He wanted to test the puppet's strength. Ding, ding, ding. This kid has good battle awareness. Han Li, watching from the sidelines, nodded slightly. At that moment, the battle puppet seemed to be provoked. A formation lit up on its chest, and its speed suddenly increased. With punches coming faster than the last, Lu Tian was forced to retreat repeatedly. Jia Jia. Lu Tian called out softly. Jia Jia, who had been quietly resting on Lu Tian's shoulder, suddenly had a glint in her purple eyes. Her figure vanished instantly. Shadow flash. Swish. The battle puppet's fist action suddenly froze. A brief moment of stiffness occurred. Uft. Zzz, zzz. A piercing sound of electricity rang out. The red light in the battle puppet's eyes flickered violently a few times. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, and then it crashed to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The core was destroyed. The battle ended. From Jia Jia's shadow flash interference to Lu Tian seizing the flaw for a decisive strike, the entire process flowed seamlessly, perfectly coordinated. It took less than 10 breaths. Silence enveloped the arena. Number 7, Lu Tian, assessment passed. Evaluation, excellent. Mentor Han Li's voice echoed, carrying a hint of undeniable surprise and admiration. Lu Tian successfully stepped through the gates of Qingzhou Beast Master Academy. Chapter 35, New Students of the Academy. A glimpse into the path of beast mastery. Qingzhou Beast Master Academy, inner court area. Pavilions and towers are nestled among ancient trees, with spiritual energy far denser than the outside world. The air is filled with the fragrance of grass and wood, along with a faint beast spirit aura. Students dressed in various academy uniforms moved through the area, some hurrying, others discussing their insights into beast mastery in groups, accompanied by various contract beasts, creating a vibrant scene. Lu Tian, holding Jia Jia, followed the senior responsible for guiding him to the accommodation area assigned to new students. Qingsong Courtyard. This was a relatively independent courtyard with a serene environment. Lu Tian's residence was a single room, simply furnished but clean and tidy. Far better than the dilapidated courtyard of the Lu family. Lu Tian received his belongings and thanked him. Thank you, Senior Chen, for your guidance. You're too polite. Oh, By the way, Chen Feng looked at the extraordinary Jia Jia on Lu Tian's shoulder and reminded him. The academy allows students to bring contract beasts in specific areas, such as dormitories and breeding gardens, but in classrooms and public areas, unless under special circumstances. Contract beasts must be stored in beast master rings or left in their residences to avoid disturbing others or causing conflicts. Lu Tian nodded, indicating that he understood. After changing into the gray-blue academy uniform and wearing the identity jade pendant engraved with his name and the academy's emblem, Lu Tian felt a new sense of belonging surge within him. He left Jia Jia in the room to rest. The little one was curious about the new environment, but very obedient, and took his coarse jade slip to Qiming Hall. Qiming Hall is a magnificent hall that can accommodate hundreds of people. At this moment, the hall was already filled with new students who passed the assessment. Numbering over 100, Lu Tian found a seat towards the back and scanned the room. He saw several standout individuals from the assessment, such as Wang Lin, the heir of the Wang family, with a silver wolf contract beast, and Li Mu Shui, a genius from the Li family, with an ice crystal sparrow contract beast, who were surrounded by many admiring students. The lecturer was an elderly man with gray hair and a kind face, surnamed Sun, a senior theoretical mentor at the academy. Dear new students, welcome to Qingzhou Beast Master Academy. Mentor Sun's voice was gentle yet clear. The way of the Beast Master is vast and profound. From today, I will guide you to catch your first glimpse of the path. A Beast Master does not enslave beasts, but rather coexists and flourishes with them. Communication is paramount, followed by nurturing, and then combat. Mentor Sun spoke eloquently, covering the most basic classifications of beasts: elemental, strength, agility, and special types, their habits, types of contracts, master-servant, equal, and symbiotic contracts, and their pros and cons. The resonance between mental strength and contracted beasts, how to identify a beast's talents and potential, and the basics of formulating food and treating injuries for beasts. Lu Tian listened with great eagerness. This systematic and professional knowledge was precisely what he had been lacking. Combining his past experience as a veterinarian with the affinity granted by the Black Stone, he understood quickly, and many vague concepts became clear in an instant. So that's it. The bloodline conflict of Gaga is likely due to its shadow and space attributes being too domineering for its young body to bear, requiring specific void stones or shadow flowers to stabilize and harmonize. Nurturing beasts involves not just feeding them energy, but also pairing them with spiritual items according to their attributes to guide their bloodline evolution. The essence of an equal contract lies in spiritual resonance and soul bonds, not merely in spiritual suppression. Lu Tian was immersed in this ocean of knowledge, feeling as if a brand new door had opened before him. After class, as Lu Tian was preparing to leave, a somewhat arrogant voice rang out. Hey, the one called Lu Tian. Is there something you need? Lu Tian replied in a calm tone. Wang Lin looked Lu Tian up and down, his eyes flashing with a hint of disdain. I heard your mental strength was quite good during the assessment. You even relied on a little weasel to cheat and win against a battle puppet. You were lucky. However, in this Beast Master Academy, relying on tricks won't get you far. The way of the Beast Master emphasizes foundation and resources. Do you understand? He deliberately patted the majestic silver wolf next to him. The intention to show off was obvious. Senior Wang is right. Country bumpkin, don't think you're impressive just because you have a bit of cleverness. A follower chimed in. Lu Tian looked at Wang Lin's high and mighty demeanor, feeling no ripple in his heart, and simply said, thank you for the reminder. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying that, he turned and left, holding the few thick tomes he had just received: Basic Beast Nurturing Manual, Common Spiritual Herb Illustrated Guide, etc., leaving Wang Lin and the others in stunned silence. Unappreciative. Wang Lin's face darkened. Just wait and see. Lu Tian ignored the gazes behind him. He knew that in this academy, strength and results were the hard truths. What mattered most to him now was to learn knowledge, improve his strength, resolve Gaga's issues, and seek clues about his mother's origins. Chapter 36. Breeding Garden Worker. The Blackstone stirred. Life at the academy was tense yet fulfilling. During the day, he studied theoretical courses, and at night, he practiced fighting Qi in his small courtyard. The bull strength technique was already insufficient, and he planned to exchange contribution points for better techniques. Nourishing Gaga with the Blackstone while trying to use his newly acquired knowledge to concoct some gentle herbal juices to help stabilize Gaga's bloodline. However, the academy's resources were not free. Accommodation, meals, exchanging for techniques and martial skills, and purchasing resources for nurturing contracted beasts all required contribution points. After exchanging for the bone-tempering pill, Lu Tian was left with very little gold after buying some basic medicinal materials. He needed to find a way to earn contribution points. Lu Tian looked at the meager 100 initial contribution points in his identity jade token, a reward for just enrolling, and frowned slightly. The Academy offered various ways to earn contribution points, completing tasks posted by the Academy, such as gathering medicinal materials, eliminating low-level beasts in specific areas, working part-time in shops set up by the Academy, or helping out in the breeding garden. The breeding garden was a place specifically for cultivating, raising, and researching various beasts, covering a vast area like a giant ecological park. Upon seeing the job advertisement, Lu Tian's eyes lit up. This was exactly where he could utilize his veterinary skills. He immediately went to the breeding garden to apply. The manager, a middle-aged man with the surname Qian, was stout and had sharp eyes. Lu Tian, newcomer? Manager Qian flipped through Lu Tian's information and nodded slightly upon seeing the 3-star mental strength. The work in the breeding garden is not easy. You have to take care of various temperamental beasts, clean the enclosures, prepare feed, and sometimes deal with simple beast injuries. Are you sure you can handle it? I have a basic understanding of veterinary medicine and am willing to give it a try, Lu Tian replied calmly. Veterinary medicine? Manager Qian raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. All right. We need someone over in the water zone to take care of a group of green water toads and a few injured iron-scaled crocs. 5 contribution points a day, plus 1 meal. Do you want to do it? Yes. Lu Tian answered without hesitation. Although 5 contribution points wasn't much, it would add up over time, and more importantly, he would have the opportunity to interact with many beasts. The water zone was humid, filled with moisture and a faint fishy smell. The green water toads were the size of basins, with green skin, and they liked to sunbathe on floating weeds. They were relatively docile, but their skin secreted a mildly paralyzing mucus. The iron-scaled crocs, on the other hand, were true ferocious beasts. Although domesticated, their wild nature remained, and the students responsible for caring for them were cautious. Lu Tian's work included cleaning the toad pools, preparing special algae pellet feed, and cleaning and dressing the wounds of the injured iron-scaled crocs. He quickly adapted to the job. With his past experience as a veterinarian and understanding of animal behaviors, he cleaned the enclosures quickly and efficiently, and the feed he prepared was precisely proportioned, impressing the official caregivers. When treating the wounds of the iron-scaled crocs, his movements were steady and precise, showing none of the nervousness and clumsiness of other students. He could even predict the emotions of the iron-scaled crocs by observing their eyes and subtle movements, allowing him to soothe or avoid attacks in time. Manager Qian occasionally inspected the area and, seeing Lu Tian's skilled work, revealed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This kid really has some skills. He is not just boasting. One day, Lu Tian was cleaning a wound on an iron-scaled croc that had been bitten by other crocs. This particular iron-scaled croc was exceptionally irritable. Even when restrained by special chains, it still thrashed wildly, letting out threatening low growls. Lu Tian held his breath and focused, moving gently and steadily. He first used a special solution to soften the dirt and necrotic tissue around the wound, then carefully removed the dead tissue with a disinfected bone knife. Throughout the process, he was fully concentrated, his mental strength highly focused, locking eyes with the iron-scaled croc's pained and fierce gaze, conveying a calming intent, combined with the affinity of the black stone. Surprisingly, under Lu Tian's focused and steady actions and the almost imperceptible aura of affinity, the previously agitated iron-scaled croc gradually calmed down. Though still cautious, it no longer thrashed violently, only occasionally emitting a low rumble from its throat. Why is Old Black so well-behaved today? A nearby old caregiver exclaimed. Usually when we change its bandages, it acts like we're taking its life. This stirring was not directed at the iron-scaled croc or the green water toads in front of him, but pointed towards a section deep within the water zone, isolated by a fence and marked with a warning. Danger. Do not approach. Lu Tian's heart stirred. The black stone only reacted when sensing special beasts or energies. What was inside? He discreetly asked the old caregiver. Senior, what is kept in there? It looks very mysterious. A Xian'in cold flood dragon? A cub? Severely injured? Cold energy? Lu Tian gazed at the area shrouded in cold energy, feeling the continuous faint stirring of the black stone in his arms. And a thought arose in his heart. Could the life energy of the black stone help this cold flood dragon cub? This might be an opportunity. Chapter 37. Cold Pool Dragon Shadow. Initial display of talent. The stirring of the black stone was like a stone thrown into a lake of the heart, creating ripples within Lu Tian. The Xian'in cold flood dragon, just by its name, was known to possess a powerful ice bloodline, and the value of its cub was immeasurable. If he could use the black stone to heal it, not only might he receive generous rewards and contribution points from the Academy, but he could also study this high-level beast up close and perhaps even find inspiration to resolve Gaga's bloodline conflict. But the risks were equally great. The cold pool area was a forbidden zone, and those who trespassed faced serious consequences. Moreover, the cold serpent hatchling has a violent temperament and exudes a chilling aura. Any slight misstep could lead to frostbite or even backlash. Wealth is sought in danger, and Blackstone's reaction might indicate a peculiar connection between it and the cold serpent? Lu Tian weighed this in his heart. He did not act rashly. In the following days, he diligently completed his tasks at the breeding garden while paying particular attention to the movements in the cold pool area. He noticed that every noon, an elderly man, a frost-type elder with the surname Long, dressed in elder robes and exuding a powerful aura, would personally enter the cold pool area to feed the cold serpent hatchling a blue crystal that radiated an intense chill and attempted to heal its injuries with frost-type energy. However, each time he emerged, his expression was not good, indicating that the effects were poor. Lu Tian also learned from the casual conversations of other caretakers that the cold serpent hatchling's injuries seemed to lie within its heart meridian and origin. With the cold energy going out of control, ordinary frost-type healing methods could only suppress it but could not cure it, and if this continued, it would likely not last much longer. Opportunity. Lu Tian saw a chance, but he needed a suitable opportunity and reason to approach. A few days later, the opportunity came. Manager Qian, with a worried expression, found Lu Tian. Lu Tian, Elder Lung needs some fresh ice spirit grass to prepare cold food. But this can only be found in the cold stone crevices on the outskirts of the cold pool area. Others are afraid of the cold aura and dare not go. Don't you know a bit about herbs? Would you dare to collect some? You'll get double contributions. Ice spirit grass. Outskirts of the cold pool area? Lu Tian's heart stirred. This was the perfect excuse to approach the cold pool area. The student was willing to give it a try. Lu Tian agreed without hesitation. Manager Qian was overjoyed and quickly handed Lu Tian a special jade box that could withstand some of the cold aura and a simple map of the outskirts of the cold pool area, repeatedly urging him to only collect at the very edge and never go deeper. Lu Tian changed into thick clothing, took the jade box and map, and arrived at the outskirts of the cold pool area. The temperature dropped sharply, and the air was filled with visible white cold aura, with thick frost covering the ground and rocks. Even with his cultivation, Lu Tian felt the bone-chilling cold. Following the map's instructions, he carefully searched the crevices at the edge and quickly collected several crystal-clear ice spirit grasses that emitted cold energy. After completing the task, he did not leave immediately. The black stone in his arms was increasingly restless, guiding him to look toward the depths of the area where the cold aura was densest. Through the thin cold mist, Lu Tian vaguely saw a small pool in the center, with water as black as ink, radiating extreme cold. By the pool, a small snake, covered in dark blue scales, less than 2 meters long, with 2 small bulges on its head, was coiled on a piece of cold jade. It appeared weak, with its dark blue eyes half open, filled with pain and weakness, and the uncontrolled cold aura around its body was freezing the nearby air into ice crystals. It was the young Xian Yin cold serpent. As if sensing Lu Tian's gaze, the cold serpent hatchling suddenly raised its head, its cold eyes locking onto Lu Tian instantly. A chilling aura filled with warning and ferocity surged toward him. Lu Tian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His blood felt like it was about to freeze. Although this hatchling was severely injured, the pressure of a high-level beast was still terrifying. He endured the bone-chilling cold and the soul-level pressure without retreating. Slowly, he mobilized the power of the black stone, emitting a gentle, inclusive, and vibrant intent through it. Like a warm current, softly brushing toward the alert and suffering cold serpent hatchling. This was not an attack, but the purest intention of goodwill and help. The cold serpent hatchling sensed this unique intent, and a flicker of extreme astonishment and confusion flashed in its cold eyes. It had never felt such a sensation, one that instinctively made it feel comfortable and desired. That aura seemed to soothe the excruciating pain caused by the uncontrolled cold energy within it. Its violent emotions rapidly subsided like melting ice and snow, replaced by an indescribable longing and a faint glimmer of hope. It warily stared at Lu Tian, emitting a low, questioning hiss from its throat, but did not release any more aggressive cold energy. Effective. Lu Tian was certain in his heart. He slowly took out the jade box, gently placed the freshly collected ice spirit grass on the ground, and then slowly stepped back a few paces, signaling that he meant no harm. The cold serpent hatchling looked at the ice spirit grass on the ground, then at Lu Tian, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately extended its slender tongue, coiling around a stalk of ice spirit grass and swallowing it. After consuming the ice spirit grass, it seemed to feel a bit better. But the uncontrolled cold energy within it continued to rampage, causing it to curl its body in pain and emit a weak whimper. Lu Tian observed this scene and felt reassured. The life energy of the black stone was indeed effective against this uncontrolled cold energy injury. But he couldn't act hastily yet. He needed a more thorough plan and a reason to persuade Elder Lung to let him try. He noted the cold serpent hatchling's condition and location and quietly exited the outskirts of the cold pool area. Upon returning to the breeding garden, He handed the ice spirit grass to Manager Qian. Seeing the high-quality ice spirit grass in the jade box and Lu Tian safe and sound, Manager Qian was very pleased and readily paid him double contribution points. Lu Tian looked at the contribution points increased in his identity token, but cast his gaze towards the direction of the cold pool area. The Xianin Cold Serpent would be a crucial step for him to establish a foothold in this Beastmaster Academy and obtain resources. Chapter 38. Thousands of books. Tokens appear. Having solved the immediate contribution points issue, Lu Tian turned his attention to another important place in the academy, the 10,000 Scrolls building. The 10,000 Scrolls building is located in the center of the academy, a quaint 7-story tower with flying eaves and brackets, exuding a strong aroma of books and faint fluctuations of formations. This is the academy's treasure trove, housing a vast collection of techniques, martial skills, beast taming manuals, continental history, geographical records, and various oddities. Consulting the records requires consuming contribution points. The higher the floor, the more precious the records, and the greater the consumption. Lu Tian's current goal was clear. He paid 10 contribution points for the first floor and entered the first floor of the 10,000 Scrolls building. What greeted his eyes were countless tall bookshelves, categorized and filled with dense records, jade slips, and scrolls. The air was filled with the scent of paper and ink, and many students quietly moved among them, consulting materials. Lu Tian took a deep breath and began his quest for knowledge. He first arrived at the section on beast bloodlines. Most of the records here documented the characteristics of common beast bloodlines, their evolution paths, and possible conflicts and solutions. He carefully flipped through them, looking for records related to shadows, space, instability, and conflicts. Exploration of hybrid bloodline fusion mentioned that spatial attribute bloodlines are often domineering and exclusive, prone to conflicts, requiring void stones or realm source crystals containing spatial power to harmonize. Shadow-type Beast Cultivation Handbook recorded an ancient formula for a potion called shadow harmonization, with main ingredients being shadow mushrooms and nightlight flowers. A fragment of records of ancient beasts mentioned the void ferret with spatial talent, describing its form, purple eyes, and swiftness like a shadow, suspected to possess the ability to traverse space, but its bloodline is extremely difficult to stabilize, often leading to early demise. A void ferret? Purple eyes? Space traversal? Lu Tian's heart trembled. This description is remarkably similar to Jiejia. Could it be that Jiejia has the exceedingly rare bloodline of the void ferret? This discovery excited and worried him. He was excited to finally confirm Jiejia's race and potential, but worried because the records clearly stated that the void ferret bloodline is extremely unstable and difficult to grow. It requires extraordinarily precious and rare spatial attribute treasures to harmonize and stabilize. Lu Tian silently noted these names, knowing they would be key points for future searches. Next, he went to the geographical records on dangerous lands, searching for mentions of the Mist Marsh and the Return Ruins. Records of dangerous lands in Qingzhou stated that the Mist Marsh is shrouded in corroding spirit mist, devouring fighting energy, with an unstable core area and a strange force field, suspected to be fragments of an ancient battlefield. Analysis of corroding spirit mist noted that this mist contains peculiar energy that can erode and decompose fighting energy and spiritual power, and can only be resisted by special anti-mist artifacts, high-level protective fighting energy, or certain beast bloodlines with extremely strong innate resistance. The records about the mercenaries are largely similar, but more detailed and horrifying. The dangers of the return to ruins far exceed imagination. Without sufficient strength and preparation, entering would be a death sentence. Lu Tian momentarily suppressed his urge to explore immediately. Then, he went to the area of the miscellaneous studies and patterns, hoping to find clues about the complex and profound pattern on his mother's token. The text here recorded various ancient runes, family crests, sect seals, and array diagrams. He patiently flipped through one book after another. Time passed slowly, and his contribution points were continuously consumed. Staying time also incurs a fee, yet he found nothing. The pattern on the token was too complex and profound, seemingly not belonging to the common systems. Just as Lu Tian was about to give up and planned to come back another day, his gaze inadvertently swept across a dusty, tattered ancient book titled Investigation of the Heavenly Craft Remnants on a corner shelf. Unexplainably compelled, he took it down, dusted it off, and began to browse through it. This book seemed to be investigating a certain lost ancient forging technique and the relics it left behind. When Lu Tian turned to a page depicting several incomplete, extremely complex structures of tools, his pupils suddenly constricted. His heart raced. A certain partial structure of the incomplete pattern bore a striking resemblance to the starry trajectory pattern surrounding the character U on the back of his mother's token. Although the patterns in the ancient book were more fragmented and ancient, the unique rhythm and connection method were strikingly similar. Lu Tian suppressed his excitement and carefully read the annotations beside it. This is a fragment of the core array pattern of the Heavenly Craft Creation Disc. According to research, it is a secret of the ancient Heavenly Craft sect, capable of drawing upon the power of the stars to create all things, and also possesses the ability to perceive the source and control all spirits. However, the Heavenly Craft sect perished in the ancient war, and the creation disc has also vanished, with fragments of its patterns seen in later generations being regarded as treasures. The Heavenly Craft Creation Disc? The Heavenly Craft sect? Controlling all spirits? The token left by his mother is surprisingly related to the ancient sect, the Heavenly Craft sect, and its treasure, the Heavenly Craft Creation Disc? Lu Tian felt a surge of electricity course through his body. His mother's origins were definitely extraordinary. This token was likely far more than just proof of identity. He eagerly read the scattered records about the Heavenly Craft Creation Disc. Although incomplete, each word left him in shock. At the same time, he repeatedly compared and memorized the incomplete tool patterns depicted in the ancient book with the patterns on his token. When leaving the Myriad Scrolls Tower, Lu Tian's emotions were still unsettled. The bloodline of Gaja, the dangers of the return to ruins, and the astonishing origins of his mother's token. All the clues intertwined in his mind, pointing towards a more magnificent future. He exchanged for a high-level yellow-tier combat technique called Rock Solid Fist, costing 200 contribution points, which emphasizes a solid foundation, defense, and strength, very suitable for his current situation. He also exchanged for a close combat martial skill compatible with daggers, Shadow Strike 3 styles, costing 150 contribution points, focusing on speed and one-hit kills. Strength. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Lu Tian clenched his fists, whether for Gaja or to uncover the secrets of his mother. Powerful strength was the only guarantee, and that mysterious Cold Jiao might be his next breakthrough. Chapter 39. Healing the Cold Jiao Elder Lung's Shock. The discovery at the Myriad Scrolls Tower thrilled Lu Tian, but he quickly calmed down. The secret of the Heavenly Craft Creation Disc was too astonishing. Far beyond what he could touch right now. The urgent task was to enhance his strength and acquire resources. The young Cold Jiao was a key part of his plan. He meticulously prepared for several days. Taking advantage of his work in the breeding yard, he carefully observed and recorded the young Cold Jiao's condition, Elder Lung's treatment methods, and feeding patterns. Combining this with the texts he found in the Myriad Scrolls Tower about the habits and injuries of the Cold Jiao, he gradually formed a bold plan in his mind. One day, he approached Manager Qian. Manager Qian, I have observed the young Cold Jiao in the cold pond area these past few days, and I found that its cold energy is out of control, and its source is damaged. Although Elder Lung is suppressing it with ice-type combat energy, it seems to be a temporary fix. Lu Tian got straight to the point. Manager Qian was taken aback, then smiled wryly. Who doesn't know that? Elder Lung can't do anything about it. What can you possibly suggest? My ancestors passed down some unconventional veterinary methods. It might be worth a try, Lu Tian said calmly, his eyes filled with confidence. I am willing to sign a military order. If I cannot alleviate the Cold Jiao's injuries, I will accept the punishment. If I can alleviate it, I only ask for your recommendation to Elder Lung and permission to assist in caring for this beast in the future to earn some contribution points. Manager Qian looked at Lu Tian's serious expression and recalled his previous professional performance in caring for the magical beasts. He hesitated. This is too risky. What if you anger Elder Lung or hurt the Cold Jiao? I have a sense of proportion. I will only try on the periphery, never intruding into the core of the cold pond. The method is also very gentle and will not harm the Cold Jiao, Lu Tian assured. If you are not at ease, you can supervise from the side. Manager Qian pondered for a long time and finally gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll trust you this once. But I must say it up front. If something goes wrong, you bear the consequences. Under Manager Qian's tense gaze, Lu Tian returned to the periphery of the cold pond area. He looked at the still languid and suffering young Cold Jiao by the pond. This time, he did not release the life energy of the black stone, but instead took out several herbs he had carefully mixed, creating a balm using calming herbs and a few mild cold herbs. He applied the balm to a specially made cold jade, then carefully pushed the cold jade towards the vicinity of the young Cold Jiao using a long pole. The young Cold Jiao watched the balm on the cold jade warily, glancing at Lu Tian outside the fence. It seemed to recognize the human who had released a comforting aura a few days ago. After hesitating for a moment, it extended its tongue and licked a bit of the balm. Upon tasting the balm, a gentle cooling sensation spread, and although it could not suppress the source of the cold energy, it did alleviate its restless pain slightly. A glimmer of light flashed in the young Cold Jiao's cold eyes, and its gaze towards Lu Tian lost some wariness, replaced by curiosity and anticipation. Lu Tian was certain. The second step begins. He sat cross-legged outside the fence, closed his eyes, and concentrated on mobilizing his mental energy to communicate with the black stone in his arms. This time, he did not directly release life energy, but instead used the black stone to transmit an extremely pure, gentle, and soothing mental wave filled with restorative intent. Like the softest silk thread, slowly and continuously conveying it to the young cold Jiao. This was not an infusion of energy, but a communication and guidance on a mental level, guiding its chaotic cold energy back to calmness, guiding its own vitality to repair the damaged source. This required extremely precise mental control and a profound understanding of life energy. If it weren't for Lu Tian's strong mental power, 3 stars, and long-term use of the black stone, he would never have been able to achieve this. The young cold Jiao's body trembled violently. It clearly sensed that warm, nurturing intent, guiding it like a mother. This intent felt so familiar, so trustworthy. The violent and chaotic cold energy within it, like a runaway wild horse, began to miraculously become gentle and orderly under the gentle comfort and guidance of this intent. Although still powerful, it no longer rampaged destructively within its body. The tearing pain at its heart meridian gradually eased. A soft, unprecedented whimper escaped the young cold Jiao, filled with comfort and reliance, as its massive body slowly unfurled, lying on the cold jade, greedily absorbing the peculiar balm, enjoying the soothing warmth of the intent. The chaotic cold energy dissipating from its surface visibly receded at a noticeable speed. Manager Qian watched in astonishment, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He could hardly believe his eyes. That young cold Jiao, which even Elder Lung found difficult to handle and was known for its violent temper, was now lying there like a docile kitten, enjoying Lu Tian's treatment. Moreover, the dissipating cold energy had truly weakened. Just then, a cold and powerful aura suddenly descended. Elder Lung. Qian Guanshi was so scared that he trembled and hurriedly bowed, stammering an explanation. Why yes, it was Lu Tian. He said he has a way. Elder Lung ignored Qian Guanshi and stepped to the fence, his sharp gaze carefully examining the condition of the young cold dragon. When he sensed the cold energy within the cold dragon becoming noticeably ordered and no longer violent, and saw the comfort and reliance reflected in the young dragon's eyes, this usually stern ice elder showed an extreme shock on his face. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Lu Tian, who had just finished his task and looked somewhat pale, his voice trembling slightly. Why you? How did you do it? Chapter 40 Elder's Favor Initial Glimpse of Ice Soul. Elder Lung's question was like ice, filled with undeniable authority and strong curiosity. Qian Guanshi's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. Lu Tian took a deep breath. Suppressing the fatigue caused by the consumption of spiritual power, stood up, and respectfully bowed. Student Lu Tian, greetings to Elder Lung. My ancestors had some knowledge of methods to adjust conflicts of exotic energies. I sensed the cold energy within the cold dragon was out of control, its origin damaged. So I dared to attempt spiritual guidance to soothe it, supplemented with a calming ointment to help it sort out the chaotic cold energy and stimulate its vitality to repair its origin. This method is gentle, aiming to guide rather than forcibly suppress. He did not mention the black stone, attributing the credit to his family's secret method and spiritual guidance. This explanation was vague, but the facts before them spoke louder than words. Elder Lung's sharp gaze was like an ice pick, as if trying to see through Lu Tian. He once again carefully sensed the state of the young cold dragon. Indeed, the rampant cold energy had become much more docile and orderly. The young dragon's weak aura had clearly strengthened, its pain replaced by comfort, even showing a clear reliance on Lu Tian. The effect was far better than his previous forceful suppression with ice-type fighting spirit. Moreover, the method was unprecedented. Spiritual guidance, stimulating one's own vitality, Elder Lung murmured, his eyes shining with brilliance. Having immersed himself in the ice path for many years, he understood the difficulty of uncontrolled cold energy. Forceful suppression would only backfire. Guiding and stimulating was the right path. But it sounds easy, yet doing it is difficult. It requires a deep understanding of life energy, the origin of beasts, and control over spiritual power. Can this method be sustained? Could it harm the cold dragon's origin? Elder Lung's voice softened a bit, but was still serious. Elder Lung stared at Lu Tian for a long time, seemingly weighing his options. Finally, he slowly nodded, a hint of unnoticeable approval in his voice. Good. I will allow you to give it a try. Qian Guanshi. Here. Qian Guanshi quickly bowed. From today onwards, Lu Tian may freely enter and exit the outer area of the cold pool and assist in caring for this dragon. Required medicinal materials can be taken from the storeroom, with priority supply. Additionally, Elder Lung turned to Lu Tian. For each successful guidance you provide to the cold dragon, you will earn 100 contribution points. If you can help it recover, I will reward you handsomely. But if anything goes wrong, I am willing to bear all consequences. Lu Tian immediately interjected, his tone firm. Very well. Elder Lung gave Lu Tian a deep look. I look forward to your performance. After saying this, he flickered and disappeared as if merging into the cold air. Qian Guanshi let out a long sigh, wiping his cold sweat. Looking at Lu Tian with awe and envy in his eyes. Lu Tian, you really are hiding your talents. 100 contribution points each time. Elder Lung is notoriously strict and has never been this generous. Lu Tian smiled slightly, also relieved in his heart. This step was right. Not only had he secured a stable source of contribution points, but more importantly, he had connected with Elder Lung. In the days that followed, Lu Tian arrived at the cold pool area every noon on time. He still first used the specially made ointment to soothe the cold dragon, to keep it under wraps. Then sat cross-legged, releasing pure life energy and spiritual intent through the black stone, continuously guiding the uncontrolled cold energy and nourishing its damaged heart veins and origin. With Elder Lung's tacit approval and resource support, the quality of the ointment Lu Tian prepared improved, adding more nourishing cold attribute spiritual herbs. The effect of Blackstone's life energy was even more significant. The young cold dragon's condition improved at a visible speed. The dissipated cold energy was almost completely contained. The deep blue luster of its scales became more profound, and the small bump on its head seemed to have grown a bit, its aura steadily increasing, even occasionally letting out a vibrant and clear cry. Its reliance on Lu Tian also increased day by day. Every time it saw Lu Tian, it would affectionately rub its head against the fence. Lu Tian not only gained a massive amount of contribution points, 100 points a day, but also made significant progress in his understanding of ice attribute energy through continuous use of black stone energy to guide the cold energy and communicate with the cold dragoness spirit. He felt his spiritual power becoming more refined, and even his rock fist fighting spirit, while in operation, carried a faint icy intent, becoming more solid and heavy. Though Elder Lung did not appear often, every time he observed secretly, the appreciation and surprise in his eyes grew stronger. He even exceptionally allowed Lu Tian to practice in a relatively milder area of cold air at the outer edge of the cold pool, using the pure ice-cold air to temper his fighting spirit and spiritual power. Lu Tian seized the opportunity, practicing the rock fist while trying to integrate the faint icy intent he comprehended into it. Gradually, his rock fighting spirit no longer appeared as a simple yellow, but took on a faint, mist-like ice blue sheen, greatly enhancing its defensive power and adding a hint of slowing and freezing properties. He named this mutated fused fighting spirit ice Soul Rock Fist. Chapter 41 Underlying Currents Wang Lin Strikes. Lu Tian's adventures in the breeding garden and his rapidly improving strength stirred ripples in the new student circle of the Beastmaster Academy, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The enormous income of 100 contribution points a day made countless people envious. Moreover, his special relationship with Elder Lung attracted various speculations and jealousy. At the forefront was Wang Lin. In a private room at the Yulai restaurant, Wang Lin slammed his wine cup onto the table, his face dark. Useless. A bunch of useless people. You can't even find out the background of a poor kid from the countryside? All you know is that he comes from the Lu family in Haiyang City. A small family we've never even heard of. Young master, calm down. A sharp-nosed lackey quickly said, that kid is really strange. He must have had some luck in the breeding garden and got close to Elder Lung. Now even Qian Guanshi treats him politely. 100 contribution points every day. Damn it, I work my ass off for a month and can't earn that much. Humph, Elder Lung. Just an old scholar researching beasts. A hint of disdain flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, but more was jealousy. Why does that kid deserve it? Just because of his little veterinary tricks? And that little weasel that only knows how to dodge? He recalled Lu Tian and Jiajia's tacit cooperation during the assessment, making him even more unhappy. Younger master, I heard that kid recently exchanged for a technique called Ice Soul Dagger technique in the combat arena, and seems to have made some progress, carrying ice-cold energy. Quite tricky. Another lackey said. What does young master mean? He likes to show off, right? Doesn't he rely on that little weasel to gain the upper hand? A hint of malice flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Go. Send him a challenge. Arrange for him to duel on the Academy's competition stage in 3 days. The stakes will be 500 contribution points. I want to publicly waste that annoying purple weasel in front of everyone. Let's see what else he can rely on. Hi. Young master's plan is brilliant. The lackeys flattered. The Howling Moon is a second-tier beast. Dealing with that little weasel should be easy. A public duel is a matter of life and death, and Elder Lung can't say anything. Soon, a haughty and provocative challenge letter was sent to Lu Tian. Competition stage? Public duel? Stakes of 500 contribution points? Targeting Jiajia? Lu Tian looked at the challenge letter. His eyes instantly turned cold. Wang Lin's intentions were crystal clear. He wanted to publicly humiliate him, to waste Jiajia and cut off his support. Creak. Gaga seemed to sense the malice in the challenge letter as well. Cold light flickered in her purple eyes as she bared her teeth at the letter and let out a threatening low growl. "Want to move, Gaga?" Lu Tian gently stroked Gaga's fur, a cold smirk curving at the corner of his mouth. "Wang Lin, this is something you brought upon yourself." He picked up a pen and wrote a bold, powerful character on the challenge letter. Battle. 3 days later, at the Academy's competition platform. The competition platform was located in the center of the outer courtyard square, constructed from hard Qinggang stone, surrounded by protective formations. At this moment, the area below the platform was already crowded with students watching the spectacle, heads bobbing as they discussed. "Have you heard? The new student Wang Lin is challenging that veterinarian Lu Tian. Wang Lin is from the Wang family's direct line, and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf is a second-tier demon beast. No matter how strange Lu Tian's little ferret is, it's only a first tier, right? 500 contribution points. Lu Tian really dares to accept. Hee, this will be a good show. Let us see how young Master Wang teaches that ignorant kid a lesson." Wang Lin stood proudly on the platform in a luxurious silver battle suit, arms crossed. Beside him, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was massive, its silver-white fur shimmering in the sunlight, its crimson eyes surveying the surroundings, exuding the powerful pressure of a second-tier demon beast. He enjoyed the attention and discussions of the crowd, casting a disdainful look at Lu Tian below the platform. Lu Tian, with Gaga in his arms, walked slowly onto the platform, dressed in a simple blue academy uniform. His expression was calm, his gaze deep like a cold pool, showing no ripples. Gaga lay on his shoulder, cold purple eyes fixed on the silver wolf across from them, showing no fear. "Lu Tian, if you admit defeat now, kneel down and knock your head 3 times, and then offer up the contribution points. Maybe this young master will spare your little beast." Wang Lin shouted arrogantly, causing a burst of laughter from the crowd below. Lu Tian ignored his taunts and calmly looked at the mentor presiding over the duel. "Can we begin?" The mentor nodded. "In this sparring duel, strike to the point, and do not intentionally harm life or ruin someone's foundation. Start." "Roar." Wang Lin struck first. With a command, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf lunged like silver lightning, carrying a bloody wind, charging straight at Lu Tian. Its speed was like a gale. At the same time, Wang Lin drew his long sword from his waist, the blade glimmering coldly as it aimed at Lu Tian's flank. The man and wolf coordinated, one attacking and one restraining, their assault fierce. Gaga entangled the wolf. Lu Tian shouted softly, his feet moving swiftly, the ice rock force circulating, a faint ice blue aura enveloping his body. He did not directly take the wolf's attack, but instead sidestepped like a phantom, his steel dagger carrying a hint of chill, precisely targeting Wang Lin's incoming long sword. Clang! The sword and dagger collided. Wang Lin felt a heavy, icy force transmit from the sword, causing his wrist to tingle. Shocked, he thought, such powerful strength. And what about the cold energy? Meanwhile, Gaga had already activated Shadow Flash. She instantly appeared in the path of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's attack, letting out a sharp scream infused with soul pressure aimed at its enormous wolf head. Ugh! The Howling Moon Silver Wolf was momentarily stunned by the close-range soul impact, a hint of confusion flashing in its eyes. Lu Tian seized this fleeting opportunity. After forcing Wang Lin's long sword away, he advanced instead of retreating. The ice rock force erupted, his speed increasing dramatically. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, targeting Wang Lin, who had exposed a slight flaw due to the wolf's setback. The dagger transformed into a cold blue light, piercing straight for his chest and abdomen. Fast, accurate, fierce. Wang Lin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Tian's speed to be so fast, nor his attacks so fierce. In a panic, he swung his sword to block. Bang! The dagger struck hard against the sword's spine. A powerful force mixed with biting cold surged forth. Wang Lin grunted, staggering back with both man and sword, his arm numb, his fighting spirit fluctuating. Howl! Tear him apart! Wang Lin roared in shock and anger. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf, freed from the soul impact, had a more ferocious look in its eyes. It abandoned the slippery Gaga, its massive body suddenly turning, opening its gaping mouth, carrying a foul wind, and lunging for Lu Tian's neck. Its fangs gleamed coldly. Watch out! Someone in the crowd shouted. Lu Tian seemed to have eyes on his back. At the moment the silver wolf's jaws were about to bite down, he suddenly executed an extremely strange low-body spin. Spinning like a top, he narrowly avoided the fatal bite of the wolf. At the same time, in his spin, the dagger in his hand drew a cold arc, carrying condensed icy fighting spirit, and fiercely slashed towards the relatively soft throat exposed by the wolf's lunge. Ice rock dagger technique, reverse scale. Thud! The dagger, glowing with ice blue cold light, accurately pierced just below the silver wolf's throat. Although it was stopped by tough fur and muscle and didn't go deep, The sharp blade and the accompanying piercing cold energy instantly invaded. The silver wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl of pain, its massive body stiffening suddenly. Now, Gaga. Lu Tian's eyes flashed cold light. Gaga, who had been moving like a purple ghost, took the opportunity created by Lu Tian to launch a long-planned attack. Shadow Flash. Her figure appeared directly above the silver wolf's head, which was stiff from the throat's intense pain. This time, she did not use a scream but concentrated all the spatial power stored within her tiny right paw. The tip of her paw glimmered with an extremely weak black edge, as if it could tear through space. Void Claw. Swish. Gaga's little paw, carrying the faint edge of the Void Claw, fiercely struck at the silver wolf's most vulnerable eye. A woof. A horrific wolf howl echoed throughout the arena. The silver wolf's left eye exploded in a burst of blood. The eyeball was directly crushed by the claw tip, which contained the power to tear through space. The excruciating pain drove it completely mad, its massive body thrashing wildly. Wang Lin's eyes bulged with fury, howling moon. He rushed towards Lu Tian like a madman. You little bastard. I want you to pay with your life. However, Lu Tian's attack did not stop. The moment Gaga struck and the silver wolf thrashed its head, he had already predicted Wang Lin's rescue route. His body shifted like a ghost, perfectly blocking Wang Lin's path. Get out of the way. Wang Lin roared, his long sword carrying violent fighting spirit, ruthlessly slashing at Lu Tian. Lu Tian's gaze was icy, not dodging or avoiding. The ice rock force surged fully, his left arm's short dagger guard blocking the long sword. While his right fist clenched, the rock force and cold energy converging at the fist's peak, fiercely smashing towards Wang Lin's chest, which was wide open due to his full-force chop. Rock break. Boom. A sound so deep it was almost deafening. Wang Lin's sword struck against the short dagger guard, sparks flying, but he felt as if he had struck ancient ice. A shockwave mixed with piercing cold pain coursed through his arm. Even more terrifying was Lu Tian's heavy punch, which landed solidly on his chest. Puff. Wang Lin's eyes bulged, and a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments spewed out. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the edge of the competition platform, rolling a few times before passing out. The sound of shattered ribs was clearly audible. Meanwhile, the howling moon silver wolf, having lost one eye, was forcibly subdued by the mentor, who had reacted quickly, dragging it away amidst its pain and madness. The arena fell silent. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the platform. The unconscious Wang Lin, the blind silver wolf being dragged away, and the young man in a blue robe at the center, holding the purple little ferret, his breath steady and his gaze cold. With one move, Lu Tian used only one move of the ice rock dagger technique to force Wang Lin back, creating an opportunity for Gaga to severely injure the silver wolf. And then seizing the flaw, he knocked Wang Lin out with a punch. Clean, swift, ferocious. It completely overturned everyone's expectations for this duel. Lu Tian wins. The voice of the presiding mentor carried a hint of dryness and disbelief. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into an uproar. My God, one punch. Just one punch. Wang Lin defeated? The howling moon silver wolf is blind. That purple ferret, what kind of claw is that? Cold fighting spirit. He has mastered ice attribute fighting spirit. A monster. This kid is definitely a monster. Awe, fear, and disbelief surged towards Lu Tian like a tidal wave. Li Muxue stood among the crowd, her cold eyes filled with shock and seriousness. Lu Tian ignored the commotion below the stage. He walked over to the unconscious Wang Lin, retrieved his identity jade token, deducted 500 contribution points, and then, holding Jia, calmly walked down the fighting stage under countless gazes. With this battle, Lu Tian's name completely resonated throughout the outer academy of Qingzhou Beast Taming Academy. He declared his rise with absolute strength. He also warned all those with ill intentions. If they wanted to harm him and Jia, they would have to pay a heavy price. Chapter 42. The Secret of the Void Ferret, the Call of the Ruins. Wang Lin was severely injured by Lu Tian's punch, and the news that the howling moon silver wolf had one eye clawed out by Jia swept through the entire academy like a whirlwind. The Wang family was furious and pressured the academy to severely punish Lu Tian. However, Elder Lung personally intervened, citing the rules of the fighting stage where life and death are determined by fate, and protected Lu Tian. Additionally, since Wang Lin had provoked Lu Tian first with the intention of eliminating his contracted beast, the academy only issued Lu Tian a mild warning. After this incident, no one dared to easily provoke Lu Tian. He went to the Cold Pool District every day to help the Cold Flood Dragon, earning contribution points, and focused on his cultivation, leading to a relatively peaceful life. One day, Lu Tian returned to the Wanwan building, paid a hefty sum of contribution points, 300 points, and entered the third floor. The books collected here were even more precious and profound. His goal was clear: to find the complete cultivation method for the void ferret and exact solutions to the bloodline conflict. After searching for most of the day, he finally found a relatively complete record in an ancient beast skin book titled Fragments of the Ancient Beast Cultivation Secret Record. The void ferret, a child of space, possesses the talents of Shadow Flash and Void Claws. Its bloodline is extremely unstable during the growth period, and the power of space can easily backfire. It requires the core of the Void Stone, supplemented by soul-stabilizing grass and star pattern iron, to refine the void-stabilizing pill and stabilize its origin. Additionally, its bloodline potential is immense. If nurtured by boundary source crystals or space secret realms, it can unleash great abilities such as void escape and space cutting. An adult void ferret can control space and roam the void, making it a top-tier space holy beast. The book also included a blurry image of an adult void ferret, its entire body covered in deep purple-black fur like the night sky, eyes as pure as amethyst, with an elegant and strong physique, and seeming to have tiny space fissures appearing and disappearing around it, exuding unmatched majesty. Void Stone, soul-stabilizing grass, star pattern iron, void-stabilizing pill. Lu Tian was excited in his heart. He had finally found a clear way to resolve the issue. Although these materials were extremely precious and rare, at least he had direction. He immediately noted down the pill formula and material characteristics, then began searching for clues about these materials. Void Stone, a special mineral containing weak spatial power, commonly found in areas with unstable space or near large spatial teleportation arrays. Occasionally available at the Qingzhou auction house, but at a high price. Soul-stabilizing grass, a rare spirit herb that nourishes the soul and stabilizes the mind. Found in small quantities at the outskirts of the Misty Swamp in the Yin Soul Gorge, but often guarded by powerful ghost-type monsters. Star pattern iron, a type of celestial meteorite with star-like patterns on its surface, containing stellar power and extremely hard. The largest weapon refining family in Qingzhou, the Divine Weapon Pavilion, may have stock. The target was clear. Lu Tian immediately began to plan to earn more contribution points and gold coins to prepare for auctioning or purchasing materials, while also looking for opportunities to go to the outskirts of the Misty Swamp to collect soul-stabilizing grass. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze swept over the records of the spatial secret realms, and a thought struck him. The ruins, that broken land deep within the Misty Swamp. Could it be a spatial secret realm? Could there be opportunities that Jia needs? Perhaps even boundary source crystals? Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Lu Tian was well aware of the dangers of the ruins, but for Jia, and to uncover the secrets of his mother, he had to go. He went to the mission hall to see if there were any tasks related to the Misty Swamp. Soon, a task caught his attention. Task: collect 10 spirit erosion grasses. Location: outskirts of the Misty Swamp, Blackwater Marsh area. Reward: 300 contribution points, or equivalent gold coins. Note: the Blackwater Marsh is filled with poisonous miasma, mutated poisonous insects, and first-tier peak monster ironback crocodiles. Spirit erosion grass grows at the edge of the spirit erosion mist. Extreme caution is required during collection to avoid inhaling the mist. Teaming up is recommended. Spirit erosion grass. It was one of the core materials recorded for refining artifacts that resist the spirit erosion mist. The reward was also extremely generous. This was it. Lu Tian unhesitatingly accepted the task. This was not only an opportunity to earn contribution points, but also a chance to venture into the outskirts of the Misty Swamp, familiarize himself with the environment, and prepare for future exploration of the ruins. Moreover, the Blackwater Marsh area seemed to be not far from the growth area of the soul-stabilizing grass in the Yin Soul Gorge. Lu Tian's eyes sparkled with determination. A new journey was about to begin. Chapter 43, Marsh Team, the Perilous Blackwater. After accepting the task, Lu Tian did not act recklessly. The notorious Blackwater Marsh on the outskirts of the Misty Swamp was filled with poisonous miasma, poisonous insects, ironback crocodiles, and the deadly edge of the spirit erosion mist, which was not something one could easily tread alone. Forming a team was a wise choice. Soon, someone responded. I'm Shi Yong, tough as nails. I can take on the ironback crocodile. Shi Yong pounded his chest, his voice booming. Leave the poisonous insects and miasma to me. I guarantee you won't be taken down. Su Xiaoman shook the potion bottle in her hand, full of confidence. I'll handle the vigilance and long-range support, Lin Feng said succinctly. Lu Tian assessed the three. Shi Yong had strong defenses, Su Xiaoman was adept at handling marsh toxins, and Lin Feng provided long-range reconnaissance support. Coupled with his own melee capabilities and Jia Jia's stealthy ambush, the team composition was quite reasonable. Welcome aboard, Lu Tian nodded. Our goal is the Blackwater Marsh to collect spirit erosion grass. The task rewards will be distributed based on contribution, prioritizing the team's needs for detoxification supplies. We'll prepare for one day and set off tomorrow morning. The four-member team quickly reached an agreement. Su Xiaoman was responsible for purchasing and preparing strong detoxifying agents, miasma-repelling powder, and detoxification pills. Shi Yong checked and reinforced his tower shield. Lin Feng prepared specially made armor-piercing arrows and signal arrows, while Lu Tian exchanged contribution points for a few disposable defensive talismans and a more detailed map of the Blackwater Marsh. The next morning, the team gathered at the academy gate. Su Xiaoman distributed specially made pouches and detoxification pills to each person, a spicy, pungent scent wafting through the air, invigorating their spirits. The four were well-equipped and serious as they set off towards the misty swamp. Stepping into the swamp again, the damp and sticky air, along with a faint smell of decay, hit them. The gray mist was thicker than on the outskirts, with lower visibility. Beneath their feet lay muddy pits, hiding unknown dangers. Stay close to me. Watch your step and surroundings. Lin Feng, as the scout, walked in the front, his sharp gaze scanning the mist, his longbow half drawn, an arrow ready on the string. He moved lightly, always avoiding areas that seemed flat, but were actually concealing mud pits. Su Xiaoman followed closely, her small nose twitching as she identified the scents in the air. There's miasma to the left front. Let us detour. There's the scent of poisonous leeches in the right mud pit. Avoid it. Shi Yong, carrying a huge tower shield, walked in the middle of the team, acting like a moving fortress, vigilantly protecting Lu Tian and Su Xiaoman on the sides and rear. Lu Tian held Jia Jia, his mental energy highly concentrated, sensing the slightest movements around them. Jia Jia's purple eyes were alert, her small ears perked up, occasionally emitting soft squeaks as a warning. With Lin Feng scouting and Su Xiaoman's toxin identification, the team safely avoided several patches of miasma and lurking swarms of poisonous insects. However, the dangers of the swamp were far from over. Careful! Underwater! Lin Feng suddenly shouted, and an armor-piercing arrow flew out with a sharp whistle, piercing into a murky puddle ahead to the right. Thud! A painful hiss sounded. Water splashed as a massive crocodile, covered in black bone armor and filled with sharp teeth, suddenly leaped out of the water. Lin Feng's arrow had struck its relatively weaker eye area. It was the ironback crocodile. Roar! The injured ironback crocodile went wild, shaking off the arrow, and its massive body charged toward the team like a war chariot, moving at incredible speed. Leave it to me, Shi Yong roared, and the huge tower shield slammed down. The immovable as a mountain technique was activated, and the earthy yellow aura of fighting spirit enveloped the entire body and the tower shield, instantly transforming into an indestructible wall. Boom! The giant jaw of the ironback crocodile slammed heavily against the tower shield, producing a deafening roar. Shi Yong let out a muffled groan, his feet sinking deep into the mud, but his figure remained steadfast. Only a few shallow white marks were left on the tower shield. Good. A glint of light flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. Opportunity. Gagaga. Distracted. Gagaga's figure instantly vanished. Shadow flash. The next moment, it appeared above the ironback crocodile's head, and a sharp soul scream erupted again. The ironback crocodile was momentarily stunned by the close-range soul impact. In that instant, Lu Tian moved. The ice soul rock-breaking fist erupted, speeding up to the extreme. His body glided as if sticking to the muddy surface, the steel dagger gleaming with a chilling blue light, precisely stabbing towards the relatively soft abdomen exposed by the collision of the ironback crocodile. Ice soul dagger technique, cold star. Poof! The dagger, infused with all its power, coupled with the freezing effect of the ice-cold air on flesh, actually pierced through the ironback crocodile's tough abdominal scales. It plunged deep inside. A roar. The ironback crocodile let out a world-shaking scream. The excruciating pain drove it into a frenzy. Heart-piercing arrow. Lin Feng's calm voice rang out. A specially crafted armor-piercing heavy arrow shot through like lightning, accurately penetrating deep into the ironback crocodile's gaping mouth, which was wide open due to the intense pain. The massive body of the ironback crocodile suddenly stiffened, crashing to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Perfect coordination. Su Xiaoman clapped her hands in praise, quickly moving forward to skillfully gather valuable materials from the crocodile, poison glands, sharp teeth, and some tough skin armor, and collected a few drops of crocodile blood, which is excellent for detoxifying. The first battle was a resounding success, clean and neat. Shi Yong's defense, Lin Feng's precise sniping, Lu Tian and Gagaga's deadly ambush, and Su Xiaoman's support had initially established the team's tacit understanding. Let's keep moving. The Blackwater Marsh is just ahead. Lu Tian sheathed his dagger and stood, his gaze sharply focused deeper into the mist. In the air, that unsettling, seemingly corrosive aura of the eroding spirit fog was already faintly detectable. Chapter 44. Eroding spirit fog appears, soul-fixing grass track. The closer they got to the Blackwater Marsh, the harsher the environment became. The gray mist turned into a light gray-black color, and a sweet, decayed smell wafted through the air, a precursor to the eroding spirit fog. The mud beneath their feet became even thicker and darker, resembling ink. The surroundings were dead silent, with even the sound of insects gone, leaving only the eerie bubbling of the mud. Put this on. Su Xiaoman's face was serious as she distributed a specially made, thick cloth mask filled with multiple layers of filtering cotton and activated charcoal to each person. This was a powerful anti-fog mask that could filter the eroding spirit fog to the maximum extent, but it wouldn't last long. We must find the soul-fixing grass and retreat before the masks fail. Everyone complied and wore them, exposing only their vigilant eyes. Breathing became somewhat difficult, but the sweet, decayed smell was indeed mostly blocked. Lin Feng cautiously scouted ahead, each step as if walking on thin ice. Su Xiaoman kept observing the changes in the surrounding vegetation, searching for traces of the soul-fixing grass. The soul-fixing grass typically grows at the edges of the eroding spirit fog, where it is relatively thin yet nourished over time. The plants are gray-black, with long, serrated leaves and small black flower spikes at the tips, Su Xiaoman explained softly. Lu Tian heightened his mental power to the utmost. Sensing his surroundings, Gagaga also appeared particularly restless, her purple eyes scanning the gray mist uneasily, as if sensing the instability of the space. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped, crouched down, and pointed to a relatively dry area covered in black stones ahead, whispering, "Look over there. There are signs of a fight. And blood." The group approached cautiously. They saw the stones scattered chaotically, with traces of dragging and struggling in several muddy areas, dark red bloodstains already dried and blackened. Nearby lay a few pieces of torn clothing and broken weapons. "It's another gathering team. It seems they've encountered misfortune," Shi Yong said solemnly, gripping the tower shield tightly. The bloodstains point in that direction. Lin Feng indicated towards the depths of the rocky area, where the gray mist was thicker, and the aura of the eroding spirit fog was more pronounced. "Be careful. Something is coming," Su Xiaoman suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a murky puddle on the left. Glup! The puddle churned violently. Several pitch-black creatures, resembling oversized centipedes with sharp mandibles, burst out of the water. They were nearly a meter long, moving with 100 legs, fast as ghosts, exuding a strong fishy odor and corrosive venom, charging towards the team. "It's the centipede venom worm. Beware of the venom," Su Xiaoman shouted, simultaneously throwing a bottle of powder into the air. Hiss hiss hiss. The powder made contact with the venom sprayed by the centipedes, producing a corrosive sound, momentarily blocking it. "Roar!" Shi Yong roared, slamming the tower shield against the ground. The earthy yellow fighting spirit erupted, sending the two centipedes at the front flying. Lu Tian, holding Gagaga, moved like lightning, the steel dagger shining with an icy blue light, specifically targeting the junction of the centipede's compound eyes and mandibles. Gagaga's shadow flash and soul scream further disoriented the centipedes, causing their formation to fall into chaos. However, there were quite a few of these centipede venom worms, 7 or 8, and they were fearless, with extremely corrosive venom. Shi Yong's tower shield was splashed by the venom, sizzling as the fighting spirit aura dimmed. Lin Feng was also in a perilous situation. "This won't do. There are too many venom worms. The eroding spirit fog is also corroding our fighting spirit," Su Xiaoman shouted anxiously. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed, noticing that these venom worms seemed to have been disturbed from the depths of the rocky area. They appeared to be guarding something. "Follow me. Charge in," Lu Tian decisively commanded, activating the Ice Soul Rock breaking fist to its fullest extent, with an ice blue aura radiating from his body, temporarily resisting the erosion of the eroding spirit fog. He charged like an arrow into the depths of the rocky area. Shi Yong roared and followed closely behind, swinging the tower shield to block side attacks for Lu Tian. Lin Feng and Su Xiaoman gritted their teeth and followed, breaking through the obstruction of the venom worms. The sight before them left everyone stunned. Deep in the rocky area, there was a small, relatively dry patch of ground. In the center of the patch, a small pond exuded a bone-chilling coldness, the water as black as ink. And at the edge of the pond, in the crevices of the black rocks, several peculiar plants were growing. The plants were only half a foot tall, completely translucent, emitting a faint blue glow, their leaves sculpted like ice crystals, cradling a small, delicate white flower that sparkled like stars. A refreshing, tranquil aura, as if it could soothe the soul, spread out, even dispersing some of the thin, eroding spirit fog surrounding it. "Soul-fixing grass," Lu Tian and Su Xiaoman exclaimed in unison. Truly, they found the soul-fixing grass they had been searching for after much effort, and it was exactly what Gagaga urgently needed. Moreover, judging by its quality, it was definitely top-notch. However, the joy lasted only a moment. A low, resentful, and cold scream emerged from the chilling pond. Splash! The pond water exploded. A blurry, twisted figure composed of dense black mist and stark white bones slowly rose from the pond. It had no solid form. Only 2 points of ghostly green flames flickering in the eye sockets of the skull, emanating a chilling aura that made one's soul tremble. It was a vengeful spirit. At least a ghost-level entity, comparable to a martial artist. Su Xiaomon's voice trembled, her face pale. She was good at dealing with poisonous insects, but was at a loss against such spiritual entities. Shi Yong and Lin Feng also felt a soul-chilling coldness, their fighting spirit becoming sluggish. The vengeful spirit's hollow eye sockets fixated on the soul-fixing grass by the pond, then turned to Lu Tian and the others, the ghostly green soul flames flickering, emitting a silent, greedy, and murderous mental shriek. Everyone felt as if struck by a heavy blow, their heads pounding. The erosion of the eroding spirit fog combined with the spirit's mental assault had pushed the situation to a critical point. Chapter 45. The Might of the Cold Flood Dragon. Soul grass in hand. The mental scream of the ghost-level vengeful spirit was like an invisible hammer, smashing mercilessly into everyone's sea of consciousness. The eroding spirit fog was like a maggot on the bone, constantly wearing down their fighting spirit and mental power. Shi Yong let out a muffled groan. The earthy yellow aura on the tower shield flickering violently, on the verge of collapse. Lin Feng's face turned pale, and his hand holding the bow trembled slightly, making it impossible to aim. Su Xiaoman was in even more pain, clutching her head and nearly unable to stand. Lu Tian also felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, as if stabbed by needles, and the Eye Soul Rock Fist's operation was sluggish. However, the purple-eyed Jejia in his arms burst forth with an unprecedented light. The bloodline of the Void Ferret seemed to have a natural resistance to this soul-level attack. She let out a shrill cry directed at the vengeful spirit, infused with the power of spatial shock. Gee! The shrieks spread like tangible ripples, colliding with the vengeful spirit's mental wail. Buzz! The air seemed to twist for a moment. The vengeful spirit's soul fire trembled violently, its mental wail interrupted. It seemed to be enraged, its twisted body composed of black mist and skeletal structure suddenly expanding. A giant claw formed from pure cold ghostly energy, carrying the chill of frozen souls, fiercely clawing towards Lu Tian and Jejia, who were closest. Be careful. Shi Yong's eyes widened in desperation, wanting to rescue them, but was immobilized by the invisible ghostly energy. Just at this critical moment, a flash of determination crossed Lu Tian's eyes. He suddenly slapped the beast control ring at his waist, which he had not put Jejia into normally. This was just a cover. At the same time, he frantically communicated with the mysterious black stone in his sea of consciousness. A strong intent mixed with the cold energy of the Eye Soul Rock Fist surged out through the black stone. Jinin, help me. This was not a summoning, but a resonance and plea originating from the depths of his soul, aided by the contract, mental link, and the power of the black stone. The target was the Xian Cold Jiao Cub far away in the cold pool area of the Qingzhou Beast Control Academy. Although he had no formal contract with the Cold Jiao, through long-term guidance of the Black Stone's life energy and mental communication, they had already established an extremely close, almost symbiotic spiritual bond. The moment Lu Tian's thought was sent out, in the cold pool area of the Qingzhou Beast Control Academy, the Xian Cold Jiao Cub, which had been sleeping on the cold jade, suddenly opened its eerie blue vertical eyes. A strong sense of crisis from the soul link, and Lu Tian's pleading thought clearly reached it. Ow! A roar that could shatter gold and crack stone, filled with endless rage and cold draconic might, erupted from the cold Jiao Cub without warning. Its small body unleashed a terrifying chill far beyond normal. The temperature in the entire cold pool area plummeted sharply, frost instantly covering all objects. Even more astonishing, with its roar, an extremely condensed, pure, deep blue cold current, as if capable of freezing time and space, surged through the invisible mental link between it and Lu Tian, crashing down above the mist swamp's black waters. The target was directly aimed at the ghostly claw reaching for Lu Tian. Sizzle! The deep blue cold current collided violently with the pitch-black ghost claw. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a heart-stopping sound of annihilation. That giant claw formed from pure ghostly energy was frozen, shattered, and dissolved at a visible speed. As if it were ice and snow under the scorching sun, the terrifying cold energy did not diminish, instantly sweeping over the vengeful spirit. Hiss out! The vengeful spirit let out a shrill, pitch-altered wail. Its soul body was frozen and torn apart by the terrifying Xian cold energy. The dense black mist forming its body was sealed in ice, crushed. The 2 points of eerie green soul fire danced madly, filled with ultimate fear and disbelief, and finally extinguished and dissipated in the absolute zero-like cold. With just one strike, a vengeful spirit at the level of a martial artist was completely erased by this Xian-in cold energy that crossed space. Not even a trace was left. As the cold energy dissipated, the open area fell into a dead silence. Only a few soul-fixing herbs continued to emit a faint blue light in the residual cold energy, as if nothing had happened. Shi Yong, Lin Feng, and Su Xiaoman were stunned, as if petrified. They looked at Lu Tian, then at the place where the vengeful spirit had vanished, and finally at the ordinary beast control ring at Lu Tian's waist, their minds blank. What was that terrifying cold energy that froze souls and annihilated vengeful spirits? Lu Tian gasped heavily, his face as pale as paper, his forehead covered in cold sweat. That single strike had nearly drained all his mental power and most of his fighting spirit. But he held on, quickly walking to the edge of the pool, carefully collecting the few soul-fixing herbs that emitted a tranquil aura into a special jade box. "We can't stay here long. Let's go?" Lu Tian put away the jade box and said in a low voice. The group, as if waking from a dream, suppressed the tidal wave in their hearts. Not daring to linger for a moment, under Su Xiaoman's guidance, they quickly left the eerie rubble area. Only after they had distanced themselves from that area and confirmed their temporary safety did Su Xiaoman, still shaken, pat her chest and look at Lu Tian with eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Lu Tian, what was that just now?" Shi Yong and Lin Feng also stared intently at Lu Tian. Lu Tian knew he couldn't hide it, but he also couldn't reveal the true situation of the black stone and the cold jiao. He took a deep breath and said ambiguously, "It was the long-range innate ability of an ice-type monster I have a contract with, and it comes at a great cost. So it can't be used often. I ask you all to keep this matter confidential." The three exchanged glances, and although there were countless questions in their hearts, they also understood that everyone had their own secrets, and Lu Tian had just saved their lives. They nodded seriously. "Brother Lu, don't worry. We will never spread today's events." With the crisis averted and unexpectedly obtaining the soul-fixing herbs, although the soul erosion herbs had not been found, the morale of the team was greatly boosted. The four took a short break and continued deeper into the black waters, heading towards the area where the soul erosion mist was thicker. Chapter 46. Shadows in the mist. The soul erosion herb appears. The deeper they went into the black waters, the denser the soul erosion mist became. The gray-black mist flowed slowly through the air like a viscous liquid, with visibility reduced to less than 5 steps. The surface of the anti-venom masks worn by everyone had already condensed a layer of gray-black water droplets, and the filtering effect was rapidly declining. A sweet, decayed scent constantly invaded their nostrils, making them feel dizzy and their fighting spirit sluggish, even with detoxification pills suppressing it. The mask won't hold out much longer. We must find the soul erosion herb quickly. Su Xiaoman's voice came through the mask, filled with urgency. Lin Feng walked at the front, taking every step with extreme caution, gripping his longbow tightly, and the arrows were smeared with Su Xiaoman's specially made dispelling potion. His eagle-eyed talent was greatly restricted in the dense fog. Shi Yong carried the tower shield, vigilantly guarding the flanks, the surface of the tower shield sizzling as it was eroded by the soul erosion mist. Its fighting spirit glowed dimming. He needed to expend more fighting spirit to maintain his defense. Lu Tian held Jia, his mental power highly focused. The ice soul rock fist operating at its peak, the thin layer of ice blue halo on his body stubbornly resisting the erosion of the soul erosion mist. Jia's purple eyes flickered with a faint light, seemingly able to penetrate part of the mist, occasionally emitting warning squeaks. Suddenly, Jia furiously bristled, letting out a sharp warning. At the same time, Lin Feng also shouted, "To the left front. Something is approaching at high speed." Not just one. Before his voice fell, several pitch-black arrows, liquid-like, shot out from the dense fog. Carrying a pungent stench and strong corrosiveness, they shot straight at the group. "It's the soul erosion poison arrows. Quick dodge!" Su Xiaoman screamed. Shi Yong roared. The tower shield suddenly moved horizontally. Clang, clang, clang. Several poison arrows struck the tower shield, making a dull sound and leaving corrosive marks. But 2 more poison arrows cunningly shot towards Lu Tian and Su Xiaoman. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed. His body instantly shifted to the side, his dagger accurately deflecting 1 poison arrow. The other poison arrow aimed at Su Xiaoman was shot down midair by Lin Feng's lightning-fast arrow. In the tree, Lin Feng pointed to a giant, twisted dead tree to the left front. On the gnarled branches of the dead tree, a few completely pitch-black creatures resembling monkeys, but with bat wings and straw-like mouths were perched. Their blood-red eyes were squeezing out black poison from a pouch in their abdomen to form arrows. "It's the soul erosion mist bats. Be careful of their poison arrows and sound wave attacks," Su Xiaoman said quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More soul erosion poison arrows rained down like a storm. At the same time, several soul erosion mist bats opened their mouths and emitted a silent shriek. An invisible sound wave spread out. The crowd suddenly felt dizzy, their eardrums stinging, and their internal energy became even more chaotic. The corrosive effect of the corrosion spirit mist combined with the sonic wave attacks increased the pressure on everyone. This can't go on. We must resolve it. A cold light flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. Gaga? Interfere with that big one in front. Shiyong, cover me. Lin Feng. Su Xiaoman, suppress the others. The command was concise and clear. Gaga instantly activated Shadow Flash, appearing above the head of the largest mist bat leader. Its void claw shimmering with a tearing glow as it fiercely clawed at its eyes. The mist bat leader was caught off guard, screaming and dodging, causing its attack to falter. Shiyong roared, charging toward the dead tree with his tower shield like a wild bull, opening a path for Lu Tian. Poison arrows clanged against the tower shield. Lin Feng's bowstring sounded repeatedly, as one broken evil arrow after another accurately struck the other mist bats, forcing them to dodge continuously and unable to focus on attacking. Su Xiaoman scattered a layer of exorcism powder, temporarily weakening the effect of the sonic wave attacks. Lu Tian, like a ghost, followed closely behind Shiyong. The moment Shiyong crashed through a few obstructing dead branches with his tower shield, Lu Tian leaped up. The ice spirit rock fist erupted, his body shooting forward like an arrow toward the mist bat leader that Gaga was interfering with. The dagger, infused with intensely condensed icy energy, transformed into a deadly blue light. Ice spirit dagger technique. Meteor. With a swoosh, the dagger accurately pierced the mist bat leader's weak neck. The icy chill erupted instantly, freezing and tearing apart half of its neck. The mist bat leader let out a piercing scream as it fell from the tree. With the leader's death, the other mist bats were thrown into disarray. Under Lin Feng's arrows and Su Xiaoman's powder attacks, they were quickly eliminated. The battle ended, and everyone was panting heavily. The filtering effect of the miasma masks was almost ineffective, and the corrosive sensation of the corrosion spirit mist grew stronger. Look, what is that? Su Xiaoman suddenly pointed at the base of the dead tree, near the edge of a mire bubbling with gray-black gas. There, at the junction of the thick mist and mire, several peculiar plants were stubbornly growing. The plants were about a foot tall, entirely a dead gray-black color, with long, sword-like leaves edged with fine serrations, and extremely small flower spikes resembling black gravel at the tips. A faint, strange wave that seemed capable of dissolving internal energy emanated from them. Corrosion spirit grass. It's corrosion spirit grass. Su Xiaoman exclaimed with delight. We've finally found it. Everyone's spirits lifted as they endured their discomfort to approach. Su Xiaoman carefully put on special deerhide gloves, took out a jade shovel, and began to collect it. The corrosion spirit grass seemed to coexist with the corrosion spirit mist, showing no unusual reactions during the harvest. Soon, 10 complete corrosion spirit grass plants were collected and placed into a specially made isolation jade box. Task accomplished. This place is not suitable for lingering. Retreat. Lu Tian decisively ordered. Without any hesitation, everyone followed the retreat route planned by Lin Feng, rushing toward the outskirts of the swamp as quickly as possible. The return journey was still perilous, encountering several waves of poisonous insects and mutated beasts, but with the 4 of them working in perfect harmony, they passed through safely. When they finally broke through the misty swamp's range and breathed in the fresh air again, everyone collapsed to the ground as if drained. But their faces were filled with joy of having survived and pride in completing the task. Chapter 47. The key to the return ruins. Shadows emerged. Back at the Qingzhou Beast Taming Academy, after handing over the task, they received a generous contribution point reward, 3,000 points. And the team members were thoroughly convinced by Lu Tian, especially after that earth-shattering Xianyin strike, which left an indelible impression in their hearts. Lu Tian generously distributed some of the contribution points to his teammates and agreed to collaborate again in the future. With the spirit fixation grass in hand, one of the main materials for refining the void fixation pill was resolved. Lu Tian immediately went to the potion faculty, paid the contribution points, and commissioned a mentor skilled in ancient alchemy to refine it. The remaining void stone and star pattern iron would require gold coins and opportunity. He returned to the 10,000 scrolls building, this time targeting the return ruins and the heavenly craftsmanship pattern on his mother's token. On a higher level, which consumed a significant amount of contribution points, he finally found some fragmented records that had been deliberately concealed or were incomplete. In a beast skin book titled Fragments of Ancient Forbidden Land Secrets, he saw, the key to the return ruins is neither metal nor jade, but a relic of heavenly craftsmanship, guiding the trajectories of stars, revealing the mysteries of creation. Holding it can resist the corrosion spirit and glimpse the path to the return ruins. Next to it was an extremely vague, incomplete illustration. which bore a 60 to 70 resemblance to the star trajectory pattern on the back of Lu Tian's Mother-S token, a relic of heavenly craftsmanship, the key to the return ruins. Lu Tian's heart raced. His mother's token was actually the key item to enter the return ruins. It could resist the corrosion spirit mist and guide the path to the return ruins. In another record about ancient sect secrets found in a jade slip, he discovered an even more shocking description of the heavenly craftsmanship pattern. The fragments of the craftsmanship pattern, each possessing unique powers, may discern the essence of all things, control the hearts and souls of living beings, or invoke the great powers of heaven and earth. Collecting the fragments may reproduce the might of creation, yet it also invites misfortune. Discern the essence, control the hearts and souls, invoke the great powers of heaven and earth. Lu Tian stroked the token in his arms, feeling the warmth of the black stone, his heart surging with waves. This token is likely a fragment of the heavenly craftsmanship pattern. And the black stone, could it also be related to this heavenly craftsmanship sect? Just as Lu Tian was immersed in this shocking discovery, he didn't notice that in the shadows of the corner of the 10,000 Scrolls building, a pair of sinister eyes was fixated on the ancient book fragment in his hand, especially that incomplete illustration of the key to the return ruins. The person wore student attire, but their aura was cold, and their gaze was like that of a venomous snake. Silently, they retreated into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Elder Lung looked at the revived and even more potent cold flood dragon, who had benefited from misfortune and was extremely satisfied and valued Lu Tian. Lu Tian, you did well, Elder Lung said, rarely showing a hint of a smile. This flood dragon is no longer in danger and even has greater potential than before. The generous reward I promised will certainly not be forgotten. He handed Lu Tian a storage bag. Lu Tian's divine sense swept through it, and he was shocked. Inside were not only 5,000 contribution points, but also a bottle of ice essence liquid, a precious item that refines bones and enhances affinity for ice, a fist-sized void stone emitting faint spatial fluctuations, and a token engraved with the character Lung. This token represents my token of trust. Within the academy, you can enjoy some elder privileges and show it when encountering trouble, Elder Lung said. The void stone is something I acquired in my early years, and it may be useful to you. The void stone, the final main material for the void fixation pill. Lu Tian suppressed his excitement and solemnly bowed. Thank you for your generous gift, Elder. However, beneath the calm surface, dark currents surged. The news about the key to the return ruins spread quietly like ink dropped into water within a certain secret circle. In Qingzhou Prefecture, in a secret underground chamber of a hidden estate, a figure clad in black robes, their face shrouded in shadows, listened to a subordinate's report. The target Lu Tian is suspected to hold a fragment of the key to the return ruins, matching the illustrations in the ancient records. He is currently a student at the Beast Taming Academy, under the protection of Lung Yun, Elder Lung. The key to the return ruins has finally appeared. The black-robed person said in a hoarse voice, tinged with excitement and greed. Keep a close watch on him. Investigate the details of the fragment. But do not alarm him for the time being. The return ruins will soon open, and we need the key, as well as pawns to explore the path. In the darkness, several ghost-like figures silently retreated. Lu Tian was unaware that his search for his mother's background had already drawn him into a massive vortex surrounding the ancient forbidden land of the return ruins. Shadows had already emerged. Chapter 48, Dark Currents, Surge Silver Wolf Shadow. Have you heard? That newcomer Lu Tian actually received Elder Lung's token with the character Ling. 3,000 contribution points, plus the ice essence liquid. What exactly did he do? It is said that he cured Elder Lung's dying cold flood dragon cub. He really hit the jackpot. Envious, jealous, and suspicious gazes gathered around Lu Tian from all directions. He could clearly feel the whispers increasing as he walked down the street. Some once arrogant senior students now had complex expressions, filled with scrutiny and wariness. He remained calm, fully aware that strength was the foundation. However, not everyone is just watching. In a luxuriously decorated independent courtyard, Wang Lin's face was dark enough to drip water. On the table in front of him lay a detailed report about Lu Tian receiving a heavy reward from Elder Lung. He slammed the table, and the silver wolf, Xiao Yu, who was crouching beside him, immediately raised its head, letting out a threatening low growl from its throat, its cold silver eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. The powerful aura of a mid-second tier was released without reservation, bringing with it the murderous aura of a battle-hardened beast, causing the temperature in the room to drop sharply. Silver Fong let out a short and excited wolf howl, transforming into a silver flash and instantly disappearing outside the door. The target was Lu Tian's residence. With a deafening wolf howl, the courtyard wall was shattered as if it were made of paper by a tremendous force. Amidst the flying debris, a massive silver figure charged in with a howling wind. It was Wang Lin's contracted beast, the silver wolf, Xiaoyu. Too fast. Too sudden. Gagaga. Lu Tian roared, leaning back at an incredible angle as he simultaneously drew the dagger at his waist, channeling all his strength into an upward block. Clang. The piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Lu Tian felt an overwhelming force surge from the dagger, causing his tiger mouth to instantly crack, blood pouring out. He was sent flying back as if struck by a battering ram, crashing into the wooden table behind him, his blood surging, a sweet taste rising in his throat. Gagaga's reaction was equally swift. At the moment Silver Fang broke through the wall, it had already vanished from Lu Tian's shoulder. At this moment, a blurred purple shadow appeared like a ghost beside Silver Fang, its sharp claws screeching as they tore through the air, fiercely clawing at Silver Fang's relatively soft waist and abdomen. Swish. Bang. Gagaga crossed its arms to block in a hurry, but was sent flying by the tremendous force, crashing against the courtyard wall with a painful whimper. The gap in strength was evident at this moment. Silver Fang firmly suppressed the newly entered second-tier Gagaga in terms of power, speed, and defense. Useless. With just a little weasel like you. You dare to block my Silver Fang? Wang Lin's arrogant voice came from outside the broken courtyard wall as he leisurely stepped inside, a cruel delight on his face. Hand over the void stone, and then kneel and admit your mistakes. I might consider only breaking your legs. Chapter 49, Desperate Situation. The Awakening of the Claw of Void. Lu Tian struggled to stand up from the ruins, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold as a knife. He looked at the approaching silver wolf, which exuded a terrifying aura, and then glanced at Gagaga, who was injured and panting but still growling and baring its teeth in front of him, a surge of rage and battle intent rising within him. Wang Lin. Private fights are strictly prohibited in the academy. Do you dare to unleash your beast to commit murder? Lu Tian shouted sternly, trying to intimidate him with the academy rules. Upon receiving the clear command from his master, Silver Fang's eyes shone with fierce light, howling to the sky. Oh whoa. The cold moonlight seemed to be drawn in, gathering in strands on its silver fur, and its size seemed to swell once more, its aura climbing again. This was the silver wolf's innate ability, Moonlight Bestowal. It significantly boosts power and speed for a short time. Whoosh. Silver Fang moved. Its speed was even faster than before. It left only an afterimage in place, its true body, carrying a bloody wind, pounced in front of Lu Tian, its massive mouth opening wide with fangs glinting coldly, aiming to bite his throat. This strike was fast, precise, and ruthless. It vowed to completely cripple Lu Tian. The shadow of death instantly loomed. Lu Tian felt himself locked by an invisible force, unable to evade. The ice soul rock fist within him operated madly, trying to withstand it. But he knew very well that the gap was too great. Taking it head-on would mean certain death. Gagaga. Lu Tian's eyes widened in desperation, pouring his mental strength through the soul link towards Gagaga. He couldn't die. He still had his mother's revenge to take, and Gagaga needed protecting. Just at this critical moment, Gagaga, who had been blocking in front of Lu Tian, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented deep light from its purple eyes. That light seemed to connect with endless void. Its small body trembled violently due to extreme anger and the will to protect, and within it, some ancient and powerful bloodline boiled violently under the stimulation of life and death crisis and its master's strong will. Squeak. A sharp cry that pierced the eardrums erupted from Gagaga's throat. It did not evade but instead faced the charging Silver Fang. Its small right paw fiercely swung forward. A strange scene occurred. In front of the claw shadow Gagaga swung out. The space seemed to twist and collapse violently, as if a stone was thrown into the water. A visible claw-shaped crack appeared out of thin air, its edges flickering with broken black light. This crack was silent, yet emitted a heart-pounding, terrifying aura as if it could devour everything. It instantly crossed the space between it and Silver Fang. Claw of Void. Uft. There was no earth-shattering collision sound. Only a light sound as if a piece of cloth was torn. The aggressively charging silver wolf, Silver Fang, suddenly stiffened. Its incredibly tough silver fur was suddenly marked with 3 deep claw marks that could be seen to the bone on its chest. The flesh around the wound showed a strange, grayish color as if eroded by spatial power. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Ugh. Silver Fang let out a shrill howl that distorted in pitch. Its forward momentum abruptly halted, and its massive body was sent flying as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall, completely collapsing it, dust flying everywhere. It struggled to stand, but the horrific wound on its chest caused its strength to rapidly drain, only able to emit a painful whimper. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the small weasel hovering in front of Lu Tian, its purple fur moving without wind, its eyes deep as the void. with ripples of space still lingering on its right paw. Wang Lin's grin completely froze, turning into disbelief and a hint of fear. Chapter 50. The Might of the Elder. As the dust settled. Outrageous. An ice-blue figure appeared in the center of the chaotic courtyard as if it had teleported. It was Elder Lung, whose expression was as cold as water. He exuded a chilling aura, glancing over at the grievously injured Silver Fong, then at Lu Tian, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his breath unstable but his gaze resolute, and finally at Gagaga, who was hovering in front of him, slightly weak but still sharp-eyed. His icy gaze finally fixed on the pale-faced Wang Lin. Wang Lin, you have such audacity. Elder Lung's voice seemed to come from the depths of a cold abyss, allowing a contracted beast to forcefully invade a student's residence with the intent to commit murder. Do you really think the academy rules are just for show? Do you think I don't exist? Cold, Elder Lung. Wang Lin was nearly suffocated by that terrifying aura, his legs going weak, desperately trying to defend himself, saying, "Yes, it's Lu Tian. He provoked me first. His contracted beast injured my Silver Fong. Look." He pointed at the injured Silver Fong. "Considering your Wang family status, the death penalty can be avoided. But this vicious beast is too aggressive. It must be severely punished. 3 years of confinement in the ice prison, to serve as a warning." Before his words had fallen, a chain of ice formed out of thin air, instantly wrapping around the wailing Silver Fong and forcibly dragging it away, heading straight for the academy's notorious place of punishment. "No, Silver Fong." Wang Lin felt as if his heart was being twisted, crying out in shock. 3 years in the ice prison, even if it doesn't die, Silver Fong's foundation will inevitably be severely damaged. Elder Lung's icy gaze turned back to the pale Wang Lin. "As for you, allowing your beast to commit murder and harboring malicious intent, you are sentenced to 1 year of confinement at the Cliff of Reflection. All contribution points will be deducted. Compensation for the Wang family's resources will be discussed with your family later. Get lost." The final word, "get lost," struck Wang Lin's chest like a heavy hammer, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground, dragged away by 2 members of the law enforcement team as if he were a dead dog. Before leaving, he glared at Lu Tian with intense resentment, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Only then did Elder Lung turn to Lu Tian, his gaze softening slightly with a hint of barely perceptible concern. "Lu Tian, how is your injury?" "Thank you, Elder, for your timely intervention. The disciple is fine. It is just an external injury." Lu Tian suppressed the surging blood and bowed respectfully, filled with gratitude for Elder Lung's protection. Elder Lung nodded, his gaze falling on Jia Jia with a hint of admiration. "The Void Weasel can awaken the Void Claw, such a talent. This little one has extraordinary potential. However, it forcibly activated powers beyond its capacity, causing a slight disturbance in its origin, and it needs proper recovery." He flicked his finger, and a green Dan pill emitting a gentle aura flew towards Jia Jia. "This is the spirit stabilizing pill, which will help solidify its origin." Jia Jia warily glanced at the pill, and only under Lu Tian's indication did it cautiously sniff it. Sensing the gentle, nourishing power within, it swallowed it in one gulp, letting out a comfortable chirp, feeling somewhat less fatigued. "You rest assured. With my token, no one in the academy dares to be so reckless again." Elder Lung left this remark, his figure flickering before disappearing from the spot, leaving behind a mess and a group of spectators rendered speechless. Lu Tian picked up the somewhat weak Jia Jia, gently stroking its soft fur, and looked in the direction where Wang Lin had been dragged away, his eyes cold and deep. He knew that his feud with Wang Lin was now irreparably set, but that was of no concern. The path of beast taming was, after all, a defiance against the heavens. In today's battle, Jia Jia awakened a new ability, and Elder Lung's protection was as solid as a rock. His status had already changed. Chapter 51. Secrets of Ancient Books. Shadows emerged. In the following days, Lu Tian's small courtyard returned to calm. But beneath this calm was a surging undercurrent and countless probing eyes. No one dared to openly provoke him anymore, but awe and distance coexisted. Most importantly, there was the Void Stone. Lu Tian carefully stored it away, as it was the core for refining the Void Stabilizing Pill. He immediately headed to the potion division, paying the remaining contribution points and part of the gold earned from the Cold Flood Dragon task, along with the previously collected Soul Stabilizing Grass, Star Pattern Iron, and other auxiliary medicinal materials, all handed over to Elder Mo, who was skilled in ancient alchemy. The Void Stone. You kid have quite the opportunity. Elder Mo's eyes lit up when he saw that the main ingredients were complete. After carefully examining the quality of the materials, he nodded in satisfaction. The materials are complete and of high quality. Come back in 5 days to collect the pill. This pill is difficult to refine. I need to enter seclusion and focus, so do not disturb me. Lu Tian felt a great sense of relief and thanked him solemnly. As long as the pill was refined successfully, Jia's bloodline conflict would be greatly alleviated, and its potential would be fully released. While waiting for the pill, Lu Tian returned to the Wan building. This time, with the lung token, he entered the higher levels without obstruction, those areas storing ancient, forbidden, or incomplete books. His goal was clear: the return to ruins. The celestial crafting disc. Amidst the dusty shelves steeped in the breath of time, Lu Tian eagerly flipped through the books. Finally, in a peculiar ancient text with a broken cover, made of neither gold nor wood nor leather, titled Fragments of the Record of Ruins, he found key information. The key to the return to ruins is neither gold nor jade, neither stone nor wood. It is the essence of the celestial crafting relic condensed. Its shape, here is heavily damaged, guides the star trajectories, drawing the mysteries of creation. The holder can carve out a 3-foot pure land in the spirit-eroding mist sea. And where the mind reaches, one can glimpse a fragment of the maze of the return to ruins. Next to it was an extremely vague and incomplete illustration, seemingly depicting a complex, three-dimensional structure connected by star points. Lu Tian's heart raced suddenly. He immediately took out the treasured relic of his mother, the ancient token. The patterns on the back of the token, although simpler and more archaic, had a star trajectory that matched over 70% with the illustration on the ancient book's fragment. His mother's token was truly a fragment of the key to the return to ruins. Lu Tian tightened his grip on the token, his fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. It could resist that terrifying spirit-eroding mist and guide the way in the return to ruins. His mother's background was indeed closely related to this ancient, forbidden land. Perceiving the essence of all things, controlling the hearts and souls of living beings, drawing upon the great powers of heaven and earth, Lu Tian's mind briefly flashed to the ability of his mysterious black stone: life perception, super affinity, and soul linkage, energy absorption and transformation. Could it be that the mysterious black stone in his sea of consciousness was also a fragment of this celestial crafting disc? This guess sent chills down his spine. Yet he was also immensely excited. The powerful potential of the black stone seemed to have a source. But the ominous scratches and the disaster that the ancient text hinted at also foretold unimaginable dangers. Just as Lu Tian was immersed in this shocking discovery, repeatedly comparing the token and the ancient book, trying to piece together more information, he was completely unaware that in a dark corner of a higher level of the Wan building, a figure cloaked in a wide black robe and wearing an expressionless white mask was quietly observing him through the gaps in the shelves. This figure's gaze focused sharply on the ancient token in Lu Tian's hand and the open ancient book with the incomplete illustration of the key to the return to ruins. Beneath the mask came a barely audible whisper, filled with endless greed and coldness. Star trajectory, mysteries of creation, fragment of the key, indeed, on this child. Send the order. Shadow Serpent, keep a close watch on him. The return to ruins will soon open, and this key and its holder, the Pathfinder, are both crucial. For now, do not alarm them. In the darkness, it seemed that a few wisps of mist, deeper than shadows, silently dissipated. Lu Tian closed the ancient book, carefully storing the token close to him, leaving the Wan building filled with shock and deeper confusion. He did not know that the path to uncovering his mother's background had quietly drawn him into the center of a massive whirlpool surrounding the ancient forbidden land of the return to ruins and the mysterious treasure fragments of the celestial crafting disc. The eyes in the dark, like the most venomous snake, had already locked onto him. Chapter 52. Pill-forming phenomenon: Jia's transformation. The 5-day period passed in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the potion division, outside Elder Mo's exclusive alchemy room, the air was filled with an indescribable tension and anticipation. Lu Tian had been waiting there early, his eyes fixed on the heavy stone door engraved with intricate arrays that was tightly closed. Elder Lung also quietly appeared, standing with his hands behind his back, clearly showing great interest in this void-stabilizing pill. Time passed slowly. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky. Suddenly, a low, resonant hum that seemed to pierce the soul emanated from the alchemy room. Immediately afterward, the sky above the entire potion division darkened momentarily, not due to clouds blocking the sun, but as if the very space itself had produced subtle ripples and distortions. A powerful medicinal fragrance, indescribable and infused with the power of space, surged through the stone door like a tangible substance. This fragrance was not the ordinary scent of herbs, but carried a deep, ancient, and peculiar aura, as if it could smooth out the wrinkles of space. Upon smelling this fragrance, the mysterious black stone deep within Lu Tian's sea of consciousness trembled slightly on its own, conveying a hint of desire and resonance. Pill-forming phenomenon. Spatial ripples. Elder Lung's eyes sparkled with excitement, rarely showing a hint of emotion. Elder Mo is truly giving it his all this time. The quality of this void-stabilizing pill is likely far beyond expectations. The door to the alchemy room opened with a burst of radiant light. Elder Mo's figure appeared at the entrance, his face pale, breath shallow, and his once meticulously arranged white hair now somewhat disheveled, clearly exhausted. However, his eyes were exceptionally bright, filled with satisfaction and excitement after the fatigue. He held a dark gray small box that was neither gold nor jade, its lid tightly closed. Yet silver light seeped through the cracks, distorting the surrounding light. Mission accomplished. Elder Mo's voice was hoarse but filled with pride as he carefully handed the small box to Lu Tian. The pill is of high quality. It contains a trace of spatial origin power. Little one, your void weasel has brought forth creation. Lu Tian took a deep breath, forcing down his wildly beating heart, and took the small box with slightly trembling hands. It felt cold to the touch but seemed weightless, as if he was holding a piece of nothingness. He bowed deeply and said solemnly, "Thank you, Elder Mo, for your life-giving grace. Lu Tian will remember this kindness." Elder Mo waved his hand, smiling wearily. "Hurry and go. This pill has a domineering effect. You need to find a stable space to consume it, preferably with a strong protector. Otherwise, the potency may dissipate." Lu Tian looked towards Elder Lung. Elder Lung nodded. "Follow me." In the cold pool area, at the deepest part of the ice cave, the chill penetrates to the bone. With ice crystals everywhere, yet the space remains exceptionally stable. This is where Elder Lung often retreats. In the center of the cave, Lu Tian sits cross-legged, while Jia Jia quietly lies at his feet, its large purple eyes fixed on a small dark gray box, instinctively sensing an irresistible attraction to the item inside, its body trembling slightly. "Are you ready?" Elder Lung stands nearby, the cold air swirling around him as he further stabilizes the spatial fluctuations within the cave. Lu Tian nods, takes a deep breath, and slowly opens the box lid. Buzz. The moment the lid opens, a blinding silver beam of light shoots into the sky. The entire cave is instantly bathed in a mesmerizing silver hue. A pill, the size of a longan, perfectly round and exhibiting colors reminiscent of a deep cosmic nebula, quietly hovers inside the box. On the surface of the pill, countless fine silver runes flow like living creatures, pulsating and emitting a heart-pounding spatial fluctuation. A rich, exotic fragrance almost solidifies in the air, and just a whiff makes Lu Tian feel his mental power become more active. Jia Jia emits a low, desperate whimper, its body instinctively wanting to leap forward. "Jia Jia, steady your mind." Lu Tian conveys a soothing and determined will through their soul link. He carefully wraps the pill with his mental energy and slowly brings it to Jia Jia's mouth. Jia Jia no longer hesitates. It opens its small mouth and swallows the pill containing immense spatial power in one gulp. Boom. The moment the pill enters its belly, Jia Jia's small body suddenly stiffens. An indescribable, violent energy that seems ready to tear apart space erupts like a dormant volcano. Squeak. Jia Jia lets out a piercing shriek of extreme pain. Its entire body's purple fur stands on end, with each hair tip shooting out fine silver electric sparks. Its initially smooth body begins to twist violently, expanding and contracting. On its skin surface, intersecting silver light patterns emerge, as if ancient seals are being forcibly broken. A terrifying spatial storm rages around Jia Jia. The hard icy ground is marked with deep scars by an invisible force. Ice spikes from the cave's ceiling shatter and fall. But as they approach the 3-foot radius around Jia Jia, they are turned to dust by the distorted spatial power. Lu Tian's expression changes dramatically as he can clearly feel the overwhelming pain emanating from Jia Jia's soul. It is a pain of bloodlines being forcibly torn apart, reorganized, and sublimated. If not for his powerful soul link sharing the burden and the gentle power emanating from the black stone in his sea of consciousness guiding the flow, Jia Jia would likely burst from this violent force in an instant. "Hold on, Jia Jia. Get through it." Lu Tian's eyes turn crimson, disregarding the pain from the dispersing spatial force that stings his cheeks, pouring his mental energy unreservedly into Jia Jia, guiding the violent energy to operate along the instinctive path feedback from the black stone. Elder Lung's expression is grave as he forms hand seals, conjuring pure cold ice power into a solid barrier, firmly containing the raging spatial storm in the center of the cave to prevent it from affecting the entire cold pool area. He watches Jia Jia struggling in pain at the center of the storm, yet never giving up, his eyes filled with amazement. Such strong willpower, such strong bloodline potential. This void marten is no ordinary creature. The transformation continues amidst pain and chaos. Time seems to stretch infinitely. Jia Jia's shrieks gradually shift from sharp pain to deep, resonant tones, carrying an ancient and majestic aura. Its body's changes stabilize, growing a full circle larger, more streamlined and agile. The most notable change is its fur color. Originally pure purple, it now has a layer of deep silver radiance at the roots of its fur, especially along its back. A bright silver pattern extends from its head to its tail tip, resembling a flowing galaxy. As the last trace of violent spatial power is completely absorbed by Jia. Merging deep within its bloodline, the storm in the cave suddenly calms. Jia slowly opens its eyes. What a pair of eyes! Deep purple pupils seem to contain a swirling nebula, with countless fine silver points flickering within. Wherever its gaze lands, the space seems to ripple imperceptibly. A powerful, agile aura, laced with a faint spatial pressure, ripples out from it like water waves. Mid-second tier. Moreover, its aura is exceptionally solid and stable, far surpassing ordinary mid-second tier beasts. The heart-pounding potential deep within its bloodline lies dormant like a slumbering dragon, waiting to awaken. Jia looks at Lu Tian, its eyes filled with reliance and endless affection after surviving the ordeal. It gently leaps onto Lu Tian's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with its silver-glowing little head. This time, Lu Tian clearly feels the channel of their soul link has become wider and more resilient, as if it can bear even greater power. We did it. Lu Tian breathes a long sigh of relief, his weary face breaking into a joyful smile. He strokes Jia's silky, silver-glow fur, feeling the surging and stable power within it, and a heavy stone finally settles in his heart. The Void Pulse pill not only resolved the bloodline conflict, but also laid a solid foundation for Jia to reach a higher level. Elder Lung removes the icy barrier, looking at the rejuvenated Jia with admiration. Good. What a remarkable mutated void marten. Such potential, limitless future. Lu Tian, you have an extraordinary partner. Lu Tian holds Jia and bows deeply to Elder Lung once more. He knows that without the void stone and the protection provided by Elder Lung, it would have been impossible for Jia to complete this crucial transformation so smoothly on his own. Jia's successful transformation marks Lu Tian's true establishment of capital in the Qingzhou Beast Taming Academy. However, outside the cave, gazes of scrutiny have become even more intense due to the spatial phenomenon triggered by this breakthrough. Chapter 53, Undercurrents Stirring, Mercenary Suspicion. The news of Jia's successful transformation spread like wings, quickly reaching the Qingzhou Beast Taming Academy, a second-tier contract beast that triggered a spatial phenomenon. This is extremely rare throughout the academy. Lu Tian's name once again becomes the center of attention. Envy, jealousy, inquiry, and attempts to win him over all come pouring in. Lu Tian maintains a low profile and vigilance. He is well aware of the saying that the taller the tree, the stronger the wind. Especially given that his foundation is not yet stable, and he has offended Wang Lin and the Wang family behind him. He declines most visits, except for necessary training and research at the Wan Pavilion, rarely stepping outside. Jia's transformation brings a leap in power, but also new demands. It needs higher-level spatial attribute beast cores to consolidate and enhance its power, special ores to sharpen its newly formed claws, and to adapt to its surging power and awakened spatial talents. One day, Lu Tian, accompanied by Jia, discreetly arrives at the largest free trading market in Qingzhou City, Wanbao Square. Here, a mix of people and various backgrounds converge, making it a good place to obtain resources that are hard to find or expensive within the academy. But it also comes with risks. Lu Tian dons an inconspicuous gray cloak to hide his appearance, while Jia shrinks its size, curling up in the inner pocket of his cloak like an ordinary pet, with only its pair of lively eyes peeking out to observe the outside world. The market is bustling with voices, with various selling and bargaining sounds filling the air. Lu Tian has a clear target, heading straight toward the area that specializes in selling beast materials. He needs second-tier or higher spatial attribute beast cores, preferably from beasts skilled in spatial abilities, such as the Rift Hawk or Shadow Leopard. Boss, how much for this Wind Shadow Leopard's beast core? Lu Tian asks in a low voice. Hey brother, good eye? The burly man grins, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. This is an authentic mid-second tier Wind Shadow Leopard beast core, containing a hint of spatial power. Excellent material for making spatial storage equipment. A flat price of 800 gold coins. The price is on the high side, but still within market range. Lu Tian was just about to haggle when he suddenly sensed several obscure gazes falling on him. These looks were not greedily directed at the demon core, but carried a sense of scrutiny and investigation, firmly locking onto him. A chill ran through Lu Tian's heart, and his mental energy quietly spread out. Under the cloak, Gaga also conveyed a sense of alertness, sensing faint traces of disturbance in the space, as if someone was using some secret method to spy on him. 750, I'll take it. Lu Tian maintained a calm demeanor, quickly completing the transaction, putting away the demon core, and turning to leave. He did not immediately leave the market, but, like an ordinary buyer, weaved through the crowded flow of people, taking numerous twists and turns, trying to shake off potential followers. However, those gazes clung to him like a parasite, always hovering nearby. The other party was clearly an experienced tracker, and there was more than one of them. Lu Tian sneered inwardly, deliberately walking toward a relatively secluded corner at the edge of the market, piled high with discarded materials. This place had few people, making it an excellent location for an ambush, but of course, it could also be a good place for his opponents to strike. He stopped, slowly turned around, and his gaze under the cloak was sharp as a knife. Friends, you've been following me for so long. Aren't you tired? Why not show yourselves? Friends, you are quite alert. The scar-faced mercenary grinned, but his smile was devoid of warmth. We just thought you looked unfamiliar, and since you're generous with your spending, we wanted to make a friend. By the way, we'd like to inquire about something. What do you want to inquire about? Lu Tian's voice remained calm. I heard you got a treasure at the academy? The scar-faced mercenary's gaze was piercing as he stared at Lu Tian. A token with a star pattern? Our boss is very interested in this kind of ancient object and would like to ask you to part with it. The price is negotiable. The token. They were indeed after the fragment of his mother's key to the return to ruins. Lu Tian's killing intent surged within, but his face remained expressionless. What token? I don't know what you were talking about. You must have the wrong person. Wrong person? Another tall and thin mercenary sneered ominously. On the top floor of the Wan building. Wasn't it you who was holding the ancient beast skin scroll, comparing it to the token? Friend, let us be clear. That thing in your hands is a disaster, so hand it over for everyone's sake. The Wan building. They could actually monitor him on the top floor of the heavily guarded Wan building. Lu Tian's heart shook violently, instantly realizing that the force targeting him was far beyond his imagination. This was no ordinary mercenary group. I'll say it again. I don't know what token you were talking about. The ice essence stone fist in Lu Tian's body quietly circulated, cold air spreading under the cloak. Get out of the way. You're asking for it. The scar-faced mercenary's eyes turned cold, revealing killing intent. Get him. Search him. The three of them pounced like cheetahs at the same time. One aimed directly at Lu Tian's face with a fierce punch, another crouched down to sweep his legs, attacking his lower body, and the last one quietly circled to Lu Tian's side and back. A glint of cold light flashing in his hand as he brandished a poisoned dagger, aiming to stab Lu Tian in the back. Their coordination was impeccable and deadly. Facing the assault of three experienced high-level martial artists, a fierce light flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. Gaga. Squeak. A sharp cry rang out. A silver-purple lightning bolt suddenly shot out from Lu Tian's cloak pouch. The speed was far beyond the visual limits of ordinary martial artists. The first to bear the brunt was the scar-faced mercenary charging at him. He only felt a flash of purple-silver light before his chest seemed to be hit by an invisible heavy hammer. Puff. It was not a physical impact. Instead, the air in front of his chest instantly collapsed and compressed, forming an invisible heavy punch. The long-range application of Void Claw. Spatial shock. Crack. The sound of a clear bone fracture rang out. The scar-faced mercenary let out a miserable howl and flew backward faster than he had come, blood spurting from his mouth. His breastbone collapsed, instantly losing his combat ability. At the same time, the ice blue light under Lu Tian's feet flashed. The ice essence stone fist erupted with full force. The cold air instantly condensed into a smooth and hard layer of ice on the ground. Swish. The mercenary sweeping at his lower body kicked the ice surface, not only failing to shake Lu Tian, but slipping on the ice, losing his balance. Lu Tian seized this fleeting opportunity, his body spinning like a top, avoiding the poisoned dagger aimed at his back while infusing his icy inner energy into a fist that struck fiercely at the temple of the mercenary who had lost his balance. Bang! With a muffled sound, that mercenary didn't even let out a grunt before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The last mercenary holding the poisoned dagger, seeing his two companions incapacitated in an instant, finally revealed a look of horror. He no longer dared to fight, retreating with all his might, intending to escape into the shadows. Want to run? Lu Tian snorted coldly. Gaga's eyes swirled with starlight, and its small paw swiped towards the fleeing mercenary. Swish! A distorted crack in space, flickering with black light, suddenly appeared in front of the mercenary's escape path, although it was only about a foot long and fleeting. The terrifying devouring power still severed one of the mercenary's calves at the knee. A piercing scream shattered the silence at the edge of the market. The mercenary with the severed leg fell to the ground, blood flowing like a river. In the blink of an eye, 3 high-level mercenaries, 2 severely injured, and 1 disabled. Lu Tian walked up to the mercenary with the severed leg, his gaze under the cloak as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. Speak. Who sent you? Who is your boss? The mercenary writhed in pain, his face pale as paper, fear filling his eyes. It's the Shadow Snake. We're just outer line watchers. We really don't know who the boss is. We only know he wears a white mask. Before he could finish speaking, a strange black gas suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then his body convulsed violently, frothing at the mouth, and he instantly died. At the same time, the other two severely injured mercenaries also strangely emitted wisps of black smoke, rapidly losing their vitality. Highly toxic. Moreover, it was a poison that lurked in the body and was controlled remotely. Once the mission failed or there was a risk of leakage, they would be silenced immediately. This place is not suitable for long stays. Lu Tian quickly checked the 3 corpses. Apart from a few gold coins and some ordinary healing medicines, there was nothing to prove their identity. He no longer lingered, his figure flashing and swiftly disappearing into the intricate alleys. The commotion in the market soon attracted the city guards. Looking at the 3 corpses of the mercenaries in bizarre states of death, the squad leader frowned, another pawn of the shadow snake. These rats in the gutter have been increasingly active in Qingzhou City lately. What are they looking for? Chapter 54. Ice Essence Condensation 6th Dan Peak. Continuous crises made Lu Tian completely abandon the last bit of negligence. Gaga's transformation brought great assistance, but his own martial arts cultivation must also keep up. The ice cave once again became Lu Tian's sacred place for cultivation. With Elder Lung's tacit approval, he treated it almost like his exclusive training room. There was still more than half of the ice essence liquid left. Lu Tian no longer held back. Every day, besides diluting a drop with ice water to soak his whole body and tempering his muscles and skin, he also tried to directly swallow a strand of pure icy essence into his abdomen while practicing the Ice Essence Stone Fist. This was an extremely dangerous move. The cold power contained in the ice essence liquid was extraordinarily domineering. Swallowing it directly carried the risk of freezing his internal organs and damaging his meridians. But Lu Tian had the black stone to stabilize his sea of consciousness. Whenever that terrifying cold current rampaged within him, threatening to freeze his vitality, the black stone would emit a gentle yet resilient power, acting as the most exquisite guide, combing and taming the violent cold air, integrating it into his inner strength thread by thread, rather than destroying it. The pain was still intense, like millions of ice needles piercing through his meridians. But the effects were also astonishing. His Ice Essence Stone Fist was becoming purer and more refined at a visible speed. The originally light blue inner strength gradually deepened in color, transforming towards ice blue, and as it circulated, cold air overflowed, even forming a thin layer of ice crystal armor with a metallic sheen on his body surface. The breakthrough in martial artist realm lies in unblocking the 12 standard meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians within the body, forming a cycle, transforming inner strength into essence, and possessing stronger explosive power and protective abilities. Lu Tian had already opened the 12 meridians. At this moment, with the dual assistance of Ice Essence and Black Stone, he began to fully challenge the first barrier of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Chongmai. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the cave, the cold air surged. Lu Tian sat cross-legged on a block of 1,000-year-old black ice, surrounded by ice-blue aura that rose and fell like flames. With every breath, powerful airflow was generated, blowing ice shards off the ground. The inner energy within him surged like a rushing icy torrent, repeatedly crashing against the Chongmai barrier that connected his dantian to his limbs and bones. Each impact was accompanied by excruciating pain, akin to his meridians tearing and bones cracking. But Lu Tian's will was as solid as rock. Under the protection of Black Stone, he remained clear-headed, guiding the torrent, washing through again and again. Finally, crack! It was as if some invisible barrier had been completely shattered. A clear sound, like the thawing of glaciers, echoed from within Lu Tian's body. In that instant, the surging inner energy burst forth like a flood that had breached a dam, instantly connecting the Chongmai. A chilling aura several times stronger than before erupted from his body. The ice crystal armor's phantom solidified a few degrees, exuding an even more piercing cold light. Very good. Elder Lung's voice resounded at the right moment. He had appeared in the cave without Lu Tian noticing, looking at the still unretracted icy aura around Lu Tian with approval. The Chongmai was connected, and the aura was beginning to condense. Your Ice Soul Rock Solid technique has reached a considerable level. It seems you have made full use of that ice essence. It all relies on the opportunity granted by the Elder. Lu Tian stood up and bowed, his breath steady. Lu Tian's heart tightened, not denying it. The disciple indeed had unavoidable difficulties. Elder Lung looked deeply at Lu Tian, did not question the specifics, but said solemnly, within the academy, they still do not dare to be too reckless. But once you leave the academy, you must be careful. Your strength is increasing rapidly, but it is still not enough to face true powerhouses. The return to the ruins is not a safe place. If you truly want to go, you will need even stronger power by your side. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. That void weasel of yours has extraordinary potential, but relying solely on it is not enough. The essence of a beastmaster lies in commanding a group of beasts to form a combined force. Have you considered contracting a second battle pet? Contracting a second battle pet? Lu Tian's heart stirred. This was indeed something he had been contemplating. Gadja primarily focused on speed and spatial attacks, but lacked strong offensive and defensive capabilities. If he could contract a powerful defensive or strength-type beast to cooperate with Gadja, their combat power would multiply. The disciple indeed has this intention, but is troubled by the lack of suitable targets and opportunities. Lu Tian admitted. A flicker of understanding passed through Elder Lung's eyes. 300 miles west of Qingzhou City, there is a dangerous place called Blackstone Forest. It is rich in a second-tier Earth-type beast known as the Xuanjia Earth Dragon, which boasts top-tier defense and decent strength among its kind. It contains a trace of dragon blood, and its potential is considerable. More importantly, Elder Lung lowered his voice slightly, according to reliable information. It has recently been reported that a Xuanjia Earth Dragon King may have laid eggs in the depths of Blackstone Forest and is currently weakened. If you can obtain a dragon egg and cultivate it from a young age. Xuanjia Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon King laying eggs. Lu Tian's eyes instantly brightened. This was practically a tailor-made choice for a second contracted beast. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Lu Tian felt grateful. This information from Elder Lung was worth its weight in gold. No need to thank me. Elder Lung's gaze was profound. I just do not want a promising seedling to be prematurely lost in the schemes lurking in the shadows. Remember, strength is fundamental. Blackstone Forest is dangerous, not only due to powerful beasts, but also because there may be mercenaries and adventurers coveting the dragon eggs. Prepare thoroughly before you go. Take this breath-concealing talisman. It may be useful. He tossed Lu Tian a jade talisman engraved with complex patterns. Lu Tian solemnly accepted it. He knew that Elder Lung's support and investment in him had exceeded the ordinary elder-student relationship. He would remember this friendship. The goal was set. Blackstone Forest. Xuanjia Earth Dragon Egg. Before the Shadow Snake and the possible Wang family retaliation arrived, he must quickly enhance his overall strength. The contract for a second battle pet could not be delayed. Chapter 55, Blackstone Forest, Earth Dragon Nest. 3 days later, having made thorough preparations, Lu Tian quietly left the Qingzhou Beastmaster Academy. He donned a set of dark blue agile clothing suitable for movement, carrying a steel-long sword to disguise his identity, and hanging the cold character token and breath-concealing talisman given by Elder Lung at his waist. Gadja shrank in size, hiding in a specially made inner pocket, leaving only a thread of mental energy to perceive the outside world. He did not head directly to Blackstone Forest, but first purchased a large amount of supplies within Qingzhou City. Insect repellent and miasma-avoiding potions, detoxification pills, inner energy recovery pills, sturdy ropes, specially made potent anesthetics, targeting beasts, and some powders to conceal his aura. At the same time, he used contribution points to exchange for a detailed book titled Strange Tales of Blackstone Forest, which introduced the distribution of beasts and the habits of earth dragons. Reading it repeatedly, caution was his greatest reliance for surviving in this perilous otherworld until now. Leaving the city and heading west, the terrain gradually became desolate. The flat official road was replaced by rugged mountain paths, and dense forests turned into bizarre rocky landscapes with sparse vegetation. The air was filled with a dry, hot, and faint sulfur scent. The ground here appeared dark black, the rocks hard as iron, and the temperature was much higher than the outside. Blackstone Forest arrived. Lu Tian activated the breath-concealing talisman. A faint, nearly transparent halo enveloped his body, suppressing his aura and life fluctuations to a minimum. He moved like a ghost, blending into the environment, quickly navigating through the jagged rocks and low thickets, avoiding several areas that emitted strong, beastly auras, at least late second tier. According to the Strange Tales of Blackstone Forest and Elder Lung's information, Xuanjia Earth Dragons preferred to inhabit areas rich in geothermal resources, especially dry caves near magma rivers. Lu Tian's goal was clear, to head towards the hottest areas deep within Blackstone Forest. After nearly a day's trek and careful exploration, Lu Tian finally discovered an extremely concealed cave entrance beneath a massive black rock radiating scorching heat. The entrance was partially covered by several natural large black stones, and it would have been hard to spot had it not been for the rich scent of earth dragons in the air and the black scales shimmering with metallic luster scattered at the cave's mouth. This is it. Lu Tian's spirit lifted as he carefully concealed his aura, approaching the entrance silently like a gecko, pressing against the hot rock wall. Gadja also conveyed a sense of alertness and a hint of excitement. It sensed the powerful and violent life force coming from deep within the cave, as well as a faint, extremely weak, new life fluctuation. Earth dragon nest. And there might be cubs or eggs. Lu Tian did not rush in. He crouched in the shadow of a massive stone at the cave entrance, extending his mental energy like a spider's web, cautiously probing into the depths of the cave. The cave was larger and deeper than he had imagined, twisting downward. His mental energy extended nearly 100 meters. And Lu Tian saw the core of the nest, a massive platform made of scorching rock, and at the center lay a colossal creature. It was the Xuanjia Earth Dragon King. Its size far exceeded that of an ordinary Xuanjia Earth Dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length and nearly 3 meters in height. Its body was covered with an incredibly thick, diamond-shaped scale armor polished like obsidian, each scale naturally etched with dark red patterns that resembled flowing lava. Its head was fierce, resembling a lizard but much sturdier, with a massive mouth filled with dagger-like teeth. A thick, powerful tail dragged behind it, ending in a spiked bone hammer. At this moment, this gigantic creature was deeply asleep, emitting a low, thunderous breathing sound. Each breath stirred the hot airflow within the cave. Beneath its massive abdomen, near the tail, Lu Tian saw the most important target of this trip. 3 giant eggs the size of wash basins, glowing dark golden, covered with complex and mysterious yellowish-brown natural runes. The surface of the egg still faintly exuded a warm breath and surging vitality. Found it. The egg of the Xuanjia Earth Dragon. However, Lu Tian's heart sank. Because beside the massive body of the Earth Dragon King, there were 2 other slightly smaller adult Xuanjia Earth Dragons, both at the mid-stage of the second tier. They were like loyal guards, protecting the sleeping king and the newborn hope. One at least at the peak of the second tier, with terrifying defensive power. The Earth Dragon King. 2 mid-stage adult guardians of the second tier. Trying to steal the dragon egg right under their noses was akin to pulling teeth from a tiger. Lu Tian frowned tightly, quickly pondering a strategy. A direct attack would be suicide. He could only rely on wits. He carefully observed the nest's environment. A scorching rock platform. A magma tributary with a sulfurous stench leading deeper, and massive stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling. A bold and risky plan gradually formed in his mind. Chapter 56. Outwitting for the dragon egg. The Earth Dragon was furious. The core of the plan was, lure the tiger away from the mountain, create chaos, and use the environment. Lu Tian quietly retreated, moving away from the nest entrance. He needed to prepare some props. He found a relatively loose rock wall nearby, and with his long sword and infused chi fists, he exerted tremendous effort to chisel down dozens of massive black stones weighing hundreds of pounds. Next, he found an area rich in sulfur and flammable minerals. Collecting a large amount of sulfur powder and a type of dark red gravel called explosion stone, recorded in strange tales from the Blackstone Forest. This stone would explode violently upon severe impact or high temperature. He carefully embedded the explosion stones into the huge black stones and coated the surface with a mixture of sulfur powder and specially made, pungent beast oil. Action begins. Gagaga, it's your turn. Lu Tian issued the command through their soul link. Gagaga's eyes swirled with silver-purple nebula, and with a swipe of its little claw, it cut through the base of the swaying massive stalactite. Sizzle. A fine crack in space accurately sliced through the connection between the stalactite and the cave ceiling. Crack, rumble. The massive stalactite's base was destroyed by the power of space, unable to support its immense weight, emitting a series of painful cracking sounds before crashing down towards the nest entrance with tremendous force. The momentum was earth-shattering. Roar. Deep within the nest, the furious roar of the disturbed Earth Dragon King immediately echoed. The entire cave trembled. The 2 guardian Earth Dragons also let out threatening roars. Just at the moment when all the Earth Dragon's attention was drawn to the massive crashing sound at the entrance, Lu Tian moved. He poured all his strength into his legs. The icy chi erupted, and like an arrow released from a bow, he rushed towards the second preset point, close to the fragile rock wall of the magma tributary. With a massive black stone wrapped in thick beast skin, to prevent an explosion upon impact, he smashed it down with all his might against the rock wall. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive black stones, each weighing hundreds of pounds and coated with sulfurous oil, were violently smashed into the same spot. The first stone made the rock wall tremble violently, producing cracks. The second stone widened the cracks. At the moment the third stone smashed down. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion stones embedded within the black stones were violently impacted, leading to a chain reaction of explosions. Although not hugely powerful, it was enough to completely blast a gap in the already cracked rock wall. Even more deadly, the explosion ignited the mixture of sulfurous oil on the stone's surface. Whoosh. Pungent smoke mixed with roaring flames surged out from the blasted gap. Worse still, behind the gap was the magma tributary, exuding a foul odor and high temperature. The scorching magma and acrid gas were attracted by the explosion and flames, instantly finding an outlet, surging into the nest like a breached dam, mixing with smoke and fire. Roar. This time, the Earth Dragon King's roar was filled with astonishment and pain. The sulfurous toxic smoke and the high temperature of the magma posed a huge threat and stimulation to the Earth Dragons. which lived in hot environments but were not immune to flames, especially to the relatively weak Earth Dragon King, who had just laid eggs. The nest was thrown into chaos. The roars of the Earth Dragon King, the startled roars of the guardian Earth Dragons, the hissing of the magma flowing in, and the sounds of rocks being burned and crumbling all mixed together. Thick smoke and toxic gas rapidly spread. Now's the time. Lu Tian's eyes burst with brilliance. He had long activated the breath-holding talisman, like the most agile monkey, avoiding the collapsed stalactite ruins at the entrance, and swiftly slipped into the chaotic nest through an inconspicuous gap amidst the billowing smoke. Visibility inside the cave was extremely low, and the acrid sulfur smell and scorching heat waves made it suffocating. But Lu Tian's mental power, enhanced by the black stones, was exceptionally sharp, and he accurately locked onto the 3 dark golden dragon eggs in the center of the platform. He ghosted through the chaotic beast shadows. The Earth Dragon King and Guardians were angrily slapping at the incoming magma and flames, trying to protect the dragon egg area. Instantly reaching the edge of the platform. "Gagaga! Barrier!" Lu Tian whispered. Gagaga leaped out of his pocket, its little claw waving. A twisted, translucent spatial barrier instantly appeared in front of Lu Tian, blocking several burning debris that had been swept away by the Earth Dragon King's massive tail. Without hesitation, Lu Tian took out a specially made pouch lined with soft beast skin and an insulating layer from his waist, infused chi into both hands. Enduring the scorching heat radiating from the dragon eggs, and as quickly as possible, he picked up the 3 dark golden dragon eggs, each the size of a wash basin, one by one, and carefully placed them into the pouch. Just as he picked up the last dragon egg, roar! A roar filled with tremendous anger and terrifying pressure erupted behind Lu Tian like a thunderclap. The smoke was briefly dispersed by the violent airflow, revealing the Earth Dragon King's enormous vertical pupils, burning with magma-like fury. It had finally discovered this audacious thief. A suffocating pressure descended like a mountain. The wrathful lock-on of a peak second-tier beast. Lu Tian instantly felt his body become heavy, as if his blood were about to freeze. Run! Lu Tian tightly strapped the pouch to his back and turned to flee without hesitation. At the same time, he hurled the last few prepared packets of specially made powder, mixed with strongly irritating scents and blinding dust, towards the pursuing Earth Dragon King's face. Puff! Puff! The powder exploded. The spicy, acrid smell and dust instantly filled the air. Roar! The Earth Dragon King was caught off guard by this sudden attack, roaring repeatedly and temporarily lost sight of Lu Tian. Lu Tian seized this fleeting opportunity, pushing his speed to the limit, racing back towards the entrance he had come from. Behind him were the Earth Dragon King's frenzied roars and the furious pursuit of the 2 guardian Earth Dragons. The entire cave trembled under the fury of the Earth Dragon King. Chapter 57. Desperate escaped the scorching airwaves, carrying sulfurous toxic smoke and the Earth Dragon King's furious roars. Pursued Lu Tian like a relentless pest. With the heavy dragon egg pouch on his back, he pushed the icy chi to its limits, his figure morphing into a blurred green shadow in the narrow, rugged cave passage, leaving faint icy frost footprints on the scorching rocks with each step, which were instantly vaporized by the intense heat. Behind him, the heavy footsteps sounded like drums, growing closer. The 2 guardian Earth Dragons were not slowing down at all, their massive bodies crashing through the cave, sending debris flying, and spitting out scorching yellow energy blasts that exploded against the rock walls behind Lu Tian, creating large craters. The violent shockwaves made Lu Tian's blood surge, putting him in peril. Roar! The Earth Dragon King's even more terrifying roar, capable of shattering souls, echoed through layer upon layer of rock. Clearly, it had shaken off the dust's interference and was chasing him at an even faster speed. The pressure from a peak second-tier beast felt like tangible shackles, constantly squeezing Lu Tian's space for movement, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Gagaga! Distract them!" Lu Tian cried out in his mind. Gagaga's gaze sharpened, and its little claws waved repeatedly. Sizzle! 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 Subtle spatial cracks appeared precisely in front of the feet or above the heads of the 2 armored Earth Dragons. Although they could not inflict fatal damage on their tough hides, the strange devouring and distorting power of the spatial cracks abruptly halted their charging momentum, causing them to stumble and roar angrily, buying precious time for Lu Tian to catch his breath. Finally, a light appeared ahead. The cave exit was within reach. Lu Tian's spirits lifted, and he increased his speed, charging towards the mouth of the cave like an arrow released from a bow. Just as his figure was about to burst out of the cave, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing arrows, carrying a chilling aura, tore through the air and shot in from 3 extremely tricky angles. The targets were directly aimed at Lu Tian's throat, heart, and legs. The timing was perfect. Right when Lu Tian had just exhausted his old strength and had not yet summoned his new energy. and his mind had just relaxed from the pursuit of the earth dragons. An ambush. There were people outside the cave. Moreover, they were experienced and lethal assassins. Lu Tian's pupils constricted, a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. The murderous intent of this ambush was even more deadly than the earth dragons behind him. He forcibly twisted his body, and the icy aura instantly condensed into a thin layer of ice armor on his surface. Clang. Uft. One arrow was narrowly deflected by his steel longsword, sparks flying. Another arrow struck the ice armor, causing ice shards to fly, and although it did not penetrate, the immense impact momentarily stalled his movement. The third arrow, however, precisely penetrated the gap in his leg defense exposed by his dodge, viciously embedding itself into the outer side of his thigh. A sharp pain surged instantly. Ugh! Lu Tian groaned, his body staggering, nearly falling over. He gritted his teeth against the pain, his gaze sharp as he scanned the direction from which the arrows had come. He saw 3 figures slowly rising behind a few massive black stones not far from the cave entrance. The leader was tall, with a stern expression, holding a grotesque black longbow, the bowstring still vibrating, clearly the one who had just shot the arrows. Beside him were 2 others, one wielding a poison dagger, moving like a ghost, and the other was a burly man with a giant axe that looked like a door panel, exuding a fierce aura. All 3 of them radiated a strong, killing intent. What made Lu Tian's heart sink even further was that on a massive rock behind these 3, a familiar figure was crossing his arms, looking down at him with a resentful and cruel smile. Wang Lin, who should have been confined at the reflection cliff. Lu Tian, didn't he expect this, did you? I'm out. Wang Lin's voice was filled with delight. Did you think you could rest easy with that old man Lung Yin protecting you? In a place like the Blackstone Forest, it's nothing unusual to die a few times. Hand over the earth dragon eggs you stole, and then commit suicide to atone for your sins. And I can give you a whole corpse. Wang Lin, you dare to leave the reflection cliff without permission and collude with outsiders to ambush your fellow disciples. Lu Tian quickly pulled out the arrow from his leg, using his aura to seal the wound and stop the bleeding, while sternly shouting, but his heart was alarmed. Wang Lin's ability to lay an ambush here indicated that he had not only escaped from the reflection cliff, but had likely mobilized the Wang family's power, accurately tracking Lu Tian's movements. This was a huge problem. Fellow disciples, you're not worthy. Wang Lin sneered. Silver Edge was imprisoned in the ice prison because of you. And today you will pay for that with your blood. Black Wolf, what are you waiting for? Kill him. The bowman, Black Wolf, had a flash of cold light in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he knocked another arrow. This time, 3 arrows shimmering with a ghostly blue light, clearly coated with deadly poison, locked onto Lu Tian's vital points. At the same time, the ghostly figure wielding the dagger silently encircled from the flank. Meanwhile, the burly man with the giant axe let out a roar, like a humanoid beast, swinging the massive axe with the force to split mountains and rocks. Charging straight at Lu Tian. The 3 of them coordinated perfectly, their killing moves coming out one after another, clearly seasoned outlaws. Wolves in front, tigers behind. A true dead end. Roar. Just at this critical moment, within the cave, the enormous and fierce head of the Earth Dragon King finally broke through the thick smoke and appeared at the cave entrance. Its blood-red vertical pupils immediately locked onto Lu Tian, who was carrying the dragon egg pouch, as well as Wang Lin and the others blocking the way outside the cave. In its simple mind, all these bipedal creatures were thieves stealing its children. Not good. It's the Earth Dragon King. Black Wolf's expression changed, and he instinctively adjusted the aim of the arrow shot at Lu Tian. Damn, how did this beast come out too? Wang Lin's sinister smile froze, replaced by a hint of fear. The terrifying destructive energy instantly enveloped the area. The air twisted from the heat. The black rocks on the ground melted in an instant. Get back! Black Wolf shouted in horror, no longer caring about Lu Tian, his figure retreating violently. Wang Lin was even more scared out of his wits, rolling and scrambling down from the giant rock. However, a glint of madness flashed in Lu Tian's eyes amidst the desperate situation. Opportunity. He did not retreat, but rather, at the moment when the magma breath was spewing out, he pushed his icy aura to the limit, while through the soul link, he roared to Jaja. Jaja. Spatial leap. Target. The giant rock 30 meters to the left front. Squeak. Jaja's eyes swirled with nebulae. Its little paw tore fiercely in front of it. Swish. An unstable spatial portal, just large enough for one person to pass through, instantly appeared before Lu Tian. On the other side of the portal was the shadow of the giant rock that could withstand the angle of the magma spray. Without hesitation, Lu Tian used all his strength, carrying the heavy pouch, and charged into the spatial portal. Just as his figure disappeared, boom! The Earth Dragon King's furious magma breath crashed down like a world-ending fire pillar, violently striking the spot where Lu Tian had just stood. as well as a large part of the cave entrance area. The rocks melted, the ground turned black. The terrifying shockwave sent the retreating black wolf and his companions flying, leaving them in disarray. Wang Lin was even hit by a splashing piece of molten rock on his arm, letting out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a faint ripple of space flash by behind the giant rock not far away. Lu Tian's figure stumbled into view. His face pale as paper, clearly having exhausted a tremendous amount of energy from forcing Jaja to perform such a short-distance spatial leap. But he dared not linger for a moment, not even having time to deal with the renewed wound on his leg. Using the cover of the giant rock and the chaos, like an injured cheetah, he dashed into the complex depths of the black stone forest, instantly disappearing from sight. Lu Tian, I want you dead. Behind him, only Wang Lin's pained and resentful roar remained, along with the Earth Dragon King's continuous, earth-shaking roar. Chapter 58, Rock Aura Breaks the Shell, the young dragon's first cry. Lu Tian did not know how long he had run, until he confirmed that there were no longer any signs of pursuers behind him, until his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and the dizziness from blood loss and the depletion of his aura hit him in waves. He finally stopped in a very concealed stone crevice formed naturally by several massive black stones. The crevice was narrow, accommodating only one person sideways, dry inside, with a faint sulfuric smell, but relatively safe. Lu Tian quickly set up a few simple warning traps and sprinkled powder to cover his scent, then slumped down, gasping for breath. The arrow wound on the outer side of his thigh was deep enough to see bone, and although he had sealed it with his aura in time, the arrowhead was clearly poisoned, and the flesh around the wound showed an ominous purplish-black color, with numbness spreading. He immediately took out an antidote pill to ingest, and carefully used a dagger to cut away the rotten flesh, applying a specially made antidote ointment. The intense pain made him break into a cold sweat, but his mind remained unusually clear. This time, he truly escaped death, and Lu Tian felt a lingering fear. Wang Lin's cruelty and desire for revenge far exceeded his expectations, colluding with outside outlaws to set a trap in the Blackstone Forest. If it weren't for the Earth Dragon King's indiscriminate attack creating chaos, plus Jaja's spatial leap ability at a critical moment, he would likely have met his end today. Jaja, you've worked hard. Lu Tian looked at Jaja, who was also somewhat wilted on his shoulder, gently stroking its silver glimmering fur. The forced use of short-distance space jumps is equally taxing on Gag. Gag rubbed against his cheek, transmitting feelings of comfort and concern, with her gaze falling on the wound on his leg. It's fine, I won't die. Lu Tian smiled, his eyes flashing with cold light. Wang Lin, Black Wolf, I've noted this grudge. He unbuckled the leather pouch on his back and carefully took out 3 dark golden dragon eggs, each the size of a basin. The eggshells were still warm, with mysterious yellowish-brown runes circulating with a faint glow in the dim light, and a surging vitality emanated from the shells, providing reassurance. The Earth Dragon eggs were still intact. It wasn't a wasted effort. Lu Tian let out a sigh of relief. He carefully examined the 3 dragon eggs. 2 of them had stable and robust life forces, while the last one, the one he picked up last, seemed to have some fluctuations in its vitality, and the luster of the runes on its surface appeared somewhat dim, clearly affected by the wrathful pressure of the Earth Dragon King. Hang in there, little one. Lu Tian placed the 3 dragon eggs on the dry ground, channeling the power of the black stone from his sea of consciousness, and gently infused a strand of soft life energy into the slightly weak dragon egg. The power of the black stone seemed to have a natural affinity and nourishing effect on the beasts, and the life fluctuations of that dragon egg stabilized at a visible speed, and the runes began to glow again. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The dragon egg, infused with the energy of the black stone, suddenly shook violently. The yellowish-brown runes on the surface of the eggshell glowed brilliantly, flickering like breath. A powerful suction force emanated from within the egg, greedily absorbing the life energy Lu Tian transmitted, even starting to actively draw in the thin earth elemental energy from the surrounding space. Crack! A faint yet clear crisp sound echoed sharply in the silent stone crevice. At the top of the dragon egg shell, a tiny crack appeared. Immediately, the crack spread rapidly like a spider web. A more intense, purer life aura, mixed with a faint earthy scent and an indescribable heavy pressure, began to seep out from the crack. Is it about to hatch? Lu Tian was both surprised and delighted. He didn't expect the energy from the black stone to accelerate the hatching of this dragon egg, and judging by this commotion, the little one that hatches seems to be somewhat extraordinary. Crack, crack, crack. The speed of the eggshell breaking increased. Finally, a small piece of the eggshell was pushed open, and a wet, slimy, small head with a dark golden hue and a tiny bulge on top struggled to emerge from the opening. Mew roar. A weak yet exceptionally clear low growl, imbued with the unique tenderness of a young beast and a hint of ancient majesty, came from the little head's mouth. It struggled hard, using its tiny clawed paws covered in small scales to claw at the eggshell, trying to free its entire body. Its eyes had not fully opened yet, only squinting slightly, faintly emanating a pale golden light as it blankly gazed at this unfamiliar world. Lu Tian held his breath, quietly watching the birth of this new life. Gag also curiously leaned over, examining this new companion. Finally, the little one used all its strength and slid its entire body out of the eggshell. It was no larger than a puppy, covered in fine, dark golden scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen under the weak light. A slightly raised dark gold line ran down its back from the small bulge on its head to the base of its tail. Its limbs were short and strong, and although its claws were still tender, they were exceptionally sharp. The most peculiar aspect was its tail, which was relatively long compared to its body. Instead of a bony mace, it ended in a small, solid, earthy yellow energy ball, radiating faint gravitational fluctuations. It lay on the ground, its wet body trembling slightly, emitting weak whimpering sounds, appearing very weak. Lu Tian felt a strange sense of connection rising in his heart. Perhaps it was because he infused the black stone energy to accelerate the hatching. Or perhaps because he was the first life the little one saw after breaking out of the shell, he could clearly sense a weak, yet distinct soul fluctuation. Filled with naive dependence, emanating from this little creature, actively and clumsily trying to connect with him. "Come here, little one." Lu Tian carefully extended his finger, channeling the power of the black stone, emanating a gentle, soothing aura. The young Xuanjia Earth Dragon seemed to sense this aura that made it feel incredibly safe and close. Instinctively stumbling toward Lu Tian's finger, extending its tiny pink tongue to gently lick his fingertip. A weak yet incredibly clear soul link was instantly established between Lu Tian and this young life. An equal contract, a natural bond. From now on, you'll be called Yin Gang. Lu Tian looked at this little earth dragon with a peculiar tail and extraordinary potential, revealing a gentle smile. Yin, symbolizing the weight of the earth, and Gang, implying fierce strength. Chapter 59. Ambush. On the way back, the hatching of the little Yin Gang consumed a large amount of its own energy and also drained Lu Tian of his last bit of strength. He dared not be careless and rested in the stone crevice for another 2 days. During these 2 days, he treated his wounds and restored his Gang Chi while carefully caring for the newly hatched Yin Gang. The growth rate of Yin Gang was astonishing. In just 2 days, its size visibly increased, its dark golden scales became denser and shinier, and the golden line on its back became even clearer. It had a great appetite, and Lu Tian fed it high-energy meat paste suitable for young beasts that he had brought from the academy, which the little one devoured eagerly. After eating well, it loved to lie beside Lu Tian or curiously chase the small earthy yellow energy ball at the tip of its tail, occasionally releasing faint gravitational fluctuations that made small stones on the ground float up and down, having a great time. Gag was initially a bit curious and cautious about this new companion, but soon, under Lu Tian's guidance, the two little creatures became familiar with each other. Gag would use her spatial abilities to teleport the meat paste to places where Yin Gang couldn't reach, while Yin Gang clumsily tried to use its gravitational field to pin down Gag, failing each time, but enjoying itself nonetheless. Watching the interaction between the two contracted beasts, Lu Tian's weary body and mind found rare relaxation. The other 2 dragon eggs were carefully wrapped in a special insulating potion and stored in his pouch. These 2 dragon eggs were invaluable, whether for his own cultivation or for exchanging resources in the future. He chose a relatively secluded but more rugged path for his return. The effect of the conceal breath talisman had not completely worn off, and he moved like a ghost through the rocky blackstone forest with Gag and the curious little Yin Gang perched on his shoulder, avoiding the main roads and taking perilous paths. However, just as he was about to exit the edge of the blackstone forest and step into the relatively safe hilly area, trouble still found him. 3 figures emerged like phantoms, blocking his path from 3 directions. It was the same trio of Black Wolf mercenaries who had ambushed him before. The Black Wolf held a black bow, his gaze cold, while the shadowy figure wielding a dagger had an even more elusive aura. The burly man with the giant axe bore the marks of burns from magma, but appeared even more ferocious. They had clearly been waiting here for a long time. "Kid, you're quite tough. Even the breath of the Earth Dragon King couldn't burn you to death." The voice of the Black Wolf was like a snake hissing. "Hand over the Earth Dragon eggs and the things that young Master Wong wants, and I can make your death a quick one." Lu Tian stopped in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over the 3 before finally landing on the Black Wolf. "What benefits did Wong Lin give you to make you disregard your lives?" "Humph. Dead men don't need to know so much." The burly man with the giant axe roared impatiently, swinging his massive axe, creating a violent gust of gang wind as he chopped down toward Lu Tian. "Die for me." At the same time, the shadowy figure wielding the dagger seemed to merge into the shadows, disappearing in an instant. The Black Wolf's bowstring was drawn again, and 3 poisoned arrows locked onto Lu Tian's escape route. Their cooperation was still seamless, with killing intent palpable. A cold light flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. Today is different from the past. Gag. Spatial barrier. Yin Gang. Gravitational field. Squeak. Mew. Gaga waved its small claw, and a distorted spatial barrier instantly appeared in the trajectory of the giant axe's descent. Little Yangon seemed to sense its master's battle intent and danger, letting out a tender yet authoritative low roar, and the soil-colored energy orb at the tip of its tail suddenly brightened. Buzz. An invisible, powerful gravity instantly spread out from Yangon as the center, enveloping a radius of 10 meters. The giant axe-wielding man felt that the heavy axe in his hand had suddenly become as difficult to wield as a mountain. The speed and strength of his swing drastically decreased. Even more terrifying was that his body seemed to be pulled down by an invisible hand, making his movements incredibly sluggish. Clang. The giant axe struck the spatial barrier, producing a dull roar. The barrier vibrated violently, but did not shatter. The immense recoil caused the gravity-affected man's arm to go numb, and he stumbled. At the same time, the figure holding the dagger, blending into the shadows, revealed a blurry outline within the gravity field, its speed greatly reduced. Now's the time. Lu Tian moved. He was like a long-prepared cheetah. The ice essence energy erupted, ignoring the poisoned arrows shot by the Black Wolf, which were deflected due to the gravity effect. 2 missed, and 1 was easily dodged by Lu Tian, targeting the sluggish, dagger-wielding assassin. Ice palm. The palm wind, containing bone-chilling coldness, struck fiercely against the dagger that the assassin was hastily blocking. Crack. The dagger broke with a sound. The cold energy instantly invaded the assassin's arm. Uffed. The assassin was struck hard, spitting blood and flying back. Old Ghost. The giant axe-wielding man's eyes were about to split with rage, forcibly breaking free from some of the gravitational restraints, swinging the giant axe to rescue. Your opponent is me. Lu Tian's cold voice rang in his ear. Unbeknownst to Win, Lu Tian had used Gaga's spatial flicker to appear ghost-like beside him. The steel long sword infused with condensed ice essence energy, with a sharp whistle that tore through the air, stabbed directly at the exposed side of the giant man due to his axe swing. Whoosh. The long sword pierced through his body. The ice-cold energy erupted instantly, freezing his internal organs and blood. Ugh. The giant axe-wielding man's massive body crashed to the ground, the vitality in his eyes rapidly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, 2 fierce high-level mercenaries, 1 dead and 1 heavily injured. The Black Wolf felt a chill run down his spine. How many days has it been? How did this kid's strength and the cooperation with those 2 contract beasts become so terrifying? Especially that newly appeared little beast, resembling a lizard and a pangolin. That bizarre gravity field was simply unheard of. Retreat. The Black Wolf did not hesitate and turned to flee. Mission failed. Saving his life was the priority. Want to leave? Lu Tian would not let this hidden danger go. He was about to pursue. Suddenly, whoosh. A sharp sound of something cutting through the air came from a distance. It was not an arrow, but an incredibly condensed, crimson sword energy radiating a fierce sword intent. Its speed far surpassed that of the Black Wolf's arrows. The target was aimed directly at the fleeing Black Wolf's back. The Black Wolf felt a deadly threat, his soul almost leaving his body, desperately twisting to evade. Uffed. The sword energy pierced through his shoulder, causing a spray of blood. The Black Wolf let out a miserable scream, his speed not decreasing but increasing instead, using the impact of the sword energy to awkwardly disappear into the distant forest. Lu Tian stopped, vigilantly looking toward the direction from which the sword energy had come. Not far away on the hillside, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue academy mentor's outfit, with a square face and sharp eyes like swords, slowly sheathed his sword. A few law enforcement students with strong auras were following him. Lu Tian. The middle-aged mentor looked at Lu Tian, then glanced at the mercenary's corpse on the ground and the curious little Yangon on Lu Tian's shoulder, his eyes flashing with surprise. I am Zhao Feng, a mentor from the Academy's law enforcement hall. I was sent by Elder Lung to assist you. It seems you do not need much assistance. His tone carried a hint of appreciation. Lu Tian understood. Elder Lung must have sensed that he had not returned on time and possibly knew about Wang Lin's escape, specifically sending someone from the law enforcement hall to assist. He put away his long sword and respectfully bowed to Mentor Zhao Feng. Thank you, Mentor Zhao, for your help. I am fortunate to have escaped without disgrace. With a mentor from the law enforcement hall escorting him, the return journey was smooth. As Lu Tian, along with Yangon and 2 Earth Dragon Eggs, stepped into the gates of Qingzhou Beast Taming Academy under the protection of Zhao Feng and others, News of his encounter in the Blackstone Forest and Wang Lin's heinous acts spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire academy. Wang Lin's private escape from the Penitence Cliff, colluding with thugs to attack his fellow disciples, was turned around by Lu Tian, killing his minions and scaring them away. This series of events shocked the entire academy. Lu Tian's name once again echoed through Qingzhou Beast Taming Academy in an even more dazzling manner, accompanied by more storms. The debut of the newly hatched Xuanjia Earth Dragon, Yangon, also sparked endless curiosity and amazement. Elder Lung's decree was like a stabilizing force, declaring Lu Tian's unshakable status within the academy. However, Lu Tian knew that the Real storm might just be beginning. The Wang family would not let it go easily. The Shadow Snake organization lurked like a poisonous snake, and the mist of the ruins was drawing ever closer. Chapter 60. The Wang family strikes back. The elders confront each other. The law enforcement hall acted swiftly, issuing a wanted order to pursue the fleeing Wang Lin and the Black Wolf. At the same time, a stern inquiry letter was sent to the Wang family in Qingzhou City in the name of the academy. However, the Wang family's response was unexpectedly strong and overbearing. Just one day later, the current head of the Wang family, Wang Lin's father, Wang Mang, a powerful figure with a deep, steady aura and sharp eyes like an eagle's, at least a high-level martial artist, personally led a group of elite Wang family members, blocking the entrance of the Beast Taming Academy with an imposing manner. "Lung Yun, get out here." Wang Mang's voice boomed like a bell, containing anger and the pressure of a martial artist. The resonating waves spread throughout most of the academy. "You Beast Taming Academy condone your student Lu Tian, harming my son's contract beast first, then slandering and framing my son. You have forced my son into hiding. If you do not hand over that little beast Lu Tian today and give my Wang family an explanation, I will flatten your academy's gate." Arrogant, overbearing, an unabashed threat. The atmosphere at the academy's entrance instantly dropped to freezing point. The guarding students and mentors turned pale, shivering under Wang Mang's terrifying pressure. Countless students were alarmed, gathering at a distance to watch, discussing among themselves, their faces filled with fear. "Wang Mang, you have quite the arrogance." A cold voice rang out, carrying a similarly powerful pressure that instantly neutralized Wang Mang's momentum. The crowd parted, and Elder Long, dressed in an ice-blue robe, stepped out slowly, his face as cold as water. Behind him followed several powerful academy elders and mentors, with Zhao Feng from the law enforcement hall prominently leading the group. "Flatten my academy's gate? Just because of your Wang family?" Elder Lung's gaze was like a knife, staring directly at Wang Mang. Wang Lin ignored the academy's rules, privately escaping from the Penitence Cliff, colluding with the notorious Black Wolf mercenary group to ambush and attack my academy's student Lu Tian in the Blackstone Forest. There are witnesses and evidence. Your Wang family has not tried to discipline your wayward son, yet you dare to turn the tables and cause trouble in my academy? Do you really think my Beast Taming Academy is devoid of people? Elder Lung's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying undeniable authority. Witnesses? Merely coerced confessions from your academy. Evidence? How do we know it's not forged? Wang Mang retorted arrogantly. My son Liner is exceptionally talented and of pure character. How could he do such a thing? It must be that little beast Lu Tian, relying on your Lung Yun's influence, designed to frame my son. Wang Mang's words were extremely malicious. Not only did he deny the facts, but he also pointed the finger directly at Elder Long, insinuating that he was covering for Lu Tian with ulterior motives, even involving the secrets of the Cold Flood Dragon and the Cold Pool. Insolence. The cold light in Elder Lung's eyes grew fierce, and the cold energy around him surged instantly, causing thick frost to form on the ground around him. Wang Mang, your son's actions have incurred the wrath of heaven and the hatred of the people. As the head of the family, you failed to discern right from wrong, turn black and white upside down, indulge your son in committing murder, and even dare to slander this elder. Today, if you do not give my academy an explanation, you shall not leave this place. As Elder Lung's words fell, several elders and mentors behind him stepped forward simultaneously, their powerful auras merging into one, directly opposing the elite forces brought by Wang Mang. Deep within the academy, there were faint but even more unsettling fluctuations of aura. That was the academy's foundation. The atmosphere was tense and charged. A great battle was imminent. Wang Mang's face turned ashen. He did not expect Lung Yun's attitude to be so firm, nor did he anticipate the academy's rapid and unified response. Although he was powerful, facing the wrath of the entire Beast Taming Academy made him feel a heavy pressure. He stared fiercely at Lung Yun and glanced at the few obscure auras deep within the academy, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Good. What a Beast Taming Academy. Wang Mang laughed in anger. This matter will be remembered by my Wang family. Lu Tian, you little beast, and you, Lung Yun. We shall see. If anything happens to my son Liner, I will make sure you both pay in blood. We're leaving. After dropping his harsh words, Wang Mang turned with a dark expression, leading the Wang family members away under countless gazes. This aggressive inquiry ultimately ended in a whimper under the Academy's tough stance. But everyone knew that the Wang family's retreat was only temporary. The feud between Lu Tian and the Wang family had escalated into a conflict between the Academy and the powerful forces of Qingzhou City. A bigger storm was brewing. Chapter 61, devoted to cultivation news from the ruins. With the Wang family retreating, the Academy temporarily returned to calm, but the tension in the air lingered. Lu Tian was summoned by Elder Lung. You did very well. By the cold pool, Elder Lung looked at Lu Tian, whose aura had become more refined. Accompanied by a curious Xiao Yen Gang observing the cold pool, there was a hint of approval in his eyes. He remained calm under pressure and counterattacked a strong enemy, even gaining this extraordinarily potential battle pet. You don't need to worry about the Wang family. The Academy will handle it. Thank you for your protection, Elder. Lu Tian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. If it weren't for Elder Lung's timely intervention, he would have faced dire consequences. Protection is only temporary. Elder Lung's tone turned serious. The Wang family is powerful and deeply rooted in Qingzhou City. They will not give up easily. The Shadow Serpent organization is like a poisonous snake, lurking in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity. Your own strength is the fundamental guarantee. The ruins are perilous. Without sufficient strength, entering is tantamount to seeking death. Lu Tian deeply agreed. Whether facing the Wang family's retaliation or exploring the ruins for clues about his mother's identity, he needed greater power. He said solemnly, I understand, Master. Next, I plan to enter seclusion and cultivate to enhance my contracted beast strength. Elder Lung handed him 2 jade slips. This blue jade slip contains my insights on the subsequent cultivation of the Eye-Soul Rock technique and the breakthrough of the meridians. The other yellowish jade slip records some methods for cultivating earth-type monsters, especially those containing dragon blood, and a basic application of gravity talents, which may aid your little earth dragon. Lu Tian accepted the jade slips as if they were treasures. Thank you for your generous gifts, Elder. Returning to his residence, the Academy had changed Lu Tian to a more spacious courtyard with an independent cultivation room after the Wanglin incident. Lu Tian began his true seclusion. He repeatedly studied Elder Lung's insights in the jade slips, combining them with his own understanding, and diligently practiced every day. The Eye-Soul Rock technique surged and roared within him, repeatedly impacting the meridian around his waist, like a belt encircling his torso. Each impact brought intense swelling pain and soreness, but the experience of breaking through the meridians and the protection of the black stone allowed him to maintain a delicate balance. The growth of Xiao Yen Gang was of utmost importance. Following the methods in the jade slips and combining them with the black stone's insights into the essence of life, Lu Tian tailored a special food containing pure earth-type energy and trace metal minerals for Yen Gang. The little guy had an excellent appetite and grew at an astonishing rate, visibly increasing in size, with thicker and more solid scales, and the golden lines on its back glowing with brilliance. The yellow energy ball at the tip of its tail also became denser, with its gravitational field expanding to about 15 meters, significantly increasing its power. Lu Tian began to experiment with guiding it to control the direction and intensity of the gravitational field, such as applying directional pressure or creating small gravitational traps. Jiajia, on the other hand, entered a period of consolidation. It mostly lay beside Lu Tian or practiced short-distance spatial flickering in the cultivation room, comprehending the subtle changes in spatial power. Its aura became increasingly deep and restrained, and occasionally when it opened its eyes, swirling stars could be seen, as if it could swallow light. One day, while Lu Tian was guiding Yen Gang to practice gravity control in the cultivation room, Mentor Zhao Feng suddenly visited, bringing an important message. The corroding spirit mist, the landmark of the ruins. Lu Tian's heart jolted. Did he mention the specific location of that mist? He did. It's in a nameless swamp area about 100 miles west of the Misty Swamp, Zhao Feng said solemnly. Moreover, he mentioned that when escaping the mist's edge, he vaguely saw a huge, indescribable twisted black shadow deep within the mist, as well as the outline of broken walls. The entrance to the ruins. Lu Tian was almost certain that nameless swamp was likely the area surrounding the ruins shrouded by the corroding spirit mist, as recorded in ancient texts. Are many people aware of this news now? Lu Tian pressed. The Mad Wind mercenary group suffered heavy losses and has sealed the news, only reporting it to the city lord's mansion and our academy, hoping for assistance and investigation. But there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through, especially from organizations that specialize in exploring ruins, Zhao Feng hinted. The Shadow Serpent people have been unusually active near the Misty Swamp recently. Lu Tian's heart sank. It seemed the Shadow Serpent organization had also locked onto the general area of the ruins entrance. Time was of the essence. After sending off Zhao Feng, Lu Tian looked out the window, his gaze becoming incredibly determined. The appearance of the corroding spirit mist and the clues to the ruins entrance were like igniting a fuse. He had to enhance his strength faster and prepare to enter the ruins before the shadow serpents and the Wang family acted. Chapter 62. Meridians connected. The news of the ruins entrance's appearance acted as a strong catalyst, injecting urgency into Lu Tian's daily seclusion. His sense of urgency reached its peak. The terrifying descriptions of the corroding spirit mist and the shadow serpent's lurking presence silently urged him. Hurry, faster. In the cultivation room, cold air filled the space, and thick white frost covered the ground. Lu Tian sat cross-legged, eyes tightly closed, veins bulging on his forehead, and beads of sweat just beginning to surface were instantly frozen into tiny ice crystals by the circulating ice soul energy on his surface. The internal energy within him surged like a raging icy tide, repeatedly crashing against the meridian around his waist like a tough chain. Each impact brought excruciating pain, akin to the shifting of internal organs and the burning sensation of torn meridians. The barrier of the meridian was tougher than the breakthrough meridian, and the difficulty of the impact increased exponentially. Open for me, Lu Tian silently roared in his heart. The mysterious black stone in his sea of consciousness seemed to sense its master's strong will, radiating a purer and more resilient power, merging into the surging internal energy torrent. This power did not directly participate in the impact, but acted like the most exquisite lubricant and enhancer, making the originally violent internal energy flow more refined and penetrating while firmly protecting Lu Tian's meridians and organs from being torn apart by the violent force. Boom, boom, boom. With the enhancement of the Blackstone's power, the internal energy torrent seemed to be endowed with spirit, crashing against the invisible barrier of the meridian with unmatched sharpness and piercing coldness. Once, the barrier trembled violently. Twice, fine cracks spread. 3 times, the cracks widened, spreading like a spider web. Unaware of how many impacts he had endured, Lu Tian's spirit was on the brink of collapse amid the agony and the tug-of-war of will, just as he felt his consciousness about to be submerged by the pain. Crack, crack. A sound far grander and clearer than the cracking sound heard when the Chongmai is fully opened erupted, as if the glaciers had completely melted, and spring thunder roared within his body. The tough barrier surrounding the waist and abdomen, the Duimai, was finally broken through in one vigorous push. In that instant, it was as if rivers had burst their banks, and the sea had embraced all rivers. The inner strength that had been surging through the 12 meridians and Chongmai instantly found a new, broader circulation path. A more massive and stable internal energy circulation system thunderously took shape within Lu Tian's body. The ice crystal armor on Lu Tian's surface instantly solidified and thickened, like a substantial ice blue armor covering his entire body, emitting a bone-chilling cold. A breath several times stronger than before erupted from him, like a sleeping, ferocious beast awakening. The walls and floor of the training room instantly froze into a thicker layer of ice, and the air seemed to freeze as well. Finally, it worked. Lu Tian exhaled a long breath filled with ice crystal fragments, revealing an invigorated smile on his fatigued face. The Duimai had been connected, not only greatly increasing his strength, but also signifying that he had stepped into the late stage of a martial artist, laying a solid foundation for future breakthroughs into the martial master realm. He looked to the side. Xiao Yangang was curled up, soundly asleep on a specially made mineral stone rich in pure earth-type elemental energy, its dark golden scales undulating slightly with each breath, exuding a heavy aura. The yellow energy sphere at the tip of its tail was also subtly fluctuating in its sleep, indicating the continuous growth of its gravity talent. Jiajia, on the other hand, was floating in a corner of the training room, with the space around it slightly distorted, as if it had entered a deep state of comprehension. Chapter 63. Gravity control. The breakthrough in strength was certainly gratifying, but Lu Tian did not forget the current priority, preparing for the exploration of the Guisu. The corrosive nature of the corrosion spirit mist, which devours spiritual energy and erodes flesh, meant that conventional spiritual and physical defenses were minimal. Although his mother's token, the fragment of the key to Guisu, could clear a 3-foot safe zone, its range was limited and required continuous activation, consuming a fair amount of energy. Combining the insights from the Jade Slip given by Elder Long and his own understanding of the essence of life through the Black Stone, Lu Tian began a systematic special training for Xiao Yangang. The first step was fine control. Xiao Yangang, look at that stone in front. Lu Tian pointed to a half-person high testing black stone in the center of the training room. Try to use your gravity field, but only apply it to the bottom 1-foot square area, pressing it into the ground without damaging it. Woo. Xiao Yangang tilted its head, a bit confused in its pale golden eyes. Previously, it had released a gravity field that covered a large area, like an invisible net. Lu Tian patiently transmitted his thoughts through their soul link, while simulating the focused and precise feeling with the power of the black stone. Xiaoyan Gang seemed to understand, and the energy sphere at the tip of its tail lit up, unleashing an invisible wave of gravity. Boom! The entire testing black stone suddenly sank, with a small portion embedding directly into the ground, but the stone itself was covered in cracks, clearly indicating that the force was too roughly concentrated, failing to control the range precisely. No problem, let's try again. Lu Tian encouraged. Feel the point of power, not the surface. He continued to guide and adjust. Once, twice, 10 times. Xiao Yingang's comprehension was surprisingly good, or rather, it had an instinctive trust and execution of Lu Tian's commands. Gradually, the gravity field it released began to become obedient, initially confining the force to a smaller range. Although it still couldn't focus precisely on a 1-foot square, it could make the testing stone sink without shattering. The second step was changing the form. Lu Tian had Xiao Yingang attempt to change the direction of the gravity field. Instead of simply pulling down, it tried to create an upward repulsive force or lateral thrust, even forming small gravity vortices. This step was more challenging. Xiao Yingang exerted all its effort. Its little face, if lizards had faces, scrunching up, and the energy sphere at the tip of its tail flickered violently. It attempted to direct the gravity field upward. Buzz! The testing black stone suddenly jumped up half a foot off the ground, then crashed back down with a bang. Although it failed, it proved the feasibility of repulsion. Very good. Xiaoyan Gang, you're amazing. Lu Tian praised without hesitation, and the little guy immediately became excited, letting out a triumphant howl, even more motivated. With Lu Tian's continuous guidance and the nourishment of the black stone's energy, Xiao Yingang's control over its gravity talent was improving at an astonishing rate. It could not only create a stable, controllable gravity field, primarily downward, but it could also initially produce short bursts of repulsive force, similar to recoil, and even create unstable gravity turbulence in a small area, disrupting opponents' balance and movements. On this day, Lu Tian decided to conduct a practical test. He brought Xiao Yingang to the Academy's specialized beast combat training ground, isolated by protective formations. The opponent was a second-stage early-level beast raised by the Academy, known for its strength and defense, the iron-armored bull. Xiao Yingang, it's your turn. Lu Tian stood at the sidelines, issuing commands. Woo! Xiao Yingang let out a low roar filled with combat intent, charging toward the iron-armored bull, which was several times its size. The iron-armored bull snorted, its nostrils exhaling white steam, disdain evident in its eyes as it lowered its head to reveal its sharp horns, launching a savage charge. In the moment before the bull was about to collide with Xiao Yingang, the energy sphere at the tip of Xiao Yingang's tail burst forth with a strong yellow light. Buzz! A powerful, directed repulsive field instantly formed in front of Xiao Yingang, like an invisible spring wall. Moo! The high-speed charging iron-armored bull felt as if it had slammed into an invisible, elastic alloy wall. The immense reaction force brought its forward momentum to an abrupt halt, causing its massive body to stagger back a few steps, dizzy and disoriented. Before the bull could steady itself, Xiao Yingang attacked again. This time, it unleashed a downward gravity field. The target was the bull's forehooves. Boom! The bull felt its limbs become several times heavier. As if it had sunk into a quagmire, its movements becoming incredibly sluggish. It roared in anger, trying to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yingang's small body erupted with speed that belied its size. The gravity field had a slight acceleration effect on itself, rushing to the side of the bull. Its tail covered in dark golden scales striking fiercely at the relatively soft abdomen of the bull. The energy sphere at the tip of its tail unleashed a concentrated gravity impact upon contact. Bang! Amidst the dull sound of impact, the iron-armored bull let out a painful howl, its massive body sliding several meters sideways from the blow, its abdominal scales shattering and leaving a clear dent. The onlooking students and mentors were left dumbfounded. What is that ability? Gravity. Such strong control. How small is that little earth dragon? Where did Lu Tian find such an abnormal contracted beast? Xiao Yingang's first battle was a success, although it couldn't completely defeat the tough-skinned iron-armored bull. The gravity control ability it displayed had shown Lu Tian infinite possibilities, especially in dealing with the corrosion spirit mist strange environment. This talent that did not rely on spiritual energy but purely manipulated fundamental forces might become an unexpected trump card. Chapter 64. Miss Shadow tracking the steady rise in strength did not make Lu Tian let down his guard. He knew well that the Shadow Snake Organization, like the most patient of snakes, would never give up its covetousness for the key to Guisu. The news brought by Mentor Zhao Feng confirmed this. The shadow snakes were increasingly active on the outskirts of the mist marsh, seemingly intensifying their search and deployment. Lu Tian decided to take the initiative. Rather than passively waiting for the enemy to come knocking, it was better to turn passivity into initiative and conduct counter-reconnaissance on their territory, which could both gather intelligence and disrupt their plans, creating opportunities for subsequent entry into the Guisu. He summoned Gagaga and Yangon into the beast space. Warriors in the later stages can initially open a small personal space to store contracted beasts. But the duration should not be too long. Activated the breath-concealing talisman, changed into a set of dark green waterproof leather armor suitable for movement in the swamp, and quietly left the academy, stepping once again into the perilous misty swamp. The swamp's environment was even harsher than the Blackstone Forest. The pervasive miasma, muddy traps, lurking aquatic monsters, and disorienting mist made every step nerve-wracking. Lu Tian relied on his powerful mental strength, enhanced by Blackstone, and Gagaga's occasional spatial probes to cautiously avoid most danger zones. Stealthily heading toward the nameless marsh where the Storm mercenary group encountered the corroded spirit mist. Days later, he had penetrated deep into the swamp. The air was thick with dampness and the stench of decay, and visibility had decreased significantly. Lu Tian suddenly stopped, crouching behind a dense cluster of dark green toxic mushrooms that exuded a pungent odor. His mental energy detected faint energy fluctuations and deliberately suppressed voices from several hundred meters ahead on a relatively dry high ground. He approached silently like a gecko, using a moss-covered boulder to conceal himself. Through the cracks in the rock, he saw his target. 3 figures dressed in tight-fitting gray-green leather armor. Their faces smeared with paint that blended into the swamp environment, exuding a cold and restrained aura. They were gathered around an instrument similar to a compass, emitting weak spatial fluctuations, and were discussing in low voices. Boss, the energy compass shows that the concentration of corroded spirit particles in this area has increased by 17 since 3 days ago. With the source of the fluctuations in the southwest direction, about 80 miles from us, reported a small, thin scout. Yes, the other 2 responded, pulling out a nearly transparent powder emitting a strange odor from their bags, and began to carefully sprinkle it along the edge of the high ground. Lu Tian's eyes flashed with cold light as he quickly devised a strategy. Primary objective: destroy that energy compass to cut off their detection capabilities. Secondary objective: eliminate the leader. Gagaga, spatial blade, target the compass. Yangon, gravity quagmire, cover the area beneath their feet. With a thought, 2 figures appeared in front of Lu Tian. Gagaga's eyes swirled with silver-purple nebulae, and with a claw directed at the energy compass, he made a slicing motion in the air. Swish, a silent crack in space, flickering with shattered black light, like the scythe of death, instantly crossed hundreds of meters and appeared above the energy compass. Not good. Enemy attack. The centipede's guard leader reacted swiftly, shouting a warning the moment the spatial fluctuation appeared, instinctively retreating. But Gagaga's spatial blade was too fast, too strange. Crack. The precision compass emitting spatial fluctuations was silently sliced through by the spatial crack, breaking into 2 pieces in an instant, its light extinguished. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. My compass. The scout operating it cried out in agony. At the same time, roar. Yangon let out a low growl, and the energy orb at the tip of his tail erupted with a strong yellow light. Buzz. A powerful, downward-directed gravitational field instantly enveloped the area where the centipede's guard leader and his subordinates were. The range was precisely controlled within a 10-meter radius. Ugh. The 3 shadow snake scouts felt their bodies suddenly become heavy, as if they were instantly burdened with a 1,000-pound weight. The muddy ground beneath their feet instantly solidified like concrete under the powerful gravity, their feet sinking deeply into it, making movement extremely difficult. Especially the 2 scouts who were sprinkling powder, caught off guard, nearly collapsed under their own weight. Just as the gravitational field took effect, and the 3 were hindered in their movements. The first, ice essence energy condensed in a fist, carrying a bone-chilling coldness and penetrating power, ignoring the hasty block of the opponent's arm and smashing hard into his chest. Puff. The cold internal energy penetrated through. The scout's chest immediately crystallized with frost, his heart frozen and shattered. He didn't even make a sound before collapsing to the ground, breathless. Fourth. The centipede's guard leader's eyes widened with rage, his snake-shaped short sword transforming into a vicious shadow, stabbing straight for Lu Tian's back. The speed was like lightning. Lu Tian seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, his body twisting strangely like a boneless fish, narrowly dodging the poisoned dagger. At the same time, he countered with a sword, the steel long sword infused with ice essence energy, letting out a sharp whistle as it aimed for the leader's wrist. It was the shadow strike technique, shadow follows form. Clang. The dagger clashed with the long sword, sparks flying. Lu Tian's arm tingled slightly, but the icy energy spread along the blade, causing the centipede's guard leader's movements to slow. Gravity suppression. Lu Tian's mind moved again. Yangon understood, and the gravitational field intensified, focusing all its power on the centipede's guard leader. Humph. The leader grunted, his body sinking again, and his movements inevitably slowed slightly. This tiny flaw was enough for Lu Tian and Gagaga. Spatial tremor. Gagaga's little claw pressed into the ground beneath the leader's feet. Boom. The ground beneath the leader suddenly collapsed and compressed, then violently rebounded like a spring. The powerful shockwave made his lower body lose balance in an instant. Puff. The centipede's guard leader was struck as if by lightning, his eyes bulging. The terrifying icy internal energy invaded his body, freezing his meridians and shattering his energy sea. His cultivation was instantly destroyed. He flew back like a broken sack, blood spewing from his mouth and turning into ice shards mid-air. The remaining scout, who was struggling to break free from the gravitational restraints, was terrified by this scene, turning to flee. Leave him. Lu Tian's gaze was cold, and he threw his long sword. The long sword infused with ice essence energy flew like a spear, piercing through the scout's back. The battle ended, clean and decisive. 3 experienced Shadow Snake scouts, 2 dead and 1 crippled. Lu Tian quickly cleaned up the battlefield. He picked up the broken energy compass, though damaged. Its material was special and might have research value. Searched the centipede's guard leader's body, and found a black token engraved with twisted snake patterns. A crude map depicting part of the misty swamp marked with several red dots, and a few bottles of unknown potions. Most importantly, he found the still unopened shadow powder and carefully collected it. He walked to the centipede's guard leader, who was crippled and sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Squatted down and pressed the cold tip of his sword against his throat. Tell me, who is the Shadow Master? What is your plan in the ruins? Besides opening the ruins, what other uses does the key have? The centipede's guard leader glared at Lu Tian with resentment, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. You are dead. The Shadow Master will not let you go. Not going to say? Lu Tian's eyes turned cold, and he pressed the tip of the sword slightly, piercing the skin. I have plenty of ways to make you talk. For example, throwing you into the corroded spirit mist and seeing if your Shadow Master will come to save you. Hearing the words corroded spirit mist, a flicker of undeniable fear flashed in the centipede's guard leader's eyes. For someone with his cultivation level, falling into the corroded spirit mist would be worse than death. I will talk. The fear of death and the intimidation of the corroded spirit mist finally broke down his psychological defenses. The Shadow Master wears a white mask. No one has seen his true face. He controls the organization, and the goal is the core fragments of the heavenly crafting disc in the depths of the ruins. The key is essential for guiding and resisting the corroded spirit mist, but near the core fragments, there are more terrifying guardians that require sacrifices. The fragmented information sent a shockwave through Lu Tian's heart. The Shadow Master was indeed the man in the white mask. Their goal was not only the ruins, but also the core fragments of the heavenly crafting disc. Moreover, they needed sacrifices, connecting it to his identity as a path seeker. A chill rose from his spine. Sacrifices? What kind of sacrifices? Those with special bloodlines, or the souls of those who possess fragment resonators. The centipede's guard leader's eyes were filled with despair. Indeed, Lu Tian's eyes turned cold. The Shadow Snake not only sought the key to guide the way, but also wanted to use the person holding the key as a sacrifice to feed the so-called guardian. The last question, where exactly is the door with the highest concentration of corrosion spirit mist? Lu Tian pressed. The centipede's guard leader struggled to raise his hand and pointed to a spot heavily marked in crimson paint on the map, located deep in the nameless swamp. Here, at the Starfall Lake, the mist is thickest and the space is the most unstable. Having obtained the crucial information, Lu Tian no longer hesitated. He swiftly ended the life of this worthless leader with a single sword strike. He quickly cleared the traces of battle, taking the spoils and the little rock, Gaga, and disappeared into the depths of the misty swamp like he merged into the shadows. The counterattack against the Shadow Snake Scout not only eliminated their surveillance, but also provided vital intelligence. The exact location of the ruins entrance, Starfall Lake, and the sinister ultimate goal of the Shadow Snake organization, which was to use him as a sacrifice to unlock the core fragment. The sense of crisis surged like cold tide, instantly drowning the joy brought by his power breakthrough. Starfall Lake was already within reach. The final confrontation with the Shadow Snake and the Guardian of the Ruins was about to begin. Chapter 65, by Starfall Lake. Mist locks the ruins. Based on the captured map and intelligence, Lu Tian stealthily traversed the misty swamp for another 3 days. The closer he got to Starfall Lake, the more bizarre the environment became. The damp chill in the air began to mix with a faint, heart-pounding coldness, as if it could drain life away. The vegetation grew sparse and twisted, exhibiting an ominous grayish hue. The mire beneath his feet became stickier, occasionally bubbling with gray-white bubbles exuding a decayed odor. Gaga became unusually vigilant, the swirling nebula in its purple eyes accelerating, frequently warning of spatial disturbances caused by abnormal forces. Little Rock also seemed uneasy, closely following Luteon, its energy ball at the tip of its tail glowing slightly, ready to release a gravitational field at any moment. Finally, after passing through a desolate area filled with jagged rocks and black water reeds, a vast body of water appeared before Luteon. Starfall Lake. The water exhibited a deep, nearly dead black-green color, with a surface as still as solidified jade. Above the lake's surface, a thin, flowing gray-white mist enveloped the area. This mist appeared ordinary. But as soon as Luteon's powerful spiritual force made contact, he felt a sharp pain as if pricked by needles, his spiritual force being rapidly devoured and corroded. Corrosion Spirit Mist. Although it was just the thin mist dispersing at the periphery, its characteristics were already fully revealed. Luteon immediately retracted his spiritual force, not daring to release it easily again. He took out his mother's token, holding it in his hand. The ancient token felt slightly warm, and the starry trajectory pattern on its back seemed to sense something, emitting an extremely faint, almost imperceptible glow. Holding it, Luteon felt that the cold, corrosive feeling from the thin corrosion spirit mist was largely blocked. It was indeed effective. Luteon's spirits lifted. He looked around. Starfall Lake was immense, stretching beyond the horizon. The shores were rugged with strange rocks, forming many natural hiding spots. According to the map markings and the testimony of the Centipede's guard leader, the door with the thickest corrosion spirit mist and the most unstable space was in a certain area of water slightly west of the lake's center. Luteon did not rashly approach the lake's heart. Instead, he chose a higher ground, with a relatively open view, backing against a massive black rock wall as a temporary base. Here, about 100 meters from the lake's surface, the influence of the corrosion spirit mist was minimal. He carefully set up warning traps, scattering powders to mask his presence and repel insects. Then, he sat cross-legged, placing the token close to him, and began to adjust his state. Gaga hovered beside him, vigilantly sensing the slight fluctuations in the surrounding space. Little Rock lay nearby, nibbling on specially made energy ore, its tail tip swaying slightly as it seemed to adapt to the unusually heavy environmental pressure here. Luteon took out the broken fragment of the energy compass, attempting to analyze it using his spiritual force combined with the power of the black stone. Although the core component was damaged, some basic detection rune structures remained. He hoped to reverse engineer a method to detect the concentration of the corrosion spirit mist from it, or at least to provide early warning of sudden changes in the mist. Time passed in silence. Starfall Lake felt like a massive grave, eerily silent. Only occasionally did low, indistinct sounds, resembling the moans of some giant beast, echo from the depths of the lake, breaking the stillness and adding to the eeriness. Suddenly, Gaga, who had been in a heightened state of alert, suddenly lifted its head. Silver-purple light bursting from its eyes. It urgently communicated through their soul link. Squeak. Intense spatial fluctuations. Lake center. Strong. Dangerous. Almost simultaneously. The entire space above Starfall Lake twisted violently, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm water surface. The area of water slightly west of the lake center, the gray-white corrosion spirit mist, was stirred by an invisible hand, swirling wildly and condensing. The mist's concentration skyrocketed at a visible speed, turning from thin to thick like paste. In just a few breaths, a massive vortex, over 100 meters in diameter and composed of thick, nearly material gray-white corrosion spirit mist, appeared above the center of the lake. The center of the vortex was unfathomably deep, as if connecting to the netherworld. An indescribable, soul-chilling, terrifying suction emanated from the center of the vortex. The stagnant water of the lake was sucked up, forming a massive water tornado that was drawn into the gray-white vortex, instantly vanishing. Even the light approaching that area seemed to be devoured and distorted. The gate to the ruins was opening. Luteon sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with shock. Witnessing this scene, akin to a transformation of heaven and earth, was far more impactful than any ancient text description. The terrifying suction, even from 1,000 meters away, made his skin tighten, and the operation of the energy within him felt slightly sluggish. Just then, whoosh, 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 several shadows, like phantoms, rushed towards the forming corrosion spirit mist vortex from different directions at incredible speed. They were all flickering with various colored spiritual light shields, clearly well prepared, attempting to force their way in before the portal stabilized completely. Members of the Shadow Snake. Luteon's pupils constricted from their movements and the cold aura they emitted. He instantly recognized them as members of the Shadow Snake organization. They had indeed been lying in ambush nearby. However, just as those shadows were about to rush into the vortex's range, another anomaly occurred. Roar. A terrifying roar, seemingly from ancient times, filled with endless brutality and hunger, suddenly exploded from deep within the corrosion spirit mist vortex. This roar was not merely a sound wave. It directly affected the soul. Even from a distance, Lu Tian felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, his vision going dark as his blood surged. Gaga and Little Rock also let out pained cries simultaneously. The shadows rushing towards the vortex bore the brunt. The spiritual light shields around them shattered like fragile soap bubbles in the wake of the roar. The shadows fell from the air like kites with severed strings, screaming in agony. Even more terrifying was that their bodies visibly shriveled and withered during their descent, as if their blood and flesh essence were being drawn out by an invisible force, turning into wisps of gray mist that were sucked into the depths of the vortex. In the blink of an eye, only a few remains wrapped in tattered clothing fell into the black lake water with a plop. Silence. The frenzy that had just attempted to rush through the gate was instantly extinguished by this horrifying sight. Lu Tian gasped, his back cold. Is this the guardian mentioned by the Centipede's guard leader? Just a roar instantaneously killed several formidable Shadow Snake members. This gate to the ruins is nothing but a giant mouth that devours life. After devouring a few Shadow Snake members, the corrosion spirit mist vortex seemed to gain some sort of nourishment, its rotation slightly slowing, and the portal became more stable. But the terrifying suction and the lingering dread of the roar still enveloped the entire Starfall Lake. Lu Tian tightly gripped the token in his arms, feeling its faint warmth, his gaze becoming incredibly serious and determined. The door had opened, the guardian had appeared, and the Shadow Snake was watching closely. The true test was only just beginning. The mother's secret lies just beyond this terrifying vortex. He must go in, but not now, not like those fools who rush to their deaths. He needs to wait. Wait for the best moment, a time when the token can exert its maximum effect, avoiding the guardian's sharp edge. Chapter 66. The lone boat in the sea of fog with the token protecting him. Lu Tian crouched behind the cold black rock, his heart racing. His palm pressed tightly against the warm token in his bosom. The warmth of the token was his only beacon in this sea of death. The guardian's roars seemed to have intervals, and after a few roars, the portal's suction seemed to weaken slightly. Lu Tian forced himself to analyze calmly. The spatial wave information transmitted by Gaga also showed that although the core of the vortex was terrifying, the energy flow in the edge area seemed to be tending toward a bizarre state of stability, no longer as chaotic and violent as when it first opened. An opportunity. Perhaps it lies within this brief period of stability. He could wait no longer. Although the Shadow Serpent had lost a few members, the white-masked Shadow Master had yet to appear, and other lurking members might attempt again at any moment or discover him. Once the portal closed or the Guardian became active again, the opportunity would be completely lost. Finally, he solemnly held his mother's token in the palm of his right hand, cautiously infusing his mental power into it. Buzz. The starry trajectory pattern on the back of the token suddenly lit up, no longer a barely perceptible glimmer, but radiating a soft, silver glow like starlight. The halo rapidly expanded, forming a translucent silver shield with a diameter of exactly 3 feet, about 1 meter, enveloping Lu Tian completely. The moment the shield formed, Lu Tian felt the world quiet down. Outside was a swirling, death-laden gray-white mist, the chilling suction that sent shivers down his spine, and an almost inaudible terrifying growl. However, within this 3-foot shield, all erosion and anomalous sensations disappeared. The air was fresh, and his spiritual energy flowed freely, although the external spiritual energy was isolated, and the terrifying suction was firmly resisted by the shield. The warmth transmitted from the token became even clearer, as if his mother's hand was protecting him. This is the power of the fragment of the key to the return to the void, resisting the erosion spirit mist, creating a pure land of 3 feet. Mother. Thank you, Lu Tian silently thought. A warm current surged through him, bringing with it courage. He no longer hesitated. Aiming for a relatively calm area at the edge of the vortex, he suddenly burst from behind the rock, maximizing his speed, like an arrow released from a bow, charging headlong into the gray-white death vortex. The closer he got, the more terrifying the invisible suction became, even with the shield resisting it. Lu Tian felt like a leaf struggling against a storm, his protective energy being consumed wildly just to stabilize his form. The erosion spirit mist was like thick glue, wrapping around the shield, making a hissing sound of corrosion, and the silver glow of the shield dimmed at a visible rate. The token in his hand was slightly warm, sending a warning of rapidly depleting energy. Faster, even faster. Lu Tian gritted his teeth, pushing his ice soul energy to the limit, his leg muscles bulging. Every step taken in the void, the suction was so strong that the lake water was being lifted, leaving a hollow below. Felt like stepping on cotton, incredibly difficult. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Just as the glow of the shield dimmed to the extreme, the edges even beginning to show slight ripples, as if it would shatter at any moment. Lu Tian finally plunged into the gray-white, viscous erosion spirit mist vortex. Boom. It felt as though he had passed through a layer of thick, cold water membrane. An indescribable sense of weightlessness and spatial disorientation struck him instantly. Before his eyes was an endless, rolling gray-white, his vision completely stripped away. His ears were filled with a high-frequency, hissing sound, as if millions of vengeful spirits were wailing. Directly impacting his soul, the shield formed by the token fluctuated violently, flickering like a candle in the wind. Lu Tian felt himself being pulled by an irresistible force, dragged crazily toward the depths of the vortex. He gripped the token tightly, pouring all the remaining protective energy and mental power into it, maintaining that 3-foot square of space. Hold on. Gaga. Rock energy. Hold on. He transmitted his unyielding will to the companions in the Beast Master space through the soul link, also cheering himself on. Time seemed to lose all meaning. In this misty sea composed solely of pure death and nothingness, Lu Tian was like a lonely boat, drifting with the current. The energy of the token was rapidly depleting, the shield growing thinner, and the external hissing noise and sense of soul erosion becoming increasingly intense. He could only rely on the medicinal pills in his mouth and the resilient power emanating from the black stone in his sea of consciousness to struggle to hold on. He did not know how long had passed, maybe an instant, maybe an eternity. Suddenly, puff, as if piercing through a layer of tough membrane, Lu Tian felt his body suddenly lighten. The terrifying suction, the viscous mist, and the piercing hissing sound instantly diminished by more than half. He fell heavily onto the hard, cold ground, jolting his internal organs as if they had shifted positions. The shield of the token flickered a few times, finally unable to sustain itself, completely extinguishing. But the sense of erosion from the outside did not immediately return. Lu Tian coughed violently, struggling to lift his head. Before him, no longer was there rolling gray-white mist, but a world of dead silence and ruins that was difficult to describe. The sky was an eternal, oppressive lead gray, without sun, moon, or stars. Only a chaotic dim light barely illuminating the ground. The air was thin and cold, filled with a strong smell of dust and metallic rust, as well as a deeper, decaying breath that seemed to come from the end of time. He found himself in a vast ruin of buildings made of some dark metal and strange black stone. The broken enormous columns jutted into the gray sky like the ribs of a giant beast, and the crumbling walls were covered with charred marks and bottomless claw marks, telling tales of ancient tragedies. The ground was covered with a thick layer of gray-white dust, resembling bone powder. In the distance were more collapsed palaces, twisted towers, and broken bridge outlines, extending to the end of his sight, disappearing into an even denser, slowly flowing erosion spirit mist. That mist was like a massive curtain, shrouding the deeper parts of the ruins, obscuring the truth, only conveying a heart-pounding sense of oppression. The return to the void. This is the ancient forbidden land shrouded in the erosion spirit mist. Lu Tian struggled to sit up, immediately checking himself. His protective energy was nearly exhausted. His mental power depleted, his whole body ached, but fortunately, he had not suffered any irreversible erosion damage. He immediately took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it, while cautiously surveying his surroundings. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Besides his heavy breathing and heartbeat, he could hear no sounds of any living creatures. This silence was more unsettling than any noise. He cautiously released a thread of mental power to probe. As soon as his mental power left his body, he immediately felt a strong sense of delay and pain, as if trapped in a viscous quagmire. The range of his probing compressed to the limit, less than 10 meters. Moreover, it consumed a tremendous amount of energy. The spatial rules here were completely different from the outside. Although the erosion spirit mist was thinner, it was omnipresent, suppressing everything. And Lu Tian felt a chill in his heart. The environment of the return to the void was 100 times worse than he had imagined. He tried to summon Gaga. With a thought, Gaga's figure appeared on his shoulder. The little creature immediately scanned the surroundings with its purple eyes, transmitting a strong sense of spatial disorder and danger. It seemed to be quite uncomfortable in this environment, appearing a bit anxious. Lu Tian also summoned rock energy. As soon as the little rock energy landed, it emitted an anxious whimper, instinctively moving closer to Lu Tian. The energy orb at the tip of its tail glowed faintly, as if resisting some omnipresent heavy pressure. It seemed that the suppression here was also very strong for the beast. Lu Tian frowned. He had Gaga attempt a short-distance spatial blink. Gaga's eyes swirled with cosmic clouds, and it waved its little paw toward a spot 3 meters ahead. Hiss! The space only produced a faint ripple, and Gaga's body blurred momentarily, but it did not truly disappear and appear at the target point. It merely swayed in place, appearing somewhat strained. He took out his mother's token. The token has now returned to calm, and the starry trajectory pattern on its back has also dimmed. However, holding it in hand, one can still feel a faint warmth and clearly perceive a weak but distinct directional fluctuation emanating from the token, like a compass, pointing towards the depths of the ruins, to the area shrouded in denser erosion mist. The core. The direction of the core fragment of the heavenly crafting artifact disc. Lu Tian stood up, brushed off the bone powder dust from his body, and looked sharply towards the depths of the ruins. Where are the Shadow Serpent members? Have they also entered? Where is the Guardian? The clues from my mother are right ahead. In this ancient, desolate ruin, the challenges of survival and exploration have just begun. He tightened his grip on the token, and with Jiaga and Yin Gang, like a solitary explorer, stepped into this forbidden place forgotten by time and death. Chapter 67. The Silent Ruins, Shadows Reappear. Walking through the ruins of the Return Ruins, each step fell on thick bone powder dust, making a grinding sound that grated on the teeth, particularly jarring in this absolute silence. The lead gray light of day hesitantly spilled down, outlining the jagged contours of broken walls and casting long, ghostly shadows. The air was cold and biting, so thin that breathing was somewhat difficult. Each inhalation brought a heavy taste of metallic rust and dust, rushing into the lungs. The pervasive thin erosion mist was like a maggot in the bone. And although the token in hand could isolate most of the erosion, the creeping chill seeping in still slowly drained Lu Tian's stamina and spirit. His mental probing was compressed to the limit, barely covering 10 meters and consuming tremendous energy. Lu Tian could only rely on Jiaga's sharp spatial perception, though jumping was restricted. The perception remained, and Yin Gang's feedback on gravity anomalies, along with his own martial artist's 5 senses, to cautiously explore. The sight of the ruins was shocking. The collapsed structures were neither metal nor stone, extraordinarily solid, even after enduring countless years of erosion. Their magnificent scale and bizarre structures not belonging to this era were still evident. Huge gears were half buried in the dust, rusty and corroded, with broken energy conduits resembling the carcasses of giant pythons, exposing the already defunct crystalline circuits within. The walls retained some indistinct, stylistically varied murals and unidentifiable strange symbols. Lu Tian stopped in front of a relatively intact black metal wall, which bore a vast, incomplete relief. It seemed to depict a magnificent hall, where countless mechanical creations and figures dressed in strange attire were busy, with a massive disc made of numerous precisely nested rings, radiating light. Suspended in the center, the heavenly crafting artifact disc. In one corner of the relief, a group of twisted, grotesque monsters, formed of shadows, was pouring out from a crevice, engaging in a fierce battle with the guardians of the hall. The scene was filled with the aura of destruction and despair. Is this the scene of the ancient heavenly crafting sect's downfall? Lu Tian touched the cold relief, feeling the tragic and terrifying emotion that transcended time. Were those shadow monsters the source of the erosion mist? Or were they the guardians? Just then, squeak. Jiaga on his shoulders suddenly emitted a hurried warning. Its gaze was fixed on a half-collapsed building ruin made of huge gears to the left front. A strong disturbance in space was conveyed, along with a faint but cold life aura. Someone, and they were nearby. Lu Tian instantly became alert, the icy chi quietly circulating, his body crouching low like a cheetah, quickly hiding behind a broken column, holding his breath. Yin Gang also immediately crouched down, the energy orb at the tip of its tail gathering power. He carefully poked out half his head, his mental energy condensing into threads, painstakingly extending in the direction indicated by Jiaga. In the shadow of the gear ruins, a figure was facing away from him, seemingly bending down to examine something. That person was dressed in gray-green tight leather armor, small in stature, moving stealthily, with a poisoned short dagger hanging at the waist, exactly the standard equipment for members of the Shadow Serpent. Lu Tian's eyes turned cold. Sure enough, the Shadow Serpent members had entered, and they were right nearby. The Shadow Serpent scout seemed unaware of Lu Tian. He was carefully using a small tool, attempting to pry open a small square metal box that was half buried in dust on the ground. The surface of the box was covered with complex patterns, with a small groove in the center. Lu Tian noticed that the scout was prying the box with great caution, seemingly trying to avoid certain specific patterns on its surface. And he wore a pair of thin gloves that blocked energy. A trap? Or does it require a specific key? Lu Tian's thoughts raced. The Shadow Serpent clearly understood the Return Ruins much better than he did. They seemed to be searching for a specific item. Just as the scout was fully focused on the box, the tip of his tool about to touch a critical pattern, Lu Tian moved. He chose not to attack directly, but instead focused his thoughts. Yin Gang. Local gravity. Target, his right wrist. Roar. A golden flash appeared in Yin Gang's small eyes. The energy orb at the tip of its tail glowing faintly. Buzz. A precise, powerful downward gravity suddenly acted on the Shadow Serpent Scout's right wrist. Crack. A light sound was heard, as if a mechanism had been triggered. Buzz. The surface of the metal box suddenly lit up with blinding red light. A violent, destructive wave of energy instantly erupted. No. The scout let out a terrified, desperate scream, and it was too late to retreat. Boom. The violent explosion completely engulfed that area of gear ruins. Flames mixed with shattered metal fragments, and energy turbulence flew everywhere. The Shadow Serpent Scout didn't even have time to scream a second time before being blown to pieces. As the dust settled, only a charred shallow pit remained, along with a few pieces of smoking leather armor fragments. The metal box had also vanished, clearly destroyed in the explosion. Lu Tian stepped out from his hiding place, looking at the scene before him, his expression grave. What a terrifying trap. If it weren't for Yin Gang's gravity manipulation being able to trigger it accurately from a distance, it would have been him blown to pieces. In this return ruins, every step is fraught with danger. There are not only terrifying creatures, but also deadly mechanisms left from ancient times. The Shadow Serpent members clearly knew some avoidance methods, but still couldn't escape unscathed. This only emphasized the peril of this place. He walked to the edge of the explosion pit, searching carefully. In the charred soil, he found a palm-sized black metal fragment that had not been completely destroyed, still retaining some of the patterns from the box's surface. More importantly, on the edge of the fragment, he saw an extremely tiny engraving, resembling a starry trajectory. The lines of this engraving bore a striking resemblance to the pattern on the back of his mother's token. Lu Tian's heart stirred, and he immediately took out the token to compare. Though it was just a small part of the fragment, that unique trajectory, containing some spatial mysteries, could almost certainly be confirmed as being of the same origin. Mother, the clues you left behind not only point to the direction, but also to these relics, right? Lu Tian tightened his grip on the token and the metal fragment, looking towards the direction the token sensed in the depths of the ruins, his gaze becoming more resolute. No matter how many traps and enemies lay ahead, he must press on. Chapter 68. Shadows in the Mist, the Guardian emerges. The aftershock of the explosion seemed particularly abrupt in the silent ruins, like a giant stone dropped into a calm lake. Lu Tian knew that this commotion had likely attracted other Shadow Serpent members nearby, or even more terrifying things. He dared not linger at the scene. Stowing away the metal fragment with the starry engraving, and immediately moved quickly with Jiaga and Yin Gang towards the core direction sensed by the token. Using the cover of broken walls and ruins, he deliberately avoided relatively open areas, choosing to traverse inside the collapsed buildings. Though slower, it was more discreet. The environment of the return ruins grew increasingly eerie. The thin corrosive mist in the air seemed to thicken, carrying a stronger corrosive quality, making the token continuously consume energy to prevent Lu Tian from being eroded. In the shadows of the twisted buildings, it felt as if countless eyes were watching, sending chills down his spine. Jia became unusually restless, constantly conveying warnings about the contamination and tearing of space. Yin Gang also appeared uneasy, tightly pressed against Lu Tian's leg, the energy cluster at the tip of his tail glowing faintly, seemingly instinctively resisting some invisible pressure. Suddenly, Jia let out an extremely sharp, fear-filled screech. Its small body arched sharply, its purple fur standing on end, staring fixedly at the entrance of a collapsed palace ruin shrouded in thick, corrosive mist. Lu Tian instantly stopped in his tracks, icy energy instantly enveloping his entire body. Following Jia's gaze, his heart lurched. In the swirling grayish-white mist, several indistinct shadows slowly flowed out. They had no fixed form, as if they were condensed from the thickest corrosive mist itself, their edges continuously twisting, writhing, dissipating, and then reconstituting. One could vaguely make out human-like outlines, but their limbs were disproportionately long, and where the head should be, there were only two endlessly rotating, bottomless grayish-white whirlpools. A cold, dead, and endlessly hungry intent emanated from those shadows, locking onto Lu Tian like a tide. Monsters in the corrosive mist. Or rather, are these the guardians of the return ruins? The lowest tier of them? Lu Tian felt as if his blood might freeze. That pure intent of death and hunger was more terrifying than any beast's killing intent. He had no doubt that once entangled by these things, he would instantly be drained of all vitality. Run. Lu Tian did not hesitate for a moment, turning around and fleeing. At the same time, he roared through their soul link. Yin Gang. Maximum gravity field. Cover the rear. Oh whoa. Yin Gang felt his master's fear and the deadly threat, letting out a roar imbued with youthful dragon might. The earthy yellow energy cluster at the tip of his tail erupted with an unprecedented dazzling light. Buzz! A gigantic gravity field, over 20 meters in diameter and incredibly solid, instantly spread out from him as the center. It covered the entire area behind Lu Tian. The direction of gravity, downwards. Intensity maximum. Hiss hiss hiss. The several mist shadows were enveloped by the sudden, powerful gravity, their flowing movements abruptly halting. It was as if they had fallen into an invisible quagmire. Their twisted bodies were forcefully pulled down to the ground, compressed, emitting a painful hissing sound as if the mist itself was rubbing against each other. Although they could not be completely crushed, their bodies were in a state between reality and illusion. Their pursuit speed was greatly delayed. Jejia, fighting against fear, waved its small claws at the mist shadows in the gravity field. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several fine spatial cracks accurately appeared within or at the connections of the mist shadows' bodies. The destructive power of spatial tearing seemed to have a remarkable effect on these energy-based monsters. The hit mist shadows emitted even sharper, more painful screeches, their bodies twisting violently, disintegrating. Although they quickly drew energy from the surrounding corrosive mist to reconstitute, they clearly became much thinner and dimmer. Lu Tian did not know how long he had run, until the screeching behind him completely faded, and Yin Gang transmitted a feeling of exhaustion. Only then did Lu Tian lean against a cold, giant rock, gasping heavily, his heart nearly bursting from his chest. Lu Tian slumped down, cold sweat soaking his inner shirt. The brief seconds of confrontation had consumed not only energy, but also a tremendous amount of mental effort. Those corrosive mist shadows were likely completely immune to physical attacks, and energy attacks were also greatly diminished. Only special powers like spatial force and gravity could cause effective damage. Moreover, they could draw energy from the corrosive mist, making them nearly immortal. Are these the inhabitants of the returned ruins? Lu Tian looked at Jejia, who still had some frizz on its fur, and Yin Gang, who lay on the ground panting. The glow at the tip of his tail dimmed, filled with lingering fear and seriousness. How did his mother manage to venture into such a desperate place alone back then? How long could the token's protection last? He took out the token. The token's glow seemed to dim slightly again, clearly indicating that maintaining protection and resisting environmental erosion consumed a tremendous amount of energy. He had to find a safe supply point quickly, or find other clues his mother might have left behind. After resting for a moment and regaining some stamina, Lu Tian checked the direction. The token sensing still pointed towards the depths of the ruins. He cautiously emerged from the crevice where he had been hiding, warily observing his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a relatively well-preserved, uniquely shaped black obelisk not far ahead. On the base of the obelisk, it seemed to be inscribed with something. He approached, and his heart skipped a beat. On the smooth black surface of the obelisk, there were not words or murals, but a clear pattern outlined with simple lines, a silhouette of a woman cradling a baby. Although the lines were simple, the gentle expression and familiar outline instantly made Lu Tian recognize that it was his mother as he remembered her. Beneath the image of his mother, there was an arrow pointing to the back of the obelisk. Beside the arrow, there was also a tiny, identical starry trajectory mark as the one on the previous metal fragment. Mother, she really had been here, and left a marker to guide the way. Lu Tian excitedly touched the cold mark, as if he could feel the warmth of his mother's fingertips. He immediately circled to the back of the obelisk. On the back of the obelisk, a more complex pattern was carved. The center still had the starry trajectory mark, surrounded by several peculiar, keyhole-like indentations, one of which matched perfectly with the edge of the fracture of the metal fragment he had previously obtained. Lu Tian immediately took out that piece of metal and tried to press it against the corresponding indentation outline. Click! A faint sound, like a mechanism clicking into place. Although the fragment was only virtually pressed against the outline and did not truly embed, the indentation itself did not exist. It was just a pattern. Lu Tian clearly felt the token in his hand vibrate slightly, transmitting a faint sense of resonance. At the same time, the starry trajectory pattern seemed to emit an extremely faint glimmer, pointing towards a more defined direction, diagonally ahead of the obelisk, an area covered by enormous twisted metal structures. Keyhole, fragment, the map left by his mother. Lu Tian instantly understood. His mother not only pointed the way, but also left a key to obtain deeper clues or unlock critical places. The metal fragment in his hand was one of the key fragments. He needed to gather all fragments to unlock the ultimate secret. The fire of hope burned fiercely in his heart. Lu Tian put away the fragment, his gaze sharp as he looked towards the direction of the twisted metal structures. Shadow snakes, mist shadows monsters, deadly mechanisms. No matter what lay ahead, nothing could stop him from pursuing his mother. He stepped forward, with Jejia and Yin Gang, firmly treading into that deeper, more dangerous area of the ruins. His mother's clues guided him like a lighthouse in the darkness, leading him through the fog of death. Chapter 69, Twisted Maze, Fragment Struggle. The guidance of the obelisk ignited a light in the endless darkness. Lu Tian, along with Jia and Yin Gang, cautiously stepped into the area covered by massive twisted metal structures. Here, it seemed like the interior of an ancient giant ship's wreck, or the remains of some colossal machinery. Huge, rusted metal beams and columns twisted at impossible angles, intertwining to form countless intricate passages and deep holes. The air became even murkier, the concentration of corrosive mist noticeably rising, like a gray veil spreading through the twisted metal jungle, severely obstructing visibility. The ground was no longer dust and bone powder, but covered with a layer of slippery, dark green moss-like substance, soft and yielding underfoot, emitting a faint odor of decay. Ji and Jia appeared unusually restless, continuously conveying that the spatial structure was extremely unstable and warning of dangerous auras coming from multiple directions. Yin Gang also lowered his body, emitting a threatening low growl from his throat, and the gravity energy cluster at the tip of his tail flickered slightly, clearly sensing a strong threat. Lu Tian tightened his grip on the token and the metal fragment, his mind highly focused. The resonance of the token became clearer here, pointing towards the depths of the maze. At the same time, he clearly sensed that this area harbored more than one cold and hostile aura. The Shadow Serpent's people had also tracked them here. He chose a relatively narrow passage, but one that Jia sensed had slightly weaker spatial fluctuations, and slipped inside. The passage was dimly lit, with the twisted metal walls covered in deep scratches and dried, oddly colored slime traces, as if some giant creature had fought here. The air was filled with an indescribable mix of a bloody sweetness and metallic rust. Squeak, squeak, faint sounds of friction came from around the corner ahead. Lu Tian immediately stopped, held his breath, and pressed against the cold metal wall. Jia and Yin Gang also instantly entered a state of alert. He saw a member of the Shadow Serpent, not in the attire he had seen before. This person wore heavier protective leather armor and had a filter mask on his face, crouched down, carefully scraping the dried, strange slime off the wall with a specially made tool, depositing it into a sealed container. His movements were also very cautious, as if he were studying something. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed. The Shadow Serpent was not only looking for key fragments, but also collecting samples from the ruins. What were they trying to do? Just as Lu Tian contemplated whether to quietly bypass or wait for an opportunity to act, an unexpected change occurred. Roar. A low, hoarse roar filled with endless brutality suddenly exploded from the depths of the passage. This roar was different from the previous misty screech, carrying a more substantial physical shockwave. The entire twisted metal passage shook violently. The metallic distortion emitted a grinding groan that was unbearable. The dried slime traces on the walls seemed to come alive, emitting a faint dark red glow. The member of the Shadow Serpent collecting samples was the first to suffer. His protective leather armor was instantly torn apart by the invisible sound wave. The entire person was hit like a heavy hammer, crashing violently against the metal wall, blood spurting from his mouth, and his protective mask shattered, revealing a face twisted in terror. Even more terrifying, the glowing slime on the wall spread across his body like a living thing. "Ah, no, help." The shrill scream abruptly stopped. The man's body shriveled at a visible speed, carbonized, and ultimately turned to a cloud of ash, leaving only a tattered set of leather armor and a sealed container that rolled to the ground. Lu Tian's pupils constricted, and his back turned cold. What a terrifying soundwave attack! And that strange active slime. The residual roar was not yet settled, and heavy footsteps, akin to metal scraping against the ground, approached from the depths of the passage. A massive shadow, exuding terrifying pressure, flickered in the swirling corrosive mist. Danger! A monster more terrifying than the misty shadow had been stirred. Lu Tian made a quick decision, no longer hiding. The target was that fallen sealed container. The Shadow Serpent valued this item so much. What was inside might be related to the key fragments or the core. Yin Gang, gravity suppression, cover the passage ahead. Lu Tian shouted, while his figure darted like lightning towards the container. Jia, spatial interference. Target that shadow. Whoa. Yin Gang erupted with all his strength, and a powerful gravitational field instantly enveloped dozens of meters of the passage, trying to slow down the unknown monster's footsteps. Jia's eyes swirled like a nebula. Its small paws waved towards the direction of the shadow, creating dense spatial ripples for interference. Lu Tian grabbed the cold sealed container, stuffing it into his embrace without a second glance. At the same time, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, where the Shadow Serpent member had turned to ash. Within the ashes, a faint metallic gleam flickered, revealing an irregularly shaped black metal fragment with peculiar serrated edges. The surface of the fragment was also engraved with part of a starry trajectory pattern. The second key fragment. It came without effort. Lu Tian's heart surged with joy, and he unhesitatingly reached for that fragment. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the fragment, whoosh, a sharp, unparalleled, bone-chilling black light, like a poisonous snake's tongue, tore through the air and shot towards Lu Tian's wrist, reaching for the fragment. The speed was incredible, the angle treacherous. Lethal. A sniper from the shadow serpent. Lurking in the shadows all along. Lu Tian's hair stood on end. A strong sense of crisis made him react instantly. The hand reaching for the fragment transformed into a slap, and a surge of icy energy slammed into the ground, using the force to roll backward. Hiss. The black light grazed his wrist, leaving a trail of blood droplets, and fiercely embedded into the metallic wall behind him, revealing a pitch-black short dart wrapped in ominous black gas. Lu Tian broke into a cold sweat. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, that hand would have been ruined. Gravity field. Shift. Lu Tian yelled mentally while rolling. Yin Gang immediately understood, abruptly shifting the center of the gravity field to the direction from which the black light came, towards a warped metal platform above the passage. Crack. The platform groaned under the sudden increase in gravity. A huge, rusted metal component broke apart with a thunderous crash, smashing down towards the shadow where the black light had shot from. Humph. A muffled grunt came from the shadow, and a figure tumbled out in a panic, dodging the falling metal, but its shape was exposed. At the same time, roar. The terrifying shadow in the depths of the passage was enraged by Jia Jia's spatial interference and Yin Gang's gravity shift, letting out an even more violent roar. Heavy footsteps quickened their approach. The entire passage trembled under its fury, with an unknown monster ahead, a shadow serpent sniper to the side, and the urgently needed key fragment on the ground. A true dead end. A glimmer of madness flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. He slammed his hand against the ground, his body springing up like a spring, recklessly diving towards the key fragment on the ground again. At the same time, he hurled the sealed container in his arms towards the exposed shadow serpent sniper. Jia Jia, take the fragment and go. Lu Tian roared in his heart. This was his only and boldest plan. Jia Jia's figure instantly vanished from Lu Tian's shoulder, appearing beside the key fragment. Its small paw lightning fast grasped the fragment, which was not much smaller than its body. Just as Jia Jia grabbed the fragment, space flickered. Extreme distance. Target, the direction sensed by the token. Lu Tian exerted all his mental strength to issue the command. Jia Jia's eyes burned brilliantly like a blazing nebula. Its tiny body unleashed an unprecedented wave of spatial fluctuations. A more distinct yet unstable spatial portal suddenly opened before it. On the other side of the portal, faintly, was a stronger area sensed by the token. Deeper into the passage, Jia Jia clutched the fragment and rushed into the portal without hesitation. Its figure vanished. No. The shadow serpent sniper saw the fragment being snatched away and let out an angry roar, wanting to pursue, but was momentarily blocked by the sealed container thrown by Lu Tian. And at that moment, the terrifying shadow in the depths of the passage finally revealed its true form. It was a monster 3 meters tall, forcibly stitched together from countless rusted metal fragments, broken bones, and thick, dark green active slime. It had a humanoid torso but 4 arms as thick as pillars, with huge metallic claws at the ends. There was no head. In the center of the torso was only a constantly rotating energy core emitting dark red light. Countless writhing tendrils made of active slime extended from around the core. The stitched monster let out a deafening roar, its 4 arms sweeping towards all living beings in the passage, including Lu Tian and the shadow serpent sniper. Chapter 70. Desperate Chase. The core gate. Jia Jia successfully teleported away with the key fragment, and Lu Tian felt a bit relieved. But the crisis before him had reached its peak. The 4 massive metal arms of the stitched monster swung like enormous siege hammers, sweeping through with devastating force. Wherever they passed, the twisted metal walls were torn and distorted as if made of paper. The air was compressed, producing explosive sounds. Uft, uft, uft. The short dart struck precisely at the dark red core. However, the anticipated explosion or penetration did not occur. The dart was instantly engulfed and corroded by the writhing active slime surrounding the core, only emitting a few wisps of blue smoke. The glow of the energy core even intensified slightly, as if it had absorbed the energy from the attack. Damn it, physical and energy attacks are ineffective. The sniper finally revealed horror in his eyes. Lu Tian also felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This monster is more terrifying than the Mist Shadow. With horrific physical defenses, and the energy core seems to absorb attacks. The giant arm swept in. The sniper barely dodged the first strike, but was caught by the terrifying wind generated by the second arm. Crack. The protective energy shattered, and he crashed against the metal wall like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing out, clearly severely injured. Lu Tian was also in a dire situation. He relied on the bizarre movement of Shadow Strike Style 3, narrowly dodging amidst the swings of the giant arms. The armor formed by the icy energy vibrated violently under the terrifying shockwave, nearly shattering. A sharp metal fragment, swept away by the giant arm, brushed past his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Can't fight head-on. Lu Tian instantly made a judgment. He glanced at the injured sniper and the stitched monster raising its giant arm again, his eyes flashing with cold light. Rock barrier. Maximum gravity. Target. The ground beneath the monster's feet. Create a collapse. Gravity direction. Chaotic impact. Distracted. Lu Tian then lunged towards the fallen sniper, not to save him, but targeting a small storage pouch hanging at his waist, emitting spatial fluctuations. That was a storage bag for the Shadow Snake members to keep important items. Roar. The rock barrier let out a roar, disregarding the consumption. The energy ball at the tip of its tail exploded with dazzling yellow light. The dual gravity field erupted instantly. A powerful downward force fiercely pulled at the metal ground beneath the stitched monster's feet. Boom. The metal ground beneath the stitched monster suddenly collapsed into a shallow pit under the extreme gravity. The monster's massive body stumbled. Now's the time. Lu Tian seized this fleeting opportunity, like a ghost, rushed to the injured sniper's side, and with a palm infused with icy energy, swiftly cut the ties of the storage bag, snatching it into his hand. At the same time, he kicked hard at the sniper's chest, sending him towards the direction of the giant arm that was about to fall due to imbalance. You. The sniper's eyes widened in despair as he looked at the massive shadow descending. Uffed. The giant arm fell, and the injured sniper was instantly turned into mush. A desperate chase ensued again. Lu Tian pushed the icy energy to its limit, weaving through the twisted metal passage, using the complex terrain to evade the stitched monster's frenzied attacks from behind. The rock barrier lay on Lu Tian's shoulder, panting, as the previous outburst had drained a lot of energy. With Gaga not by his side, his spatial perception ability was greatly reduced, and Lu Tian could only rely on the token's guidance and his own instincts. This was a vast, circular metallic plaza. The plaza's floor was paved with a type of black metal as smooth as a mirror, covered with dense and complex silver patterns that extended towards the center of the plaza like a circuit board. In the center of the plaza stood a massive archway made of dark golden metal. The archway towered 10 zhang high, with an ancient and heavy design, and countless runes resembling the trajectories of stars were engraved on the door frame. The interior of the archway was not solid but instead a swirling, profound darkness that seemed capable of swallowing everything. At the edge of the vortex, thick, rich corrosive mist flowed like a living creature, dissipating into the air. In front of the archway lay several fresh skeletal remains, dressed in shadow snake attire, obviously drained of their life force in an attempt to approach. What made Lu Tian's heart race even faster was that the small figure of Gaga was floating not far in front of the archway. It tightly clutched a fragment of the key in its claws, its large purple eyes warily watching the archway, seemingly hesitating. At the same time, the token in Lu Tian's arms and the other two fragments, one obtained from the obelisk's guidance and the one just snatched from the storage bag, were vibrating wildly, emitting a strong resonance, pointing towards the archway, the portal to the core area of the Return to Ruins, the location of the core fragment of the heavenly craft. However, before Lu Tian could feel joy, a chilling, bone-piercing, terrifying pressure, like the abyss of the ninth hell, suddenly enveloped the entire plaza. Caw. Finding the iron shoes without effort, gaining everything without labor. A hoarse, distorted voice, as if metal were grinding, echoed above the plaza. Above the archway, the dense corrosive mist slowly coalesced, forming a vague humanoid silhouette. The figure wore a white mask, expressionless and as pale as bone. The Shadow Master. He finally appeared. The white-masked figure slowly descended, hovering in front of the archway, blocking Lu Tian and Gaga's way. His hollow eye sockets, behind the mask, seemed to devour souls, firmly locking onto Lu Tian and the token in his arms. Hand over the key fragment and the token, and I can make you part of the glorious sacrifice. Free from the torment of the corrosive spirits, soul-devouring. The Shadow Master's voice carried an undeniable indifference, as if he controlled everything. With the Shadow Master blocking the way ahead and the stitched monster potentially pursuing from behind, Lu Tian found himself in an unprecedented dire situation. The core door was just within reach, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 71. The Might of the Shadow Master Gravity Barrier. Gaga hovered in front of Lu Tian, its purple eyes fixed on the Shadow Master, conveying an unprecedented fear and warning. The opponent was an extremely terrifying master of space. Sacrifice? Lu Tian forcibly suppressed the throbbing in his heart, the icy energy circulating laboriously on his surface, resisting the omnipresent pressure. He tightened his grip on the token in his hand, feeling its faint warmth and the strong resonance with the core behind the archway. His gaze sharpened even more. Wanting the key? Come and take it. Unaware of the danger, the Shadow Master's voice was devoid of emotion, as if stating a fact. He slowly raised a hand made of corrosive mist towards Lu Tian and Gaga, pressing down in midair. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering momentum, but the space around Lu Tian and Gaga instantly became as solid as frozen crystal. An irresistible, terrifying power of confinement descended, as if to completely freeze both soul and body. Spatial confinement. This was a high-level application of spatial rules, far exceeding Gaga's spatial leap. Lu Tian felt as if he were a bug trapped in amber. Moving even a finger was incredibly difficult. The energy within his body completely stagnated. Gaga let out a painful wail, its small body tightly bound by the invisible spatial force in midair, unable even to move its eyeballs. Squeak. Master, I can't move. The space has been locked down. Gaga's soul link transmitted a message of despair. Struggling only increased the pain. The Shadow Master's voice was like the pronouncement of death, as another misty hand raised, condensing a point of deep, light-absorbing darkness at the fingertips, pointing towards Lu Tian's heart. The key is now mine. The shadow of death descended in an instant. Lu Tian's eyes widened in despair, desperately urging the black stone in his sea of consciousness. The black stone seemed to sense the lethal threat, violently trembling, emitting a strong, ghostly light. A resilient force attempted to break through the confinement of space. But the level of the Shadow Master's spatial confinement was too high. The power of the black stone was like a trapped beast, only allowing Lu Tian to barely move his eyeballs, completely unable to break free. Just as the point of darkness that could swallow everything was about to shoot out from the Shadow Master's fingertip. Roar. A roar filled with defiance and anger, young yet carrying the ancient might of dragons, suddenly erupted from Lu Tian's shoulder. It was the rock barrier. This little guy, under the terrifying pressure of the Shadow Master, had not been completely intimidated. Perhaps it was its youthful fearlessness, or perhaps its dependence on Lu Tian surpassed its fear. In the moment when the Master faced a desperate situation, the thin strand of dragon blood and the will to protect within it were completely ignited. The small body of Yin Gang erupted with an unprecedented dark golden light. The earthen yellow energy sphere at the tip of its tail no longer flickered, but burned fiercely like a small sun. An indescribable wave of gravitational law, seemingly originating from the very essence of the earth, erupted violently. Buzz. Centered around Yin Gang, a spherical gravitational field with a diameter of only 3 meters, yet condensed to near substance, and displaying a dark golden sheen, was instantly formed. The direction of gravity within the gravitational field was forcibly distorted and changed. No longer simply downward, but instead formed a layer of high-speed rotating, chaotic, and disorderly gravitational turbulence barrier. The timing of this barrier's appearance was impeccable. The obliterating dark energy shot from the Shadow Master's fingertip underwent a bizarre deflection the moment it came into contact with the gravitational turbulence barrier. That terrifying energy, capable of piercing mountains, was forcibly torn apart, dispersed, and distorted by the chaotic gravity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark energy splashed violently against the surface of the gravitational barrier, creating intense energy ripples, which were ultimately forcefully deflected by the chaotic gravitational field, refracting in all directions. Several refracted dark energies struck the ground of the square and the distant metal walls, instantly corroding deep, bottomless holes. The spatial confinement also showed a slight loosening due to the gravitational turbulence barrier's strong interference with the local spatial rules. Good job, Yin Gang. Lu Tian roared in his heart. The power of the black stone instantly seized this rare opportunity of loosening, breaking through the confinement like a flood breaching a dam. Gagaga. Shards. The moment Lu Tian regained the ability to move, he exerted all his strength to throw the token and the other 2 key fragments in his arms fiercely towards the Gagaga floating in front of the archway. At the same time, he retreated explosively, protecting the exhausted and weak Yin Gang in his embrace. Squeak. Gagaga also regained some mobility as the confinement loosened. Seeing the incoming token and fragments, its eyes shot out silver-purple rays. Although its spatial ability was suppressed, it could still make precise, short-range grabs. Its small paw shot out like lightning, firmly grasping the token and the 2 fragments. At this moment, Gagaga's claws had already gathered 3 key fragments and the core token. Seeking death. The Shadow Master clearly did not expect that an inconspicuous little earth dragon could unleash such bizarre power, interfering with his lethal attack. An angry low growl came from beneath the white mask. An even more terrifying spatial confinement power began to condense again. The devouring spirit mist surged wildly. transforming into countless gray tentacles that reached for Gagaga and Lu Tian. However, just as Gagaga simultaneously grasped the token and 3 fragments, an abnormal change occurred. Buzz! The token and 3 fragments in Gagaga's claws simultaneously erupted with blinding starlight. The sawtooth edges of the fragments instantly fit together perfectly, creating a strong resonance with the starry trajectory pattern on the back of the token. A brilliant silver pillar of light, composed of countless starlight points, suddenly shot up from Gagaga's claws, ignoring the Shadow Master's spatial confinement and the devouring spirit mist, fiercely illuminating the deep dark whirlpool at the center of the archway. Boom! The entire central square shook violently. The huge archway seemed to be infused with energy, and all the starry runes on the door frame came to life, erupting with dazzling brilliance. The rotation speed of the dark whirlpool at the center of the door suddenly accelerated, forming a stable spatial passage flowing with starlight at the edges. The core door was forcibly opened. A terrifying aura, older and more vast than the Shadow Master's pressure, seemingly containing the secrets of the universe's creation, spread out from the depths of the passage. No, stop it. The Shadow Master let out a roar filled with surprise and rage, no longer caring about Lu Tian. All the devouring spirit mist tentacles crazily swirled towards Gagaga and the open portal. He would not allow the core fragments he had waited countless ages for to be taken away by a little ferret. Gagaga trembled in fear from the vast aura and the Shadow Master's attack, but it held tightly onto the token and the fused fragments. Looking at the portal passage that was so close, then at Lu Tian covered by the Shadow Master's tentacles, its eyes filled with struggle. Gagaga, go in. Lu Tian roared angrily. He held the weak yin gang, pouring his last strength into the ice soul barrier chi, ready to withstand the Shadow Master's furious strike. To buy time for Gagaga. As long as Gagaga entered the core with the key, there was still hope. Squeak. Master. Gagaga let out a mournful cry, no longer hesitating. Its small body transformed into a silver-purple stream of light, clutching the brilliantly shining key, and dove into the starlight flowing space passage at the center of the archway, disappearing instantly. No. The Shadow Master's roar was filled with endless anger and unwillingness. All his attacks missed. Meanwhile, Lu Tian was struck hard by several tentacles of devouring spirit mist containing terrifying absorbing power. Puff! The ice soul barrier chi armor shattered instantly. Lu Tian was hit hard, blood spraying wildly, and holding yin gang. He was thrown backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the cold metal wall at the edge of the square. His vision going dark, and he completely lost consciousness. In the last moment of sinking into unconsciousness, he seemed to see the opened archway passage slowly closing, while the Shadow Master's twisted figure, wrapped in overwhelming devouring spirit mist, was madly rushing towards the passage. Chapter 72. Core Illusion, Shadow of Devouring Spirit. Cold, deathly silence. Boundless darkness. Lu Tian's consciousness seemed to sink into the endless seabed. Heavy pressure surged from all directions, squeezing his soul. The chill of the devouring spirit mist and the intense pain from the Shadow Master's attacks gnawed at his remaining consciousness like a maggot burrowing into bone. Tianer, live on, find the truth. His mother's gentle yet vague voice, like a flickering candle in the dark, echoed intermittently in the depths of his soul, bringing a faint warmth and guidance. Mother, Lu Tian subconsciously murmured, his instinct for survival awakened. Deep in his consciousness, the mysterious black stone emitted a resilient, ghostly light, stabilizing his about-to-collapse awareness like a sea-steadying needle. A gentle and pure life energy flowed from the black stone, like a trickling stream, slowly repairing his damaged body and meridians. He did not know how long it had been, feeling as long as a century. Lu Tian struggled to open his heavy eyelids. His vision was blurry. His whole body ached as if it had fallen apart, especially his chest, which felt like it had been crushed by a giant stone, each breath bringing tearing pain. He found himself still lying on the cold metal floor at the edge of the central square. In his arms, the small yin gang curled up, breathing weakly but steadily, clearly protected by the power of the black stone. In the center of the square, the huge archway still stood, but the space passage in the center had completely closed, leaving only the deep dark whirlpool slowly rotating, emanating a heart-stopping aura. The Shadow Master and the devouring spirit mist had vanished, clearly having rushed in before the passage closed. Gagaga, having entered the core with the key, what is it doing now? The Shadow Master chased in. Lu Tian's heart was filled with worry. He struggled to sit up, but found his body extremely weak. He immediately introspected and discovered that many of his meridians were damaged, and his barrier chi was nearly exhausted. Fortunately, his organs had not suffered fatal injuries under the protection of the black stone energy. He quickly took out healing pills to consume. operating the remaining ice-soul barrier chi in conjunction with the black stone energy to heal. Just as he was fully focused on healing, another change occurred. The deep, dark whirlpool at the center of the archway suddenly began to fluctuate violently. A wave of even more violent and chaotic spatial fluctuations erupted from within. Buzz! A disheveled figure was violently ejected from the whirlpool like a cannonball. It was the white-masked Shadow Master. At this moment, the Shadow Master no longer possessed the previous composure and sense of control. His body, formed from devouring spirit mist, had become thin and dim, covered with spiderweb-like cracks. As if it would collapse at any moment, the white mask was also shattered in large parts, revealing a constantly twisting, writhing, amorphous gray shadow beneath. He let out a soul-piercing wail of pain and anger, clearly having suffered severe damage in the core area. Immediately after, a silver-purple light shot out from the vortex. It was Gagaga. Its small body was covered in dense wounds, as if cut by spatial blades. Its purple fur was disheveled, and its breath was weak to the extreme. But it still clutched tightly in its claws the fusion key that had retracted its starlight, but remained intact. Gagaga! Lu Tian was both shocked and delighted. Squeak, Master there? There's something even more terrifying, Guardian. Gagaga weakly transmitted the message, swaying as it flew towards Lu Tian. Little beast, leave the key behind. The Shadow Lord, seeing Gagaga and the key, let out a hysterical roar, disregarding its own severe injuries, as the devouring mist surged violently, transforming into a giant gray hand that reached for Gagaga. Lu Tian's eyes widened in horror. His condition was extremely poor at the moment, unable to withstand the Shadow Lord's furious strike. Just then, a roar, an indescribable sound, as if it came directly from the very essence of the soul, suddenly erupted from the depths of the dark vortex behind the archway. This roar was not aimed at the body but acted directly on the soul level. Lu Tian felt as if his soul had been struck hard by an invisible giant hammer, and his vision was instantly filled with boundless darkness and chaotic illusions. Countless twisted shadows, shattered stars, and wailing souls flashed madly in his mind. His consciousness seemed on the verge of being torn apart, devoured. He painfully clutched his head, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Gagaga let out an even more sorrowful cry, plummeting from midair. The giant misty hand of the Shadow Lord reaching for Gagaga instantly disintegrated. Its body, composed of mist, twisted violently, emitting a soul-wrenching wail even more tragic than Lu Tian's. Its white mask completely shattered, revealing a madly twisted dark shadow that seemed ready to explode at any moment. It was clear that it had borne the brunt of the roar. This soul roar was more terrifying than any attack he had encountered before. It came from the true guardian deep within the core, the devouring shadow. After the roar, a silhouette of an indescribable existence slowly emerged from the archway vortex. It had no fixed form, as if composed of the purest darkness and chaotic soul energy. At its core was a continuously collapsing, spinning micro-black hole-like singularity, exuding a sense of despair that devoured everything. Countless tendrils of grayish-white soul energy extended from the singularity, constantly appearing and disappearing, each tip adorned with a head that continually wailed, changing faces of pain. These faces included humans, beastly monsters, and even indescribable alien creatures, all emitting a silent, soul-crushing lament. The devouring shadow, the ultimate guardian of the ruins that feeds on souls. The eyes of its countless wailing faces, if the vortex could be considered eyes, simultaneously locked onto the 3 soul-bearing beings in the square, the severely injured Shadow Lord, the weakened Lu Tian, and Gagaga. A pure, primal hunger for the essence of souls surged like a cold tide, instantly engulfing the entire square. The Shadow Lord's shadowy body trembled violently, conveying an unprecedented fear. Lu Tian felt as if his soul was being forcibly pulled from his body by that black, whole singularity. Chapter 73, Blackstone Mutation Memory Fragments. The appearance of the devouring shadow turned the core square into a true soul purgatory. The hunger originating from the essence of the soul and the mental pollution brought by countless wailing faces were enough to cause any mentally steadfast warrior to collapse instantly. The Shadow Lord's body, formed from devouring mist, completely disintegrated, revealing its core essence, a constantly twisting, shrinking gray soul shadow. It trembled under the pressure of the devouring shadow, emitting a silent scream, frantically drifting backward, trying to distance itself from that terrifying soul black hole. Lu Tian's situation was even worse. Already heavily injured and weak, with his mental energy exhausted, he felt as if his soul was being pulled by countless cold hooks, the pain and chaotic illusions nearly tearing his consciousness apart. He clutched Gagaga, who had fallen into his arms, the little creature curled up, transmitting extreme fear and pain. Although Yagan had slightly stronger resistance to soul attacks, dragon blood characteristic, it also let out a painful whimper. The massive body of the devouring shadow, composed of countless wailing faces, slowly flowed out from the archway vortex, casting a shadow of death over the ground. It seemed more interested in the pure soul shadow of the Shadow Lord, with most of its tendrils locking onto it, but still, a few grayish-white soul tendrils, like sharks sensing blood, slowly extended towards Lu Tian and Gagaga in his arms. The faces of the wailing heads at the tips of these tendrils bore a nauseating greed. The shadow of death descended once more. This time, it was a complete annihilation at the soul level. Just as one of the soul tendrils was about to touch Lu Tian's forehead, an abrupt change occurred. Deep within Lu Tian's sea of consciousness, that mysterious black stone, which had been radiating a resilient glow and silently guarding him, finally erupted with an unprecedented response upon sensing the threat of pure soul devouring power. Buzz! The black stone trembled violently, no longer just emitting a ghostly glow, but instead erupting with a deeply profound black light akin to a supernova explosion. This light instantly filled Lu Tian's entire sea of consciousness and radiated outward, forming a thin layer of an absolute darkness barrier on the surface of his body, as if it could devour all light. The soul tendril reaching for Lu Tian, upon contact with this layer of dark barrier, reacted as if ice and snow met a heated iron. This sudden change caused the slowly approaching devouring shadow to come to a sudden halt. Its massive body, composed of countless faces, showed visible fluctuations for the first time, and the rotation speed of the core black hole singularity seemed to slow slightly. Countless eyes focused simultaneously on the strange dark barrier on Lu Tian's surface, conveying confusion, wariness, and even a subtle, barely perceptible greed, as if encountering a more exquisite delicacy. At this moment, Lu Tian, however, fell into a peculiar state. When the deep black light erupted from the black stone enveloped his entire body, he did not feel pain. Instead, it felt like sinking into a warm, tranquil ocean of darkness. The terrifying pressure from the outside world, the pain of soul tearing, and the chaotic illusions all instantly receded. In this dark tranquility, some fragmented, shining images began to flash before his eyes. Like bubbles surfacing, a magnificent hall made of metal and crystal, similar to the relief scene, softly illuminated, a woman dressed in a simple white robe, with a temperament gentle as water, stood before a giant luminous disk composed of countless intricate rings, the creation disk, holding a fragment of a token radiating soft starlight. The image shook violently. Countless twisted shadow monsters surged in from the cracks of the hall. Destructive energy beams crisscrossed. The mother suddenly pressed the token fragment in her hand onto a certain groove on the base of the creation disk, causing a burst of starlight in the chaos. The mother placed a baby fist-sized stone, the black stone, radiating faint black light into the swaddling, her eyes filled with endless affection, reluctance, and determination. And then she was swallowed by a torrent of terrifying shadow energy. The image finally froze on the swaddling being wrapped by a gentle spatial force, disappearing in the chaotic battlefield. Memory fragments. These are the memory fragments belonging to his mother, deeply hidden within the black stone. Mother! Lu Tian silently shouted deep within his consciousness, tears uncontrollably streaming down. He finally saw the scene of his mother in her final moments. She did it to protect him, to protect this black stone, and that token was indeed the key to unlocking the creation disk. The black stone was also the protective item that his mother desperately stuffed into his hands at the last moment. It very likely is also a part of the creation disk. Just then, the black stone transmitted a strong wave of thought, filled with urgency and guidance. The target was clear, the dark vortex slowly rotating at the center of the arch behind the soul devourer. The core fragment. The core fragment of the heavenly creation artifact was right there. And between the black stone and the core fragment, there existed a primal connection. At the same time, the black stone also conveyed a clear warning. Its power could only temporarily deter the soul devourer, not for long. They had to seize the moment, use its resonance with the core fragment, and charge in. Chapter 74. Counterattack in Desperation, Shattered Core. The message conveyed by the black stone was like thunder, exploding in Lu Tian's chaotic mind. His mother's sacrifice, the origins of the black stone, the truth about the core fragment, and the only path to survival before him, charging into the core vortex. The deep dark barrier on his body was vibrating violently, clearly under the continuous probing and pressure from the soul devourer. Although the soul devourer feared the power of the black stone, its greed for a higher level soul, or origin, kept it from retreating. Instead, it was mobilizing more soul tendrils, trying to break through the barrier. On the other side, the Shadow Lord's soul shadow, taking advantage of the soul devourer's attention being drawn to Lu Tian, was quietly creeping along the ground, like the darkest of creatures. Attempting to sneak toward the vortex of the arch, it still coveted the core fragment. Trying to escape? In your dreams. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. The Shadow Lord was the instigator of all this. How could he let it succeed? Rock barrier. The last of his strength. Gravity binding. Target, Shadow Lord. Lu Tian roared in his heart, simultaneously pouring the recently recovered trace of energy and the power conveyed by the black stone into his legs without reservation. Buzz. A condensed gravity chain instantaneously formed, crossing space and fiercely wrapping around the Shadow Lord's soul shadow that was trying to slip away. Ugh. The Shadow Lord was caught off guard, and the soul shadow was forcefully immobilized, letting out an angry and painful scream. It struggled madly, but the gravity binding exerted by the rock barrier was like a resilient shackle, unable to be broken free in a short time. This sudden interference immediately attracted the attention of the Soul Devourer. Several soul tendrils that had originally locked onto Lu Tian instantly turned toward the immobilized Shadow Lord. The pure soul energy of the Shadow Lord was an irresistible delicacy for it. Now's the time. Lu Tian seized this fleeting opportunity. He suddenly stuffed the weak Gaja into the inner pocket of his leather armor for close protection, then grabbed the fusion key lying on the ground, which was radiating starlight. Gaja had lost strength and let go. He summoned all the power of the black stone, and under the cover of the dark barrier around his body, like a meteor burning its life, he pushed his speed to an unprecedented limit and charged unhesitatingly toward the dark vortex at the center of the arch. The target was deep within the vortex, where the core fragment sensed by the black stone was located. Roar. The Soul Devourer clearly did not expect that this weak creature, which it regarded as food, would dare to charge towards the core it was guarding. Moreover, the layer of dark barrier on the opponent that made it wary still existed. It let out a furious soul roar, and countless soul tendrils abandoned the Shadow Lord, swirling toward Lu Tian like a net from heaven and earth. The core's black hole singularity also erupted with a powerful suction. Get out of my way. Lu Tian's eyes turned crimson, letting out a beast-like roar. As he charged toward the vortex, he pressed the fusion key hard against a slightly visible groove at the edge of the vortex that perfectly matched the shape of the key, as directed by the black stone. Buzz. The fusion key burst forth with its final radiant starlight, like a key inserting into a lock. The arch violently trembled. At the center of the dark vortex, a point of pure light, seemingly containing the secret of the universe's birth, suddenly brightened with an indescribable color. A vast, ancient, powerful aura of creation and destruction erupted. The core fragment of the heavenly creation artifact was forcibly activated. At the moment this majestic aura of the core fragment erupted, the Soul Devourer screamed in unprecedented pain and fear, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Its body, composed of countless wailing faces, twisted violently and disintegrated, as if exposed to the blazing sun. The soul tendrils that had been rushing toward Lu Tian were instantly burned to ash, turning into blue smoke. The Shadow Lord's soul shadow, bound by gravity, let out an extreme cry of despair under the impact of this aura, wavering violently, becoming thin and transparent, as if it would completely vanish at any moment. Meanwhile, the dark barrier on Lu Tian's body, upon contact with the aura of the core fragment, not only was not repelled, but instead resonated strongly. The black stone trembled excitedly in Lu Tian's mind, as if a wayward child had returned home. The light of the core fragment illuminated Lu Tian, penetrating the dark barrier, not only causing him no harm, but instead bringing a gentle and immense energy that rapidly nurtured and repaired his broken body and exhausted energy. Mother, black stone indeed. Lu Tian understood in his heart. He took advantage of the chaos caused by the eruption of the core fragment and the retreat of the Soul Devourer, speeding up instead of slowing down, and plunged into the core of the vortex where the light had erupted. He saw the Shadow Lord's thin soul shadow. Under the dual impact of the aura of the core fragment and the counterattack of the Soul Devourer, let out an unwilling and resentful scream, suddenly exploding into countless fine gray particles, scattering and fleeing like a stray dog, disappearing into the dense fog of soul erosion surrounding the square. Clearly suffering an unimaginable heavy blow, there was absolutely no chance of recovery in the short term. Lu Tian's vision was filled with endless light, and his body seemed to have passed through a tunnel of time and space, ultimately wrapped in a gentle force and laid softly on a cold ground. As the light faded, he found himself in a strange spherical space. The walls of the space were flowing, a deep darkness resembling the cosmic background. At the center of the space floated a crystal fragment about the size of a human head, irregularly shaped, radiating a gentle and vast light. Inside the fragment, it seemed as if countless galaxies were in a cycle of life and death, containing an indescribable creative power. the heavenly creation artifact, core fragment. And under the gentle light of the fragment, the black stone automatically floated out from Lu Tian's chest, hovering beside the core fragment, with a shared energy glow flowing between them, like long-lost brothers. In the light of the fragment, a blurry figure of a gentle woman made of light and shadow slowly emerged, filled with endless love and comfort, quietly gazing at Lu Tian. Chapter 75. The Legacy of Light and Shadow, the Mystery of Origins. In the spherical space, time seemed to freeze. Gentle and vast light flowed from the core fragment, dispelling the chill and silence of the return to ruins, bringing a kind of indescribable tranquility and warmth. Lu Tian stood still, his gaze firmly locked onto the familiar figure of the woman made of light and shadow. Tears fell silently, blurring his vision. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt blocked by something, and 1,000 words were stuck in his heart, ultimately turning into a trembling call. Mother, mother. The woman made of light and shadow had a gentle face, her eyes filled with endless love, comfort, and deep guilt that transcended time and space. She could not make a sound, but a clear and emotionally rich thought, like a warm stream, surged directly into Lu Tian's mind. Tianer, my child, finally. I've waited for you. Forgive your mother for not being able to accompany you as you grew up, for not being able to see you start a family and career, for leaving you alone in that cold world. It is the greatest pain of my life. Don't be sad, to see you safe and sound at this moment. To see you so brave and resilient to come this far, mother has no regrets in death. The transmission of thought carried a strong sadness that caused Lu Tian's heart to ache like a knife, leaving him speechless. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch that light and shadow, but his fingers passed through. Mother, I found you. I found the clues. Lu Tian choked. The light and shadow mother revealed a dreamy yet incredibly gentle smile, and the thought continued to flow. Good child, you did very well, even better than your mother imagined. The black stone in your hand is called the Heart of Primordial Origin. It is not a fragment of the celestial artifact disk, but rather the core seed that nurtures the artifact disk, the Heart of Primordial Origin. Lu Tian's heart shook violently. The black stone, Heart of Primordial Origin, in a sea of consciousness resonated with the floating core fragments, emitting a pleasant wave. The ancient celestial artifact sect, exhausting the power of civilization, used the Heart of Primordial Origin as its foundation to steal the mysteries of the universe's creation and forge the celestial artifact disk, attempting to control the origin of all things, ultimately attracting the gaze of corruption, leading to catastrophic disaster. Corruption? Lu Tian recalled the shadowy monsters and the spirits of corruption. Corruption is the will of destruction bred from the dark side of the universe, a backlash against rules. It erodes all things and devours souls. The celestial artifact sect was destroyed by it. The artifact disk shattered, and the Heart of Primordial Origin was severely damaged, falling into silence. My mother was the last descendant of the heart protectors of the celestial artifact sect, tasked with guarding the Heart of Primordial Origin and preventing the core fragments of the artifact disk from falling into the hands of corruption or its minions. Back then, I sensed a core fragment manifesting in this realm of the void, and I also perceived that the Lord of Shadows, that fallen one tainted by the power of corruption, the Shadow Lord, had locked onto the fragment's location, wanting to use it as a sacrifice to communicate with the source of corruption and bring about greater disaster. I had to come, bringing the Heart of Primordial Origin, hoping to use the secret method of the heart protectors to reseal or guide the fragment, but I was ambushed by the Shadow Lord and the Guardian, the soul-eating shadow, a derivative of corruption. At a critical moment, I detonated part of the power inherited from the heart protectors, severely injuring the Shadow Lord, and sealed the Heart of Primordial Origin, along with some memories and inheritance of the heart protectors, within you. With the remaining power of the token, I sent you into the spatial turbulence, hoping you could survive. The truth exploded like thunder in Lu Tian's mind. So that's it. His mother was a descendant of the ancient heart protectors. The black stone, Heart of Primordial Origin, was actually the foundation of the artifact disk. The Shadow Lord was a minion of corruption. The disaster of the void stemmed from ancient causation. Then you? Lu Tian asked eagerly. The expression in the eyes of the light and shadow mother dimmed for a moment, filled with endless affection. I detonated the inherited power, and now I am out of strength. The last trace of my remaining soul is attached to this core fragment, waiting for your arrival. Tianer, the Heart of Primordial Origin has chosen you. It is reviving within you, proving that you possess a pure soul and the will to protect. This is your fate and your opportunity. This core fragment contains part of the laws of creation, but it is also tainted by the aura of corruption, and cannot be directly fused. I have used my last strength to purify and seal it, leaving only pure insights and energy of the laws. You can use this to break through and initially grasp some of the powers of the Heart of Primordial Origin. As the mother's consciousness was transmitted, the floating core fragment glowed and streams of pure energy containing profound law information flowed into Lu Tian's sea of consciousness, like rivers returning to the sea, slowly infusing into the heart of primordial origin, black stone. At the same time, a large amount of information about the laws of space, energy, and the foundation of matter surged into Lu Tian's awareness. Not only that, his understanding of space, perception of energy, and even the understanding of the origin of his gravitational talent reached a whole new height. He felt his mental strength undergoing a transformation under the nourishment of the black stone and the law fragments, becoming more resilient and sharp. The figure of the light and shadow mother became more illusory and transparent as the energy was transmitted. She looked at Lu Tian, whose aura was surging and whose gaze had become deeper and more resolute, revealing an incredibly gratified and relieved smile. Child, mother is leaving, truly leaving. Take this fragment with you. It is now harmless, and the laws it contains are crucial for your understanding of the heart of primordial origin. The heart of primordial origin is the seed of creation. Its power is infinite. If used well, it will benefit all living beings. If misused, it will cause chaos in the universe. Remember, the heart of protection is more important than power. Your father, he is not Lu Jinshan from Haiyang City, The transmission of the mother's consciousness suddenly became extremely weak and blurry at this point. It seemed to be interfered with by some powerful force. The light and shadow flickered violently, almost dissipating. Mother, who is my father? Lu Tian was extremely anxious, desperately urging his mental strength to stabilize the vanishing light and shadow. He, in the star, sea, the other shore, searching, intermittent, fragmented thoughts came through. Like a candle in the wind. Live, survive, become strong, protect, forever love you. The last trace of consciousness dissipated, and the light and shadow mother, filled with infinite love and reluctance, vanished like shattered starlight within the gentle glow of the core fragment. Only the core fragment, which was restrained in light but still emanating a vast aura, slowly floated down into Lu Tian's trembling hands. Mother! Lu Tian let out a heart-wrenching cry. Kneeling on the ground, tightly gripping the warm fragment, tears streaming down like a broken dam. He had finally found his mother. But it was at the moment of eternal farewell, and the identity of his father remained shrouded in mist, leaving only the suffocating clue of the other shore of the star sea. Sadness overwhelmed him like a tide. But the mother's last instruction, to live, grow strong, and protect, was etched deep in his soul like a brand. He tightly held the heart of primordial origin and the core fragment. Feeling the flowing power of his mother's final protection within, a sense of unprecedented responsibility and determination to grow stronger overwhelmed his sadness. Chapter 76. Unexpected changes on the way back. The aftermath of Qingzhou. Sadness settled in his heart, turning into a harder core. Lu Tian knew that it was not suitable to stay here for long. Although the Shadow Lord had been severely injured, he had not completely perished, and the soul-eating shadow could recover at any time. With the core fragment taken away, the balance of the void might be broken, causing unknown changes. He carefully stored the purified and sealed core fragment left by his mother into the space of his sea of consciousness next to the heart of primordial origin. The heart of primordial origin had actively opened a tiny space to accommodate it. After the fragment entered, it maintained a subtle resonance with the heart of primordial origin, nourishing each other. Gaja, Yingan, we should go. Lu Tian called softly. Gaja poked its little head out from the leather pouch. Although still weak, there was a glimmer of vitality in its purple eyes, as if nourished by the aura of the core space. Yingan also struggled to stand up. Its dark golden scales seemed even deeper under the glow of the fragment, and the energy ball at the tip of its tail stabilized a lot. Lu Tian focused his mind, drawing on the power of the heart of primordial origin in his sea of consciousness, combined with the recently acquired insights into the laws of space, and slashed at the flowing dark wall in midair. With a whoosh, a space crack, just wide enough for one person to pass through, edged with faint chaotic aura, was forcibly torn open. On the other side of the crack, the scene of the core plaza was faintly visible. Lu Tian stepped in without hesitation. Lu Tian did not dare to linger and immediately activated the breath-holding talisman, holding Yingan and taking Gaja, rushing back in the direction he came from at the fastest speed. The ruins of the void seemed to become even more restless because of the departure of the core fragment. The fluctuations of the corrupted spirit mist became more intense, and some areas even began to show small-scale spatial collapses. He relied on his enhanced mental perception and Gaja's spatial warning to narrowly avoid several waves of wandering mist shadows and suddenly appearing spatial cracks. Yangan's gravitational field repeatedly disrupted the pursuing monsters at critical moments. He passed through the distorted metallic maze area without any danger. When he finally broke through that area covered by huge twisted structures and saw the guiding obelisk again, he let out a slight sigh of relief. But the anomalies in the void did not stop. The lead gray sky became even more oppressive, and the earth trembled with a low rumble. We must leave the void as soon as possible. Lu Tian no longer held back, maximizing his speed. Rushing towards the direction of the corrupted spirit mist vortex portal, he remembered. The token, fragment of the key to the void, seemed to regain some power under the nurturing aura of the heart of primordial origin, emitting a soft glow again, guiding him along the safest path. Days later, when Lu Tian, exhausted and weather-beaten, finally burst out of the swirling mist of the corroded spirit and breathed in the air of the misty marsh, filled with the scent of decaying vegetation. He felt as if he had returned from another world. The sunlight filtered through the thin miasma, bringing a long-lost warmth. Gaja and Yingan also let out joyful cries of survival. The journey to the ruins was fraught with peril. He lost the last chance to reunite with his mother but unraveled the mystery of his origins, obtained the heart of primordium and a core fragment, and greatly enhanced his strength. The Shadow Master was severely injured, and the Shadow Snake organization was gravely weakened. However, the threat of corrosion hung over him like a sword. His father's whereabouts remained elusive, and beyond the starry sea lay an expansive world. Mother, I will survive, grow stronger, protect, and find father to uncover everything. Lu Tian clenched his fists, his gaze as firm as a rock. The Wang family had thoroughly fallen out with the academy due to the incident involving Wang Lin, leading to constant friction. The law enforcement hall faced fierce resistance while trying to eradicate the remnants of the Shadow Snake. Rumors about Lu Tian's fortuitous gains in the ruins spread like wildfire in certain circles, attracting more greedy and wary eyes. As Lu Tian, weary yet radiating an unmistakable sharpness and accompanied by two noticeably stronger contracted beasts, stepped through the gates of the Qingzhou Beast Taming Academy, it immediately caused a stir. My goodness, his aura is so strong. He feels scarier than some instructors. That little ferret's fur has turned silver purple, and that little earth dragon has grown a lot. Its scales gleaming like gold. Did he really come back alive from the ruins? Did he obtain great fortune? Various gazes of awe, jealousy, inquiry, and greed instantly focused on him. Elder Lung appeared before him at once. This usually stern elder, upon seeing the depth and weariness in Lu Tian's eyes and sensing the pressure emanating from him that seemed to transcend realms, revealed an uncharacteristic shock on his previously calm face. Lu Tian bowed deeply to Elder Lung. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I will report back shortly. He held Yingan and brought Gaja with him, walking toward his courtyard under the watchful eyes of countless complex gazes. The noise and undercurrents were temporarily left behind. He needed time to digest what he gained from the ruins, consolidate his cultivation, and more importantly, sort through the information left by his mother and plan his future path. Returning to his familiar room, he closed the door. Lu Tian sat on the bed, gently stroking Gaja's silvery fur and Yang'an's heavy dark gold scales. He took out the ancient token and ran his fingers over the starry patterns on its back. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the token, and the starry patterns seemed to come alive, flowing with a faint light. In a daze, Lu Tian seemed to see his mother's gentle yet resolute gaze, watching him from the end of the starlight. Across the starry sea, father, the threat of corrosion, the mission of the heart of primordium, and this Qingzhou city, the unresolved grudges. The road ahead is long and fraught with danger, but at this moment, Lu Tian felt no more confusion in his heart. He tightened his grip on the token, as if holding the key to his future, his gaze piercing through the roof to the boundless sky. A new journey had already begun. Chapter 77. Aftermath of the ruins. The undercurrents were surging. Deep within a cave in the cold pool area of the Qingzhou Beast Taming Academy. Before him floated a fragment of the heavenly creation disk from the core of the ruins. At this moment, the fragment's light was subdued, presenting a warm dark gold hue. But within it, countless star systems seemed to rotate slowly, emitting a heart-pounding wave of laws. Streams of pure energy, containing profound information, flowed from the fragment like a gentle stream, slowly merging into Lu Tian's third eye. Deep within his consciousness, the heart of primordium, black stone, floated like a miniature core of the universe, radiating a profound dim light. It greedily absorbed the law information and pure energy transmitted from the core fragment, its volume appearing more solid, and the dim light becoming more vibrant. At the same time, this information was imprinted onto Lu Tian's soul, elevating his understanding of ice, the operation of energy, and the subtle folds of space to an unprecedented height. Under the nurturing of this power and the guidance of the law fragment, the ice soul rock power was undergoing a subtle transformation, evolving towards a higher level of ice soul star power. At the entrance of the cave, the heavy stone door silently slid open. Elder Lung's figure appeared at the doorway. Still clad in his ice-blue robe, his expression stern, but his eyes carried a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, and his complexion was paler than usual. His gaze fell on Lu Tian. Sensing the steady aura that far surpassed realms and the unspoken charm of the laws, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by gravity. Lu Tian slowly opened his eyes, the ice-blue starlight in his gaze flickering and then returning to deep calm. He stood up and respectfully greeted, "Elder. It seems you have gained quite a lot." Elder Lung's voice was slightly hoarse as he approached, his gaze sweeping over the floating core fragment. Sensing the vastness and antiquity contained within, his brow slightly furrowed. Is this the secret of the ruins? The head of the Wang family, Wang Mang, in conjunction with affiliated forces, certain branches of the Zhao and Li families, jointly submitted a letter to the Qingzhou City Lord's office, accusing Lu Tian of colluding with the Shadow Snake's evil cultivators, unlawfully entering the Academy's forbidden area of the ruins, described by them as a secret treasure trove of the Academy, stealing precious treasures and endangering the peace of Qingzhou. They demanded that the City Lord's office order the Academy to hand over Lu Tian and the treasures he obtained for strict scrutiny. Excerpt from the Academy's internal meeting minutes. Some elders, led by Elder Sun, who manages resource allocation, spoke ambiguously, believing Lu Tian's movements were suspicious and that the items he obtained might threaten the Academy, suggesting cautious handling, even proposing temporary detention for investigation. Report on the activities of the Shadow Snake remnants. Abnormal energy fluctuations were detected in several remote strongholds within Qingzhou, suggesting signs of gathering. Captured low-level members revealed vague information. The Shadow Master was furious. The key must be retrieved. The scene froze on the Wang family's aggressive joint letter. The Wang family. How dare they turn the tables? Lu Tian's gaze instantly turned cold, and a chilling killing intent uncontrollably spread, causing the temperature in the cave to drop sharply, with ice shards making faint cracking sounds. Humph. Wang Mang lost his son. Wang Lin died accidentally during confinement on the Cliff of Reflection, and the Wang family believes Lu Tian or the Academy is responsible. And the Silver Wolf is imprisoned. He has long hated you to the bone. Now that you return with precious treasures, you have given him an excuse to strike. Elder Ling's tone was grim. As for those old fogies in the Academy, they are simply sensing the taste of opportunity and want to take a share. Elder, I absolutely did not collude with the Shadow Snake. The journey to the ruins was life-threatening, and the Shadow Master and his minions are my deadly enemies. Lu Tian said solemnly, briefly explaining the ambush by the Shadow Snake scouts on the outskirts of the ruins. The life-and-death struggle with the Shadow Master and the devouring spirit shadow at the core square, omitting the specific origin of the core fragment and the part about his mother. Emphasizing the Shadow Master's power and malice, as well as the importance of the items he obtained to the Shadow Snake. Elder Lung listened quietly. When he heard about the terrifying pressure of the Shadow Master and the bizarre corroded spirit power, the cold light in his eyes grew sharper. When he learned that Lu Tian mentioned the Shadow Master being severely injured and his soul fleeing at the last moment, his tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed slightly. Shadow Master. White mask, corroded spirit power, Elder Lung repeated in a low voice, a flicker of reminiscence and wariness crossing his eyes. No wonder, your mother back then. He seemed to realize he had misspoken and immediately stopped, turning to say, the information you provided is crucial. The calamity of the Shadow Snake far exceeds the Wang family's private grievances. It is a great threat to Qingzhou and even the human race. He looked at Lu Tian, his eyes filled with determination. This matter, the Academy will take on for you. As for the Wang family, I will handle them with Zhao Feng. Those elders with ulterior motives won't stir up much trouble. But then, he turned his tone sharp as a knife. You yourself are the key. The Wang family will not give up easily, and the remnants of the Shadow Snake lurk like venomous snakes. Improve your strength. Quickly master the power you obtained. Only absolute power can shatter all schemes and tricks. The Academy can protect you for a time, but cannot protect you for a lifetime. The upcoming storm. You need to bear it yourself. Lu Tian felt a chill in his heart. Elder Lung's injuries were likely worse than he imagined. Moreover, that dark energy carried a cold feeling similar to the power of the corroding spirit. Is it a backup left by the Shadow Master? He suppressed his worries and deeply bowed to Elder Lung's back, then turned and strode out of the cold pool cave. The sunlight was somewhat dazzling, but his heart felt as if it were covered with a layer of ice. The storm in Qingzhou had already arrived, and he must quickly gather enough strength to break the deadlock at the center of this storm. Chapter 78. Closed-door cultivation. The Star Gang was beginning to condense. Yin Gang was lying on a specially made, huge mineral stone in the center of the yard, which contained pure earth element energy, and was soundly asleep. It had grown larger than when it was in the black stone forest, nearly the size of a calf, its body covered in dark golden scales as heavy as armor. reflecting a metallic sheen in the sunlight, with the golden line along its back becoming more pronounced. Even while asleep, the yellow energy ball at the tip of its tail was faintly glowing, and the ground around it showed a subtle, inward warping distortion, as if there were an invisible gravitational point pulling at the dust. Lu Tian checked the status of his two companions and confirmed that after their journey to the ruins, they not only had not sustained hidden injuries, but had instead further stimulated their potential and solidified their foundation due to the nourishment from the core fragment's aura and the trials of life and death. He took out the high-grade beast food and energy minerals specially prepared for them, and infused a hint of gentle power from the source heart into it to help them digest and absorb. Having settled his contracted beasts, Lu Tian immediately entered the cultivation room. He sat cross-legged and summoned the core fragment from his sea of consciousness once more. This time, he was no longer passively receiving the dissipating information of the laws, but actively immersed his mind into it, guiding the faint yet pure source power of the material laws contained within the fragment, attempting to merge it with the Gang Chi he was currently transforming. The Ice Soul Star Gang, based on the extreme cold of ice, solidified like stars, containing the profundities of the laws, Lu Tian silently contemplated. He gradually operated the Ice Soul Gang Chi surging within him. Originally light blue, the Gang Chi, under the guidance of the core fragment's laws and the infusion of the source heart's power, turned a deeper hue, transforming towards ice blue. Within the Gang Chi, the minute points of light, like ice crystal stars, became increasingly numerous and bright. As the Gang Chi flowed, it was no longer merely a bone-chilling cold but carried a heavy, condensed quality, as if it could freeze space itself. Condense. Lu Tian let out a low shout, exerting all his strength. In the sea of consciousness, the source heart trembled slightly, emitting a strand of pure source power that flowed into the Gang Chi torrent. Buzz. The temperature in the cultivation room plummeted. Lu Tian's body was instantly covered with a thick, almost tangible ice blue armor. This armor was no longer an illusion, but was composed of countless rapidly rotating ice crystal stars. Each star contained extreme cold and a hint of weak law power. The surface of the armor flowed with starlight, exuding an indomitable, unassailable aura. Ice Soul Star Gang formed. Lu Tian felt the power of the Star Gang within him surging, refined several times more than before, with a might that was worlds apart, and his heart surged with excitement. Although this was merely a preliminary condensation and consumed a tremendous amount of energy, it marked the official entry into a higher level of martial arts. He attempted to draw a hint of Star Gang power and gather it at his fingertips. At his fingertip, a point of ice blue starlight ignited, instantly freezing and distorting the surrounding air. Even the light seemed to be attracted and bent. He pointed at a corner of the cultivation room where a testing piece of black iron, as hard as fine steel, floated in the air. Hiss! There was no earth-shattering sound. A condensed ice blue starlight shot out, instantly piercing through the inch-thick black iron ingot. The edge of the hole was smooth as a mirror, covered with a layer of never-melting light blue ice crystals. The power was astonishing. The source power and law fragments indeed had boundless uses. Lu Tian's eyes sparkled. This was only a preliminary fusion. If he could gain deeper control over the core fragment and source heart's power, the potential of the Ice Soul Star Gang would be limitless. For the next few days, Lu Tian remained indoors, immersed in deep cultivation. He continuously refined the Ice Soul Star Gang, making its operation more fluid and harmonious. At the same time, he divided part of his mind to study the foundational laws of material reconstruction contained within the core fragments. He took out an ordinary fine iron ingot, concentrated his mind, and used the power of the source heart as a bridge to guide the faint law power within the core fragment to cover it. His thoughts focused on a tiny crack inside the iron ingot. Reconstruct, repair. His mental power was highly concentrated, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. He saw that tiny crack, under the enveloping law power, began to slowly and laboriously move, with the metal molecules on both sides drawing closer together, and finally, the crack disappeared, and the surface of the ingot returned to smoothness. Although he had only repaired a tiny crack, the mental energy consumed was exceptionally large, and the process was extremely slow and awkward, far from practical application. But this small success showed Lu Tian infinite possibilities. This was not merely repair. It was more about understanding and intervening in the foundational structure of matter. Given time, if he could master it deeply, its significance would far exceed mere destructive power. Just as Lu Tian was immersed in cultivation and research, a slight wave from the courtyard's defense array sounded, not an attack, but a specific frequency knock for entry. The law enforcement hall master, Zhao Feng, had arrived. Chapter 79. Zhao Feng's visit. A storm was brewing. Lu Tian retracted his aura, dissipated the Star Gang armor on his body, and opened the courtyard door. Zhao Feng was dressed in a fitted outfit, with a long sword at his waist, appearing weary but still sharp-eyed like an eagle. Behind him were 2 law enforcement team members with steady auras. "Zhao Master." Lu Tian stepped aside to let him in. Zhao Feng nodded, striding into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the newly adapted Jia Jia and the soundly sleeping Yin Gang, especially lingering on Yin Gang for a moment. Sensing the heavy dragon might and gravitational fluctuations emanating from it, his eyes flashing with surprise, he waved his hand, and the 2 team members tacitly stood guard at the courtyard entrance. Entering the living room, Zhao Feng got straight to the point. His voice low. "The Wang family has gone mad." He took out a recording stone and activated it. In the image, Wang Mang was sitting in protest in front of the city lord's mansion with elite members of the Wang family and some experts from the Zhao and Li families. The crowd was indignant. Wang Mang himself was tearfully accusing the academy of sheltering the murderer, Lu Tian, allowing him to steal precious treasures, demanding the city lord's mansion to uphold justice. In the video, the city lord's mansion's doors were tightly closed, the atmosphere tense. They incite public opinion, slandering you as colluding with the shadow snake, portraying the ruins as a forbidden treasure hidden by the academy for generations, and framing you as an ungrateful traitor who colludes with evil and steals the academy's treasures. Zhao Feng's tone carried anger. Many uninformed citizens and loose cultivators have been misled. The public opinion is very unfavorable for us. What about Elder Sun and those people? Lu Tian asked calmly. Humph. Zhao Feng snorted coldly, a fence-sitter. At the elders' meeting, Elder Sun was cryptic, claiming that the academy's interests are paramount, and what you obtain should be unified for research and management by the academy to avoid bringing disaster upon the academy by having treasures. He nearly said they were going to rob your things. Other elders were also ambiguous in their attitudes. Lu Tian's gaze turned slightly cold, as Elder Lung feared. It was indeed true. Innocent people suffer for having treasures. What about Elder Lung? Lu Tian was more concerned about Elder Lung's condition. Upon mentioning Elder Lung, a trace of worry flashed across Zhao Feng's face. The elder is in closed-door cultivation, suppressing his injuries, but before he went into seclusion, he asked me to convey a message to you. Zhao Feng took a deep breath, imitating Elder Lung's cold tone. A jumping clown, why bother to care? Just wait for the change, thunder will come. The elder also said to let you focus on your cultivation. The outside world won't collapse. Lu Tian felt somewhat reassured. Elder Ling's calmness gave him confidence. It seemed the elder, although injured, still had a trump card to control the situation. What about the shadow snake side? Lu Tian pressed on. Very quiet, but eerily so. Zhao Feng furrowed his brows. The several peripheral strongholds we've destroyed are all empty shells, and the core members seem to have evaporated into thin air. However, we found this at one of the strongholds. He took out a small black crystal fragment, sealed in a special container, only the size of a fingernail. The fragment emitted an extremely faint but unsettlingly cold and chaotic aura. Lu Tian's pupils constricted. This aura is of the same origin as the corroding spirit mist and the Shadow Master's power. It is a remnant of corrosion. This object is sinister and can slowly erode the mind and spiritual power of those who come into contact with it. A few of our team members accidentally got contaminated and nearly went insane. Zhao Feng, still feeling apprehensive, said, "The Shadow Serpent collects such things with a significant purpose in mind. I suspect they might be preparing for some major action or are waiting for the Shadow Master to recover. This object is extremely dangerous and must be properly sealed away. No one should come into contact with it again," Lu Tian solemnly reminded him. Storming the academy? Lu Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. Do they dare? Wang Mang's son is dead, and you publicly humiliated him. He has already lost his sanity. Moreover, he might have others behind him fanning the flames, Zhao Feng hinted. In any case, you must be cautious. I will increase the patrols nearby, but you also need to stay alert. After sending Zhao Feng away, Lu Tian stood in the courtyard, gazing in the direction of Qingzhou City. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a bloody hue over the city walls. A storm was brewing, with the Wang family's oppression, the shadow serpents lurking, and the undercurrents within the academy, like an invisible net closing in. A bunch of clowns. Waiting for a change. The thunder will come. Lu Tian silently recited Elder Lung's words, his gaze growing colder and sharper. He clenched his fist, feeling the turbulent ice soul star chi within him and the core fragments floating in his sea of consciousness. Want to force me? Want to seize my opportunities? A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then let's see whether your claws are harder or my star chi is sharper. Chapter 80. Law Experiment Gravity began to manifest. In the training room, Lu Tian took out the piece of fine iron again. This time, he did not attempt to repair the cracks, but focused on understanding its structure at a more fundamental level. He mobilized the power of the source heart, concentrating his mind as if he were the most precise scanner, slowly penetrating the interior of the iron ingot. From the perspective of the source heart, which was almost insightful to the essence, the fine iron ingot was no longer a whole, but transformed into countless minute metal atoms arranged according to specific rules. The atoms were connected by strong metallic bonds, forming its solid physical foundation. This is the cornerstone of matter. Lu Tian was shocked in his heart. This microscopic perspective was something he had never imagined before. Although it was blurry, and maintaining this perspective consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. It opened a window for him to understand the laws of material reconstruction. He attempted to use his thoughts, combined with the weak law fluctuations transmitted by the core fragments, to shake one of the atoms and its connected metallic bond. The process was extremely difficult, like an ant shaking a tree. His mental energy rapidly diminished, and sweat soaked his clothes. Finally, just as his mental energy was about to be exhausted, the atom he locked on trembled ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. The bond adjacent to it seemed to experience a minuscule loosening. Although it was merely an insignificant tremor, it filled Lu Tian with ecstatic joy. This proved that his direction was correct. The source heart combined with the core fragment laws indeed possessed the potential to interfere with the basic structure of matter. Although it was pitifully weak now, as long as he continued to practice, with a deeper understanding of the laws and the strengthening of his mental energy, one day, he might truly be able to turn stone into gold, to transform iron into mud. He immediately stopped the experiment, took a pill to restore his mental energy, and closed his eyes to adjust his breath. His mental energy slowly recovered under the gentle power emitted by the pill and the source heart, even becoming more refined than before. This extreme consumption and recovery process was itself a tempering of his mental energy. After resting, Lu Tian turned his gaze to the two little ones playing in the courtyard. Yin Gang, come here. Woo. Little Yin Gang raised its head from the pile of ores, scampering over and affectionately rubbing its big head against Lu Tian's hand. Lu Tian smiled and patted its heavy scales, then pointed to a piece of hard granite in the corner of the courtyard, about half a person tall. Try your new ability. Use the gravity field to compress it into a ball. Woo. Yin Gang tilted its head, seemingly not understanding what a ball was, but it understood the command to compress. It walked up to the granite, let out a low growl, and the yellowish energy ball at the tip of its tail erupted with a strong light. Buzz. A powerful and condensed gravity field instantly enveloped that piece of granite. The direction of gravity was no longer simply downward. Instead, Yin Gang concentrated its thoughts and applied pressure evenly from all directions towards the center. Crack, crack, crack. The hard surface of the rock began to show spiderweb-like cracks. Tiny stone fragments fell away under the powerful and uniform pressure. The edges of the rock began to inwardly deform. Yin Gang's little face, if lizards had expressions, turned bright red, clearly struggling to maintain such precise, all-around pressure. The granite trembled violently in the gravity field, emitting groans under the unbearable load, its shape struggling to transform from an irregular polygon into a rough sphere. Although the final sphere was bumpy and irregular, and only maintained for a few breaths before Yin Gang exhausted its energy and the gravity field dissipated, causing the rock to break apart. This glimpse of reshaping power was already shocking. A gravitational well. This is the higher-level application of the gravity field, the embryonic form of the gravitational well. Lu Tian's eyes burst with excitement. Yin Gang's talent was even more powerful than he imagined. This was not just controlling the direction of gravity. It also involved a preliminary mastery over gravity itself. Given time, if a stable gravitational well could be formed, trapping enemies, crushing them, and even distorting space could all become possible. Good boy. Well done. Lu Tian generously praised, stuffing a pure Earth-type demon core into Yin Gang's mouth. The little guy was panting with exhaustion, but squinted happily with satisfaction at the praise and reward. Ga watched from the side, its large purple eyes also sparkling with eager anticipation. It flashed and appeared in midair, lightly swiping its little paw through the void. Sizzle. A more distinct, stable spatial crack appeared, its edges flickering with faint silver-purple electric sparks, lingering for a whole breath before slowly closing. Where the crack passed, the air was silently swallowed, leaving a brief vacuum trail. The stability of dimensional cutting had greatly improved. Lu Tian looked at his two rapidly growing companions with satisfaction. The Eye Soul Star Chi was taking shape. He had begun to glimpse the laws of matter. Ga's spatial abilities had transformed, and Yin Gang's gravity field was showing its power. His overall strength was increasing at an astonishing speed. The Wang family's provocation and the Shadow Serpent's threat seemed to have become the sharpening stones for his brilliance. However, the tree desires still, but the wind does not cease. Just as Lu Tian was immersed in the fruits of his training, the defensive formation of the courtyard suddenly experienced a violent fluctuation, accompanied by a domineering shout, like thunder. It roared from outside the courtyard. Lu Tian, Come out. The law enforcement hall has an order for you to answer. Chapter 81. The elders strike. The cold command stabilized the scene. The domineering shout, filled with unabashed malice, instantly shattered the tranquility of the small courtyard. The defensive formation's barrier rippled violently, clearly under attack. Lu Tian's eyes instantly turned as cold as a knife. He gestured for Ga and Yin Gang to be on guard while he strode towards the courtyard gate. Outside the courtyard, 3 students dressed in law enforcement hall attire, but with arrogant expressions, were surrounding an old man in a brocade robe, with a pale face and sinister eyes. The old man had his hands behind his back, chin slightly raised. He was the elder son mentioned by Zhao Feng, who had been ambiguous at the elder meeting. The earlier shout had come from one of the law enforcement students behind him. Elder son, I did not know you were visiting. What brings you here? And why are you attacking the defensive formation of my disciples' courtyard? Lu Tian opened the courtyard door, his tone calm, but a chilling intent lurked deep in his eyes. Humph. Elder son let out a cold snort, his gaze slithering over Lu Tian like a venomous snake, particularly scanning Lu Tian's waist and hands, as if searching for some secret treasure. Lu Tian, do you know your crime? What crime does this disciple have? Lu Tian calmly retorted. What crime? A brash student beside elder son interjected loudly. You colluded with the shadow snake evil cultivators, trespassed into forbidden areas, and stole the academy's precious treasures. Now the evidence is conclusive. The Wang family has filed a joint complaint to the city lord's office. Elder son, acting on the decisions of the elder council, has come to summon you to the law enforcement hall for an examination. Quickly hand over the secret treasure you stole from the returned ruins and come with us. Conclusive evidence? Lu Tian scoffed, his eyes sweeping over the student, the cold pressure causing the latter to involuntarily take a step back. The evidence you speak of is merely the slander of the Wang family? Decisions from the elder council? I wasn't aware that the law enforcement hall required you, elder son, to personally bring people to forcefully break the formation to summon someone? Impudent. Elder son's expression darkened as he released his initial stage martial master pressure, attempting to suppress Lu Tian. You little brat, sharp-tongued. The elder council's decisions are not for you to question. You hoarded precious treasures, attracting external enemies, and bringing great disaster to the academy. I am here for the greater good of the academy, for the peace of Qingzhou. Quickly hand over the secret treasure and come with me to the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, do not blame me for dealing with you according to academy rules and personally taking you down. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Other students and mentors observing from outside the academy were startled, watching from a distance, whispering among themselves, and no one dared to approach. Faced with elder son's pressure and the intimidation from 3 students, Lu Tian stood like a rock rooted to the ground, unmoving. The ice soul star energy quietly circulated within his body, a faint ice blue starlight shimmering on his skin, and a chilling aura erupted with a momentum not weaker than that of an initial stage martial master. The coldness and the rhythm of the laws contained within the aura made elder son's expression change slightly. Elder son is quite imposing. Lu Tian's voice was cold, laced with mockery. To add crime, what lack of words can there be? If you wish to seize my opportunity, why must you wear such a grandiose hat? Lu Tian, act with integrity. What I gained from the returned ruins was earned through my life and death struggle. What does it have to do with the academy? What does it have to do with the Wang family? What does it have to do with you, elder son? You are obstinate. Elder son was hit where it hurt. Furious and embarrassed, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Seize him. 2 law enforcement students sprang into action, one to the left and one to the right. Like fierce tigers pouncing on their prey, their claws infused with energy, emitting a sharp scream as they aimed for Lu Tian's arms. The moves were vicious, clearly intending to cripple Lu Tian. At this critical moment, stop! A roar containing the fury of thunder exploded like a shockwave. An ice-blue figure appeared between Lu Tian and elder son, as if teleporting. The newcomer was none other than the head of the law enforcement hall, Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's expression was as cold as water, exuding an icy, murderous aura several times stronger than elder son. He didn't even glance at the 2 students lunging at Lu Tian, merely waving his sleeve casually. Bang! Bang! 2 figures were sent flying back at a speed even faster than they came, crashing hard against the distant courtyard wall, spitting blood, instantly losing their combat ability. The peak strength of a martial master was displayed without reservation. Zhao Feng, do you dare to obstruct the decisions of the Elder Council? Elder Son exclaimed in shock and anger. Decisions of the Elder Council? Zhao Feng's gaze was like a knife, fixing sharply on Elder Son, his voice icy and piercing. When did the Elder Council pass a decision to forcibly seize a student's opportunity, indiscriminately taking people away? Elder Son, you are falsely transmitting decisions, abusing your power, leading people to forcibly break into the core student's residence, attacking the defensive formation, intending to harm and seize treasures. What punishment should you face? You slander me. Elder Sun's face turned from green to white. I am doing this for the academy. For the academy? Zhao Feng interrupted mercilessly, stepping forward. His terrifying aura forcing Elder Sun to retreat repeatedly. I see you are acting for your own selfish desires. For those petty individuals behind you. Elder Lung had long given orders before his seclusion. Lu Tian's affairs are my sole responsibility. No one is allowed to disturb his cultivation. Do you intend to defy Elder Lung's orders? Upon mentioning Elder Lung, a flicker of apprehension flashed in Elder Sun's eyes, and his aura weakened by 3 points. But he still stubbornly held his ground. Elder Lung, his injuries are uncertain. This is a major matter. Elder Lung's orders are ironclad. Zhao Feng's voice was decisive. He suddenly took out an object from his robe and raised it high. It was a crystal-clear, translucent ice token emitting a faint cold aura. On the front of the token, an ancient and powerful character for cold shone brilliantly in the sunlight. On the back was the highest authority emblem of the Beastmaster Academy. The coldness and majesty emanating from the token instantly enveloped the entire area. The cold token is here. Seeing the token is like seeing the Elder. Zhao Feng's voice echoed across the field, his gaze sweeping over Elder Sun and all the onlookers. Elder Lung has decreed. Lu Tian is a pillar of our academy, with remarkable achievements in the Return Ruins. Anyone who slanders, frames, intends to harm, or covets what he has obtained will be viewed as a traitor to the academy. The law enforcement hall has the right to execute on the spot. The cold token. Elder Sun felt as though he had been grabbed by the neck, his face instantly turning as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down. The brash student behind him was so scared that his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. The observing students and mentors gasped in astonishment, looking at Lu Tian with awe and disbelief. Elder Lung had actually bestowed the cold token, representing his highest will, to Zhao Feng to protect Lu Tian. The level of support was simply shocking. Elder Sun, what else do you have to say? Zhao Feng held the cold token, his icy gaze locking onto Elder Sun, his murderous intent unabashed. Aye. Elder Sun's lips trembled under the terrifying murderous intent and the absolute authority of the cold token. He could no longer utter a single harsh word, ultimately bowing his head like a defeated rooster. I was reckless. I take my leave. He dared not linger any longer. Taking the unconscious student and the terrified one away, his back filled with panic. Zhao Feng put away the cold token and turned to Lu Tian, his eyes filled with inquiry. Lu Tian slightly shook his head, indicating that he was fine. A storm, under the absolute authority of the cold token, temporarily subsided. But both Lu Tian and Zhao Feng knew this was just the calm before the storm. The Wang family would not relent. The forces behind Elder Sun would not give up, and the fangs of the shadow snake still lurked in the shadows. Strength. Only absolute strength, he whispered in his heart. The belief in becoming stronger had never been as intense as it was at this moment. Chapter 82. A dark and windy night. Murderous intent surged suddenly. The deterrence of the cold token froze the undercurrents stirring within the academy, temporarily silencing Elder Sun's faction, while the academy's higher-ups remained silent, as if frozen in fear. However, the storm within Qingzhou City had not calmed down. Instead, it brewed for an even fiercer explosion amidst the oppression. Wang Mang's pain of losing a son, the hatred of seizing treasures, and the humiliation of being publicly insulted had already pushed him to the brink of madness. The appearance of the cold token not only failed to make him retreat, but rather added fuel to the fire. He was convinced that the academy was determined to protect Lu Tian, even at the cost of becoming enemies with the entire Qingzhou City. Coldyan, Lu Tian, little beast. You are going too far. In the luxurious conference hall of the Wang family, Wang Mang's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast ready to pounce. As he smashed a hard rosewood table to pieces. The grudge of Liner cannot be shared. That treasure from the Return Ruins is a must-have for my Wang family. Since the academy is not leaving us a way out, then don't blame my Wang family for turning the tables. Calm down, head of the family. A trusted elder said anxiously. With Coldyan stationed at the academy and the deterrence of the cold token, a frontal assault could lead to heavy losses. Coldyan? Wang Mang's face revealed a resentful and fierce smile. He can't even protect himself. Do you think that's why he is in seclusion? After the battle of the Return Ruins, he has already been gravely injured by the Shadow Lord's soul-eating power. Now he is just hanging on. As for the cold token, A dead object can scare off a wall-sitting old ghost like Elder Sun, but can it scare me? Wang Mang. He suddenly turned, looking at a figure shrouded in a black cloak in the corner, exuding a cold, snake-like aura, messenger of the Shadow Snake. When will the support from your Shadow Lord arrive for my Wang family? Good. Wang Mang's eyes burst with a terrifying murderous light at the third watch. We will blood wash the Beastmaster Academy. Capture Lu Tian alive. Those who block my way shall die. The night was deep and dark as ink. Dark clouds obscured the stars and moon, and Qingzhou City fell into a dead silence. The Beastmaster Academy lay dormant like a slumbering giant beast, with sporadic lights and the faint glow of warning formations. Deep within the cold pool cave, Elder Han sat cross-legged atop a millennium-old black ice. His face as pale as paper. The cold energy around him was chaotic, with wisps of gray-black air visible to the naked eye coursing through his meridians, continuously eroding his ice-blue aura. His brows were tightly furrowed, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down, clearly indicating he was exerting all his strength to suppress the corrosive poison within him. Zhao Feng stood beside him with a grave expression. In Lu Tian's small courtyard, the lights had been extinguished. He had not fallen asleep, but was sitting cross-legged in the training room, the ice spirit star aura circulating slowly within him, resembling the movement of a galaxy, exuding a chilling and profound aura. Gaja curled up on his shoulder, its silver-purple fur faintly glowing in the darkness, and its purple eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Yin Gang lay on a large mineral rock in the courtyard, seemingly asleep, but the energy sphere at the tip of its tail maintained a faint glow, an invisible gravitational field covering the entire courtyard like ripples on water. At the third watch of the night, whoosh, a piercing sound tore through the night's tranquility. Following that were several equally harsh howls. Enemy attack. The Academy's alarms and the furious shouts of the guards erupted instantly. Boom, 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 kill. Amidst the thunderous battle cries, countless shadows surged in like a flood from the breach. Leading them was none other than the frenzied Wang Mang. He wielded a massive blade engulfed in crimson flames, his aura wild and furious, having recklessly activated some forbidden secret technique, temporarily gaining power close to the peak of a martial master. Behind him were the elite warriors of the Wang family, along with 12 shadowy figures known as the Black Nightmare Guards, who moved silently and had a chilling presence. They carried grotesque crossbows, the corrosive spirit breaker crossbows. Target: Lu Tian's courtyard. Kill anyone in the way. Wang Mang's roar was like thunder. Protect the students. Form a formation. Block them. Zhao Feng's furious shout came from deep within the academy. The elites of the law enforcement hall and the responding instructors rushed out, engaging in a brutal fight with the Wang family's elite and the Black Nightmare Guards amidst the academy's corridors and buildings. In an instant, the sounds of battle cries, clashing weapons, energy explosions, and screams echoed through the night sky. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating half of Qingzhou City as if it were daytime. Lu Tian suddenly opened his eyes, ice-blue starlight shooting forth. Here they come. Gaja. Spatial perception. Lock onto Wang Mang and the greatest threat. Yin Gang. Gravitational field. Max range. Cover the outside corridor. Create chaos. Zing. Gaja instantly vanished, appearing on the rooftop, its purple eyes swirling with nebulae, its powerful spatial perception sweeping across the battlefield like radar. Roar. Yin Gang let out a thunderous roar, the yellowish energy sphere at its tail exploding with blinding brilliance. Buzz. A gigantic gravitational field, over 50 meters in diameter and incredibly condensed, instantly spread from the courtyard's center. The few Wang family warriors charging at the front were caught off guard, feeling their bodies suddenly become several times heavier, as if sinking into a quagmire. Their momentum abruptly halted and in disarray. The ground cracked inch by inch under the immense gravity. Lu Tian, little beast, come out and die. Wang Mang, ignoring the gravitational field's effects, raised his crimson giant blade with a ferocious aura, slashing down towards the defensive barrier of Lu Tian's courtyard. He aimed to crush all obstacles with absolute power. Boom. The defensive barrier trembled violently, its light dimming by more than half. A furious strike from the peak of a martial master was terrifying indeed. The courtyard door exploded. Lu Tian's figure stood like a spear amidst the dust, covered in ice-blue star armor, starlight swirling, cold air emanating from him. He coldly locked onto Wang Mang, his voice as chilling as 9 hells of ice. Wang Mang. Old bastard. Today, new grudges and old debts. Let us settle them all. Chapter 83. Star aura shattering the sky. The Mad Tiger's demise. Little beast. Pay with your life. Wang Mang, seeing Lu Tian, was filled with boundless hatred. Like a mad tiger, raising the crimson giant blade again, summoning even more violent flames and wind, tearing through the air as he struck down. This blow contained terrifying power earned by burning his life, aiming to cleave Lu Tian and the entire courtyard into dust. Facing this world-destroying blow, Lu Tian showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, he ignited a fierce fighting spirit. The ice spirit star aura surged within him, the heart of origin in his consciousness vibrating slightly, the law insights from the core fragments merging within. Ice spirit star aura. Condense. Lu Tian's hands were held in front of his chest, the ice blue star aura wildly gathering and compressing. Countless tiny ice crystal stars spun rapidly, forming a deep, seemingly light-absorbing ice blue vortex. At the vortex's center, a point of extreme starlight, containing the essence of spatial tearing and material disintegration, suddenly shone brightly. Star aura shattering finger. This was the initial form of a killing move he comprehended after merging the law of core fragments and the power of origin. Based on the ice spirit star aura, its power was unmatched, but it also bore a tremendous burden on himself. Break for me. Lu Tian pointed his finger like a sword at the descending crimson giant blade. Thrusting into the air, swoosh, a beam of ice blue starlight, refined to the extreme and as thin as a hair, yet seemingly capable of piercing through the void, silently shot out from his fingertip. Wherever the starlight passed, the space produced subtle ripples and distortions. The violent flame wind, upon contact with the starlight, melted away like ice and snow, silently annihilated and disintegrated. What? Wang Meng's pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in his heart. He sensed a deadly threat. The ice blue starlight was too fast. Ignoring the obstruction of the flame wind, it accurately struck the edge of the crimson giant blade. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, crisp enough to send a chill down the spine. Crack, crack, crack. Wang Meng's extraordinary crimson giant blade began to crack from the point of contact, as if an invisible force was disintegrating it from the inside, instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Then, before everyone's astonished gaze, it shattered inch by inch, crumbling into countless tiny metal fragments, frozen by the residual chill of the ice blue starlight, cascading down. Puff! Having his life weapon destroyed, Wang Meng, connected by fate, was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The ferocious aura he had gained by burning his life instantly withered, his eyes filled with disbelief and extreme fear. Impossible. What kind of demonic technique is this? Wang Meng was horrified. Lu Tian's face was pale, his fingertips trembling slightly. Forcibly using the star aura shattering finger had nearly drained him of half his star aura, and his meridians were in excruciating pain. But his gaze remained sharp as a blade, his figure flickering, appearing ghost-like before the plummeting Wang Meng. This is your death. Old bastard, go down and accompany your son. Lu Tian's eyes shot with killing intent, the ice spirit star aura condensing around his fist, carrying the chilling aura that freezes souls and the weight of falling stars, fiercely smashing towards Wang Meng's open chest. This was the simplest and most direct attack from Shadow Assault 3 styles, the Shadow Strike. No. Wang Meng's soul nearly fled, hastily gathering the remaining aura to protect himself. Bang! The ice blue fist aura slammed into Wang Meng's protective aura. The aura violently fluctuated, instantly covered in cracks. Wang Meng spat blood again, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string. Gravitational suppression. 10 times. Lu Tian's mind roared. Yin Gang, already poised to strike, flashed with light at its tail. Boom. Wang Meng's flying body was struck as if hit by an invisible giant hammer, crashing down to the ground at an even faster speed. The ground was smashed into a deep pit, dust swirling. Lu Tian, taking advantage of his momentum, followed closely. In his hand, he wielded a steel long sword infused with the ice spirit star aura, temporary weapon, the sword tip pointing directly at Wang Meng's throat, who was struggling in the deep pit. He aimed to completely eliminate this threat. Protect the master. The Wang family's trusted elder's eyes were bloodshot, rushing in recklessly. Several Wang family death warriors also charged madly towards Lu Tian. Zing! Gaja on the rooftop flashed with cold light in its eyes. Swoosh! 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 A series of stable and sharp silver-purple spatial fissures appeared out of thin air, accurately slicing through the path of the Wang family's assassins. Amidst the screams, the assassins were instantly dismembered. The elder was also forced to retreat awkwardly by a fissure. Death! Lu Tian's eyes were cold, his long sword carrying a resolute killing intent, stabbing toward the deep pit. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 crossbow bolts, entwined with intense corrosive black gas, shot in from 3 extremely tricky angles like venomous snakes. The speed was as fast as lightning, and the timing was impeccable. It was the lurking Black Nightmare guards launching a deadly ambush. The target was not only Lu Tian, but also sealed off all his escape routes. Be careful. A distant urgent roar came from Zhao Feng. He was entangled by 2 Black Nightmare Guard leaders and several Wang family experts, unable to escape. Lu Tian's hair stood on end. A strong sense of death crisis enveloped him in an instant. If he insisted on killing Wang Meng, he would be severely injured or even killed by these 3 corrosive crossbow bolts. In the blink of an eye, roar. A roar filled with endless pain and rage came from the direction of the cold pond. An ice blue figure, like a burning meteor, crossed space in an instant, blocking the 3 corrosive crossbow bolts aimed at Lu Tian. It was Elderlong. He forcibly interrupted the suppression and broke through. Ice seal, eternal. Elderlong's hair and beard stood on end, and he formed seals with both hands, unleashing a terrifying icy power. A giant ice shield several feet thick, crystal clear and seemingly condensed from 10,000 years of profound ice, appeared out of thin air. Uft, uft, uft. The 3 corrosive crossbow bolts were heavily pinned against the ice shield. The black gas frantically eroded. The ice shield violently fluctuated, emitting a painful cracking sound. Instantly covered in cracks, but ultimately was not completely pierced. However, at the moment the crossbow bolts were blocked, a 4th, more concealed and sinister corrosive crossbow bolt, which had almost completely merged with the shadows, silently bypassed the ice shield and viciously shot into Elder Long's left shoulder. Ugh! Elder Long grunted, his body shaking violently. The corrosive black gas invaded his body like a maggot. His already pale face was instantly covered with a layer of deathly gray, his breath rapidly declining like a candle in the wind. The forced interruption of suppression combined with the corrosive poison entering his body was a double injury. Elder! Lu Tian's eyes widened in rage, roaring in sorrow. Don't mind me. Kill him. Blood trickled from the corner of Elder Long's mouth, but his gaze remained cold and determined. Locking onto Wang Mang, who was trying to crawl up from the deep pit, Lu Tian's eyes were instantly filled with endless killing intent and madness. He abandoned all defenses, disregarding the potential attacks that might come from behind, pouring all his strength, all his anger, and all his concern for Elder Long's injury into the long sword in his hand. The Ice Soul Star power burned to the extreme, and a dazzling ice-blue starlight lit up on the sword's edge. Wang Mang, come and take your life. The sword light fell like the river of stars from the 9 heavens, carrying the coldness that freezes everything and the will to destroy everything, fiercely stabbing into Wang Mang's chest. Uft! The long sword pierced through. Wang Mang's movements instantly froze. He looked down at the sword tip in his chest, his eyes filled with shock, unwillingness, and a hint of relief. Then, the ice-blue star power mixed with the corrosive black gas exploded violently within him. Boom! Wang Mang's body shattered like a broken ice sculpture, instantly dismembered. His flesh and blood were frozen by the extreme cold, and then turned to powder in the explosion. The once formidable hero of Qingzhou City, Wang Mang, the head of the Wang family, fell at this moment. Head of the family. The Wang family members let out desperate wails, their morale instantly collapsing. Elder! Lu Tian didn't even look at Wang Mang's remains and turned to rush towards the faltering Elder Long. Chapter 84, Corrosive Poison, Cleanse the Remnants. Elder! Lu Tian supported the swaying Elder Long, feeling a bone-chilling cold, accompanied by a faint, heart-pounding feeling of corrosive cold. Elder Long's face was deathly gray, his lips purple, and at the wound on his left shoulder, the gray-black corrosive energy writhed like a living thing, frantically eroding his flesh and meridians, even attempting to burrow into his heart. No, don't. Elder Long's voice was hoarse and weak, trying to push Lu Tian away, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. His body trembling slightly, clearly enduring unimaginable pain. The forced interruption of suppression, combined with this corrosive poison, made his already heavily injured body suffer even more, and his martial artist level was rapidly deteriorating like a levee breaking. Elder, don't speak. Lu Tian was anxious, immediately mobilizing the source heart in his sea of consciousness. A gentle yet resilient dark light surged from his palm, covering the wound on Elder Long's left shoulder. Ziz. The light of the source power came into contact with the corrosive black gas, like water meeting fire. The black gas emitted a silent shriek, twisting and struggling violently, attempting to counterattack. But the essence of the source power was clearly superior. Although it was weak, it steadfastly purified and dispelled that poisonous force. Wisps of blue smoke rose from the wound, and the spread of the corrosive energy was significantly restrained, but to completely eradicate it was extremely difficult and slow. Elder Long's pain seemed to lessen slightly, but his breath still remained weak. Xiaofeng, take the elder to the cold pond. Suppress the poison with all your strength. Lu Tian shouted at Xiaofeng, who was bloodily slaughtering the remnants of the Wang family. The remaining elites of the law enforcement hall immediately divided into several groups, forming an ice formation, carefully protecting Elder Long in the center, resisting the frantic counterattacks from the remaining Wang family martial artists and Black Nightmare guards, and slowly retreating toward the cold pond. Rock power. Hold the elder. Lu Tian summoned the weakened rock power to the front of the escort team, and the little fellow roared as it opened a gravitational field to delay the pursuers. Gagaga. Find all the Black Nightmare guards. Leave none alive. Lu Tian's eyes boiled with killing intent as he scanned the chaotic battlefield. Squeak. Gagaga's silver-purple light burst forth, and its spatial perception spread like mercury. Those black nightmare guards, who blended into the shadows and excelled at stealth assassination, were exposed under its powerful spatial insight. Over there, and there. Gagaga instantly relayed the precise locations of several black nightmare guards to Lu Tian through their soul link. Star Power Finger. Sizzle. A black nightmare guard who had just raised a corrosive crossbow had his brow pierced, instantly freezing into an ice sculpture. Ice Soul Palm. Bang. A black nightmare guard attempting to ambush a law enforcement team member was smashed in the chest by the ice palm imprint and flew backward. Spatial confinement. Gagaga coordinated seamlessly, its little paw waving, instantly freezing a black nightmare guard who tried to escape in place. Lu Tian's long sword swept across, and a head flew up. Under the precise kills of Lu Tian and Gagaga, the black nightmare guards, which posed a significant threat like venomous snakes, were eliminated one by one. The remaining Wang family warriors and assassins lost their backbone. Wang Mang was dead, and their strongest assassination force, quickly collapsing under the attack of the law enforcement hall and other instructors and students who rushed over, dying or surrendering. However, just as the battlefield was about to calm down, boom, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from deep within the academy, near the potion division. Flames soared into the sky, followed by piercing screams and terrified shouts. Not good. It's south the place where the shadow snake captives are held. Zhao Feng's expression changed drastically. Lu Tian's heart sank. The shadow snake indeed had a backup plan. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of ice blue light and rushed toward the direction of the explosion. Gagaga followed closely behind. Stop them. The surviving guards and arriving instructors desperately resisted the charge of the three corrosive monsters, and ordinary energy attacks had little effect on them, instead being eroded by the corrosive energy on their bodies. Roar. One corrosive monster grabbed a guard and opened its mouth to bite, instantly draining the other's essence blood. Its breath became even more violent. Beasts, die! Lu Tian shouted angrily as he descended from the sky. The Ice Soul Star power gathered in his fist and smashed down hard on the monster's head. Bang! The monster stumbled from the blow, its head caved in. But the black gas surged, and the wound quickly writhed and healed. It let out an angry roar and lunged at Lu Tian. Gagaga. Spatial cutting. Rock power. Gravitational suppression. While Lu Tian fought with the monster, he directed the battle. Gagaga's spatial fissures left deep wounds on the monster, but it was still quickly healed by the black gas. The gravitational suppression from rock power slowed the monster's movements. Neither physical nor energy attacks were effective. It was time for the source power. Lu Tian's gaze sharpened as he summoned the power of the source heart from his sea of consciousness, mixed with the Ice Soul Star force, and launched another punch. This time, a layer of extremely faint, deep, ghostly light covered the edge of his fist. Uffed. The fist pierced through the monster's chest. That resilient body, reinforced by the corrosive spirit power, was instantly penetrated under the purification of the source power, as if it had met its nemesis. The terrifying, purifying force surged into the monster's body. The monster let out a tragic howl that was out of tune, its body convulsing violently. The wound no longer healing, but instead emitting a large amount of green smoke, as if it were ignited. The corrosive spirit power within was forcibly dispelled and purified. In just a few breaths, this ferocious monster was drained of all its power, turning into a charred skeleton. Effective. Lu Tian was invigorated. Following the same method, combined with Gaja and Yin Gang, he quickly purified and killed the other two corrosive spirit monsters as well. The remaining shadow snake captives lost their support and were soon subdued. Chapter 85. Undercurrents flowing, purifying corrosive poison. The ice blue light tore through the night, and Lu Tian rushed towards the Potion Institute at the fastest speed. Behind him, Zhao Feng led the elite of the enforcement hall to form an ice soul locking spirit formation. The cold air swirling as they struggled to suppress the rampant corrosive spirit poison within Elder Long, and carefully escorted him towards the cold pool. The direction of the Potion Institute was ablaze, and the chaotic screams and sounds of fighting were even more piercing than before, mixed with a nauseating sound as if bones were being forcibly broken, along with monstrous howls. Gaja! Lu Tian shouted anxiously in his heart. Squeak! The silver-purple light on Gaja's shoulder flashed, and spatial perception instantly expanded. Master! The detention area. 3. No, monsters spawned from the corrosive spirit power. Their aura was violent, much more troublesome than the previous black demon guards. They were chasing after the guards and students. Moreover, a figure dressed in a mentor's robe was releasing some kind of energy to catalyze them. A mentor's robe? Lu Tian's heart sank, realizing how deeply the shadow snake had infiltrated. No wonder they could accurately destroy the detention area. A guard was swept by the monster's claws and flew back with a scream, black gas immediately spreading and corroding the wound. Abomination! Lu Tian shouted angrily. The Eye Soul Star force erupted instantly, the cold air sweeping through, temporarily delaying the movements of the nearest monster. His gaze locked onto the figure dressed in a gray minter's robe, hiding in the corner's shadow. Using both hands to channel corrosive spirit power to the monsters, none other than Li, a normally taciturn minter responsible for guarding the storeroom at the Potion Institute. Lu Tian. Li Kuan suddenly looked up, a flash of panic crossing his eyes, which was soon replaced by madness. He cackled, "It's too late. The corrosive spirit seeds have already sprouted. They will devour everything. The Wang family is finished, but the will of the shadow snake will endure." He bit his tongue, spitting blood onto his hand, forming the seal. And the black gas of the corrosive spirit surged violently, madly pouring into the three monsters. Roar! The three-headed monster's body swelled again, its aura instantly climbing to the threshold of a martial master. Its healing speed increased, and the red glow in its eyes seemed to bleed. They abandoned all other targets and roared as they pounced toward Lu Tian, forming a siege. The pressure increased sharply. Lu Tian's expression turned serious. The Eye Soul Star force operating at its peak, maneuvering and dodging in the cramped space, sword light and finger shadows intertwining, ice shards and black blood splattering, temporarily blocking the assault, but the consumption was immense, unable to last. Gadge's spatial confinement could only temporarily hold one, while the other two immediately pounced. Gadge, hold the left one. Yin Gang, protect. Lu Tian decisively ordered. Gadge waved its little paw, and spatial ripples locked onto the monster coming from the left. At the same time, a heavy yellow light shield appeared beside Lu Tian, just enough to block the claws of the monster on the right. It was the long-range protection of the rock-armored bear Yin Gang. Now's the time. Lu Tian's eyes shone with brilliance, and he frantically mobilized the power of the Source Heart throughout his body, no longer attempting to clash with the Eye Soul Star force. He concentrated all his power at his fingertips, transforming it into an extremely refined, gently resilient, ghostly light. Purify for me. Swoosh. The ghostly light pierced like a needle, precisely stabbing into the monster's heart, 3 inches to the right of its center, as it lunged at him. Chapter 86. The saintly hand displays might, the traitor falls. Chi. The monster pierced by the ghostly light let out an unprecedentedly sharp and tragic howl. It was no longer the roar of a beast, but rather the simultaneous wails of countless vengeful souls. Its massive body convulsed violently, spasming as if thrown into boiling oil. No more black gas from the corrosive spirit flowed out to heal the wound. Instead, it emitted thick, pungent green smoke, like dry grass set alight. Within that green smoke, one could faintly see distorted, struggling black threads, silently wailing, the source power of the corrosive spirit being forcibly dispelled and purified. In just a few breaths, this once ferocious corrosive spirit monster, which had approached the threshold of a martial master, shriveled visibly, as if all moisture and evil energy had been drained, carbonizing. Finally, with a puff, it turned into a pile of charred bones emitting green smoke, scattered on the ground, devoid of any life. Effective and thoroughly purified, Lu Tian was invigorated. All fatigue swept away, replaced by sharp battle intent. The Source Heart is indeed the nemesis of the corrosive spirit power. Gadge, position. Yin Gang, guard. Lu Tian did not pause for a moment, issuing commands. Roar. Leave it to me. Yin Gang's muffled roar sounded, and the yellow light shield solidified instantly, withstanding the attack from the monster that Gadge had briefly pinned down before it broke free, buying Lu Tian a precious moment. Lu Tian's figure approached the right monster like a ghost, the ghostly light reappearing at his fingertips, precisely stabbing into the weakness indicated by Gadge. Chi. The same piercing howl. The same rising green smoke. The same carbonized bones. 2 down. Only one monster remained, along with Li Kuan, who was hiding behind, his face pale as paper. No, it can't be. The source, it's the power of the source. How could you? Li Kuan looked at the ghostly light at Lu Tian's fingertips, which made his very soul tremble. His eyes filled with disbelief and despair. His last reliance was so easily crushed before Lu Tian. Li Kuan, pay the price for your betrayal. Lu Tian's gaze was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, his figure unhesitatingly lunging at the last monster, with Gadge's precise positioning and Yin Gang's solid defense. The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Swoosh. The third purifying ghostly light pierced in. The last monster turned into a skeleton amidst its shrill screams. Lu Tian turned, his cold gaze instantly locking onto Li Kuan, who was trying to escape amidst the chaos. Trying to run? Gadge's little paw reached out, spatial confinement. The space around Li Kuan instantly became like thick mud, his movements abruptly stiffening and slowing. Lu Tian, spare me. I was forced into this. Shadow Snake. Li Kuan cried out in terror, trying to plead for mercy. Lu Tian said not a word, his figure flashing to stand before him. Without using the power of the source, he simply condensed his right hand with the Ice Soul Star force, lightning fast, gripping Li Kuan's throat. The cold air instantly invaded, freezing his voice and ability to resist. Forced? Lu Tian's voice was deep, containing the anger of a volcano about to erupt, using the lives of innocent students and mentors. Using the corrosive spirit, this inhumane power as an excuse? Your life will be left for the enforcement hall to judge. At this moment, Zhao Feng had also arrived at the Potion Institute with some elite members of the enforcement hall after dealing with the remaining enemies on the main battlefield. Upon seeing the 3 piles of charred monster bones on the ground and Li Kuan subdued by Lu Tian, even Zhao Feng, who had seen many things, couldn't help but gasp. Junior brother Lu Tian. This, Zhao Feng looked at Lu Tian, his expression extremely complex, filled with shock, fear, and a deep sense of gratitude, along with a hint of unnoticeable awe. If Lu Tian had not arrived in time and demonstrated this miraculous ability to purify the corrosive spirit monsters, the consequences would be unimaginable. Senior brother Zhao, the ringleader Wang Meng has been dealt with, the Black Demon Guards have been mostly eliminated, and the remaining Death Warriors are not a concern. Please take care of the aftermath on the main battlefield. Lu Tian tossed the limp Li Kuan to the enforcement hall disciples, declaring him an insider of the Shadow Snake, colluding with the Wang family, catalyzing the corrosive spirit monsters. A grave sinner. Watch him closely and be sure to pry open his mouth. Understood. Zhao Feng solemnly accepted the order and immediately directed his subordinates to take action. Lu Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling blood and the dizziness caused by the excessive activation of the primordial power. He cast a worried glance toward the cold pool. How is Elderlong? Zhao Feng's expression darkened. The corrosive poison is too domineering. The Ice Soul Lock's spirit array and the cold air of the cold pool can only barely suppress its spread, but cannot eradicate it. The Elder's breath is getting weaker and weaker. Take me to the cold pool, Lu Tian said decisively. The primordial power might be able to save the Elder. Chapter 87, Cold Pool Detoxification, The Secret of Primordial Power. The cold pool is located in the forbidden area of the Academy's back mountain, surrounded by cold air year-round. The water is icy and bone-chilling, effective for practicing ice-type techniques and suppressing fire toxins and sinister poisons. At this moment, at the edge of the cold pool, several elders from the enforcement hall wore serious expressions, exerting their full strength to maintain the Ice Soul Lock spirit array. In the center of the array, Elder Lung sat cross-legged on a piece of cold jade, his bare upper body covered with a thin layer of ice. However, beneath the ice, the gray-black corrosive spirit energy at the left shoulder wound still wriggled like a living creature, constantly impacting the ice layer and the cold ice chains formed by the array. Threads of sinister cold air spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to seem to drop a few degrees. Elder Lung's face was ashen, his breath weak like a candle in the wind, and his body occasionally trembled violently, clearly enduring inhuman pain, forcibly interrupting the suppression to resist Wang Meng. Coupled with the invasion of this corrosive poison, had nearly exhausted the life force of this martial master. Lu Tian and Zhao Feng hurried over, and upon seeing Lu Tian, everyone's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. They had already understood from the earth-shaking roars from the Pharmacy Institute and the subsequent silence that Lu Tian had resolved the crisis. Lu Tian, hurry. Elder. An elder with white hair urged anxiously. Lu Tian nodded, signaling everyone to stabilize the array. He approached Elder Long, feeling up close that the corrosive spirit energy was even more potent and seemed to have an invasive effect on the mind. Gaga, help me, Lu Tian silently thought, while sitting cross-legged opposite Elder Long, taking a deep breath as the primordial heart in his consciousness slowly rotated, emitting a gentle and resilient glow. Gaga jumped onto Lu Tian's shoulder, its silver-purple light swirling, not only locking onto the core of the corrosive spirit energy, but also beginning to analyze its invasive path and its entanglement with Elder Lung's own life force, providing Lu Tian with the most precise internal guidance. Lu Tian extended both hands, pressing his palms above the wound on Elder Lung's left shoulder. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire mind into his consciousness, fully communicating with the primordial heart. This time, he was no longer passively activating it, but was attempting to actively guide and control that purifying power. Buzz. A faint glow flowed from Lu Tian's palms, gentler and more refined than when he purified the monster before, like a trickling stream, cautiously probing into Elder Lung's wound. Zzz. The faint glow met the black corrosive gas again, and a violent reaction instantly erupted. The black gas, like an enraged poisonous snake, counterattacked wildly, biting and trying to devour this invading purifying power. Elder Lung's body trembled violently, and an expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. "Stabilize the array," Zhao Feng shouted, and several elders immediately increased their output of yuan power, causing the cold ice chains to tighten suddenly, firmly suppressing the turmoil of the corrosive spirit energy. Lu Tian's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and waves of sharp pain surged in his consciousness. Controlling the primordial power for such a precise, surgical-like purification consumed far more mental strength than fighting. He focused his mind, relying on the internal view provided by Gaga, precisely controlling the faint glow, avoiding areas too deeply entangled with Elder Lung's own life force, like the most delicate scalpel, gradually peeling away, wrapping, and purifying the most core and active source of the corrosive spirit. This was an extremely slow and perilous process. Lu Tian was fully concentrated, his mental strength taut like a drawn bowstring. Wherever the faint glow passed, the black corrosive gas was gradually dissolved and dispersed, turning into blue smoke. But Elder Lung's life force continued to be consumed due to the clash of the two powers. Time passed slowly. The cold pool was silent. Only the faint sizzling sound of the corrosive spirit energy being purified and the heavy breaths of everyone could be heard. Lu Tian's face grew paler, his body slightly trembling. Yet his hands pressed against Elder Lung's shoulder remained steady as a rock. After an unknown period, when the last stubborn piece of the corrosive spirit source, which had been lingering near the heart vein, was finally wrapped and completely purified by the faint glow. Puff! Elder Lung suddenly spat out a large mouthful of thick, foul-smelling black blood. As this black blood was expelled, the gray-black color at his left shoulder wound rapidly faded at a visible rate. Although the wound remained gruesome, the sinister, bone-corroding death energy had vanished. A faint trace of blood color finally appeared on Elder Lung's ashen face, and while his breathing was still weak, it became much steadier and longer. It worked. Lu Tian felt a great sense of relief, his vision darkening as his body swayed, nearly collapsing. Gaga quickly used its small claws to support him, conveying a wave of worried mental energy. The excessive consumption of mental strength and heart strength had left him nearly exhausted. Lu Tian, Zhao Feng hurried forward to support him. The several elders from the enforcement hall looked at Elder Lung's obviously improved breath, and then at the exhausted yet bright-eyed Lu Tian, their eyes filled with shock, gratitude, and an indescribable complicated emotion. This young man not only had astonishing combat power, but also possessed such a mysterious and miraculous ability to detoxify. At that moment, a disciple from the enforcement hall rushed over, his face serious as he handed Zhao Feng a bloodstained secret letter. "Brother Zhao?" This was found on Li Kuan. Furthermore, he committed suicide by poison when the guards were not paying attention. Chapter 88. The Secret Letter's Shock, Shadows Appear. Li Kuan's suicide was like a huge stone thrown into a recently calmed lake. Lu Tian forced himself to stay alert, and he, along with Zhao Feng and the others, immediately examined the bloodstained secret letter. The letter was made of a special material, neither paper nor silk, with several lines of twisted, bizarre characters written in a dark red, slightly smelly pigment. It was not the common language of the Tianjin continent, but a cipher used internally by the shadow serpent. In the corner of the letter was a blurred, snake-shaped mark that seemed to be composed of shadows. "This is the cipher and mark of the shadow serpent," an elder with extensive experience said solemnly, his face grim. "The content requires special decryption, but Li Kuan carried it with him and committed suicide at the last moment. This item is absolutely significant. Immediately seal the information. Keep Li Kuan's body and the secret letter under strict guard, and summon the Academy's most proficient elder in ciphers and corrosive spirit energy," Zhao Feng decisively ordered. The insider of the Shadow Serpent turned out to be a senior mentor. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly cause greater panic and a crisis of trust within the Academy. More critically, what does the secret letter point to? Lu Tian looked at the blurred snake-shaped mark and recalled Li Kuan's unfinished words about the will of the Shadow Serpent enduring, feeling an even stronger sense of unease in his heart. The Shadow Serpent's infiltration into the Academy likely exceeded imagination. Their cooperation with the Wang family this time was certainly not just to save a few captives or create chaos. That secret letter could very well reveal a deeper purpose. In the room, Lu Tian sat cross-legged, swallowing pills and silently operating his techniques to recover. In his consciousness, the primordial heart slowly rotated, emitting a gentle glow that nourished his overly consumed mental strength. Compared to purifying the corrosive spirit monster and treating Elder Lung, the primordial heart seemed to have undergone a very subtle change at this moment. As if after experiencing tempering, its glow had solidified slightly. "Master, how do you feel?" Gaga asked with concern, resting beside him, its small paw on his wrist, transmitting warm mental energy. "It's okay, the consumption is great. But the primordial heart seems to be self-repairing and growing." Lu Tian sensed the changes in his consciousness, pondering thoughtfully. Moreover, This time, purifying Elder Lung's corrosive poison seemed to require more precise control of the primordial power than when purifying the monster, as if it was also learning and adapting. This discovery stirred something in his heart. The secret of the black stone, primordial heart, was far deeper than he had imagined. Yes, I also feel that the connection between the master's mental fluctuations and the primordial power has become closer. Gaga nodded. At this moment, a respectful announcement came from outside the door. Senior Brother Lu Tian, Senior Brother Zhao Feng, and several elders request your presence in the council chamber for an important matter. Lu Tian opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. Resting was merely a facade. The true storm was just beginning. In the Academy's council chamber, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if water could drip from it. The main seat was temporarily vacant. The dean had been traveling for years, and several deeply powerful, pallid-faced elders sat below, including Zhao Feng. Lu Tian, as the greatest contributor and key figure in this rebellion suppression, was also invited to take a front-row seat. The confidential letter had been deciphered by Elder Gu. A withered-looking, hawk-eyed elder, Elder Gu, spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, delivering shocking content. He scanned the crowd, articulating every word. The action of the shadow serpent this time is codenamed Heart Erosion. Its primary objective is not to save people, nor merely to create chaos. Their target is the Academy's treasure, the sealed location of the Ice Soul Heart. What? The Ice Soul Heart? The council chamber erupted in an uproar. Even several elders turned pale. Lu Tian's pupils constricted. The Ice Soul Heart. He had seen sporadic mentions of it in the Academy's texts, said to be a fragment of an ancient divine object containing the ultimate Ice Soul power, sealed deep within the Academy's forbidden grounds. This object harbored terrifying ice origins, but was also extremely dangerous. If it went out of control, it could freeze thousands of miles. The Academy's ability to establish itself here and maintain a unique ice cultivation environment largely depended on the sealing and utilization of the Ice Soul Heart. The chamber fell into a deathly silence. Everyone felt a chill rising from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. The Shadow Serpent was indeed so malicious. Not only did they want to overthrow the Academy, but they also aimed to completely destroy it. Why would the Shadow Serpent want to destroy the Ice Soul Heart? What benefit would it bring them? An elder asked tremblingly. Based on the sporadic mentions in the confidential letter and our speculation, another elder skilled in intelligence analysis interjected. It seems the Shadow Serpent is collecting fragments of divine objects that contain powerful origin forces. The Ice Soul Heart, with its ultimate ice origin, is one of their targets. Destroying the seal may be to facilitate their acquisition, or perhaps they have other ways to seize this power amidst the chaos. Additionally, Zhao Feng stood up, his expression grave as he added, "We have thoroughly investigated Li Kuan's background. This person has been in the Academy for over 20 years, his origin is clean, and he has always performed unremarkably. However, upon further investigation, we found that his ancestral Zhao family branch in Haiyang City had a fierce internal conflict with the main family 20 years ago, which nearly led to their extermination. The attack was carried out by the Zhao family's direct descendants, under the personal orders of the current matriarch, Zhao. The Zhao family. The Zhao? These two words exploded in Lu Tian's mind like thunder. The Zhao family in Haiyang City. The maternal family of Lu Tian's mother. The prime suspect in his mother's death. A chilling killing intent surged up from the depths of Lu Tian's heart. The hand resting on his knee quietly clenched. Could it be that the Shadow Serpent was colluding with the Zhao family, or even with that Zhao? Chapter 89. Clouds of Suspicion. Zhao Feng's question. In the council chamber, Zhao Feng's words were like water droplets splashing into hot oil, instantly provoking a more intense reaction. The Zhao family in Haiyang City? The Zhao? Had the Shadow Serpent's tentacles already reached into the aristocratic families of Haiyang City? Zhao Feng, this matter is serious. Do you have solid evidence? An elder with white hair and a dignified face asked in a deep voice, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring directly at Zhao Feng. The Academy faced such a great calamity. No clue could be overlooked, but accusing a major family in the main city also required solid proof. Lu family? Elder Li's gaze turned to Lu Tian, filled with scrutiny. Lu Tian, you hail from the Lu family in Haiyang. How much do you know about the Zhao family and the matriarch Zhao? Have you discovered any traces of their collusion with the Shadow Serpent? All eyes suddenly focused on Lu Tian. This young genius, who had just made great contributions, was now embroiled in the storm of suspicion surrounding his family. Lu Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling, killing intent and complex emotions within him. He knew he had to remain calm at this moment. He stood up, meeting Elder Li's and everyone else's gaze with composure. Low murmurs arose in the council chamber. It turned out that Lu Tian had such an experience in his family. He did not directly accuse the Zhao of being the Shadow Serpent, but the finger was clearly pointed at the Zhao family and the pivotal link, the matriarch Zhao. This speculation was reasonable, and the logical chain was clear. Elder Li's eyes sparkled with insight, and after pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "Though Lu Tian's words are speculative, combined with the existing clues, the Zhao family's suspicion is significant. Although the Shadow Serpent's heart erosion plan has not completely succeeded, it has exposed their covetousness for our Academy's treasure, and their threat far exceeds our previous estimates. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." He looked at Zhao Feng and Lu Tian. "Zhao Feng, you are meticulous and familiar with law enforcement matters. Lead the effort, assemble a capable team, and establish a special task force to thoroughly investigate all of Li Kuan's social connections, trace the source of the confidential letter, and focus on the Zhao family in Haiyang City. At the same time, strengthen the internal investigation within the Academy to root out all possible Shadow Serpent infiltrators." "Disciples obey," Zhao Feng replied solemnly. Lu Tian. Elder Li's gaze fell on Lu Tian, filled with a hint of appreciation and seriousness. "You have achieved an unprecedented feat this time, saving the elders and averting a crisis, and you possess the extraordinary ability to purify the heart erosion power, thereby benefiting the Academy immensely. However, your background is special, and you have enmity with the Zhao family. This investigation may implicate the Lu family. The Academy will fully support you, but we hope you prioritize the overall situation and act cautiously. The urgent matter is for you to regain your strength as soon as possible. Although the seal of the Eye-Soul Heart has not been broken, it is now under the Shadow Serpent's watch, and there may be changes in the future. Your original power will be crucial." "I understand." Lu Tian respectfully bowed. He sensed the deeper meaning in Elder Li's words. The Academy would be his backing against the Zhao family and the Shadow Serpent, but they also hoped he would not act impulsively due to personal grievances. At the same time, the Shadow Serpent's covetousness for the Eye-Soul Heart would not cease. He had to become stronger. Meeting adjourned. Today's matter is classified as the Academy's top secret and must not be leaked. Elder Li decisively concluded. Everyone rose and left. The atmosphere still heavy. Lu Tian and Zhao Feng walked at the back. "Junior brother Lu," Zhao Feng suddenly spoke in a low voice. His sharp gaze fixed on Lu Tian. "There is something that has puzzled me, and I am unsure if I should ask. Senior brother Zhao, please go ahead. Your original power, that miraculous ability to purify the heart erosion power, where does it come from?" Zhao Feng's gaze seemed to penetrate Lu Tian's eyes. This power was extraordinary, unheard of, yet precisely the nemesis of the heart erosion power. Was this merely a coincidence? Lu Tian's heart tightened. Zhao Feng was indeed perceptive. This question pointed directly to his greatest secret, the Black Stone, original heart. Chapter 90. The path home is set the doubt of original power. Zhao Feng's question was like a cold needle piercing through the temporary calm. Lu Tian met his gaze, thoughts racing in his mind. Zhao Feng was a core member of the Law Enforcement Hall, meticulous and loyal to the Academy, but the secret of the original heart, Black Stone, was too shocking. Involving his mother's relic, his own traversal, and possible ancient secrets, it could not be easily revealed. "Senior brother Zhao," Lu Tian replied calmly, his expression serene but with just the right touch of confusion. "To be honest, I am not entirely clear about its origin either. This power seems to be born alongside my soul, awakening gradually with the growth of my mental strength. When my family was in distress, on the verge of extinction, it passively protected my heart pulse. It was only during this encounter with the heart erosion power that I truly sensed and attempted to guide it, discovering its purifying effect. Why it can restrain the heart erosion power is something I am still exploring." His words were half true and half false. The awakening alongside his soul was true. The protection in a near-death situation was true, and his exploration was true, but he deliberately omitted key information regarding the Black Stone's physical form and his mother's relic. Attributing the power to the mysterious soul companion was currently the most prudent explanation. Zhao Feng looked deeply at Lu Tian, as if trying to find a crack in his expression. Lu Tian's eyes were clear and sincere, and his confusion appeared entirely natural. For a long time, Zhao Feng's sharp gaze softened slightly as he nodded. "Soul companions, in the vastness of heaven and earth, there is nothing strange. Junior brother Lu is blessed, and this is a fortune for the Academy. However, this power is too extraordinary. Once it is known by the Shadow Serpent or certain powerful forces with ulterior motives, it may bring endless calamity. Junior brother must be cautious. Do not reveal it to those who are not absolutely trusted." He paused, his tone turning sincere. "Senior brother is not coveting your power, but as an enforcer, I must ask due to my responsibilities. I hope junior brother understands." "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Lu Tian will keep it in mind," Lu Tian said gratefully. He could feel that Zhao Feng's words were filled with genuine kindness and warning. After leaving the conference hall, Lu Tian's mood did not lighten. Zhao Feng's concerns rang alarm bells in his mind. The risk of exposing the original power was growing, and the Zhao family in Haiyang City, along with the Shadow Serpent's shadow, loomed like a massive dark cloud. Although the Academy was temporarily safe, it was not a place to stay for long. Elder Lee's words also pointed out that the shadow serpent's covetousness for the ice heart would not stop. Staying here would only attract greater dangers. Returning to his residence, Lu Tian looked out at the night sky with unwavering determination. Gaga, Yin Gang, he called softly. A silver-purple light flashed, and Gaga appeared on his shoulder. The ground trembled slightly as the sturdy rock-armored bear, Yin Gang, emerged from the contract space, letting out a low growl and rubbing against Lu Tian's hand. Gaga's eyes sparkled with silver-purple light, conveying determination and killing intent. Squeak. Wherever the master goes, Gaga goes. Tear apart those bad guys. Yin Gang also growled, nudging Lu Tian with its large head to show its willingness to follow. He sat cross-legged and took out a precious recovery elixir, the spirit-nourishing pill, specially granted by Elder Lee, and swallowed it. Gaga, Yin Gang, for the next few days, focus on your training. Gaga, you have a strong spatial talent. Try to comprehend more exquisite techniques of confinement and traversal. Yin Gang, your defense is fundamental. Continue to refine your immovable rock-armored body and strive to advance to the intermediate second stage as soon as possible. As for me, Lu Tian closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the sea of knowledge, connecting with the slowly rotating, glowing original heart. I want to fully master you, to excavate all your potential. Original heart. Blackstone Mother, please guide me. A gentle and resilient glow emanated from Lu Tian, enveloping him and his two contracted beasts. The room fell into a silent state of cultivation. Resting was to return stronger, to embark on the path of vengeance and unleash a storm. Chapter 91. Breaking through the spirit nourishment, the Blackstone stirred. The spirit-nourishing pill melted instantly, transforming into a force akin to a clear and sweet spring, rushing into Lu Tian's sea of knowledge. This power was pure and gentle, far beyond an ordinary recovery pill, instantly soothing Lu Tian's mental fatigue and pain, nurturing his parched sea of knowledge like spring rain. In the sea of knowledge, the original heart seemed to sense this nourishment, its rotating speed subtly quickening, and the emitted glow becoming brighter and more refined. Lu Tian felt that his connection with the original heart was unprecedentedly close. He tried to actively guide that glow, no longer in the rough manner of calling upon it during battles or detoxification, but as naturally as breathing, allowing it to flow in the sea of knowledge, nurturing his mental strength. Time quietly passed during this deep cultivation. 1 day, 2 days. Lu Tian immersed himself in profound training. His mental strength, under the dual nourishment of the spirit-nourishing pill and the original heart, not only fully recovered, but also became more resilient and refined, like repeatedly tempered fine iron. His perception range continuously expanded, and his sensitivity to subtle energy fluctuations grew sharper. He could even see the flow paths of the demon power within Gaga and Yin Gang, as well as the pulsation of their core demon nuclei. On the third night, in Lu Tian's sea of knowledge, the originally calm, flowing original power suddenly began to oscillate violently, without warning. It was as if a giant stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake. A strong, desire-filled intent surged from the depths of the original heart. Lu Tian abruptly woke from his deep meditation, his heart filled with confusion. What happened? Lu Tian immediately focused his senses. Sure enough, under the guidance of the original heart's violent fluctuations, his mental strength seemed to extend infinitely. Vaguely perceiving that in the extremely distant northeastern direction, far beyond the range of Haiyang City, something was emitting a vast, ancient, and vibrant pure energy fluctuation. This fluctuation resonated strongly with the glow of the original heart. What was that? Lu Tian's heart trembled. The original heart had expressed an active desire for some external object for the first time. This distant existence must have a deep connection with the original heart. Was it another fragment? A source divine object? Or was it related to his mother's origins? Just then, the intent conveyed by the original heart suddenly changed. In addition to desire, it now carried an extremely strong, almost instinctual, sense of vigilance and rejection. Buzz. The glow of the original heart surged. An invisible, resilient barrier instantly formed within Lu Tian's sea of knowledge, firmly locking away his mental aura and the fluctuations of original power, cutting off contact with the outside world. It was as if it was avoiding the probing of some terrifying existence. Almost simultaneously, boom, an indescribable, terrifying will, seemingly from the depths of the Nine Nether, swept over Lu Tian's area like an invisible storm, carrying the chill of extinction, silence, and greed. This will was vast and boundless, cold and merciless, as if a god was looking down upon ants, and its target was precisely the original heart, which had just vibrated violently due to desire in Lu Tian's sea of knowledge. Lu Tian felt as if he had been struck hard. His blood seemed to freeze instantly. A violent shudder and pain surged from the depths of his soul. In the face of this will, he felt as small as dust. Had it not been for the original heart's prior construction of that incredibly resilient mental barrier, perfectly hiding all of his aura, he had no doubt that he would have been crushed and devoured by this will in an instant. Lu Tian groaned. A trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Master! Roar! Gaga and Yin Gang also sensed the terrifying will that swept by, their fur standing on end. Yin Gang instinctively gathered its thick rocky armor to protect Lu Tian. That terrifying will swept past without stopping, seemingly not having found its target, retreating with a hint of confusion and unwillingness, like a tide disappearing into the endless void. As if it had never appeared. In the room, there was a dead silence. Only Lu Tian's heavy breathing and the pounding of his heart echoed. After a long while, Lu Tian finally felt the suffocating pressure dissipate. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and in the sea of knowledge, the original heart had returned to calm, the glow retracting, but the resilient mental barrier remained. What was that just now? Lu Tian's voice was hoarse and still filled with fear. Squeak, I don't know. It was so terrifying, 1,000 times scarier than the erosion spirit monsters. It felt like it wanted to devour everything. Gaga's voice trembled, conveying fear. Yin Gang also growled, expressing its unease. Lu Tian looked at the now calm original heart in his sea of knowledge, and a storm surged in his heart. That terrifying will had a clear target. The original heart. Was it its enemy? Or was it an existence coveting it? The original heart had given an early warning and perfectly hidden itself, indicating it possessed extremely high spirituality and was aware of that terrifying will's existence. The existence in the northeastern direction that triggered the original heart's desire. The sweep of that terrifying will. The original heart's instinctual hiding. The mysteries left by his mother. It seemed that our journey home was more dangerous than expected. Lu Tian's eyes did not show fear. Instead, they ignited with a more intense flame. No matter what existence dared to covet the original heart or associate with the shadow serpent, they were all my enemies. Gaga. Yin Gang, prepare yourselves. We will bid farewell to the Academy tomorrow. Chapter 92. Farewell to the Academy. Gifts and promises. The next morning, Lu Tian's state had recovered significantly. Although the tempering of his mental strength was interrupted by last night's incident, the effect of the spirit-nurturing pill still lingered. Coupled with the stability of the primordial heart's barrier, he felt that his sea of consciousness was clearer and more resilient. He brought Gaja and Yingan to the entrance of Elder Li's secluded cold jade cave to seek an audience. Inside the cave, a chilling aura pervaded. An elderly sat cross-legged on a piece of millennium-old cold jade, his breath calm and deep. He was evidently aware of the terrifying will that swept across the academy last night, although ordinary disciples could not perceive it. Those at the level of the supreme elders had sensed it. Upon seeing Lu Tian approach, a flicker of understanding and deep worry flashed in his eyes. Disciple Lu Tian pays respects to Elder Li. Lu Tian bowed respectfully. No need for excessive courtesy. Have you made your decision? Elder Li got straight to the point. His gaze fixed on Lu Tian as if trying to see through him. Elder Li paused for a moment and sighed. Your thoughts are clear, and what you say makes sense. The will from last night was vast and unfathomable, carrying extreme malice. Although the academy has some foundation, being caught in such a vortex could lead to disaster, leaving maybe a better choice for both the academy and yourself. He then took out a token that was neither gold nor jade, intricately engraved with complex ice crystal patterns, and handed it to Lu Tian. This is the Cold Jade Order. With this order, you can mobilize manpower and intelligence resources from some of the Academy's secret bases across the continent. It may assist you in critical moments. Additionally, I have ordered someone to compile the core document copies from the Academy's library regarding Haiyang City, the Zhao family, the Lu family, as well as the continent's strange phenomena and the research on the devouring spirit power. Zhao Feng will deliver them to you shortly. Elder, I'm deeply moved. Lu Tian said in his heart. This Cold Jade Order and the intelligence documents are invaluable. No need to decline. Elder Li waved his hand. You have contributed to the academy, and this is only right. After Elder Lung woke up, he also entrusted me to pass this to you. He then took out a small cold jade bottle, its body engraved with mysterious runes, isolating the powerful energy fluctuations within. This is a replica of the 9-transforming resurrection pill. Although it cannot bring the dead back to life, it is remarkably effective for healing severe injuries and prolonging life. Elder Lung appreciates your life-saving grace and hopes you will use it wisely. A replica of the 9-transforming resurrection pill. This is definitely a treasure for preserving life. Lu Tian solemnly accepted it. Please thank Elder Lung on behalf of your disciple. This grace, Lu Tian will remember. Go. Elder Li's gaze was distant. The situation in Haiyang City is perilous, with treacherous shadows and the Zhao family's great power. Remember, as long as you are alive, there is hope. If things become unmanageable, The Academy's doors will always be open to you. The disciple understands. Thank you for your generous gifts, Elder. This disciple takes his leave. Lu Tian deeply bowed, carefully storing the cold jade order and the cold jade bottle, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. The Academy had given him his initial protection and opportunities for growth, and this moment's gifts represented a heavy bond of friendship. Leaving the cold jade cave, Zhao Feng was already waiting outside, holding a sealed storage bag. Thank you, Senior Brother Zhao. I also entrust you with matters regarding the Academy. Lu Tian clasped his fists. Don't worry. Take care. Zhao Feng patted Lu Tian's shoulder firmly. The target was Haiyang City. Chapter 93, Journey of Training Yang'an's Advancement. After leaving the territory of Tianlan Academy, Lu Tian did not choose the fastest route directly to Haiyang City, but deliberately took a detour, entering a perilous area known as the Black Wind Mountain Range. The journey home was also a training opportunity. He needed Gaja and Yinggan to further hone their skills in actual combat, and he also needed to familiarize himself with and explore the new abilities of the primordial heart. More importantly, the terrifying will's sweep and the sensing of the mysterious presence in the northeast made him realize the urgency of enhancing his strength. The Black Wind Mountain Range was a hell for mercenaries and adventurers, filled with ferocious beasts and toxic miasma, but it also served as a testing ground for the strong. Roar, a fierce beast, covered in black scales, with a single horn on its head and exposed fangs, a second-tier intermediate iron-armored rhino, was charging toward Lu Tian with a roar. Its massive body moved like a small hill, creating a terrifying momentum. Yinggan, block it head-on, Lu Tian calmly ordered. Roar, leave it to me. Yinggan let out a low growl, its limbs firmly grounded, and a yellow light instantly enveloped its body. The already thick rock armor solidified further and expanded. It did not dodge but charged forward like the most solid barrier, colliding fiercely with the iron-armored rhino's charge. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed. The shockwave rolled, and dust flew. Yang'an's massive body was pushed back several meters, carving deep trenches in the ground. Yet, its rock armor glowed and held firm against the violent impact, not retreating an inch. Instead, the iron-armored rhino was left dazed by the recoil, its charge abruptly halted. Good. Yang'an's defense is indeed formidable, Lu Tian praised. Yang'an's defensive power was absolutely top-notch among beasts of the same rank. Gaja, tear through space. Lu Tian's command changed again. Squeak. Gaja's eyes flashed with silver-purple light, and her petite figure instantly vanished. The next moment, she appeared at the relatively weak side of the iron-armored rhino's neck. Her little claws glimmered with sharp silver light, fiercely slashing at the gaps in its scales. Sizzle. A deep wound, visible to the bone, appeared. The tearing force of space ignored most physical defenses. Roar. The iron-armored rhino howled in pain, wildly shaking its head, its thick tail sweeping toward Gaja like a steel whip. Gaja's movements were incredibly agile, executing a short-range space flicker to easily evade. Reappearing in the blind spot of the iron-armored rhino's defenses, striking out with her claws. Lu Tian, meanwhile, was on the side, not directly engaging. He concentrated his mental strength, communicating with the primordial heart in his sea of consciousness. A faint glow flickered in his palm. He was trying a new application, life perception. With the guidance of the primordial power, Lu Tian's vision changed. In his eyes, the iron-armored rhino was no longer just a flesh-and-blood creature, but a sphere of vibrant, yet violent life force. He could clearly see the paths of its demonic energy surging within, the strong pulsation of the demon core in its heart, and even, deep within the wound that Gaja had torn, a source of earthy demonic energy was gathering, attempting to heal the injury. Buzz. An invisible shockwave spread along the ground, causing the iron-armored rhino to stumble. Lu Tian moved. He did not use the Ice Soul Star Burst, nor did he purify with primordial power, but instead, he pushed the life perception of the primordial power to its limits, his body like lightning, instantly penetrating the iron-armored rhino's defensive gap, gathering all his strength into a fist wrapped in a thin layer of primordial ghostly light, not purification, but enhancing penetration and perception, and struck fiercely at the heart of the iron-armored rhino, at a pivotal point where the life force flowed. Bang! A muffled sound. The massive body of the iron-armored rhino suddenly stiffened. The violent life force sphere within it was as if its lifeline had been grasped, instantly dimming and becoming chaotic. That punch infused with primordial power not only had a tremendous physical impact, but also directly interfered with the operation of its life core. Roar. The iron-armored rhino let out a reluctant mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, life quickly fading from its eyes. Success. Lu Tian's eyes lit up with joy. By using the life perception of the primordial power to identify weaknesses and coordinating with his contracted beast for precise strikes, he achieved a one-hit kill. This was far more efficient than relying solely on brute force or the Ice Soul Starburst, and it consumed much less energy. In the following days, Lu Tian, along with Gaja and Yingan, continuously sought out powerful beasts for real combat in the Black Wind mountain range. He no longer easily used the purification of primordial power, but focused on training his life perception ability, discerning the flow of life energy and core weaknesses in demonic beasts while directing Gaja and Yingan for intricate cooperation. At the same time, he also continually attempted to guide the primordial power to nourish his meridians, temper his physique, and the power of the Ice Soul Star burst steadily increased. On a dusk half a month later, roar! A deafening roar filled with power echoed through the mountains. Yingan was enveloped in a rich yellow light, its size larger than before, and its rock armor thicker and more ancient, even glimmering with a metallic sheen at the edges. A powerful aura, far surpassing before, erupted from it. Second tier intermediate. After experiencing multiple battles with powerful earth-type demonic beasts and devouring their core essences, Yingan finally succeeded in advancing. Good. Yingan. Lu Tian looked joyfully at his powerful partner. Yin Gang had advanced, significantly increasing his defense, and would become a more solid support for the team. Jia Jia also excitedly flew around Yin Gang, the fluctuations of spatial power indicating that she had also gained a lot. Lu Tian felt the surging power within himself and the deepening bond with his contract beast, looking towards the direction of Haiyang City with eyes sharp as a knife's edge. After a day's rest and replenishing supplies, they would set off at full speed tomorrow, with the goal of Haiyang City. Chapter 94, The Old City in Sight. Underlying currents have arrived. After 10 days of rushing, the majestic outline of Haiyang City finally appeared on the horizon. The familiar enormous gray-blue city walls, the towering city gates, and the flags of the 4 prominent families, Lu, Zhao, Li, and Zhou, fluttering atop the walls. Everything seemed much the same as when Lu Tian had left, but in the air, there was a sense of oppression, as if a mountain rain were about to arrive. Lu Tian did not enter the city directly. He stopped on a secluded hillside outside the city, changing into an inconspicuous gray cloak that covered most of his face. Jia Jia concealed her presence, curling up on his shoulder like an ordinary little ferret. Yin Gang was stored in the contract space. At this moment, he needed to be low-key. Jia Jia, check the area near the city gate, especially in the direction of the Lu and Zhao families, for any unusual energy fluctuations or hidden sentries, Lu Tian whispered. Understood. Jia Jia's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible silver-purple light, and her invisible spatial perception spread out like ripples in water, instantly covering the city gate area and several main streets near the city walls. After a moment, Jia Jia's voice echoed in Lu Tian's sea of consciousness. Master, the guards at the city gate are more stringent than before, with many unfamiliar faces. Their auras are fierce, and their gaze is sharp, unlike ordinary city guards. They seem more like elite family mercenaries. Among them, the most are from the Lu and Zhao families. They seem to be inspecting something, especially young martial artists, with particularly thorough checks. Additionally, near the Lu family's main gate and outside a side courtyard of the Zhao family, there are very subtle psychic energy fluctuations, like hidden sentries. Can you sense the presence of powerful individuals within the city? Lu Tian asked again. There are several strong auras at the city center, likely the heads of the 4 families and the city lord's mansion's experts. Within the Lu family, there is a cold and bloody aura, emanating from the main Lady Zhao's courtyard, weaker than Lu Zhinshan, but it feels very dangerous. There are also several unfamiliar auras of martial artists with a sinister presence, scattered in various corners of the city, not like members of the 4 families, but somewhat reminiscent of the shadow serpent's devouring spirit power, albeit very faint and well hidden. Jia Jia's voice carried a hint of gravity. A cold and bloody aura in Zhao's courtyard? Unfamiliar sinister martial artists? The shadow serpent's people have indeed infiltrated. Moreover, there seems to be a presence of suspected experts around Zhao's family. This further confirms the collusion between the Zhao family and the shadow serpent. The situation is more severe than expected. Haiyang City has become a den of dragons and tigers. At the city gate, the inspection was indeed strict. Several elite martial artists dressed in Lu and Zhao family attire scanned every entrant like hawks. Stop. Take off your cloak. A Zhao family martial artist blocked Lu Tian, his tone unfriendly. Lu Tian slowly raised his head, revealing a slightly ordinary, travel-worn young face beneath the cloak's shadow. He had made slight adjustments to his appearance using the original power. His gaze was calm. What can I do for you, brothers? What's your name? Where are you from? What brings you to the city? The Zhao family martial artist interrogated, his eyes scanning Lu Tian's face and Jia Jia on his shoulder. My name is Shi San. I come from Haishi Town in the north, entering the city to seek relatives and find work. Lu Tian spoke in a slightly rural dialect of Haiyang, appearing humble. Haishi Town. The Zhao family martial artist frowned, seemingly unfamiliar with the place, then glanced at Jia. Is this little beast yours? Yes, I found this wild ferret in the mountains. Looks clever, keeping it for amusement. Lu Tian smiled obsequiously. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Lu Tian nodded and bowed, appearing honest and simple, quickly walking into the city gate. Stepping into the familiar streets of Haiyang City, the bustling sounds enveloped him. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth under the cloak curling into a cold arc. Zhao family. Lu Yang, Zhao family, and those shadow serpent scum, your end has begun. Chapter 95, Shadows of the Old Place, Initial Exploration of the Lu Residence. Haiyang City was still prosperous, with shops lining the streets and crowds bustling. But Lu Tian keenly sensed an unsettling undercurrent beneath this prosperity. The patrols of city guards on the streets had noticeably increased, and their expressions were vigilant. In some tea houses and taverns, there were also more unfamiliar faces with fierce auras and flickering eyes, whispering to each other about something. Lu Tian did not go to an inn or seek out the so-called relatives. He wandered aimlessly through the streets like a true wayward son returning home. But his mental focus was highly concentrated. Through Jia's spatial perception, it was as if he had invisible antennae quietly probing everything around him. Master, at 3 o'clock. That candied hawthorn vendor has an unstable aura. His gaze is wandering, and there are thick calluses on the tiger mouth of his right hand. He's a knife practitioner. Observing the city guard's shifts. To the left, on the second floor of the tea house by the window. That chubby man in a silk shirt drinking tea has a feminine aura, and there's a faint medicinal smell on him. Somewhat similar to the residual spirit energy on Li Kuan, very faint, but it can't escape my nose. In the direction of the Lu family. The cold and bloody aura is still in the Zhao family's courtyard, unmoved. Lu Zhenshan's aura is in the main hall, seemingly receiving guests. The aura is very unfamiliar and strong, with a kind of burning sensation. One piece of information after another flowed into Lu Tian's mind through the soul link, sketching out the undercurrents beneath the surface of Haiyang City. The shadow serpent spies were indeed everywhere. Inside the Lu family, there were mysterious experts near Zhao's family. And who was the strong figure with the burning aura that Lu Zhenshan was receiving? As night fell and the lights began to shine, Lu Tian arrived at the main street where the Lu family residence was located, standing in an inconspicuous shadowy corner. The tall vermilion gates, the imposing stone lions, the familiar plaque. This had once been his home, but also his cage and the place where his nightmare began. He did not approach recklessly. There were more visible and hidden sentries around the residence than during the day. Jia's spatial perception even detected faint energy fluctuations from several cleverly arranged warning formations. Just then, a side door of the Lu residence quietly opened. An old man in Lu family servant attire, stooped and carrying a bucket, staggered out. He kept his head down, seemingly just taking out the trash. Lu Tian's gaze suddenly sharpened. Fubo, the old servant from the Lu family's kitchen. A taciturn man who had worked in the Lu family for decades. More importantly, he was one of the few who had shown kindness to Lu Tian and his mother back then. Before Lu Tian's mother passed away, she had secretly given Fu Bo a pouch, instructing him to give it to Lu Tian when he came of age. Later, when Lu Tian was framed and expelled, he had never received it. Fu Bo seemed unaware of Lu Tian in the shadows. He walked to the corner where the bucket was placed and slowly began to tidy up. Just as he bent down, in the dim light, Lu Tian clearly saw his calloused hand discreetly drawing an inconspicuous symbol on the ground, a twisted mark that looked like a snake or a vine. This mark made Lu Tian's pupils constrict. He recognized it. He had seen a similar pattern in the pages of a tattered notebook left by his mother. His mother's expression at the time was incredibly complex, filled with nostalgia, sadness, and even a hint of fear. Fu Bo, does he know this mark? Is he signaling someone? Or is he waiting for someone? Lu Tian's heart raced violently. The mystery of his mother's origins seemed to have unexpected clues appearing here. Lu Tian stood in the shadows, his eyes under the cloak shining like stars in the dark night, glinting with sharp brilliance. Jia, lock onto Fu Bo's aura and activity patterns. Yin Gang, be ready to assist at any moment. The night is still long. The undercurrents of Haiyang City are finally starting to surge with Lu Tian's return. Chapter 96, Secrets of the Cellar, Shadows of Qingzhou. In the kitchen area of the Lu residence, shrouded in night mist, the air was thick with smoke and the stench of decay. Lu Tian moved like a shadowy leopard, guided by Jia's precise spatial perception. Avoiding patrolling servants and several concealed energy fluctuations, low-level alert arrays, quietly approaching the low brick house next to a large bucket of waste. Inside, a flickering oil lamp illuminated Uncle Fu's hunched and pained figure. He curled up on a straw mat in the corner, his waxy yellow face showing an abnormal flush. Breathing rapidly and weakly, every cough racking his entire body as if he were about to cough up his lungs. The silent probing of the life sense from the source of primordial power made Lu Tian's heart sink. High fever, severe internal injuries, exhaustion of vital energy, and a chilling energy lingering in his lungs, continuously eroding his life force, residual power of the corrosive spirit. Uncle Fu. Lu Tian darted in, quickly shutting the door behind him, his voice low and urgent. He supported the old man's burning, weak body, the gentle yet resilient source of primordial power in his palm flowing in like a spring of life, temporarily stabilizing the precarious vitality. Why, young master? Uncle Fu's murky eyes suddenly erupted with disbelief, his bony hand gripping Lu Tian's arm tightly, as if clutching a piece of driftwood before drowning. It's really you. You're still alive. Oh heavens, the heavens have eyes. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with excitement and deep bitterness. It's me, Uncle Fu. Don't talk. Let me stabilize your injuries first, Lu Tian said in a deep voice, continuously channeling the source of primordial power to counteract the chilling remnants of the corrosive spirit. No, young master, it's too late, Uncle Fu gasped, his voice growing weaker, filled with a deep-seated hatred as he lowered his voice, like a mourning owl. Your mother was killed by that venomous woman of the Zhao family. Not long after giving birth to you, she used the heart corrosion powder. On the surface, it seemed like a serious illness, but in reality, it was the heart corrosion that rotted her veins. So malicious, so terribly malicious. That poison comes from the corrosive shadow sect. The corrosive shadow sect. Lu Tian's pupils constricted. During his time at the academy, Elder Lung had mentioned this name before his severe injury and retreat. It was a presence larger and more terrifying than the shadow serpent, with tentacles spread across the 9 provinces. A tumor of Qingzhou and even the entire continent. The Zhao family actually colluded with the corrosive shadow sect. And young master, Uncle Fu's voice became even weaker, filled with a near-reverent fear. You are not the bloodline of Lu Zhinshan. Your mother is of the Moon Clan's bloodline. Back then, to escape the pursuit of the corrosive shadow sect, she fled to Haiyang City in Qingzhou, and in the Falling Star Valley, she met your biological father. Uncle Fu's gaze became distant, as if transcending time and space. Your mother said that man came from the Star Sea, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. With a wave of his hand, the stars dimmed. His name is Ling Feng. Star Sea, Upper Realm. Ling Feng, Master of the Stars. The whispers of his mother's remnants suddenly roared in Lu Tian's mind. Your father comes from the Star Sea. Everything became suddenly clear, the stirring deep within his bloodline. The occasional drifting starry aura from the source of primordial heart, black stone, originated from this. Your mother, she became pregnant while fleeing. To avoid enemies and to give you an identity, she married Lu Zhinshan. Uncle Fu's voice stuttered, his breath even weaker. Before she passed away, she left this pouch, saying that when your bloodline truly awakens, or when you encounter a life-and-death calamity, only then can it be opened. Inside there is a token to find your father and some secrets about the Moon Clan and the corrosive shadow sect. His trembling fingers pointed towards the straw mat. Lu Tian's heart raced, as if it would burst from his chest. The Star Sea, Upper Realm, Father Ling Feng, the shadow of the corrosive shadow sect. All of this far exceeded his previous imagination. He immediately pried open a loose green brick, taking out a faded pouch wrapped in oiled cloth. The pouch felt slightly heavy and cold to the touch, neither silk nor hemp, embroidered with several strangely veined silver leaves, the mark of the Moon Clan, faintly emanating weak spatial fluctuations. Just as his fingertip touched the pouch, boom, a chilling, bloody, and terrifying pressure, carrying a strong corrosive spirit aura, engulfed the small room like a cold tide from the 9 underworlds. Dust fell from the walls, and the oil lamp extinguished with a puff. Old thing, you really are hiding here, barely hanging on. And you, Lu Tian, little bastard. There's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. Hell has no door, but you barged in. A harsh, metallic voice filled with cruel intent exploded from outside the door. Bloodhand, the assassin of the corrosive shadow sect raised by the Zhao family. He finally found me. Chapter 97, Blood Corrosion of Starshine, Light of Desperation. The wooden door of the small house shattered like rotten wood under the terrifying blood-red claw shadow. A figure clad in dark red leather armor, with a pale metallic mask covering his face, blocked the doorway. It was Bloodhand, surrounded by faint blood mist. The stench of blood mixed with the chill of the corrosive spirit. His crimson eyes locked onto Lu Tian and Uncle Fu, as if looking at 2 corpses. Young master, hurry, run. Uncle Fu shouted with his last ounce of strength, suddenly pushing Lu Tian away, his frail body unleashing an incredible force as he lunged at Bloodhand, trying to block him. Ants. Bloodhand sneered disdainfully, waving his hand. A blood-colored whirlwind infused with corrosive spirit energy lashed out at Uncle Fu like a whip. Crack. The sound of bone shattering was clearly audible. Uncle Fu. Lu Tian's eyes turned bloodshot. Overwhelming rage and killing intent ignited in an instant. Without hesitation, he stuffed the pouch into his bosom. The ice soul star barrier erupted to its peak. Frigid air surged, condensing a thick ice crystal shield before him. At the same time, he roared, Jia Jia. Spatial confinement. Rock barrier. Protect. Squeak. Spatial confinement. Jia Jia's eyes flashed with silver-purple light as the invisible power of space enveloped Bloodhand in an instant. Roar. Leave it to me. Accompanied by an ear-splitting roar, the massive earthy-colored body of the rock barrier appeared out of thin air. Like the most solid barrier standing before Lu Tian, the heavy rock armor shimmering with light. Trivial skills. The corners of Bloodhand's mouth twisted into a cruel arc, and bloodlight surged around him. Jia Jia's spatial confinement shattered like fragile glass. At the same time, his claw, wrapped in intense bloodlight, with a shriek that tore through the air and the venom of the corrosive spirit, ignored the ice shield and fiercely clawed at the head of the rock barrier. The ground trembled. The rock barrier roared, its forelimbs stomping the ground. Buzz. An invisible shockwave spread, trying to disrupt Bloodhand's balance. Boom. The blood claw and the rock barrier's armor collided with a thunderous crash. Amidst the piercing explosion, the earthy yellow light flickered violently. The armor of the rock barrier instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks, its massive body forced back by the tremendous force. Each step leaving deep craters in the ground. More terrifyingly, the corrosive spirit power on the blood claw invaded the rock barrier's body through the cracks like maggots, destroying its vitality and demon power. The rock barrier emitted a painful muffled roar, its aura plummeting. Jia Jia, take Uncle Fu and go. Seeing the rock barrier injured, Lu Tian's heart felt like it was being cut. He ordered hoarsely. At the same time, he no longer held back. The source of primordial heart in his sea of consciousness was activated by extreme anger and protective will. Buzz. An unprecedented, brilliant, ghostly light erupted from Lu Tian's body. This light was no longer just a gentle and resilient life aura, but also contained sparkling starshine like shattered diamonds. The power originating from deep within his bloodline was initially stirred under the life and death crisis. Bloodhand, die for me. Lu Tian's figure transformed into a flow of intertwining blue-white starshine, his speed skyrocketing. He bypassed the desperately resisting rock barrier. Propelled by an unwavering will to fight to the death, his fists like two meteors wrapped in starlight and ice, fiercely smashing towards Bloodhand. Power of the stars. Remnants of the star sea. Bloodhand's crimson pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead, revealing true horror for the first time. The supreme starshine aura emanating from Lu Tian's fists sent shivers down his soul. That was the power most detested and feared by the corrosive shadow sect. In a rush, Bloodhand no longer dared to be arrogant, crossing his palms. Dense bloodlight mixed with the black gas of the corrosive spirit condensed into a thick blood corrosion shield. Boom! Sizzle! The blue-white starshine fist collided with the blood corrosion shield. There was no stalemate. Wherever the starshine reached, the black gas of the corrosive spirit screamed and dissipated like melting ice and snow. The purifying power of the source of primordials surged in, crazily eroding the bloodlight. The extreme chill of the ice soul star force froze everything. Crack, crack, boom. The blood-corroding shield barely held for a moment before shattering into pieces. Gathering all of Lu Tian's anger, the first punch of stellar radiance and primordial purification struck solidly against the crossed arms of the Bloodhand's defense. Ugh! The Bloodhand let out a scream, so piercing it was almost off-key. He felt as if his arms were thrown into a star furnace. As if countless ice needles containing stellar radiance pierced through him. The power of the stellar radiance was dismantling his corroding spirit foundation. The power of primordial purification was cleansing his blood and flesh vitality, and the ice soul power was freezing his soul. The bones in the Bloodhand's arms shattered. Flesh and blood were a mess, and instead of blood flowing from the wounds, wisps of purified blue smoke and flickering starlight emerged. He was like a sandbag hit by a giant hammer, violently flying backward, crashing through a thick brick wall, and landing in the yard outside, his mask shattered, revealing a pale, twisted face filled with fear. The remnants of the star sea, the corroding shadow holy church, would not let the Bloodhand go. The red light in his eyes faded, his breath weak, but filled with deep-seated hatred. Speak. What is the Zhao family status in the corroding shadow church? Where is the Qingzhou branch? Lu Tian gritted his teeth against the tearing pain in his meridians and the dizziness from his exhausted consciousness, stepping closer. The powers of stellar radiance and primordial purification flickering on his fist. Let's die together. The last glimmer of madness in the Bloodhand's eyes flared, and he suddenly bit down on the pitch-black crystal hidden in his teeth. A thick wave of pure corroding spirit black gas mixed with his last drops of life essence surged out from his 7 orifices and wounds. His body swelled like a blown-up balloon, and a devastating energy wave erupted. He was going to self-destruct, taking everyone down with him. "Master, be careful!" Gagaga screamed. "Yin Gang." Lu Tian's eyes were about to split as he turned to dash toward the gravely injured and immobile Yin Gang. Just as the self-detonation of the corroding spirit, capable of destroying half the kitchen area, was about to trigger. Buzz. A crimson flame column, as if forged in a furnace, capable of incinerating all filth in the world, descended from the heavens with supreme authority and purifying power, like the sword of divine punishment, crashing down from the sky without warning. It precisely pierced through the blood-hand's swollen body. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the sharp sound of cold water being poured into hot oil. The blood-hand's inflated body, the surging corroding spirit black gas, along with his filled with hatred remnant soul, vaporized instantly under this crimson flame column, leaving behind only a bottomless, charred pit with melting glass-like edges, not even a trace of ash remaining. The terrifying self-detonation energy was completely snuffed out by this strike that burned everything. A scorching and pure wave of air swept away all the chill and bloodiness. Lu Tian held Yin Gang, looking up in shock. In the night sky, a figure stood with hands behind his back. He was tall, handsome, and resolute, with eyes like burning stars, carrying indifference and majesty as he looked down upon all beings. Dressed in a magnificent crimson robe adorned with vividly embroidered golden divine birds, it radiated a scorching aura as vast as the ocean, far surpassing that of a martial master, clearly a martial sovereign-level existence. Corroding spirit filth, to be burned. The voice of the man in the red robe was deep, resonating like a heavy bell, echoing through the night sky. His gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield, resting on the gravely injured Yin Gang, the weak Gagaga, and Lu Tian, who was still holding Yin Gang, and whose powers of stellar radiance and primordial purification had not completely dissipated. That gaze lingered a moment longer on the faint aura of stellar radiance remaining on Lu Tian, a trace of hardly noticeable surprise flitting through his eyes. Stellar radiance? Primordial purification? And a unique eye soul technique? Boy, who exactly are you? Chapter 98. Yin Jun's Flame Ashes, Key to Yunzhou. The man in the red robe, Yin Jun, hovered 3 feet off the ground, his scorching and pure aura sweeping away the gloom and bloodiness of the Lu family's backyard. His eyes, burning with the fire of stars, were fixed on Lu Tian with scrutiny and exploration, the invisible pressure making the air seem to solidify. Lu Tian endured the intense pain of his exhausted consciousness and the tearing sensation in his meridians, holding the weak Yin Gang, straightened his back, and met Yin Jun's gaze without flinching. Lu Tian. Lu Tian? Yin Jun raised an eyebrow, seeming somewhat familiar with the name, his gaze lingering on Lu Tian's face. The son of Lu Zhinshan? He deliberately paused slightly on the word son, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Yes, Lu Tian admitted calmly, knowing that the other party had likely gleaned part of the truth from the recent battle and aura. Interesting. Yin Jun's lips curved into an elusive arc, sensing a hint of primordial energy, a trace of faint stellar mark, and the earth armor bear known for its defensive capabilities. Lu Zhinshan's son truly gave me quite a surprise. However, he turned the topic, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Yin Gang and the weakened Gagaga. Your power is mixed and difficult to control, its foundation unstable, like a child swinging a divine weapon, harming yourself more than others. Lu Tian's heart sank. The other party had seen through the essence and drawbacks of his power at a glance, and even pointed out the primordial purification and stellar mark. This person's insights and strength were unfathomable. Senior, do you hail from the Yin Phoenix Divine Palace? Lu Tian guessed based on his attire and techniques. In the Academy's records, the Yin Phoenix Divine Palace is one of the top forces on the Jiuzhou continent, located in the Yin state, controlling the source of flames and dominating Jiuzhou. Good eye. Yin Jun nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing. I am Yin Jun, under the command of the Palace Master, patrolling Jiuzhou, monitoring the movements of the corroding Shadow Church, and selecting talented individuals. As for why I intervened, he glanced at the molten pit on the ground. The corroding spirit filth and sacrificial evil arts are the public enemies of Jiuzhou, to be exterminated on sight. Saving you was merely a matter of convenience. The Yin Phoenix Divine Palace, monitoring the corroding Shadow Church, selecting talented individuals. Lu Tian instantly grasped the key information. Just then, hurried sounds of wind and chaotic voices came from a distance. Lu Zhinshan arrived with several elders and elite guards, his expression filled with suspicion. When he saw the chaos in the yard, the charred deep pit, the severely injured Yin Gang, the weak Gagaga, and Lu Tian, who stood straight with blood at the corner of his mouth while holding Yin Gang, Lu Jinshan's eyes were filled with shock, and when his gaze landed on Yin Jun, who stood in midair, his crimson robe fluttering, with an aura as deep as the ocean, he was even more shaken. No, the esteemed one has arrived. Lu Jinshan was caught off guard. The lowly ones have disturbed the esteemed one's cultivation and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I hope the esteemed one will forgive us. Lu Jinshan immediately bowed, his voice trembling with undeniable fear. The Lu family members behind him fell to their knees in unison, silenced as if struck by a chill. Lu family head, Yin Jun's indifferent voice rang out, like boiling lava dropping into ice water. Your residence indeed harbors hidden talents. The corroding spirit death warriors of the corroding shadow church have infiltrated beside your wife as personal assassins. If it weren't for my timely intervention, your son and this small part of the Lu residence might have been buried along with that filth. Corroding shadow church. Lu Jinshan's face turned as pale as paper, as if struck by lightning. The corroding shadow church. That was a terrifying force that made the entire Jiuzhou change color. The Zhao family actually colluded with the corroding shadow church. They even raised a martial master-level corroding spirit death warrior. This news pierced Lu Jinshan's heart like the sharpest ice needle, making him feel cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He suddenly looked at the molten pit on the ground, then at the strange aura remaining on Lu Tian, stellar mark and primordial purification, and thought of the possible identity of the blood hand, instantly understanding most of it. His gaze toward Lu Tian was filled with unprecedented shock, fear, and a hint of indescribable alienation. This son harbored earth-shattering secrets. Please, esteemed one, do not be angry. This matter, Jinshan was completely unaware. It must be that wretched Zhao woman. She dared to collude with the corroding shadow evil cult, harming the family. It is a crime that deserves death. Lu Jinshan's voice trembled as he hurriedly distanced himself from the situation, pointing the blame at the Zhao family. Whether you were unaware or not, you know in your heart. Yin Jin let out a cold snort, the scorching aura causing Lu Jinshan and the others to sweat profusely. I have come this time for the selection of the Phoenix Order and to investigate the movements of the shadow-devouring cult in Qingzhou. It seems that your Lu family needs a thorough cleansing. He ignored the terrified Lu Jinshan and shifted his gaze back to Lu Tian, speaking in a slightly softer tone. Kid, you are seriously injured, and your contracted beast also needs to quickly expel the power of the devouring spirit. Lu family head. Arrange a quiet room and provide the best medicinal pills and spirit-repelling items. If he has even the slightest mishap, your Lu family will have no reason to exist. Yes, I will strictly follow the orders of the envoy. Jinshan will do his utmost. Lu Jinshan felt as if he had received a reprieve, quickly responding. His gaze toward Lu Tian filled with complex emotions, shock at his strength and mystery, fear of the Phoenix envoy he had attracted, and a hint of confirmation and estrangement regarding their non-biological relationship. Kid, Yin Jin looked at Lu Tian one last time, his gaze profound. Your path is still long, and power must be used cautiously. If you wish to truly control the star marks and primal source within you, perhaps the star pivot tower in Yuzhou's Tiangong city holds the answers you seek. After finishing, he spread his red robe and transformed into a blazing fire, instantly disappearing into the night sky. Yuzhou Tiangong city, star pivot tower. Lu Tian's heart trembled violently, firmly remembering this name. Is it a clue left by his father Ling Feng, or the key to mastering his own power? Lu Jinshan and the high-ranking members of the Lu family focused their complex gazes on Lu Tian, who stood alone in the ruins, cradling his battle pet. The night breeze blew, carrying the scent of molten rock. Everyone understood that the fate of the Lu family and even the entire Haiyang city had completely changed. And at the center of the storm was this youth named Lu Tian. Chapter 99. Inside the Listening Waves courtyard, a lineage like a knife. The Listening Waves courtyard, the top courtyard for receiving distinguished guests of the Lu family, had now become Lu Tian's temporary residence. It was serene and elegant, filled with spiritual energy, a stark contrast to the dilapidated little courtyard where Lu Tian had previously lived. Inside the quiet room, the Lu family's chief pharmacist, an old man with white hair and a calm demeanor, was sweating profusely as he treated Yin Gang's injuries. The wound on his shoulder had been pierced by a blood-red light, entwined with stubborn black energy of the devouring spirit, writhing like a living thing, continuously eroding Yin Gang's earth-type demon power, preventing the wound from healing, and even showing a tendency to spread towards the demon core. What a tyrannical power of the devouring spirit. It has already infiltrated the outer layer of the demon core. Ordinary spirit-repelling pills are unlikely to eliminate it. The old man's expression was grave as he carefully applied the precious jade bone regrowth ointment. The warm white light clashed violently with the black energy of the devouring spirit, but the effect was minimal. Time passed, and the fragrant sandalwood smoke curled in the quiet room. The door was silently pushed open. Lu Zhinshan entered alone, waving his hand to dismiss the pharmacist. Only the father and son remained in the room, with the unconscious Yin Gang and Jejia, who was curled up beside Lu Tian, vigilantly watching Lu Zhinshan. Silence. An oppressive silence spread between the two. Lu Zhinshan looked at Lu Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed and pale complexion, his gaze filled with complex emotions. He was shocked by the terrifying power Lu Tian had displayed today. Star marks, primal source, powerful contracted beast. Fearful of the infiltration of the shadow-devouring cult and the pressure from the Phoenix envoy, anxious about the potential disaster facing the family. And there was also a sense of anger at being deceived and used, along with a deep wariness and estrangement towards this non-biological son. The bond of blood seemed so weak and ridiculous at this moment. Your injury. Lu Zhinshan finally broke the silence, his voice dry. I won't die? Lu Tian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm and unruffled, like a deep pool, looking at Lu Zhinshan. In that gaze, there was no longer the past anger and resentment, only a cold, indifferent understanding of everything. This indifference chilled Lu Zhinshan's heart more than hatred. Lu Zhinshan was momentarily stunned by this gaze, the words he had prepared stuck in his throat. He looked at the Moon Clan pouch that was faintly visible in Lu Tian's arms, his eyes flickering. That pouch, along with your power, you know it all? Know what? Lu Tian's tone was flat. Do I know that my mother was harmed by the Zhao family using the devouring spirit's heart-devouring powder? Or do I know that I am not your son at all, that my biological father comes from the Star Sea and is named Ling Feng? You. Lu Zhinshan's face instantly turned red, as if he had been publicly slapped, his chest heaving violently. A wave of shame and anger surged to his head. Lu Tian. Mind your identity. No matter what, it was our Lu family that raised you. Identity. Lu Tian's lips curled into a cold arc, filled with endless mockery. An identity that bears the title of a side branch of the Lu family, regarded as a thorn in the eye by my biological mother. Neglected and abandoned by my father, and almost died in the family's conspiracy? Or the tool identity that your Lu family uses to cover up my mother's background and paint over the piece? Lu family head. Why do we need to play this father-son act any longer? Every word strikes the heart. Lu Zhinshan's face turned ashen, his fists clenched with a cracking sound. But he was at a loss for words. Lu Tian's words were like sharp knives, brutally exposing the debts he had deliberately ignored over the years, his cowardice and his selfishness. Lu Zhinshan suppressed his surging emotions, fell silent for a moment, and said quietly, the envoy Yin Jin's visit carries a dual mission. First, to monitor the movements of the shadow-devouring cult in Qingzhou. Second, to preside over the Phoenix Order selection held once every 10 years. Those who hold the Phoenix Order can enter the Phoenix Divine Palace to cultivate, and more importantly, he paused, looking at Lu Tian. The Phoenix Divine Palace has a close relationship with Yuzhou Tiangong City. Holders of the order are qualified to apply to borrow some non-core texts from the Star Pivot Tower in Tiangong City. It is said that within the Star Pivot Tower, there are remnants of ancient star maps and secret records about spatial formations and even the outer starry skies. Yuzhou Tiangong City, Star Pivot Tower, spatial formations, ancient star maps, outer starry skies. Lu Tian's heart raced. The implication of Yin Jin indeed pointed here. This is likely the key to finding clues about his biological father Ling Feng, or even understanding the Star Sea and mastering his own star marks and primal source power. So Lu Tian looked at Lu Zhinshan, his eyes sharp as a sword. You want me to represent the Lu family to compete for this Phoenix Order? For the glory of the Lu family? Or to make amends? The Phoenix Order, Yuzhou Tiangong City, Star Pivot Tower, he must have it. This is not only an opportunity, but also his first step in declaring his existence to the entire Qingzhou, the shadow-devouring cult, and that distant Star Sea. In the quiet room, only the lingering fragrance of sandalwood remained, along with the silent, more complex undercurrents than before. The name of father and son had long since become a mere formality. What remained were only considerations of interests and each other's goals. Chapter 100. The pouch star map. The wind rises, and the sky is proud. The door of the quiet room was tightly closed, and the sandalwood fragrance lingered. Lu Zhinshan had left, and the air still seemed to retain his complex and ambiguous emotions. Lu Tian confirmed that no one was monitoring the surroundings. Jejia's spatial perception quietly covered the quiet room, and carefully took out the faded Moon Clan pouch from his arms. The pouch felt cold to the touch, made of a material unlike silk or hemp, with a peculiar texture. The silver leaf patterns embroidered on it shimmered faintly under the dim light. Lu Tian took a deep breath, sinking his spiritual power into his consciousness sea, carefully activating the primal source heart. A gentle yet resilient glow, mixed with specks of starlight, flowed from his fingertips and slowly infused into the pouch. Buzz. The silver leaf patterns on the surface of the pouch suddenly lit up, like stars being ignited. A cool and ancient aura spread out. The pouch opened silently. And contrary to expectations, there were no letters or complex objects inside, only a crescent-shaped jade pendant the size of a dove's egg, pure white and warm like jade. The moment the jade pendant appeared, the light in the quiet room seemed to soften a few degrees. It lay quietly in Lu Tian's palm, radiating a serene and bright moonlight. Lu Tian, feeling a surge of inspiration, infused a strand of primal source power combined with starlight into the jade pendant. Swish! The jade pendant shone brightly. A three-dimensional star map projection made up of countless tiny light points suddenly appeared in the air of the quiet room. The star map was vast and profound, with most areas blurred, as if shrouded in mist. However, at the core of the star map, a point of light was particularly dazzling, and beside it floated two ancient silver characters, Tiangong. A line formed by starlight extended from the Tiangong light point, pointing toward a more obscure area deep within the star map, as if there were swirling vortices in an unknown region. Below the Tiangong light point, a small building silhouette was marked, Star Pivot Tower. At the same time, an extremely faint yet incredibly clear spiritual imprint entered Lu Tian's mind. It was his mother's gentle yet resolute voice. Tianer, if you see this image, your bloodline has awakened, or calamity has arrived. This pendant is the token of the Moon Clan, and it is also the Moon Key. The star map points to the Star Pivot Tower in the Heavenly Craft City, where your father left behind the truth about the Star Sea and the devouring shadows, as well as the guide to returning home. Be cautious and weigh it carefully. Mother, may you always protect my son. The star map lasted for a few moments before slowly dissipating. The pendant's glow also retracted, returning to a soft, white radiance. Lu Tian tightly grasped the pendant, his heart surging with excitement. Heavenly Craft City, in Yunzhou. Star Pivot Tower. The words of the Ember Messenger had been directly confirmed. Not only did it conceal the truth about the Star Sea and the devouring shadows cult, but there was also a guide left by his father, Ling Feng, that might lead to the Star Sea. The Crimson Phoenix token was the key to getting there. Lu Tian murmured to himself, Yunzhou Heavenly Craft City, Star Pivot Tower, guide. And an unprecedented fiery light ignited in his eyes. Revenge, searching for his origins, exploring a broader world. All his goals pointed to that place. Ji, Master. There is a strange spiritual force probing the quiet room. It's very faint, carrying a feeling of calculating the heavens. Jia suddenly raised its head alertly, its silver-purple eyes gazing out toward a certain direction outside the window. Lu Tian instantly put away the pendant, suppressing the primal power, his gaze returning to calm. Calculating the heavens? Could it be? Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door of the quiet room. A gentle yet slightly fatigued female voice came from outside. Senior brother Lu Tian, it's Mo Qingyu from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. I am presumptuously visiting. Regarding the Devouring Shadows cult's Qingzhou branch and the selection of the Crimson Phoenix token, I have some intelligence that might be of assistance to you. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The most mysterious intelligence organization in the Jiuzhou continent. They actually came to seek him out? Lu Tian's expression tightened. Please come in. Miss Mo, what brings you here late at night? Lu Tian remained composed. Mo Qingyu smiled slightly, her expression weary yet sincere. I was ordered to investigate the whereabouts of the Devouring Shadows cult's Qingzhou branch master, Yin Yan. I tracked them all the way to near Haiyang City, but was ambushed by their subordinates and nearly lost my life. Fortunately, I sensed the energy fluctuations from your battle with the Devouring Shadows Death Warriors, especially that strange power, Primal Star Radiance, that made the Devouring Shadows retreat, which led me here to see your grace. The Jiuzhou Dragon Vein, ripping through space, connecting to the source of the Devouring Shadows. Lu Tian's heart trembled greatly. The Devouring Shadows cult scheme was actually this grand. As for the selection of the Crimson Phoenix token, Mo Qingyu continued, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. The Ember Messenger is personally present, and the standards for the selection far exceed those of the past. According to confidential reports from the pavilion, this selection not only concerns qualification for cultivation in the Divine Palace, but may also be linked to exploring a newly discovered ancient relic related to space. The clues to that relic reportedly point to a lost item in Yunzhou Heavenly Craft City. Yunzhou Heavenly Craft City. Once again, it was Heavenly Craft City. Lu Tian understood that the significance of the Crimson Phoenix token was heavier than he had imagined. Mo Qingyu came not only to thank him for inadvertently saving her life, the battle fluctuations drew away the pursuers, but also to form a good relationship with him. Mo Qingyu said candidly, Senior brother, you possess the power to restrain the Devouring Shadows, and your goals align with my Heavenly Machine Pavilion's investigation of the Devouring Shadows cult. I am willing to share what I know about the other competitors and my speculations on Yin Yan's possible actions during the selection. I hope that after your success, if you discover anything in Heavenly Craft City, we can exchange information. This was an intelligence trade, as well as an olive branch for an ally. Lu Tian looked into Mo Qingyu's clear yet fatigued eyes and felt her sincerity. All right. Lu Tian nodded. The Devouring Shadows cult is the common enemy of Jiuzhou, and sharing intelligence is our duty. Please, Miss Mo, enlighten me. The winds and clouds of Haiyang City gathered because of the Crimson Phoenix token. Lu Tian's goals had already surpassed the city, aiming for the broader Jiuzhou and the mysterious Yunzhou Heavenly Craft City. Beneath the dark currents, new allies and larger conspiracies were simultaneously surfacing. Chapter 101. Star Radiance Tempering Veins. Jia Jia explored the depths. In the tranquil room of Tao Yuan, the moonlight was cold. Lu Tian sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into the sea of consciousness. The primal heart slowly rotated, emitting a gentle and resilient glow, mixed with the sparkling starlight activated from deep within his bloodline. He held the pearly white crescent moon pendant in his palm, and the pure and tranquil power of moonlight was drawn forth, like a third stream, perfectly merging with the primal vitality and bloodline starlight, flowing through his damaged meridians. Each cycle of energy brought a tearing pain, but it was also accompanied by a feeling of comfort as the meridians were forcibly widened and the power was repeatedly tempered. The primal power healed the hidden injuries caused by the forced eruption, while the starlight further cleansed and strengthened his muscles and bones, as if countless tiny stars were being born and extinguished within him. The moonlight from the pendant acted as both a lubricant and stabilizer, harmonizing the two powerful yet fundamentally different forces, preventing conflict and accelerating healing. Ji, Master, the devouring power within Yin Gang has been suppressed and purified by the starlight. Although it will take time to eradicate it completely, it won't worsen. Moreover, Yin Gang's demon power seems to have become a bit purer. Jia Jia conveyed a wave of joyful, yet slightly surprised mental energy. It was extremely sensitive to energy changes and discovered that the starlight not only purified the devouring shadows, but also seemed to have a slight positive tempering effect on Yin Gang's earth-type demon power. Lu Tian nodded slightly, feeling somewhat relieved, but also surprised. The purifying effect of the starlight on the devouring shadows had been confirmed, but he did not expect it to be beneficial for his contracted beast's demon power as well. This was indeed an unexpected discovery. He picked up the intelligence jade slip left by Mo Qingyu, delving his mental power into it. Carefully analyzing the information on each potential opponent and Yin Yan's conspiracy. Xiaolinger, unknown realm, suspected to be hidden, unknown contracted beast, mysterious master, with unpredictable and varied moves. Her movements are ghostly. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion speculates that she may come from a certain hidden sect in the central state. Countermeasure. Unknown is the greatest danger. Jia Jia's spatial perception is key. We must always lock onto her position, responding to changes with constancy. Yin Yan's movements. The master of the Devouring Shadows cult's Qingzhou branch is adept at formations and concealment. According to fragmented information that Mo Qingyu risked her life to intercept. Yin Yan plans to activate the blood-devouring dragon summoning array buried beneath the Lord's mansion at the most active point of the dragon energy nodes in Haiyang City during the final round of the selection, usually around noon. Once this array is activated, it will forcibly extract the dragon energy from Haiyang City, causing seismic disturbances and even localized collapses, while simultaneously triggering a wave of devouring shadows to assault the selection site, creating chaos and attempting to rob or kill the holders of the Crimson Phoenix token. The core of the arrays may be hidden somewhere in the Lord's Mansion's training ground. Countermeasure. We must find and destroy the arrays before it is activated. Jia Jia's spatial perception is our only hope. The blood-devouring dragon summoning array, extracting dragon energy. Lu Tian's gaze turned cold as ice. The Devouring Shadows cult was utterly insane, wanting to use the city's talents and countless lives as sacrifices. It must be stopped. Jia Jia. Lu Tian called out in a deep voice. Ji, Master. Jia Jia immediately jumped onto Lu Tian's shoulder, its silver-purple eyes shining with focused light. Jia Jia nodded vigorously, its expression extremely serious. Ji, understood. I guarantee to complete the task. Find the array's eye. Catch the bad guys. Lu Tian gently stroked Jia Jia's smooth fur. Thank you for your hard work. Yin Gang. He looked at his recovering companion. Rest assured and recover your strength as soon as possible. During the finals, we may need your thunderous strike. Yin Gang let out a low growl, conveying determination and a desire to fight. Lu Tian then closed his eyes again, fully guiding the moonlight from the pendant, the primal vitality, and the bloodline starlight, racing against time to restore his state and attempting to understand and master the newly born starlight power on a deeper level. The selection for the Crimson Phoenix token was about to begin, and a silent dark war concerning the fate of Haiyang City had already commenced. Chapter 102. Initial battle to establish prestige. Ice fragments splitting waves. The next day, in the center of Haiyang City, at the Lord's Mansion's training ground, The sound of people was deafening, and flags were fluttering. The massive circular training ground was already surrounded by a dense crowd, making it impossible for water to seep through. Representatives of various major forces in Qingzhou, wandering martial artists, and ordinary citizens all eagerly awaited this decade-long grand event, the selection of the Flame Phoenix Order. On the high platform, City Lord Xiaozhan sat upright along with several deep-breathing elders, while the Flame Phoenix messenger Yin Jin sat alone in the central seat. Clad in a fiery red robe, meditating with closed eyes, seemingly ignoring the uproar below, yet exuding a suffocating pressure. Lu Tian, dressed in a simple blue outfit, stood modestly within the Lu family's camp. Lu Zhinshan stood at the front, his expression solemn, occasionally casting a complicated glance at Lu Tian. Lu Yang was surrounded by a group of young members from the Zhao family, his eyes filled with a sinister glare directed at Lu Tian, brimming with unabashed killing intent. The Ironback Wolf King beside him crouched low, emitting a threatening growl. As City Lord Xiaozhan announced the start of the selection, several small defensive barriers lit up around the arena. The results of the draw were quickly announced. In the first round, on Platform 3, Lu Tian faced off against Zhou family's Zhou Tong. Cheers erupted, and the crowd focused their attention. Zhou Tong, true to his name, was a towering figure. With dark skin and carrying a massive axe. The earth-shattering rhinoceros beside him was slightly smaller than the rock rhino, but muscular, covered in heavy, rock-like brown armor, exhaling a heavy earthy scent as it stomped, producing a dull rumble. Lu Tian, I've heard you have some skills, but it's bad luck to meet me. Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's voice boomed like a bell as he strode onto the platform with his giant axe, the earth-shattering rhinoceros following closely, each step causing the platform to tremble slightly. He looked down on Lu Tian, clearly thinking that with his contracted beast heavily injured, the rock rhino not yet in the arena, and relying only on that little weasel, Jia Jia, ordered by Lu Tian to hide and scout, had not revealed itself. Lu Tian posed no threat at all. Lu Tian, with a calm expression, slowly stepped onto the platform alone. YISNT Lu Tian summoning his contracted beast. I heard his summoning beast is heavily injured, so it seems he can't enter the arena. How could he possibly be a match for Zhou Tong and the earth-shattering rhinoceros on his own? The defense and strength of the earth-shattering rhinoceros are among the top in second-tier monsters. The crowd murmured, most not optimistic about Lu Tian. Roar. Zhou Tong roared, taking the initiative. He and the earth-shattering rhinoceros were in sync, and the rhinoceros suddenly lowered its head, its thick horn aimed at Lu Tian, its hind hooves scraping the ground, charging forward like an out-of-control war chariot. Earth-shattering charge. At the same time, Zhou Tong swung his giant axe with terrifying might, blocking Lu Tian's possible escape routes. Mountain Splitter Slash. The combination of one man and one beast was seamless, their power overlapping, instantly forming a terrifying crushing momentum. A fierce wind rushed at Lu Tian, and the ground of the platform began to crack. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Huh. Zhou Tong didn't expect Lu Tian's attack to be so crafty. The Mountain Splitter Slash missed, and his body was thrown off balance. Now is the time. Lu Tian's figure slid like a ghost, avoiding the charge of the earth-shattering rhinoceros, instantly closing the distance with Zhou Tong. He pointed his fingers like a sword, condensing the highly compressed, flickering cold blue light of the Ice Star Force at his fingertips. Ice Star Finger. It pierced directly into the exposed gap under Zhou Tong's ribs due to the missed axe swing. Puff. The icy finger force penetrated the weak point of Zhou Tong's protective energy, fiercely stabbing into his side. Ugh. Zhou Tong cried out in pain, feeling an extreme chill invade his body, causing half of him to go numb. His movements instantly stiffened and slowed. Lu Tian, seizing the opportunity, moved like the wind, instantly circling behind Zhou Tong, his palm containing the Ice Star Force, striking heavily at his back. It wasn't fatal, but the powerful icy energy surged into Zhou Tong, instantly freezing most of his meridians. Bang! The entire process occurred in the blink of an eye, only a few breaths. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this clean and efficient battle that broke through brute force with skill. Lu Tian actually defeated Zhou Tong and his earth-shattering rhinoceros solely based on his own strength and exquisite tactics, without summoning his contracted beast. Lu Tian wins. The referee announced loudly, breaking the silence. Immediately, thunderous cheers and gasps erupted. Chapter 103. Undercurrents. Jia Jia locked onto the trace. Lu Tian's clean victory over Zhou Tong was like cold water dropped into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the entire arena. Various discussions erupted. Did you see that? Lu Tian didn't even use a magic treasure or contracted beast. He crushed Zhou Tong purely with his own strength. His Ice Star Force was utilized so exquisitely, targeting the weakness, breaking through with precision. I heard he achieved great merit in the academy, Seems the rumors are true. Is the Lu family really going to rise again? Humph, just taking advantage of the situation. When he meets young Master Lu Yang's Ironback Wolf King. Let us see if he can still jump around. People from the Zhao family's faction retorted sourly. The following matches were intense and varied. Li Xianfeng controlled the Xian Shui Jiao, trapping enemies with water prisons and slicing with water blades, easily defeating a fire-based opponent, showcasing exquisite control. Lu Yang's battle was even more brutal. The Ironback Wolf King was incredibly fierce and combined with his ferocious attacks. Sent a Zhou family disciple and his contracted beast flying, drawing gasps and wild cheers from the Zhao family camp. Xiao Ling moved like a ghost, her movements unpredictable. No one saw how she struck, and her opponent inexplicably fainted on the platform, leaving their contracted beast confused, causing everyone to speculate more about her mysterious identity. Jia Jia squatted on Lu Tian's shoulder, seemingly napping, but the silver-purple eyes glimmered with light. And an invisible spatial perception like the most precise scanner enveloped the entire martial arts arena and the tens of feet deep underground. Chirp, chirp, master. The underground energy is very chaotic, with many places having residual energy, as if there were traces left by formations in the past. Causing significant interference, Jia Jia's mental voice carried a hint of fatigue and irritation. Take your time. Focus on sensing the energy that feels cold, filthy, and corrosive, like the feeling of the rock rhino's wound. Lu Tian comforted. Chirp. Understood. I'll try again. Wait. Jia Jia's spirit suddenly perked up. Master. Under the southeast corner of the platform, about 15 feet deep, there's something. It's not residual energy. It's living corrosive spirit energy. Very weak, very concealed. It's moving? No, it's flowing through a very narrow, artificially dug microchannel. It's flowing towards the underground center area of the martial arts arena. Lu Tian's heart suddenly jolted. Found it. The energy transmission channel set up by the Yin Yan. This must be part of the blood corrosion dragon summoning formation. Can you pinpoint the energy gathering endpoint? The core of the formation is likely there. Lu Tian asked urgently. Chirp, chirp, the energy flow is very weak. And the channel has shielding. I need to get closer to the central area to track the endpoint. Jia Jia replied somewhat frustrated. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out. Second round, Platform 1, Lu Tian versus Li family, Li Xianfeng. The crowd erupted again. Lu Tian against Li Xianfeng. A battle of ice and water. Lu Tian opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. He patted Jia Jia. Continue tracking. Make sure to find the core of the formation. This battle, I'll handle it myself. With that, he strode towards Platform 1. Li Xianfeng had already stood on the platform, wearing a water blue long robe, exuding an elegant demeanor, with the Xian Shui Jiao coiled beside him. Its azure scales shining in the sunlight, radiating powerful water elemental fluctuations. He looked at Lu Tian, his expression serious. Brother Lu, your strength is extraordinary. Xianfeng admires it. In this battle, I will give it my all. Please guide me. Please, Lu Tian clasped his fists. As the referee announced the start, Li Xianfeng took the initiative to attack. He formed seals with his hands and shouted, Xian Shui binding. A large amount of water surged from the ground of the platform, coiling around Lu Tian's feet like living snakes, while the air condensed with water vapor, forming several thick water chains that locked onto Lu Tian from all directions. The Xian Shui Jiao then submerged into the water, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lu Tian's gaze sharpened, and the ice star force erupted instantly. Ice sealed the land. Extreme cold spread wildly from Lu Tian's center. The water snakes coiling around his feet instantly froze into ice. The incoming water chains also slowed down significantly as they approached within 3 feet of Lu Tian, their surfaces crystallizing with ice. Lu Tian's figure flickered, gliding across the frozen surface like ice skating, avoiding the sluggish water chains, and charging straight at Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng remained calm and changed his hand seal again. Water curtain, heavenly splendor. A massive blue water curtain, flowing with rippling water patterns, instantly appeared in front of him. Incredibly flexible, Lu Tian's punch, infused with the ice soul star force, struck the water curtain like hitting cotton. The force weakened layer by layer, only causing ripples to rise. The water curtain swayed but did not break. Solidify, Li Xianfeng shouted. In an instant, dozens of sharp ice blades condensed from the water curtain, shooting towards the closed Lu Tian like a torrential rain. At the same time, the Xian water flood dragon lurking in the water suddenly leaped out, opening its mouth wide. A high-pressure water cannon blasting directly at Lu Tian's back. A front and back pincer attack. The crisis was dire. Chapter 104, Water and Fire Confrontation, Star Radiance initially revealed. Faced with Li Xuanfeng's exquisite control of water elements and the surprise attack of the Xian water flood dragon, Lu Tian found himself in a perilous situation. Dozens of sharp ice blades were shooting from the front, while the Xian Waterflood Dragon's ferocious water cannon approached from behind. Li Xuanfeng's water curtain heavenly splendor was even more flexible and difficult to break, firmly restraining Lu Tian in place. The audience gasped in shock. Lu Yang's lips curled into a cruel arc. At the critical moment, a cold light burst from Lu Tian's eyes. He chose neither to collide with the water curtain nor to evade, there was no time, but instead made an unexpected move. He slammed his palms hard against the ice-sealed arena floor beneath him. Ice Soul Earth Eruption. Boom. Centered on Lu Tian's palms, countless thick, sharp, and glowing with a cold blue light ice spikes erupted like a death ice lotus blooming instantly, breaking through the hard arena floor and explosively shooting upwards in a ring. The area covered several feet around him. Sizzle. The incoming ice blades collided with the suddenly erupting ground spikes of the ice lotus, either deflected or frozen upon them. Their power was greatly reduced. The water cannon spat out by the Xian Waterflood Dragon was also intercepted, sliced, and frozen by several massive ground spikes of the ice lotus. The violent water flow crashed against the extreme cold ice lotus, exploding into a shower of ice debris and mist, but failed to harm Lu Tian in the slightest. What? Li Xuanfeng's face changed. Not expecting Lu Tian to use the ice soul power so exquisitely, actually turning defense into offense and instantly resolving the crisis. Amidst the ice mist, Lu Tian's figure vanished like a ghost. Li Xuanfeng's heart tightened, quickly controlling the water curtain to shrink for defense, while the Xian Waterflood Dragon vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, the ground beneath Li Xuanfeng's feet, which had been frozen, exploded violently. Lu Tian's figure shot into the sky like a dragon breaking through ice, carrying a chilling aura. When he struck the ground just now, he not only activated the earth eruption but also instantaneously froze and shattered a shallow pit beneath his feet using the Ice Soul Star Force, hiding within. Star Force Piercing Wave. Lu Tian, airborne, concentrated the Ice Soul Star Force at his fingertips, highly compressed, carrying a sharp cold light that pierced everything, shooting like a meteor directly at Li Xuanfeng's head. This finger contained his ultimate understanding of the penetrating nature of the Ice Soul power. In a hurry, Li Xianfeng shrank the water curtain to cover his head, and the Xian Waterflood Dragon also roared, swinging its tail towards Lu Tian. Bang! Sizzle! The compressed star force pierced through the hastily condensed water curtain in an instant. Although weakened by more than half, the residual force still struck hard against Li Xuanfeng's hurriedly raised arm. Uffed! The icy piercing force penetrated his body. Li Xianfeng groaned, his arm instantly numb. Half of his body felt like it had fallen into an ice cave. His movements suddenly stiffened. The Xian Waterflood Dragon's massive tail was also slowed by the damage to its contractor, striking into empty space. Lu Tian landed. Without pausing, he advanced. The palm print wrapped in Ice Soul Star Force aimed at Li Xuanfeng's chest. If this palm landed, the outcome would be decided. A hint of helplessness flashed in Li Xuanfeng's eyes. He decisively shouted, "I concede." Lu Tian's palm stopped just an inch in front of his chest, the chilling aura blowing against Li Xuanfeng's clothes. He slowly withdrew his palm and clasped his fists. "Thank you for your guidance." The audience erupted once again in warm applause and awe. Lu Tian won another match, powerfully advancing. As Lu Tian stepped down from the arena, he appeared calm on the surface, but his heart stirred slightly. Just now, when he fully activated the Ice Soul Star Force, he vaguely felt that the spark of starlight deep in his bloodline seemed to have become slightly active, although it had not truly been triggered. It made the operation of his Ice Soul power smoother and more penetrating. Finally locked in, a cold light flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. The formation I was right beneath the final arena. The Een Phantom was indeed cunning. Well done, Gaga. Lu Tian praised inwardly, continuing to monitor without alarming anyone. During the finals, it would be the opportunity to break the formation. Chapter 105, Rival Showdown. The Erosion Formation is about to start one. After several rounds of fierce competition, the selection of the Scarlet Phoenix Order finally welcomed the much-anticipated final round, the battle of the top four. The qualifiers, Lu Tian, Lu Yang, Li Xianfeng. Although he lost to Lu Tian, he earned a Resurrection Challenge qualification due to his previous outstanding performance and succeeded in the mysterious Xiaolinger. In the center of the massive martial arts arena, only the widest and strongest defensive barrier arena remained. The draw results. First match, Lu Tian versus Lu Yang. Second match, Li Xianfeng versus Xiaolinger. The winners will compete for the Scarlet Phoenix Order. The fateful showdown has finally arrived. Lu Yang eagerly leaped onto the arena, followed closely by the Ironback Wolf King, emitting a deafening roar, its fierce gaze locking onto Lu Tian, drooling with foul-smelling saliva. Lu Yang's aura was violent, hinting at an abnormal dark red hue, his eyes filled with bloodlust and madness. The Zhao family faction erupted in fervent cheers. Lu Tian's expression was calm as he stepped onto the arena. He did not summon the rock force, still in recovery, and Gaga remained hidden. Focusing on monitoring the formation underground. Lu Tian, you wild bastard. Today, in front of everyone, I will repay the humiliation you inflicted on me tenfold. I will break your limbs, ruin your cultivation, and make you crawl out like a dog. Lu Yang's face twisted, his voice filled with resentment. The disastrous defeat in the family competition and the Zhao family's loss of power, due to the Bloodhand incident, fueled his hatred for Lu Tian to the bone. Roar. Tear him apart. Lu Yang completely went mad, no longer wasting words, directly commanding the Ironback Wolf King to attack. At the same time, he himself charged out like a cannonball, dark red violent elemental power gathering on his fists, smashing towards Lu Tian with a bloody wind. Bloodfiend Fist. The Ironback Wolf King pounced from the side, opening its massive jaws to bite at Lu Tian's neck. Bone-crushing bite. One man and one beast. Their assault was even more ferocious than before, and within that dark red energy, there was indeed a hint of a chilling erosion spirit aura. The Zhao family spared no expense to use forbidden drugs from the Erosion Shadow sect on Lu Yang and the Wolf King to ensure victory. The crowd below felt the violent and bloody aura, all turning pale. On the high platform, Yin Jin's brows slightly furrowed. Facing this brutal pincer attack, Lu Tian's eyes sharpened. He no longer held back, unleashing the Ice Soul Star Force to its fullest. Qian Ice Barrier. A thick, deep blue ice wall instantly condensed in front of Lu Tian. Boom. Bang. Lu Yang's Bloodfiend Fist and the Ironback Wolf King's attack simultaneously struck the ice wall. The ice wall trembled violently, cracks spreading, but did not shatter. The violent force and dark red erosion spirit aura were temporarily blocked by the extreme cold power. Just then, squeak. Master. Underground. The formation eye's energy is rapidly rising. The Yin Phantom is about to activate. Right now, Gaga's terrified mental shriek exploded in Lu Tian's sea of consciousness. Lu Tian suddenly looked up. The midday sun was shining directly on the center of the martial arts arena. Buzz. A wave, extremely subtle yet chilling enough to make one's soul shudder, suddenly emanated from the depths beneath the arena. The ground of the entire martial arts arena began to tremble slightly. A nauseating, sweet blood scent wafted through the air. The Blood Erosion Dragon Formation, about to be activated. Chapter 106, Rival Showdown. The Erosion Formation is about to start too. Squeak. Master. Underground. The formation eye's energy is rapidly rising. The Yin Phantom is about to activate. Right now, Gaga's terrified mental shriek exploded in Lu Tian's sea of consciousness. Lu Tian suddenly looked up. The midday sun was blazing, shining directly on the center of the martial arts arena. At that moment, buzz. A strange and subtle wave, which inexplicably made everyone's hearts shudder and sent a cold chill through their souls, suddenly emanated from the depths of the arena beneath their feet. The ground of the entire training field began to emit a low, painful hum, as if the earth were groaning in agony. A slight tremor transmitted to everyone's feet. In the air, a faint, rusty, and decayed sweet smell quietly spread. The Blood Corrosion Dragon Formation was about to activate. The shadowy specter had no intention of waiting for the selection to finish. What an uncomfortable feeling. A heaviness in the chest. What is that smell? So disgusting. The crowd instantly stirred, panic spreading like a plague. On the stage, Lu Yang and the Ironback Wolf King also halted their offensive due to this sudden change. Lu Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. He had been waiting for this moment. Gagaga. Spatial confinement. Lock onto the core area above the formation. 3 breaths. Lu Tian roared wildly in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the heart of primordial source within him operated crazily, awakening the starry power deep within his bloodline. Understood. Spatial confinement. Gagaga's petite body erupted with an unprecedented silver-purple brilliance. Ignoring the intense consumption of spiritual power, it gathered all the power of space, compressing it into an invisible shackles that fiercely shot towards the core formation 20 zhang below the arena, where the corrosive spiritual energy was wildly converging, forcibly delaying the process of its energy explosion. Just these 3 breaths. Lu Tian no longer paid attention to Lu Yang before him. He suddenly slammed both palms down hard on the violently trembling ground of the arena. This time, it was no longer the Ice Soul Star Chi. Buzz. A dazzling brilliance of starlight and the warm, resilient light of the primordial source erupted from his palms, like a volcanic eruption. This power was no longer purely icy. It contained the supreme will to purify all evil and communicate with the stars. Primordial starlight. Give me, suppress. Boom. The intertwining blue and white light, shining with starlight, poured into the arena beneath Lu Tian's feet like a bursting river. Wherever the light passed, the hard rock was easily pierced through and melted like tofu. Lu Tian used himself as a medium, guiding this immense power with the primordial starlight, precisely directing it through the thick layers of earth to the core formation locked by Gaga's spatial confinement. Below the arena, 20 zhang deep, in a hidden secret chamber, a figure shrouded in a wide black robe, its face hidden in the shadow of the hood, was the shadowy specter. Sitting cross-legged in the center of a bizarre formation constructed from countless pitch-black bones and dark red crystals. At the core of the formation floated a dark red heart that pulsed continuously, exuding a rich corrosive spiritual aura, the core of a powerful corrosive spirit beast. At this moment, the heart throbbed violently, and the dark red filthy light shone brightly, greedily drawing in the dragon energy from the surrounding earth, a stream of green energy, and transforming it into a frenzied corrosive spiritual energy, about to erupt and trigger a wave of corrosive spirits. Just at this critical moment, buzz, an invisible spatial shackle suddenly descended, locking the entire secret chamber tightly. The heartbeat and energy gathering of the heart suddenly became incredibly sluggish and slow. Then, boom, a pure, vast, blue-white pillar of light, carrying the supreme will of the stars and the purifying power of the source, descended like a divine judgment spear, ignoring the thick layers of earth, and precisely pierced down from the top of the secret chamber. It struck hard against the pulsating dark red heart at the core of the formation. Zila, like a hot iron pressed against ice. The ear-piercing sound of melting instantly filled the entire secret chamber. The corrosive black gas on the surface of the dark red heart emitted a silent shriek, twisting and struggling madly, trying to resist. But in the face of the primordial source power containing starlight, its resistance was so futile. The blue-white light enveloped the entire heart like a purifying flame. The resilient primordial source power dismantled its structure, while the brilliant starlight power pierced through the corrosive spiritual essence contained within, purifying it. No. The shadowy specter let out a desperate howl, spewing a mouthful of black blood, as if all strength had been drained from his body. He could feel the connection with the formation being cut off in an instant, and the core formation was being completely destroyed by that terrifying power. Pucci. The dark red heart twitched violently a few times in the blue-white light, finally releasing a mournful cry, exploding into countless purified light points that scattered into the air. The light of the entire blood corrosion dragon formation instantly dimmed and collapsed. That terrifying corrosive spiritual energy, about to erupt, dissipated into nothingness like a popped balloon. The tremors of the ground and the sweet smell in the air also disappeared. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From Gaga's warning to Lu Tian activating the primordial starlight to suppress the formation core, it was only a brief 3 breaths. On the stage, Lu Yong only saw Lu Tian suddenly abandon his defense, slamming both palms down, followed by an overwhelming starlight explosion that made his soul feel fear. Immediately after, the heart-pounding earthquake and nausea vanished. Bastard, what are you doing? Lu Yong was both shocked and angry, thinking Lu Tian was playing tricks, and shouted, Wolf King, kill him. The Ironback Wolf King roared and lunged at Lu Tian, who seemed exhausted. Lu Yong followed closely behind, his dark red blood fiend fist carrying a corrosive aura, striking fiercely at Lu Tian's back. However, at this moment, although Lu Tian's breath was somewhat unsteady due to the sudden eruption of primordial starlight, his eyes were icy and clear. The formation core had been broken, with no worries behind him. It was time to deal with this jumping clown. He suddenly turned around to face the charging Wolf King and Lu Yong, his eyes flashing with starlight. An invisible pressure, originating from his bloodline, instantly spread. The fierce momentum of the Ironback Wolf King suddenly stagnated, and fear from the depths of its soul slowed its movements by half a beat. Just this moment of delay. The Ice Soul Star Chi erupted beneath Lu Tian's feet, his figure gliding like a ghost, precisely avoiding the Wolf King's attack, while his right hand formed a sword-like finger. The tip no longer purely ice blue, but entwined with a barely detectable starlight cold glow. Star Chi finger shatters stars. In the blink of an eye, it pointed at the old wound on Lu Yang's side, left open due to his rage, previously injured by Lu Tian's Star Chi finger. Pooh! The finger force pierced through Lu Yang's protective dark red corrosive spiritual energy with ease, brutally stabbing into his side. This time, not only did the icy cold force penetrate his body, but that faint starlight power also burrowed into his meridians like a maggot in the bone, crazily purifying and dismantling the corrosive spiritual energy in his body that had been forcefully enhanced by drugs. Ugh! Lu Yong let out a pig-like scream. He felt an indescribable pain spreading throughout his body from his side, as if countless tiny stars were exploding inside him, burning and purifying the power he relied on for support. The violent aura receded like a tide. the dark red light rapidly dissipated, and he collapsed like a deflated ball, instantly wilting. The Ironback Wolf King, losing the support of its contractor's power, also let out a mournful cry, its momentum suddenly dropping as Lu Tian casually sent it flying with an ice soul palm wind, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at this scene. One moment there was an earthquake and panic, and the next moment they saw Lu Tian slam the ground like a god descending, stabilizing the situation, and then with a single finger, he crippled the raging Lu Yang. The turnaround was too fast, too shocking. Lu Tian victory. The referee's voice trembled as it broke the silence. After a brief moment of silence, thunderous cheers erupted like a tsunami. Lu Tian, Lu Tian, Lu Tian. So powerful. What kind of power is that? He seems to have stopped something terrifying. On the high platform, Yanjin suddenly opened his eyes, the crimson pupils shining brightly, locking onto Lu Tian, especially the starlight cold glow at his fingertips that had yet to fully dissipate. He slowly stood up. Lu Zhinshan looked at Lu Tian, who stood proudly on the stage, and then at Lu Yang, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. His expression became extremely complicated, ultimately turning into a deep sigh. He knew that the fate of the Lu family had completely changed. Lu Tian stood in the center of the ring, breathing slightly heavily, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before finally landing on the high platform. The Phoenix Order was within reach, and the shadow of the Shadow Erosion sect would also completely envelop him because of his actions today. But he was unafraid. Chapter 107. The Phoenix Order's Envoy's Question. Lu Tian defeated Lu Yang with thunderous force and seemingly thwarted a shocking conspiracy, instantly elevating his reputation to its peak. The following matches held no suspense. Although Li Xianfeng was quite powerful, he still couldn't hold out for long against the mysterious and elusive Xiaolinger, who ultimately advanced with ease without even revealing her contract beast. In the final showdown, Lu Tian faced Xiaolinger. However, this highly anticipated peak duel ended in an unexpected manner. Xiaolinger stood on the ring, her veil lightly covering her face, revealing a pair of clear, autumn-like eyes. She looked at Lu Tian, whose breath was steady and whose gaze was firm, and suddenly smiled slightly, her voice like clear spring water striking stone. Brother Lu, your strength is exceptional, and you care deeply for the people, stopping the evil formation. I admire you. In this battle, I concede. Concede. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Lu Tian was also taken aback. Xiaolinger, however, said no more. Performing a graceful bow towards Lu Tian and the main platform before her figure flickered and vanished from the ring like a wisp of breeze, leaving behind countless speculations and exclamations. The final victor was Lu Tian. The referee announced loudly. The envoy of the Phoenix Order, Yanjin, personally stood up and walked slowly to the center of the ring. He was clad in a fiery red robe, his gaze like a torch, and his powerful presence instantly silenced the raucous crowd. In his hand, he held a token that was neither gold nor jade, entirely crimson, engraved with a soaring golden phoenix, the Phoenix Order. Yanjin's words were like thunder, reigniting the crowd, stopping the eruption of the evil formation, saving Haiyang City from collapse. It turned out that the terrifying earthquake and aura just now were actually from the evil formation. Lu Tian had accomplished such a shocking feat amidst the fierce battle. Countless eyes filled with shock, gratitude, and reverence focused on Lu Tian. Lu Tian took a deep breath, stepped forward, and solemnly accepted the warm, yet seemingly weighty Phoenix Order. Thank you, envoy. Lu Tian will not fail your expectations. Yanjin looked deeply at Lu Tian, his gaze seeming to penetrate the soul. Follow me. In the city lord's mansion, in a heavily guarded quiet room, Yanjin stood with his hands behind his back, the scorching aura raising the temperature inside the room. Lu Tian stood calmly behind him. That evil formation is called the Blood Erosion Dragon Summoning Array, a vicious formation used by the Shadow Erosion sect to extract the dragon energy from the Earth's veins and create disasters. How did you know? And how could you accurately destroy its core eye? Yanjin turned around, his gaze like lightning, piercing into Lu Tian. Spatial perception, restraining the power of the erosion spirit. Yanjin repeated, his gaze fixed on Lu Tian as if trying to see through him. That power is not just the source. The will of the stars contained within cannot escape this seat's eyes. You carry the bloodline of the star sea? The air in the quiet room seemed to freeze. Lu Tian's heart jolted, knowing he could no longer hide. He met Yanjin's gaze and slowly nodded. Yes. My father, who is of the star sea, is named Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Yanjin's crimson pupils suddenly constricted, and for the first time, a look of significant shock appeared on his face. The watcher Ling Feng. Lu Tian's heart trembled. Yanjin knew his father. You are indeed his bloodline. Yanjin's gaze instantly became incredibly complex, filled with astonishment, realization, and a hint of deep seriousness. No wonder you can invoke starlight and restrain the erosion spirit. The shadow erosion sect's conspiracy must also be aimed at you. The Watcher? The envoy knows my father? Lu Tian asked urgently. Yanjin remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his words, and finally said slowly, the name Ling Feng is well known throughout the Star Sea. He is one of the leaders of the Star Sea Watchers and the strongest barrier against the invasion of the erosion. When I was still cultivating in the Divine Palace, I had the fortune to witness his battle with the avatar of the Erosion Lord. His control of the stars and the majesty of protecting the myriad realms are unforgettable to this day. His tone carried genuine admiration, but it soon turned heavy. However, over a decade ago, Ling Feng went missing after an ambush while investigating the source of the erosion in the Dark Star realm. The Star Sea has spread news that he has fallen. Yanjin looked at Lu Tian, his eyes filled with a hint of pity. If you truly are his bloodline, do you know what this means? The activities of the Shadow Erosion sect in the 9 provinces are likely aimed at completely severing the inheritance of the Watchers, or to lure you out. The leader of the Star Sea Watchers, the strongest barrier against the erosion, ambushed in the Dark Star realm, whereabouts unknown. The identity and fate of his father struck Lu Tian's heart like a heavy hammer. Pride, sorrow, anger, responsibility, various emotions intertwined in an instant. Where's the Dark Star realm? Lu Tian's voice was hoarse, but his eyes burned with a fierce flame. That is not a place you can reach now. Yanjin shook his head, his tone resolute. The Star Sea is vast and perilous, filled with crises. With your current strength, recklessly pursuing it would be a guaranteed death. The urgent task is to increase your strength. In the heavenly craft city of Yinzhou, within the Star Pivot Tower, there may be clues left by your father, as well as methods for you to control your own bloodline power. Take this. Yanjin tossed Lu Tian a crimson fire pattern jade slip. This is my token. With this and the Phoenix Order, the City Lord of Heavenly Craft, Mo Yuan, will give you assistance. Remember, do not easily expose your Star Sea bloodline before you possess the strength to shatter the void. And do not attempt to seek the Dark Star realm. Lu Tian tightly grasped the warm jade slip as if he had seized hope. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, envoy. Yanjin looked deeply at him. Take care. I hope one day to hear news of the Watchers having successors in the Star Sea. After saying that, his crimson robe billowed, and his figure turned into flowing fire. Vanishing within the quiet room, Lu Tian stood alone in place, tightly gripping the Phoenix Order and the fire jade slip, his heart surging. The identity and fate of his father, the vastness and peril of the Star Sea, the deeper conspiracy of the Shadow Erosion sect, a grand yet dangerous tapestry slowly unfolded before him. The goal, Heavenly Craft City in Yinzhou. Chapter 108. Aftermath of Haiyang. Dark Knight's killing intent. The news that Lu Tian obtained the Phoenix Order and was personally received by envoy Yanjin swept through Haiyang City like a storm and quickly spread to various places in Qingzhou. Lu Tian's name truly resonated throughout Qingzhou. Within the Lu family, the atmosphere was strange. Lu Zhinshan faced Lu Tian, who returned with the Phoenix Order, and his attitude became extremely complicated. He gathered the family elders and publicly announced several major decisions. These decisions were akin to an earthquake. The elders from the Zhao family faction looked ashen, yet no one dared to object. The might of the Phoenix Order, the attitude of envoy Yanjin, and the terrifying strength and potential displayed by Lu Tian rendered them speechless. Lu Tian's response to Lu Zhinshan's goodwill was flat. He accepted the posthumous title and spirit tablet for his mother, which she deserved. However, he did not show much interest in the identity and resources of the Lu family's heir. What he sought had long surpassed this small Haiyang city. He visited the ice prison. In the dim, cold cell, the once noble Zhao family member was now disheveled and emaciated, her eyes filled with resentment like a vengeful ghost. You little bastard. Don't get too proud. The Shadow Erosion sect won't let you go. You Star Sea remnant, you won't die a good death. Zhao family member cursed hoarsely. Lu Tian merely looked at her coldly, as if observing a bug. The poison that afflicted my mother, the heart erosion powder, where did it come from? How are you connected to the Qingzhou branch of the Shadow Erosion sect? Huh? Wanna know? Go to hell and ask that bitch. Zhao family member laughed maniacally. Lu Tian said no more. A strand of the initial power containing starlight quietly flicked out from his fingertip and entered Zhao family member's body. This power would not take her life immediately, but like maggots clinging to bones, it would purify the residual corrupt spirit power within her day and night, bringing deep-seated cold and pain, allowing her to enjoy her remaining days in an icy hell. This was his final mercy towards this venomous woman. Before leaving the Lu family, Lu Tian visited Uncle Fu. The old man's injuries had stabilized under the treatment of precious pills and Lu Tian's initial strength, and his spirits had improved significantly. Lu Tian left behind a large number of pills and valuables, instructing him to enjoy his retirement in peace. Young master, Be careful on this journey, Uncle Fu said, tears streaming down his face as he tightly held Lu Tian's hand. Don't worry, Uncle Fu, I will find my father and uncover everything, Lu Tian promised solemnly. As night fell, Lu Tian quietly left Haiyang City with Jejia and Yin Gang, who had recovered most of his combat strength and was now more stable and formidable. He did not disturb anyone, only leaving a brief letter for Lu Jinshan, stating he was heading to Tiangong City in Yunzhou and that his return date was uncertain. However, the trees wished for tranquility, but the wind did not cease. Just as Lu Tian left Haiyang City and entered a treacherous mountain forest known as Haifeng Ridge, whoosh, whoosh whoosh, Lu Tian, the lord of the Vermilion Phoenix Order? The leading figure in black spoke hoarsely. Leave behind the Vermilion Phoenix Order and the items you received from Yanjin, and we can give you a quick death. Otherwise, the Shadow-Devouring Sect's Dark Tooth Squad will make you regret coming into this world. The revenge of the Shadow-Devouring Sect was relentless. Moreover, the enemy's target was clear. They not only wanted the Vermilion Phoenix Order, but also the token of Yanjin. Clearly, though Yin Yan was dead, the Shadow-Devouring Sect's level of attention towards Lu Tian exceeded expectations. Chapter 109. Blood Battle in Black Ridge. The night was dark as the killing intent surged through the forest of Haifeng Ridge. Dozens of dark-toothed assassins slithered like poisonous snakes in the darkness, their cold killing intent firmly locking onto Lu Tian. The lackeys of the Shadow-Devouring Sect were relentless. Lu Tian's gaze was icy, showing no fear. He had long anticipated that leaving Haiyang City would not be peaceful, but he did not expect the enemy to arrive so quickly and accurately. Kill. The leading figure in black, codename Poison Fong, commanded, without any unnecessary words. Dozens of black shadows exploded into action. Crossbow arrows flew through the air. Poison flying knives were hurled. Several others dashed forward like phantoms, their sharp blades aiming directly for Lu Tian's vitals. The coordination was flawless, the attacks vicious and cunning, sealing off all avenues for evasion. Roar! Yin Gang roared, his massive body instantly shielding Lu Tian. A yellowish light surged, and heavy rock armor covered his entire body. Unmoving rock gang body. Clang, clang, clang. The dense arrows and flying knives struck against the rock armor, sending sparks flying. Most were deflected, and a few that pierced were lodged in the resilient rock armor, unable to penetrate further. At the same time, Yin Gang's forelimbs stomped the ground. The ground trembled. Buzz. An invisible shockwave spread, causing the ground to ripple like waves, destabilizing the assassins who were rushing in, throwing their attacks into disarray. Jejia, disturb the space, Lu Tian shouted, his figure darting towards the enemies attacking from the flank. Squeak. Jejia's eyes shimmered with silver-purple light, and an invisible force of spatial power spread like ripples. It was not a strong confinement, but created subtle spatial distortions and displacements. The assassins at the forefront suddenly felt their footing misjudged, and the trajectories of their weapons inexplicably deviated, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. Their movements instantaneously warped. Star Gang points Cold Star. Lu Tian seized the opportunity, his fingertips condensing the Ice Soul Star Gang, targeting the throat of an assassin who was staggering due to the spatial disruption. Puff. The finger strength pierced through. That assassin did not even make a sound before dying instantly. Lu Tian's steps did not falter, with Jejia's spatial disruption assisting him. He moved erratically like a butterfly through flowers, each strike accompanied by the cold radiance of the Ice Soul Star Gang, causing one assassin to fall with every blow. His combat style was no longer a simple clash of strength, but a perfect combination of speed, precision, and Jejia's control. Form the formation. Trap that Earth Dragon. Kill the Beastmaster first. Poison Fong commanded sharply as he saw several of his subordinates fall instantly. He realized Yin Gang's defense was terrifying, and Jejia's control was bizarre. They must first eliminate Lu Tian's main body. The remaining assassins immediately changed tactics, with several charging fearlessly towards Yin Gang, exchanging injuries to entangle him tightly. Another 7 or 8 formed a strange combined attack formation, like a swirling storm of blades, surrounding Lu Tian and Jejia in the center. Within the formation, the sinister wind howled, and the aura of corrupt spirit spread, seemingly able to weaken Jejia's spatial disruption effect. Corrupt spirit killing formation. Strangle. Poison Fong personally entered the formation, his poison dagger transforming into a ghostly blue poison light, stabbing directly at Lu Tian's heart. The speed was incredibly fast. The pressure increased sharply. Lu Tian's expression grew serious. The Ice Soul Star Gang protecting his body, dodging and weaving within the formation, his fingers striking out repeatedly, repelling several attackers. But the formation continued to spin. The attacks relentless, and the aura of corrupt spirits constantly eroding, causing his movements to gradually feel sluggish. Judgea's spatial disruption was also suppressed by the power of the formation. Its effectiveness greatly diminished. Roar. Master. Yin Gang saw Lu Tian trapped and was immensely furious, taking on several assassins' attacks, trying to break through to rescue him, but was blocked by even more assassins who fought desperately. Hehe, the Lord of the Vermilion Phoenix Order? Is that all? Poison Fong cackled, the ghostly blue dagger lunging towards Lu Tian's back once more. In a critical moment, a fierce light flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. He no longer held back. Jejia, give it your all to assist me. Roar. Yin Gang is here. Lu Tian took a deep breath, the heart of initial source in his sea of consciousness spinning wildly. The star power deep within his bloodline erupted like ignited stars. This time, he would not merely use it for purification. He aimed to integrate it into his attack. Star Radiance. Initial source. I Soul. 3 sources combined. Buzz. An indescribably terrifying aura erupted from Lu Tian. The cyan-white light instantly transformed into a dazzling silver blue. The cold of I Soul, the vitality of Initial Source, and the vastness of Star Radiance, the 3 powers intertwined under Lu Tian's will, morphing into a star vortex about a foot in diameter, spinning endlessly, as if countless stars were flickering within. Star Dome break. Open for me. Lu Tian's hands embraced the star vortex, as if pushing a miniature star, and smashed it towards the core of the rotating stranglehold of the corrupt spirit-killing formation and the formation's focal point, Poison Fong. Poison Fong's expression changed drastically. The power contained within the star vortex made his soul tremble. He let out a strange cry, channeling all his corrupt spirit power into the dagger, transforming it into a condensed ghostly blue poison dragon, charging fiercely to meet it. Boom! The star vortex collided with the ghostly blue poison dragon. There was no stalemate. The star radiance power infused with purifying intent instantly melted the corrupt spirit poison dragon like the sun melting snow. The resilient initial source power followed closely, tearing apart the energy connections of the combined attack formation. The extreme cold of the I Soul Star Gang froze the space. Crack. Bang. The corrupt spirit-killing formation shattered like fragile glass. The 7 or 8 assassins comprising the formation were struck hard, spewing blood and flying out. The poison dagger in Poison Fong's hand shattered inch by inch. He himself was the first to bear the brunt, being violently struck in the chest by the raging backlash of the star vortex. Puff! Poison Fong's chest visibly caved in, his bones shattered. He flew out like a broken sack, crashing through several large trees, and when he landed, he was already gasping for breath. His eyes filled with disbelief and fear. The power of the Star Dome. You, what exactly are you? Before he could finish his words, his head tilted. And he died. The formation was broken, and the leader was dead. The remaining Dark Tooth assassins instantly collapsed in morale. Run! Someone shouted, and the survivors scattered like startled birds. Yin Gang, block them. Lu Tian commanded sternly, suppressing the turmoil in his blood caused by forcibly merging the 3 powers. Roar! Yin Gang roared, the yellow light shining brightly, creating a gravitational mire. Centered on him, the gravity within a Tinjong radius instantly doubled. The fleeing assassins felt as if they had fallen into a sticky quagmire, their speed drastically reduced. Judgea's spatial confinement also fell precisely, accurately locking onto a few assassins attempting to escape into the shadows. Lu Tian moved like lightning, the I Soul Star Gang shooting out, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping the remaining lives. Moments later, the forest returned to silence, leaving only a ground covered in corpses and a heavy scent of blood. Lu Tian stood in the center of the corpse, breathing lightly, looking at his hands shimmering with silver blue light, his eyes filled with shock and realization. The starry sky break. This was the new power he unleashed after merging the 3 forces of Starshine, Original Source, and I Soul in a desperate situation. Although the consumption was enormous and hard to control, its power far exceeded expectations. The road to Yunzhou was fraught with danger. But the power in his hands was also growing rapidly. Tiangong City, here he comes. Chapter 110. The border of Yuzhou, corrupted bone marsh. Lu Tian, along with Jiaga and Yin Gang, headed northeast. Their goal, Tiangong City in Yunzhou. According to the map and inquiries along the way, to reach Yunzhou, they had to cross the treacherous Yuzhou territory located in the northeast of Qingzhou. After several days, a vast expanse of marshland, exuding a strong stench of decay and coldness, appeared before them. The gray-black mud bubbled, releasing a pungent smell of sulfur and rot. Twisted, dead trees resembled ghostly claws struggling in death, sparsely dotting the marsh. The sky was perpetually gray, heavy lead clouds hung low, making it hard to breathe. This was one of the infamous dangerous places in Yuzhou, the corrupted bone marsh. Also the necessary path to the heart of Yuzhou. Master, the space here is very viscous, The perception range is compressed, and there are many chaotic energies underground. Plus, the aura of death. Jiaga crouched on Lu Tian's shoulder, its silver-purple eyes scanning the surroundings warily, conveying a sense of unease. Its spatial perception was severely suppressed here. Roar. The earth is groaning, in pain. Yin Gang's deep growl carried a heavy tone. As a lava earth dragon, intermediate second rank, closely connected to the earth, its perception of the earth veins was more direct. It could sense that below this marsh, the earth vein energy was chaotic and polluted, filled with an ominous sense of erosion, making it very uncomfortable. Its massive body was covered in dark red, thick scales with lava patterns, not rock armor, and its foreclaws pressed firmly against the ground, creating a slight gravity field that compacted the soft mud beneath, forming a stable footing. This was one of its innate abilities as an earth dragon, gravity stabilization. Be cautious. This place is dangerous, and it's an active area for the erosion shadow cult. Lu Tian's expression was serious, the Ice Soul Star Gang flowing over his surface, dispelling the cold and dampness trying to invade. He held a fine steel longsword, purchased after leaving Haiyang City, cautiously observing the surroundings. The three beasts cautiously stepped into the marsh. The mud was difficult to traverse, and venomous insects lurked. Relying on Jiaga's suppressed spatial perception, Lu Tian was able to avoid hidden mud pits in advance, while Yin Gang used gravity stabilization to carve out a relatively safe path. As they reached the depths of the marsh, a sudden change occurred. Oh! Hiss! Roar! The shrill, frantic, and painful roars of beasts came from all directions. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble slightly. In the gray-black mud, a swarm of monstrous beasts surged forth as if boiling. There were swamp wolves covered in rotten mud with blood-red eyes, toxic crocodiles swimming in the mud spitting venom, and vulture corpses circling low, shedding feathers and exuding a foul odor. Even more terrifying was the obvious abnormal state of these beasts. Their eyes were as red as blood, devoid of reason, leaving only a mad desire for slaughter, surrounded by a faint, chilling gray-black aura, the aura of erosion. Beast tide, eroded by the power of erosion. A frenzied beast tide. Erosion shadow cult. Lu Tian's eyes were cold, and he instantly understood. This was definitely not a natural beast tide. It must be the erosion shadow cult plotting here. They wanted to use the beast tide to block or exhaust him. Yin Gang. Gravity field. Jiaga. Spatial disturbance. Protect the flanks. Lu Tian commanded sharply, simultaneously drawing his sword, the Ice Soul Star Gang infusing into the sword body. The sword edge glowing with a foot-long cold blue light. Roar. Leave it to me. Earth pressure. Yin Gang let out a thunderous dragon roar. Earth Dragon's roar. It suddenly raised its forelimbs, then stomped down heavily. Buzz. A visible, earthy yellow wave of gravity spread out instantly from its center. The gravity within 10 yards suddenly doubled. Splash. Splash. G. Spatial distortion wall. Jiaga erupted with silver-purple light. At the outer edge of the gravity field, it set up an invisible spatial barrier. This barrier was not a solid wall, but created countless tiny spatial folds and distortions. The monsters rushing in suddenly felt disoriented, their sense of direction completely lost. Their attacks missed, and they even began to collide and bite each other. Kill. Lu Tian's gaze was sharp, his figure darting out like lightning. The long sword in his hand transformed into a streak of ice blue light. Ice Soul Thousand Illusion Slash. The sword light split apart, like an ice lotus blooming in an instant. Countless condensed icy sword energies accurately pierced the vital points of the monsters that were double-pressed by gravity and spatial distortion. Wherever the sword edge passed, the aura of erosion was frozen and purified by the Ice Soul Star Gang. Polluted blood and ice shards flew together. Lu Tian was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, unstoppable. Yin Gang maintained the gravity field, its massive tail sweeping, knocking nearby monsters away like swatting flies. Its claws tearing apart any enemy daring to approach. Jiaga continuously released small spatial imprisonments, precisely trapping those cunning monsters attempting to ambush Lu Tian or Yin Gang. However, the number of beasts was simply too many. Moreover, among them were several with particularly strong auras, reaching intermediate second-rank mutated beasts. A corrupted marsh giant lizard, comparable in size to a small mountain, charged toward Yin Gang, braving some of the gravity. A bone-corrupted winged dragon, with a wingspan exceeding 3 zhong and covered in rotting pus, dove from the sky, spewing a large amount of corrosive acidic liquid containing the power of erosion. Targeting Lu Tian, the pressure suddenly increased. Chapter 111, Shadow Assistance, Crowing Erosion of Souls. The corrupted marsh giant lizard smashed through part of the spatial distortion wall set up by Jiaga like an out-of-control truck, rushing towards Yin Gang with a stench. It opened its massive mouth, a venomous projectile filled with dark green liquid forming inside. The bone-corrupted winged dragon dove from above, moving at incredible speed. Its corrosive acidic liquid cascading down like a green waterfall, enveloping Lu Tian. Before the acid reached him, the pungent corrosive smell and the aura of erosion already made him dizzy. Yin Gang. Lava breath. Lu Tian shouted urgently, simultaneously retreating rapidly. The Ice Soul Star Gang coalescing in front of him into a thick, dark ice shield. Roar. Yin Gang roared angrily, the gaps in its dark red scales suddenly glowing with hot red light. It took a deep breath, its chest swelling, and then a scorching, lava-like red flame column erupted from its mouth. Lava breath. This was the Lava Earth Dragon's innate ability. Boom. The lava breath collided violently with the venomous projectile shot by the corrupted Marsh giant lizard. Hiss. The venom was instantly evaporated by the high temperature, and the lava torrent continued unabated, crashing into the giant lizard. The corrupted Marsh giant lizard let out a heart-wrenching screech. Its tough mud-like skin quickly charred and carbonized under the lava's high temperature. Its massive body was pushed back repeatedly, rolling in pain. At the same time, sizzle. The corrosive acidic liquid from the bone-corrupted winged dragon splashed onto Lu Tian's dark ice shield. The extremely cold ice shield and the strongly corrosive acidic liquid battled fiercely, producing a piercing sound. The ice shield visibly thinned at a rapid rate. Even more terrifying was the erosive power contained in the acid, like maggots in the bones, trying to penetrate the ice shield to erode Lu Tian. Lu Tian exerted all his strength to maintain the ice shield, the Ice Soul Star Gang rapidly depleting. The bone-corrupted winged dragon, missing its strike, circled around and dove down again, its claws shimmering with ghostly light, aimed directly at Lu Tian's head. At this critical moment, quack! An extremely abrupt, sharp, and ear-piercing crow sounded, as if it could tear through the soul, suddenly echoed from the shadow of a dead tree behind Lu Tian. This crow was not an ordinary call. It contained a powerful mental shock, directly piercing the soul. The diving bone-corrupted winged dragon was as if struck by an invisible hammer on its head. Its blood-red eyes instantly went blank, its diving motion suddenly froze. Letting out a painful wail, its massive body swaying violently in the air, nearly losing control and crashing down. Even the aura of erosion swirling around it fluctuated violently. The corrupted marsh lizard, preparing to pounce once again, along with other nearby monsters, suddenly froze in their actions, their eyes losing the madness and being replaced by pain and confusion. A good opportunity. Lu Tian felt a surge of spirit. Although he didn't know where this help came from, he would not miss this chance. Gagaga. Spatial confinement. Hold that bird. Yin Gang. Gravity crush. Deal with the lizard. Star Gang finger crushes the stars. Orders were instantly given. Squeak. Spatial confinement. Gagaga waved its small claw, and the silver-purple light accurately locked onto the decaying bone-winged dragon that was wobbling in the air. Roar. Gravity crush. Yin Gang's dragon eyes widened in anger, and with a fierce claw, he pressed down on the struggling, corrupted marsh lizard. The gravity surrounding the corrupted marsh lizard instantly multiplied several times. Its already injured body was crushed down like it was being pressed by an invisible mountain, howling as it was forced deep into the mire. The sound of bones cracking clearly audible. Lu Tian moved with his sword, merging a trace of starlight power. The ice soul finger shot out like lightning, accurately piercing through the head of the bone-winged dragon that was confined in space. The two major threats were instantly resolved. The effect of the Crow's call faded. But the Beast Tide's assault was completely disrupted by this sudden mental shock and the thunderous counterattack from Lu Tian and the others. The remaining monsters fell into a brief chaos. Lu Tian's gaze was like lightning, instantly locking onto the source of the Crow's call, which was in the shadow of a huge, half-dead ancient tree. There, a peculiar crow, only the size of a palm, with feathers as black as ink, seemingly able to absorb all light, was quietly hovering. Its pair of eyes, like two flickering ghostly blue flames, vigilantly scanned the chaotic Beast Tide and Lu Tian's group. The Underworld Crow. Lu Tian instantly recognized this extremely rare shadow and mental-type monster unique to the marshlands of Yuzhou. Was it you who helped us just now? Lu Tian attempted to communicate through mental power. The Underworld Crow's ghostly blue eyes looked at Lu Tian, conveying a calm, yet wary and slightly fatigued mental message. Corrupt. Erode. Madness. Pain. Stop. Lu Tian understood in his heart. This Underworld Crow was clearly also suffering from the torment of the corruption spirit Beast Tide, and its earlier action was to stop these mad kindred monsters. He keenly sensed the Underworld Crow's unstable aura. Its wings seemed injured, and its feathers were tainted with the filthy aura of corruption. Are you injured? Eroded by the power of corruption? Lu Tian asked, while quietly channeling a trace of starlight power, emitting a gentle and pure aura. feeling this power that brought comfort to its very soul and could suppress the corruption within. The underworld crow's ghostly blue eyes clearly flashed with a hint of desire and closeness. It hesitated for a moment before nodding. Chasing, source, injured by the guardian. Source? Guardian? Lu Tian's heart stirred. Could it be referring to the corruption shadow cultists controlling the beast tide? We can help you expel the power of corruption. How about we deal with those guardians who cause pain together? Lu Tian released an intention of goodwill and cooperation, while slowly channeling that trace of starlight power to the underworld crow. The underworld crow instinctively wanted to resist, as it felt the warm and pure power approaching. But the pain from the corruption within and its desire for that power ultimately made it relax its vigilance. It cautiously absorbed that trace of power, and its ghostly blue eyes instantly revealed a glow of comfort and gratitude. Cooperation, purification, pollution, the underworld crow conveyed a firm intention. A new ally, the underworld crow joined. Chapter 112. Crow eyes seek enemies, strike at the heart. With the addition of the underworld crow, Lu Tian's team experienced a qualitative leap in strength and reconnaissance ability. The underworld crow concealed its aura, merging into the dark environment of the corrupted bone marsh like a true shadow. It could not only use shadows to move instantaneously and evade danger, but its most powerful ability was the soul erosion gaze. A powerful eye technique that could directly attack the soul, interfere with the mind, and even see through concealment. Under the guidance of the underworld crow, Lu Tian and his group avoided several large-scale beast hordes and dangerous natural traps, quickly sneaking towards the direction where the corruption from the corruption spirit was the thickest, which was also the source controlling the beast tide. A cold light flashed in Lu Tian's eyes. Found it. The lair of the corruption shadow cultists controlling the beast tide. It was a seemingly calm black swamp located in the center of a vast dead forest. If it weren't for the underworld crow's guidance, no one would have thought there was a hidden world beneath this swamp. Yin Gang, prepare. Gagaga, block the exit. Crow, lock onto the target, mental interference. Lu Tian quickly deployed his tactics. Roar. Understood. Squeak. Leave it to me. Quack. Locking on. Lu Tian took a deep breath, and the source heart and bloodline starlight in his sea of consciousness lit up simultaneously. He pressed his hands down on the ground at the edge of the swamp. Source starlight. Earth vein quake. Boom. The dazzling starlight mixed with the source power, like an invisible giant hammer, slammed down into the earth vein beneath the swamp. The entire swamp instantly boiled violently, collapsing. An entrance hidden by some black vines and bones was exposed. Enemy attack. Angry roars came from within the cave. However, as they rushed out of the cave, squeak. Spatial confinement cage. Gagaga's silver-purple light erupted, and the invisible spatial power instantly sealed off the area around the cave entrance. Like a transparent cage. Quack. Soul erosion wail. The ghostly blue light in the underworld crow's eyes surged, and the piercing, soul-striking crow call sounded again. A powerful mental shock surged towards the 5 cultists like a tide. The 5 cultists were caught off guard, feeling as if countless steel needles were stabbing into their heads. Their vision went black, their minds were in excruciating pain, and their consciousness instantly blurred. The bone flute and crystal controlling the beast tide nearly slipped from their hands. Gravity mire. Lava breath. Yin Gang's massive dragon body blocked the side, and the gravity field instantly covered them, making the 5 feel as heavy as if filled with lead. At the same time, the scorching lava breath swept through like a flaming dragon. Ice Soul Starry Sky Sword Array. Lu Tian pointed his long sword to the sky, and countless Ice Soul Sword Chi containing starlight cold light fell like a torrential rain, covering the entire area. Boom boom boom. Hiss hiss hiss. Under the multiple strikes of spatial confinement, mental shock, gravity suppression, lava burning, and ice swords piercing through, the 5 corruption shadow cultists were completely overwhelmed without even being able to mount a proper resistance, and they were purified amidst their mournful wails. The source of the beast tide was instantly uprooted. Without their controller, the frenzied monsters in the marsh became like puppets with their strings cut. The crimson in their eyes quickly fading, replaced by the pain and confusion of being eroded by the corruption spirit as they howled and scattered. The beast tide crisis was resolved. Lu Tian walked to the destroyed cave entrance and picked up a black token that had not been completely destroyed, which was engraved with a twisted symbol of the corruption shadow cult and the words Corrupted Bone Steward of the Yuzhou branch. Yuzhou branch, Corrupted Bone Steward. Lu Tian's gaze turned cold. It seems the influence of the corruption shadow cult in Yuzhou is equally rampant. He put the token away and looked at the underworld crow, which was preening its feathers on a dead branch. Thank you, crow. Without your help, we couldn't have resolved them so quickly. Lu Tian said sincerely, while channeling more starlight source power to help the underworld crow dispel the remaining corruption within. The underworld crow absorbed that pure and warm power, letting out a comfortable chirp. Its ghostly blue eyes looked at Lu Tian, conveying intentions of closeness and trust. Follow, purify, power. Lu Tian smiled slightly. Good. Then let us clear away this filth together. Lava Earth Dragon Yin Gang, Spatial Weasel Gagaga, Underworld Dark Crow. Lu Tian's Beast Taming team was officially formed amidst the crisis of the corrupted bone Marsh in Yuzhou. Chapter 113, Black Rock City Crisis. Earth Dragon holds up the sky. After dealing with the corruption shadow cultists in the corrupted bone Marsh, Lu Tian and his group, guided by the Underworld Crow, successfully passed through this perilous area and entered the heart of Yuzhou. Along the way, the scene was one of devastation. Villages were destroyed. Fields were barren, and everywhere lay the corpses of monsters that had gone mad after being polluted by the corruption spirit, as well as fleeing civilians. The rampage of the corruption shadow cult in Yuzhou was more severe than imagined. On this day, a grand city built against the mountain, entirely constructed from black rocks, appeared ahead, Haiyan City. It is one of the important fortresses in Yuzhou to resist the Beast Tide and the corruption shadow sect. However, at this moment, Haiyan City is shrouded in the flames of war and despair. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of explosions and the roars of monsters shook the heavens and the earth. Outside the city walls, there is a dense and endless tide of beasts, far exceeding the number in the corrupted bone Marsh. Among them are dozens of large, fierce second and even third-tier mutated beasts. They are corrupted by the power of the corruption spirit, their eyes blood-red, recklessly charging at the city walls. On the city walls, the defending soldiers are fighting valiantly, arrows raining down, boulders and logs rolling down, and the brilliance of elemental energy flickering, as monsters are continuously killed. But more beasts surge up over the corpses of their companions. The light of the city's protective formation has dimmed significantly, teetering on the brink of collapse. Even more terrifying, on the high ground behind the Beast Tide, 3 rudimentary altars built from bones and black stones stand tall. On each altar stands a sinister corruption shadow sect acolyte, deacon level, wielding a huge black flag, waving it continuously while chanting incantations. With their movements, a thick, ink-like aura of corruption spreads like smoke, merging into the tide of beasts, driving them into a frenzy for blood. At the same time, 3 thick, foul-smelling black light pillars shoot out from the tops of the flags, continuously bombarding the faltering protective formation of Haiyan City. With each strike, the formation's light flickers violently, and cracks spread. It is the beast gathering flag of corruption spirit. They are using the blood essence of beasts and the polluted energy of the earth to strengthen the beast tide, while also corroding the protective formation. Lu Tian instantly recognized the evil flag, his expression profoundly grave. As long as these 3 altars remain, Haiyan City is doomed. Roar. So many, corruption spirit. Furious. Yin Gang felt the earth's pain and the distorted wails of countless beasts, emitting a low dragon's roar, his eyes burning with rage. Squeak. Master. The city walls can't hold on much longer. Gagaga urgently transmitted his perception. Quack. Source. Altar. Controller. The Underworld Crow locked onto the 3 corruption shadow sect deacons. Yin Gang. Lu Tian's gaze was resolute as he pointed towards the 3 altars. Use your strongest power to blast a path. The target is the altar. Gagaga. Use spatial power to assist Yin Gang. Disrupt the light pillars. Crow. Mental shock. Lock onto the spellcasters on the altars. Charge with me. Roar. Leave it to me. Fury of the earth veins. Lava path. Yin Gang erupted with an unprecedented roar. The dark red lava patterns all over his body instantly shone to the extreme. A terrifying gravitational wave spread wildly from him. The ground before him heaved violently like waves. Rising up. Then boom. Boom. Huge spikes of scorching, flowing red lava burst forth from the ground like a giant dragon flipping over, forcibly plowing a burning path of fire and lava through the dense beast tide. The low-tier monsters in the way were instantly crushed and incinerated. Squeak. Spatial folding acceleration. Gagaga's silver-purple light enveloped Yin Gang. With the assistance of spatial power, Yin Gang's massive body surged in speed, charging along the molten lava path he had opened, like a burning meteor heading towards the altar high ground behind the beast tide. Wherever he passed, the gravitational field was fully unleashed, and the mid-tier beasts trying to block him were pressed to the ground. Quack. Soul-piercing gaze. The Underworld Crow's eyes shone with blue light as 3 invisible mental spikes instantly crossed space, fiercely stabbing towards the 3 corruption shadow sect deacons who were fully focused on activating the beast gathering flag. The 3 deacons, deeply engrossed in their spellcasting, suddenly felt their souls pierced by ice picks. A sharp pain struck, their minds momentarily dazed, the incantations in their mouths interrupted, and the waving beast gathering flags faltered. The 3 black light pillars bombarding the protective formation became instantly unstable. Who is it? The guards around the altar, corruption shadow sect acolytes, were filled with anger and rushed towards the charging Yin gang. Those who block me shall die. Starry Skybreak. Lu Tian followed closely behind Yin gang, suspended in midair, hands forming a virtual embrace, merging the three powers of starlight, primordial source, and ice essence once again. A silver-blue star sphere, more condensed than when he was at Black Wind Ridge, with clearer internal star shadows, violently formed. He smashed it into the area with the densest guards. Boom! A terrifying explosion accompanied by the purifying brilliance of starlight. Dozens of corruption shadow sect acolytes, along with several powerful guardian monsters, were instantly vaporized and purified under the destructive power of the star sphere, clearing the obstacles in front of Yin gang. Roar! Lava meteor falls. Yin gang seized the opportunity. Charging to the bottom of the altar, his massive body stood upright, roaring to the sky. The lava power surged madly, gathering atop his menacing dragon horn. A red-hot lava fireball, about a meter in diameter and radiating destructive high temperatures, instantly condensed. Then, under his powerful gravitational control, it smashed down towards the nearest altar like a true meteor. Boom! The earth-shattering roar. That bone altar, along with the corruption shadow sect deacon and the beast gathering flag on it, instantly turned to ashes under the terrifying heat and impact of the lava meteor. No. The other two deacons had just recovered from the mental shock, and, upon seeing this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Gagaga! Crow! Continue! Lu Tian shouted harshly, pointing his sword at the other two altars. Squeak! Spatial tear! Quack! Soul piercing! Under Gagaga's spatial blade interference and the underworld crow's mental attack, the remaining two deacons were unable to effectively defend or counterattack. Yin gang followed suit, and the second and third lava meteors smashed down in succession. Boom! Boom! The remaining two altars followed suit, turning to ruins in the rising flames of lava. The three beast gathering flags of corruption spirit were completely destroyed. As the altars were destroyed, the spreading aura of corruption spirit quickly dissipated. Without the enhancement, the beast tide lost its spine, the madness in their eyes rapidly faded. Replaced by fear, they howled, no longer charging at the city walls, but scattering and fleeing. The crisis of Haiyan City has been averted. On the city walls, the bloodied soldiers and the surviving civilians stared in awe at the young figure, as if descended from the heavens, treading on the lava-ground dragon, standing shoulder to shoulder with divine beasts, and at the three altars turned to ruins. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers echoed through the sky. The divine dragon. It was the divine dragon lord who saved us, and the hero who commands the divine dragon. Haiyan City is saved. Lu Tian stood on Yin gang's broad back, facing countless grateful and awed gazes, his expression calm. He knew this was just a glimpse of the suffering in Yuzhou. The shadow of the corruption shadow sect still loomed over this land, and his path lies ahead.